On the Lingxiao continent within the Qishao realm, in the Yoyu forest it was night, moonless skies and a fierce rising wind. Above the boundless sea of trees, a sudden resplendent divine rainbow appeared like a meteor streaking across the heavens. Its speed was so astonishing that in the blink of an eye it vanished at the farthest edge of the night sky. Yet merely a few breaths later 5 more divine rainbows shot forth in succession from the shroud of night, racing after that first beam of sacred light as though in relentless pursuit. Ha 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 ha! The sealing spirit mark has taken full effect. The demon emperor can no longer hold out. After her. Someone within one of the divine rainbows shouted in ecstatic delight. At those words the 5 divine rainbows surged forward, once more accelerating like bolts of lightning, as they hurtled after their quarry. Just as that man had said, the speed of the leading divine rainbow gradually slowed. Within its fading radiance, the indistinct silhouette of a white-haired woman in black robes emerged. She appeared to have suffered grievous injuries, her aura was in utter disarray, and her form swayed as though on the verge of collapse. Before long the 5 figures behind had already closed the distance and drawn up before her. Demon Emperor, meet your end. Today I shall finally avenge my master. A voice rang out from behind the woman, threaded with both grief and savage joy. Without hesitation the 5 struck out together, unleashing a combined blow of terrifying might. Seeing that there was nowhere left to evade, Jiang Mengli could only raise the jade flute she had been clutching in her hand to shield her body, pouring all her strength into her defense. At that very moment, as if in response to her activation of spiritual power, a mysterious sigil suddenly flared within her chi. In an instant her aura plummeted like a falling cliff. Clang! The divine radiance launched by the 5 crashed heavily onto the jade flute, which rang with a clear metallic chime despite being made of jade. In the next instant a streak of pure light flared from the jade flute to meet the incoming strike, and the air rippled with intense waves of qi. However, under the sealing power of that mysterious sigil, Jiang Mengli was powerless. The jade flute ultimately failed to hold. The divine light shattered her defense and slammed mercilessly into her delicate body. Jiang Mengli was blasted backward, dozens of zhang coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. The crimson splattered across her robes, quickly seeping into and vanishing within that expanse of dark fabric. Her eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Grievously wounded, she finally lost consciousness and plummeted headlong toward the forest below. Ha 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 ha! A cultivator of the spirit refining realm can also slay an immortal. Their arrogant laughter echoed through the night, the faces of the 5 filled with smug satisfaction. Do not grow careless. Finish her off first and leave no future calamity alive. One of them reminded coldly. The remaining 4 nodded in succession, then together shot off in pursuit in the direction where Jiang Mengli had fallen. Deep within the Yoyu forest, inside a small wooden hut, Li Changxuan sat quietly at the table, his gaze fixed intently on a stick of incense that had burned halfway down. Expectation and anxiety intertwined in his eyes. Sigh. Half a stick of incense left. 1 more year to go. Please let nothing go wrong. Yet despite his plea, the unexpected still arrived. All of a sudden Li Changxuan furrowed his brows, for his spiritual sense detected 6 auras racing toward his location at great speed. He could only hope they were merely passing by. But heaven did not grant his wish. Bang! A few breaths later a thunderous crash resounded within Li Changxuan's courtyard. Seriously? Only half a stick of incense left and trouble has to find me now. Face dark with fury, Li Changxuan stormed out of the house. Yet when he saw the scene in his courtyard, he froze in stunned disbelief. His courtyard gate lay collapsed on the ground, and atop the fallen door planks sprawled a woman with disheveled silver hair. This could not be happening. He lived deep in the mountains and forests, as remote as one could possibly be. How could anyone have come here at all? Even if they were just passing by, that would have been something. Miss, this is not a place for sleeping, he muttered. As Li Changxuan pondered how to deal with this half-dead woman, 5 more uninvited guests silently descended outside the courtyard gate. Even without engaging them, Li Changxuan could already feel the chilling, killing intent radiating from their bodies. Outside the courtyard, the 5 acted as though he did not exist, striding straight toward the unconscious Jiang Mengli on the ground. Hey, this is my courtyard. Is it not a bit discourteous to barge in without so much as a greeting? Li Changxuan frowned, raising his voice to call out to the 5. Only then did the 5 halt and turn, regarding Li Changxuan with haughty expressions. In their eyes, aside from his fresh, handsome features and refined bearing, Li Changxuan's aura was entirely ordinary, with not the slightest ripple of spiritual power about him. A mere mortal through and through. If he had not spoken up, they would not even have deigned to acknowledge him. Thus they merely cast him a cold superior glance, then each summoned a weapon intending first to advance and kill the white-haired woman. Li Changxuan, however, braced one hand against the doorframe barring their entry. Honestly now, are you all mute? What business do you have at my home in the dead of night? The five looked at the arrogant man blocking their way with clear displeasure. As cultivators they held themselves in the highest esteem, believing that mortals should bow their heads and show utmost deference upon seeing them. Yet this man not only failed to welcome them with respect, he even dared to voice his dissatisfaction. One of the cultivators' face filled with wrath barked, "Having seen immortals, why do you not kneel?" Bound by the rules of the cultivation world, they could not in name at least strike down a mortal for no reason, especially as disciples of a renowned orthodox sect who had to preserve their reputation. Thus they instead unleashed the oppressive might of their spirit-refining realm cultivation upon Li Changxuan, attempting to force him to his knees. They most enjoyed watching mortals crawl on the ground beneath their pressure, trembling, as they addressed them as immortals while they themselves stood aloof, relishing the feeling of absolute control. Yet the scene they had envisioned of Li Changxuan collapsing to his knees never came to pass. He remained standing where he was as if their immense pressure did not exist. He merely regarded them as though they were fools, even quipping with a mocking smile, "You lot. What so-called immortals? Nothing but nonsense. You? Just who are you?" Shock rippled through their hearts. They had discovered that their spirit-refining realm pressure had no effect whatsoever on this man, leading them to conclude that his cultivation was at least at the wandering void realm. They had not expected to encounter a rogue cultivator in such a desolate wilderness. Still they felt only a flicker of surprise and did not truly take Li Changxuan to heart. After all, there were 5 of them, each at the spirit-refining realm. To deal with a single wandering void realm rogue cultivator was in their view more than within their power. The advantage they believed lay firmly with them. Li Changxuan, seeing that even after he had behaved so brazenly, they still had not made a move, could not help feeling a twinge of regret. With only half a stick of incense left, he could not strike first himself, yet their lingering presence was equally intolerable. Thus he issued them a warning, "You are not to set foot inside my courtyard. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. Then you will get out." To the 5 this warning was the gravest insult yet. Staring at the ever more insolent man before them, they exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning as a ruthless gleam flashed in their eyes. In a sudden instant, the 5 erupted into motion, their weapons thrusting toward Li Changxuan as they burst into wild laughter. A mere wandering void realm rogue dares to shelter a member of the demon race. Hurry up and die. Once we personally slay the demon emperor and bring back her severed head, we will be paragons of the righteous path, and our names will resound throughout Lingxiao. But their crazed laughter was abruptly cut short. In horror they realized that their weapons had stopped a mere foot before Li Changxuan's chest, as if frozen in midair. No matter how desperately they exerted their strength, they could not advance even half an inch further. Waves of shock crashed through their hearts. For someone to so effortlessly halt the combined strike of 5 spirit-refining cultivators meant that this man's cultivation had at least reached the tribulation transformation realm. Li Changxuan glanced at the weapons halted before him and smiled in satisfaction. "Tisk tsk. At last you've finally made your move." With that he flicked his sleeve lightly. The 5 weapons that had been thrust at him instantly reversed direction, shooting out like arrows loosed from a bowstring, and in a heartbeat they pierced straight through their owners' bodies. Eyes wide with disbelief, the 5 stared down at their own chests where their life-bound weapons had punched through, blood gushing forth like a spring. They struggled to speak, but their faces grew ever more ashen, and only hoarse sounds escaped their throats. "Rest easy on your way," Li Changxuan said. With another sweep of his sleeve, the 5 were instantly dispersed into heaven and earth. There was no earth-shaking commotion, yet their bodies and souls alike were erased. It was as if they had never existed in this world at all. After dealing with them, Li Changxuan stood dazed in place for a long time. 10 full years. It had taken him a decade to finally take this step. 1 more year, and he would no longer have to remain in this desolate, uninhabited place. The cultivation realms were divided as follows: tempering body, drawing chi, entering spirit, spirit, sea, spirit, refining, wandering, void, tribulation, transformation, passing into immortality, earth, immortal, celestial, immortal, profound, immortal, and absolute immortal. Each realm was further split into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and great perfection. Those of the spirit refining realm and above could manifest a domain to suppress an opponent's strength, release overwhelming pressure, and open a personal pocket space to store items. Li Changxuan had not originally belonged to this world. 10 years ago, he had still been living on Blue Star. One night, while climbing Xuandu Peak on Blue Star, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck without the slightest warning, and his body and soul were carried across into the Lingxiao continent. The good news was that he discovered this continent allowed cultivation, and that there existed a multitude of cultivation paths, the way of the sword, the spear, the blade, even the way of sound. Even better, he possessed two peerless physiques at once, the heavenly sword Tao body and the absolute celestial immortal veins, granting him a heaven-defying talent and comprehension in sword Tao, while his meridians for absorbing and circulating spiritual power were 100 times broader than those of ordinary people. The bad news was that he lacked the indispensable system every transmigrator was supposed to have, and thus had no way to ascend to the heavens in a single step and suppress the world. Worse still, as someone from Blue Star, his body differed from that of the natives. He possessed no chi within and thus could not cultivate at all, which made it impossible for him to join any immortal sect. Just as he was sinking into despair, he unexpectedly encountered an old Taoist with white eyebrows who claimed he could teach him a special method of cultivation. Li Changxuan immediately wished to take the old Taoist as his master, but the white-browed elder refused. Li Changxuan was filled with doubt and was just about to ask the reason when the old Taoist said their fates did not align. Immediately afterward, a celestial palm gently pressed upon the crown of his head, imprinting the cultivation method deep within his mind. Then the old Taoist drifted away, never appearing again in the 10 years that followed. Before leaving, he had especially warned Li Changxuan that within 10 years, he must not take the initiative to make a move, or he would be erased by the very laws of heaven. As for the reason, the old Taoist had not told him. Moreover, because his physique and meridians were unique, he had to rely on the technique passed down by the old Taoist to temper and refine himself, gradually transforming his body during cultivation into that of a native of this world. 10 years was precisely a critical time limit. Once it expired, the technique would begin operating on its own, helping him newly establish a chi and mend his Tao foundation. After tonight, his earth immortal cultivation would enter a year-long period of silence. Precisely because of this, when faced just now with those 5 men harboring ill intent, Li Changxuan had deliberately provoked them again and again, forcing them to strike first. Had they delayed even a moment longer in making a move, he would have been powerless to respond. Moreover, this had been his first time killing anyone, and even now he still felt lingering fear. A moment later, Li Changxuan stood at the doorway, the aura around him ebbing back like a receding tide until it was no different from that of an ordinary mortal. This time it was not that his cultivation was concealed, but that he had truly reverted to being a mortal. He let out a long sigh. In order to avoid offending others and reduce conflict, he had deliberately hidden himself away to cultivate deep within these remote mountains and forests. Yet he had never expected that at this crucial moment, right at the end of his 10-year term, 6 people would suddenly appear. 6 people. Li Changxuan snapped back to his senses, his gaze once more falling upon Jiang Mengli, who lay on the ground. If he had not misheard earlier, those 5 had said that the woman on the ground was actually the demon Empress. Thinking back, he had indeed sensed a faint, almost indiscernible trace of demonic chi on her, but it had been so weak that he had simply overlooked it. Demonic chi that feeble. This demon Empress was truly pathetic. So this was all a demon Empress amounted to be hunted down in such miserable straits by 5 cultivators of the spirit-refining realm. Li Changxuan's face showed open disdain. Gazing at Jiang Mengli, whose aura was weak and whose face was as pale as paper, Li Changxuan could not help but start muttering in his heart, should he save her or not? A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. A gentleman does not rescue in such peril. Right, it would be better to find a place to bury her. At this moment he had not a shred of cultivation left, and this woman was a demon. If she woke up, his little life might well be forfeited. Thus Li Changxuan carefully turned Jiang Mengli over. Only under the hazy night light did he finally see her face clearly. She was actually a young and strikingly beautiful girl. A few streaks of blood were smeared across her fair cheeks, adding an even more poignant tragic beauty. Just as Li Changxuan was about to drag her out of the little courtyard, the jade flute she had been clutching tightly in her hand suddenly flew free, hovering steadily at the courtyard gate, while emitting a faint glow as though attempting to convey some kind of message to him. Li Changxuan was utterly baffled by the flute's behavior. He reached out, intending to move it aside, only to discover that no matter how much strength he used, the jade flute did not budge in the slightest, as though it had taken root there. Helpless, Li Changxuan decided to drag the person, no, the demon, out instead. Seeing this, the jade flute seemed to grow anxious, rising, as though preparing to smash him over the head. Yet it did not strike for a long moment, as if deep in thought. In the end, it merely lowered its height and gently pushed Li Changxuan back toward the courtyard. All of this went entirely unnoticed by Li Changxuan, for his back was turned to the jade flute, and at this moment he was no different from a mortal, naturally unable to sense the movement behind him. At this time, Li Changxuan finally felt the stick-like object pressing against his back. Turning around, he saw the jade flute blocking his way yet again. Scratching his head and recalling the flute's series of bizarre actions, he seemed to grasp something. Pointing tentatively at Jiang Mengli, who lay on the ground, he asked, "You mean you want me to save her?" The jade flute bobbed up and down as if nodding in confirmation. Li Changxuan's eyes widened. This jade flute actually understood human intent. He was utterly stunned. A moment ago he had only been asking tentatively, never expecting it to truly respond. It was not that he was ignorant. He had simply never truly stepped into the cultivation world of the Lingxiao continent. Furthermore, immortal weapons were exceedingly rare. Even cultivators had few chances to see one. Later he had moved into these deep mountains and ancient forests where information was scarce, leaving him now with only a limited understanding of the affairs of the cultivation world. At this moment Li Changxuan silently made up his mind in the future. If he ever had the chance, he would definitely forge a sentient sword to wear at his side. Returning to himself, he looked at Jiang Mengli lying on the ground, then at the jade flute barring his way. "I cannot save her." After saying this, he still moved to drag her out, but the jade flute remained firmly in the courtyard entrance, refusing to let him pass. Faced with the flute's obstruction, Li Changxuan had no way forward. He could only turn back into the house, intending to let her live or die on her own in the courtyard. Yet just as he reached the hut's threshold, the jade flute suddenly darted over and blocked his path. Li Changxuan was startled by this sudden move. Irritated and unable to endure the pestering any longer, he snatched up a broom from the yard and began to fight with the jade flute. Sensing its master's aura growing weaker and weaker, the jade flute seemed to panic. Losing control of its strength for a moment, it released a burst of divine light that shot out and struck the courtyard wall. The wall collapsed in an instant, sending up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the jade flute also came to rest against Li Changxuan's neck. Looking at the ruined courtyard wall and feeling the chill resting at his throat, Li Changxuan swallowed hard in secret. "So you had this kind of power all along. If only you had said so earlier and used it sooner." The jade flute merely glowed faintly with a ghostly light, as though quietly awaiting Li Changxuan's response. After hesitating for a moment, Li Changxuan finally lowered the broom in his hand, indicating his reluctant agreement. Inwardly, he felt like crying without tears. Now that he was bereft of cultivation, he was actually being bullied by a mere stick. He really had no choice. If that blast had actually hit him just now in his current state, he would never have been able to withstand it. Truly, it was like a fallen tiger being bullied by dogs, a once dashing man brought low and tormented by a stick. The jade flute too had acted out of sheer desperation. In truth, it dared not truly harm him, fearing that if it killed him, there would be no one left to save its master. Helplessly, Changxuan laid Jiang Mengli upon a door panel, then hurriedly dragged her into the house. All the while, the jade flute circled around Li Changxuan, as if monitoring his every move, afraid he might try some petty trick. Yet once he had brought her into the room, Li Changxuan found himself at a loss. In his current state, he could not muster even a trace of spiritual power. How was he supposed to save her? The jade flute gently poked his shoulder from the side, urging him to hurry and save her. At this moment, neither man nor flute dared to push too far. Li Changxuan feared the flute would strike, and the flute feared that Li Changxuan might refuse to save its master. Li Changxuan first prepared a basin of clean water and gently wiped away the blood and dirt from Jiang Mengli's face with a towel. As he worked, her true appearance gradually revealed itself. Having lived on Blue Star and accustomed to various technological products, Li Changxuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing her pure natural beauty, a wave of astonishment rising within him. The woman had skin as white as snow, delicate and smooth, with eyebrows like willow leaves and lips like cherry blossoms, exuding an unparalleled grace, stunningly beautiful and captivating. Perhaps due to her severe injuries, Jiang Mengli's charming face appeared somewhat pale, yet this added an otherworldly delicate beauty that evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Jiang Mengli's slightly furrowed brows indicated that she was not in a good state at that moment. Li Changxuan also noticed several places on Jiang Mengli's dress that had been torn by sword marks, exposing patches of skin as white as snow alongside a few deep brown scars. However, with nightfall approaching, Li Changxuan was not about to venture out in the middle of the night for medicine, so he turned and lay down on his small bed. Seeing Li Changxuan's actions, the jade flute darted towards him. It seemed as if Li Changxuan had anticipated its approach, as he calmly turned his back and said, "Rest assured, she won't die tonight. I don't have any medicine now. I'll help her tend to her wounds tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the jade flute stopped in front of Li Changxuan, anxiously flying around the room. Eventually realizing it could do nothing, it reluctantly returned to Jiang Mengli. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Changxuan, still half asleep, felt something poking him with a stick-like object. Without needing to think, he knew it must be the woman's jade flute. Now awakened by its poking, he couldn't fall back asleep and had no choice but to go out to gather medicine. Coincidentally, aside from cultivating, Li Changxuan occasionally went down the mountain to buy books. When he was bored, he would flip through these books, gaining some understanding of the spiritual herbs and medicines of this world. Fortunately for the woman, this deep mountain forest was seldom visited, and it was rich in spiritual herbs and medicines. In just half a day, Li Changxuan gathered a large collection of medicinal materials he thought would be useful. After preparing the medicine, Li Changxuan, without a second thought, went to remove Jiang Mengli's dress. The jade flute, thinking he was about to do something inappropriate, blocked his hand. Having not slept well, and now being interrupted multiple times by a flute, Li Changxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. He struck the jade flute heavily with his hand, angrily saying, "Do you want me to save her or not? If you can do it, why not you do it yourself?" The jade flute seemed to understand his words and lowered itself slightly. If it had an expression, it would surely appear pitiful. After hesitating for a moment, the jade flute ultimately flew out of the door. Seeing the jade flute fly away, Li Changxuan rubbed his hands vigorously, breathing warm air onto them. "Why is this jade flute so hard? In this mortal body, I ended up hurting my hand instead." After a brief pause, Li Changxuan skillfully removed Jiang Mengli's outer garment. Looking at the woman lying on the wooden board, she wore only a dark undergarment, revealing her exquisite figure. With a willow-like slim waist, petite and graceful, her body was light and agile, complemented by straight long legs, the fullness of her undergarment indicating her impressive physique. Cough, cough. Regaining his senses, Li Changxuan hurriedly coughed twice, nearly losing himself in the sight. He still had business to attend to. "I must not look too long, another glance might lead my heart astray." Thus Li Changxuan slightly tore the already damaged opening of her undergarment to facilitate treating her wounds and applying the medicine. Fortunately, there weren't many wounds, only 2 or 3, and none were in any critical areas of modesty, so Li Changxuan quickly finished the treatment. After treating her wounds, he casually covered her with her outer garment, and Jiang Mengli's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. However, one thing puzzled Li Changxuan: wasn't she the demon Empress? Why had these minor superficial injuries not healed for so long, and why was there no sign of her waking up even after a night had passed? Logically, cultivators should recover from injuries quickly, yet he had lost all his cultivation and could not ascertain the reasons behind this. Now he increasingly doubted whether those 5 had lied. Was she really the demon Empress? If it weren't for his current mortal body, he would want to investigate what realm this demon Empress was in, as it felt so lacking. Thus 3 days passed, and Jiang Mengli lay on the wooden board for 3 days straight. On the 4th day, beams of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Mengli's stunning face. Jiang Mengli's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her watery eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. She slightly raised her head to look around, and what met her gaze was a room that was antique and elegant. Though not luxurious, it was exceptionally pleasing to the eye, nurturing to the spirit. She was lying on a wooden board, and on the other side of the room was a bed. Jiang Mengli gently rubbed her slender waist, feeling a wave of soreness. How could one not feel discomfort sleeping on such a hard wooden board? Then she caught a strong medicinal smell coming from her body and realized she was only wearing an undergarment, and the wound had been smeared with an unpleasant ointment. The jade flute, noticing its master had awakened, swiftly flew into Jiang Mengli's hand. She took the jade flute, feeling a bit more at ease. She put on the outer skirt that had been draped over her and cautiously scanned her surroundings. Just then the door creaked open and Li Changxuan stepped in. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, who had already awakened in the room, their gazes met instantly, both silently assessing each other. For a moment the room fell into a brief silence. Li Changxuan looked at Jiang Mengli, who had risen, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, with an icy demeanor and enchanting bearing, exuding the aura of an empress. Jiang Mengli also scrutinized the youth at the door, who had a complexion as pale as jade and was exceptionally handsome. Realizing he emitted no fluctuation of spiritual energy, she deemed Li Changxuan merely a mortal, posing no threat to her, and gradually relaxed her guard. "Are you well now?" Li Changxuan broke the silence first. "Did you save this empress?" Jiang Mengli did not answer his question, but coldly retorted with a haughty expression. Hearing this, Li Changxuan raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, casually saying, "Isn't it obvious? Why did you save me?" Jiang Mengli did not believe that anyone would be so kind-hearted. In her view, whether cultivators or mortals, all humans would wish to hasten her demise. How could this mortal save her for no reason? Li Changxuan paused for a moment, thinking. He could not say he was threatened by her weapon, that would be too embarrassing. Because I am kind. Jiang Mengli, upon hearing this, revealed a trace of suspicion in her eyes, but she did not dwell on the issue too much, as surviving was the most important thing. She then asked whose outer garment was taken off me. In this desolate wilderness, with only me present, of course it would be me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli's delicate brows furrowed, and a glint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. A mere lowly human dares to touch her. Had it been under normal circumstances, she would have long been reduced to ashes. Yet considering this person saved her life and even left her undergarment, she could only suppress her shame and anger. Hearing that she was the only one here, Jiang Mengli suddenly recalled the 5 people who had chased her that night. In an instant, fury ignited in her eyes, and the killing intent surged like a roaring tide, intensifying 100-fold compared to before. The temperature in the room seemed to drop slightly. Even Li Changxuan felt a chill. At the same time, confusion arose in her heart. Why was she still unharmed? That night she had thought she would surely perish at the hands of those few refining spirit ants. What about the 5 people? Jiang Mengli coldly asked again. They left. Li Changxuan did not know whether this demon emperor would harm him, so he casually told a lie. However, Jiang Mengli could tell that he was not easily fooled. In her view, killing the demon emperor was a prime opportunity to make a name for herself among the human cultivators. No cultivator would ever easily give up such a chance. Ningshui. Jiang Mengli instantly saw through Li Changxuan's lie, and the jade flute in her hand flew out with her voice swiftly poised against Li Changxuan's neck once more. You have only one chance, speak the truth. Jiang Mengli's voice was cold as ice, as if it could freeze the air around her. Li Changxuan had no choice. In his current mortal state, he could not withstand the blow from the jade flute, so he had to speak honestly. I killed. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Mengli was visibly stunned. For a moment, disbelief reflected in her beautiful eyes, as if she could not believe what she had just heard. She stared blankly at Li Changxuan, her expression becoming quite strange, as if to say, do I look like a fool to you? Don't think that just because you saved my life I want dare to kill you. Jiang Mengli furrowed her delicate brows, showing an unhappy expression, her tone cold and fierce. For a moment Li Changxuan was at a loss for how to respond. She would not believe the truth, and lies would not work either, putting him in a bind. Li Changxuan remained silent, standing quietly in place, as he had no power to resist at the moment. Seeing him standing there without a word, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but contemplate whether she should teach him a small lesson. However, their fox demon clan believed in repaying kindness, and she couldn't really harm him. Furthermore, her injuries had not fully healed, and she needed to stay here to recover, so she had to give up on that thought. Afterward, Jiang Mengli examined herself, and as she expected found that her qi had indeed been sealed. Currently she could only Jiang Mengli examined herself, and as she expected found that her qi had indeed been sealed. Currently she could only exert the strength of the body refinement stage. The body refinement stage was merely the first realm of cultivation, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and could not harness spiritual power at all. If it weren't for the immortal artifact she had on her, she would hardly pose any threat to Li Changxuan. Li Changxuan, on the other hand, appeared unhurried. He leisurely walked to the table, sat down comfortably, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to drink as if no one else were present. Li Changxuan's demeanor aroused Jiang Mengli's curiosity. Do you know who I am? Li Changxuan took a sip of tea, and said casually, aren't you the demon emperor? Aren't you afraid of me? What is there to be afraid of? Li Changxuan replied, still calm and unruffled. Jiang Mengli found this hard to believe. She knew that, in the outside world, just mentioning the title Demon Emperor would cause fear in both humans and demons alike. Since ascending to the throne of the demon race, she had suppressed both internally and externally, instilling fear in demons, and causing human cultivators to tremble in silence. 3 years ago, she had single-handedly bloodied the beast-taming sect, leaving no survivors. That battle had shocked the entire Lingxiao continent, known to all mortal cultivators. Jiang Mengli never expected that the title Demon Emperor, which made countless people pale with fear, could be so easily uttered from Li Changxuan's lips. If mentioned in front of an ordinary person, the mere mention of Demon Emperor would render them pale with fright. Yet now she stood right in front of Li Changxuan, and he remained utterly unfazed. Jiang Mengli assumed he must be someone who lived deep in the mountains and forests, unaware of her reputation, or perhaps he simply did not believe her, considering she was merely a mortal at the moment, lacking even the semblance of a demon emperor. Looking at her tattered dress, she remembered it had been torn by the sword light of those 5 ants during her escape. Fortunately, with her body refinement stage body, and the treatment of the unknown medicine, her injuries had mostly healed. However, she could no longer endure the strange smell of the medicine. But as she could not use cleansing techniques, she had to ask Li Changxuan, is there a place for bathing here? Li Changxuan put down his teacup, pointed to the bath barrel behind the screen, and continued, there is, but you have to heat the water yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Mengli was immediately somewhat angry. As a dignified demon emperor of the demon race, when had she ever done such menial tasks? So she ordered Li Changxuan imperiously, you go heat a barrel of water for me. Are you healed? Li Changxuan did not answer her question but asked again. Jiang Mengli took a few slow steps on the ground, felt she was mostly fine, and proudly said, "This little injury can't hurt me." At this moment Li Changxuan truly wanted to roll his eyes, secretly cursing in his heart, "You've already been lying down for 3 days. With just that little skin injury, even a mortal should have healed by now. What kind of demon emperor are you claiming to be?" He was not there to serve her, saving her life was already more than enough kindness. Thus he immediately refused without hesitation. "Whoever wants to bathe can do it themselves. Besides, didn't you claim to be the demon emperor? Heating water should be as easy as lifting a finger for you, right?" Jiang Mengli was left speechless by Li Changxuan's words. Firstly, she truly could not use spiritual power now, as secondly, she had not expected this mortal ant to dare to defy her time and again. In the past, if anyone had dared to defy her like this, they would have long been obliterated, and it was precisely because of this that she had earned the formidable reputation of the Demon Emperor. Now, however, a mortal was so dismissive of her, which instead intrigued Jiang Mengli. However, as the Demon Emperor, Jiang Mengli would never stoop to such trivial matters. She then addressed Li Changxuan saying, "It is your utmost honor to serve this emperor, so hurry and prepare. I am about to bathe. Are you all right, miss?" Li Changxuan's face revealed a hint of disdain, as he looked at her serious expression, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Did she really think she was still among the demon clan? "Hurry up!" Jiang Mengli, noticing his mocking smile, felt her anger rising. Ningxue flew out once again at her command. A good man does not fight with a wicked woman. Upon seeing the jade flute, Li Changxuan could only turn and leave the room, completely disregarding the fierce gaze directed at him from behind. After all, he was currently at a disadvantage. No, it should be said that there was none. As he left, he mumbled softly, "I just saved an ancestor. If it weren't for her being injured and his need to prioritize his own safety, he wouldn't serve her at all." Once Li Changxuan left the room, Jiang Mengli revealed a satisfied expression and began to wander around the room, curiously examining the bizarre objects within. Before long, Li Changxuan had prepared the bathing water. Just as he intended to turn and leave, Jiang Mengli called out, "Hey, do you have any women's clothing for changing? This emperor wants to bathe and change." Li Changxuan replied, "I'm a big man. How would I have women's clothing? There's only mine. Use it if you like." Li Changxuan truly did not want to get entangled with her further, so he walked straight to his wardrobe, took out a set of clean clothes, and casually tossed them in front of her. As he reached the doorway, he added, "Also, I'm not Hey, my name is Li Changxuan." With that, he closed the door and left. Jiang Mengli looked at the clothes in front of her, frowning in distress. In fact, she had dresses stored in her spatial pouch, but now that her spiritual power was sealed, she could not retrieve them. She glanced down at the dress she wore, which had been torn by a sword, exposing large areas of her fair skin, and her frown deepened. This dress was clearly unwearable, and with no other clothing available for replacement, it seemed she would have to make do for the time being. After the bath, Jiang Mengli put on Li Changxuan's clothes. Despite her tall figure, the clothes still appeared somewhat oversized on her, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood that was quite pleasant. Jiang Mengli contemplated that she must hurry back to the demon clan. While she had entrusted the affairs of the demon clan to 2 trusted subordinates during her visit to the Yenshu secret realm, she couldn't help but worry over time, fearing that some trouble might arise within the demon clan. Thus, she sat cross-legged and attempted to circulate the spiritual energy within her body, trying to break through the seal. However, no matter how hard she tried, the spiritual energy remained utterly still, as if she had never cultivated at all. Yet Jiang Mengli did not lose hope and continued to circulate her technique. But it seemed she forgot that her internal injuries had not fully healed. In her impatience, she suffered a backlash from the sealing mark. In an instant, she felt a wave of nauseous sweetness in her throat, and then a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out before she fainted again. When she awakened once more, she found the sky had darkened, and she was lying back on the hard, cold wooden bed. Hearing Jiang Mengli stir, Li Changxuan asked blandly, "You're awake?" Jiang Mengli did not respond but walked lightly to the table and sat down. Li Changxuan looked at Jiang Mengli sitting across from him. He always felt something was off. After all, he had merely helped her wash her face, and her silver hair had been a mess. Now that she was cleaned up, she looked even more beautiful, and apart from her perpetually cold expression, she was nearly flawless. Jiang Mengli sensed his gaze fixed on her and felt a surge of anger. How audacious was he, as few dared to maintain eye contact with her on ordinary days. "Li Changxuan, have you had enough of looking?" Cough, cough. Li Changxuan felt awkward and unsure of what to do, could only cough twice to cover it up. "I still don't know your name." Li Changxuan shifted the topic. Jiang Mengli slightly furrowed her brows. Looking at Li Changxuan's serious demeanor, she contemplated for a moment before coldly saying, By right you are not worthy to know this emperor's name. However, considering you saved me twice, it's no harm to tell you. This emperor's surname is Jiang and my name is Mengli. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli had already determined that he was just an ordinary person hiding in the mountains. After all, the name of the demon empress Jiang Mengli was well known in the outside world. Even ordinary people had heard of her title. Jiang Mengli, Li Changxuan murmured to himself. Jiang Mengli felt somewhat uneasy upon hearing her name spoken by him. After all, who would dare to call her name directly in daily life? Thus she instructed Li Changxuan. Although I have revealed my name to you, you must not call me directly. You may refer to me as Empress or Demon Empress instead. Li Changxuan's focus was not on the titles. Upon hearing the word, usually he asked in confusion, "Aren't you already healed? You can leave tomorrow? I don't need you to owe me anything anymore." Li Changxuan recalled the events of that night and felt that keeping a demon emperor close was quite dangerous. He didn't know what trouble this demon emperor had stirred up outside to be pursued by 5 people. He also had no idea if anyone else might come, and he couldn't use his cultivation for a year. If another wave of people arrived, he feared he would be dealt with swiftly. Did you not see my condition earlier? My injuries are not yet healed. I will need to stay for a while longer. Jiang Mengli said coldly. Indeed, she had been eager to leave, but upon realizing her cultivation had not recovered after careful consideration, she felt it was unwise to return to the demon clan just yet. Firstly, her cultivation had not been restored. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly disturb the hearts of the demon clan members, and the human cultivators would also become restless. Secondly, the internal situation of the demon clan was actually quite unstable. Many demon clan leaders were eyeing the position of the demon emperor. If it weren't for their fear of her might, they would have surely rebelled by now. If she recklessly returned now and several rebellious-minded demon clan leaders detected that she had lost her power, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the demon clan. Thus, given the current situation, it was indeed more prudent for her not to return to the demon clan for the time being. However, during this outing she had killed 5 elders from the Taishan sect, and the events that occurred in the secret realm would eventually be exposed. She could only hope that the human cultivators would learn of it a little later, preferably after her powers had been restored. Moreover, the 5 core disciples of Taishan, who had pursued her, were still missing, so she had to expedite the removal of this detestable spiritual seal. Li Changxuan was worried that she was not planning to leave and feared she would attract her enemies. Yet he was not her match now, and with no other option he could only ask again, "So when do you plan to leave?" "Once this emperor's injuries are healed, I will naturally leave." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan felt distressed. He still had to take care of this troublesome person, and the key was that this troublemaker regarded him as an ancestor. Seeing Li Changxuan's troubled expression, Jiang Mengli mistakenly thought he was worried about her staying for free. Therefore she reassured him, "You can rest assured, having saved this emperor, I will not mistreat you. There's no need for that. I kindly ask you to recuperate and leave as soon as possible." Jiang Mengli paid no heed to Li Changxuan's attitude. After all, the initiative was in her hands. As she thought this, she glanced at the Ningxue in her hand, which sparkled with a cold light under the candle's glow. Moments later, a clear and commanding voice suddenly echoed in the room, "This emperor needs to rest, you should." Jiang Mengli said expressionlessly, then slowly stood up and gracefully walked toward the only bed in the room. By the time Li Changxuan realized what was happening, Jiang Mengli had already seated herself on the edge of the bed, elegantly arranging her skirt, as if she were the true master of the room. Seeing Jiang Mengli's demeanor, it was clear she intended to claim his bed, which Li Changxuan could not tolerate. Not to mention, this foolish demon thought of herself as the owner sleeping was a delightful thing. How could his bed be taken by her? Thus Li Changxuan immediately posed a soul-searching question, "Aren't you the demon emperor? Do you really need rest? Cultivators don't need to sleep." Jiang Mengli knew these truths, yet her cultivation was sealed, and she easily grew weary. Moreover, as a noble demon emperor, Li Changxuan had actually placed her on that cold hard wooden board for several days. She had yet to settle that score with him. Thus she would certainly not agree, and wouldn't let him know about her lost cultivation. She could only change the subject. "As the empress of all demons, how could I sleep on such a rough hard wooden board? Therefore this bed belongs to me from now on." Jiang Mengli looked at Li Changxuan with an arrogant expression, her face filled with pride. "No way. This is my bed. Your sleeping place is over there." Li Changxuan stood up in anger, unafraid, pointing towards the nearby door. Jiang Mengli followed his finger, and upon seeing that simple wooden board, her inner fury ignited once more. As the emperor of the demon race, she had always rested on the luxurious golden silk, canopied bed in the demon palace, soft, smooth, and incredibly comfortable. And now this despicable human ant had arranged such a dilapidated wooden board for her. It was an utter humiliation. No wonder she felt sore all over upon waking. How could her delicate soft skin endure such a wooden bed? Thinking of this, Jiang Mengli's expression darkened further, as she coldly stared at Li Changxuan, then coldly said, "Li Changxuan, how dare you?" Her voice was thick with anger, as if she wanted to swallow Li Changxuan whole. Li Changxuan couldn't be bothered with this foolish demon, anymore, seemingly ignoring her words, as he sat beside her preparing to take off his shoes and get into bed. Jiang Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered someone so rude and odd. Her face flushed with anger, she gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on Ningxue. In the past, no man had ever dared to come so close to her. Jiang Mengli glared fiercely at Li Changxuan, her gaze seeming to want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, Li Changxuan appeared utterly oblivious to her stare, continuing to leisurely take off his shoes and prepare to climb into bed. Jiang Mengli's anger could no longer be suppressed, and she couldn't help but shout, "Li Changxuan, get off!" Li Changxuan, however, seemed deaf to her, continuing his own way and completely ignoring Jiang Mengli's outburst. He even deliberately let out a few yawns to show how tired he was. Jiang Mengli finally reached her breaking point. She abruptly stood up, glaring at Li Changxuan, her eyes flashing with murderous intent as the Ningxue in her hand emanated a chilling aura. "Jiang Mengli, if you have the capability, don't use that broken flute." Seeing Jiang Mengli's angry expression, fearing she might threaten him again, Li Changxuan quickly activated his technique. At that moment, Jiang Mengli's delicate face flushed red, not from embarrassment but from anger. After cultivating for over 30 years, it was her first time encountering such a bold person. But since Li Changxuan had said it, Jiang Mengli had no choice but to abandon her plan to use Ningxue, gritting her teeth and saying, "I've already said not to directly address me by name. Jiang Mengli, Jiang Mengli, Jiang Mengli." Li Changxuan seemed to be deliberately provoking her, calling her name repeatedly with a tone full of challenge. He had noticed that this foolish demon seemed to be a bit off. He had his suspicions. After multiple verifications, it appeared that for some unknown reason this foolish demon emperor could only use her Ningxue. He had never seen her use a shred of spiritual energy. It seemed that the only threat to him now was that broken flute. Hearing Li Changxuan repeatedly call her name, Jiang Mengli's chest heaved with anger, struggling to suppress the impulse to slap him to death, while constantly reminding herself, as a demon emperor, one should be magnanimous and not stoop to the level of an ant. By the time she managed to calm her anger, she found that Li Changxuan had already laid down. The anger she had just subdued flared up again. "Li Changxuan." Jiang Mengli enunciated each word, her low voice laced with the fury ignited by repeated provocation. "If you want to sleep, then sleep. After all, it's not I who will suffer." Li Changxuan turned his back to her, a teasing tone escaping him. However, no matter how angry Jiang Mengli was, she truly had no way to deal with Li Changxuan. Having never had any contact with the opposite sex, she dared not actually share the bed with him. Jiang Mengli had no choice but to gracefully return to the wooden board bed, warning him before leaving Li Changxuan, "You're impressive. You've successfully caught this emperor's attention." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan felt a chill run down his spine, finding it too sickly sweet to bear. Was there really a world where such domineering CEO words existed? Jiang Mengli returned to her familiar space, but after Li Changxuan's repeated provocations, she found herself filled with unspent anger. With that cold wooden board, how could she sleep? In despair, Jiang Mengli could only sit cross-legged and feign rest, secretly planning to take revenge for this humiliation once her cultivation was restored. In the middle of the night, thud, a sound suddenly broke the previous silence in the room, akin to a stone tossed into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. Li Changxuan was startled awake, got up, and looked directly at Jiang Mengli, who lay trembling on. Earlier, Jiang Mengli had intended to meditate with her eyes closed, but her injuries had not fully healed, and as a mere mortal she had sustained new injuries from the backlash of the sealing spell. She had overestimated herself. While sitting, she had inadvertently fallen asleep and rolled on. Seeing Jiang Mengli curled up like a small fox on the ground, her brow-furrowed body shaking, Li Changxuan remained silent for a moment. Though this woman spoke harshly and held herself high, she hadn't done anything wrong. Perhaps it was just her habit of calling herself this emperor. Forget it, a gentleman does not quibble with a woman. She's also a wounded person, and once she's healed, I'll immediately send her away. Li Changxuan thought, moving his bedding over to help her lay it on the wooden board. Just as he was about to lift her back to the bed, he felt it was inappropriate. "Jiang Mengli, Jiang Mengli." Li Changxuan called her name twice, but she did not wake up. Her brow only furrowed deeper, as if she were truly cold. He realized it was still early spring, and being in the deep mountains, the temperature was indeed low. In desperation, Li Changxuan bent down to carry her, but as he drew near, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted towards him, reminiscent of orchids, yet slightly different, more intoxicating than the scent of orchids, suggesting it was her body fragrance. He nearly lost his composure. Li Changxuan shook his head, quickly regaining his senses, hurriedly placing her on the bed he had prepared and tucking her in. Moments later, Jiang Mengli's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed, and her complexion gradually softened, as if she felt somewhat better. Throughout this process, Jiang Mengli remained in deep sleep, showing no signs of awakening. Although Li Changxuan was gentle, a cultivator would not be oblivious, let alone a demon emperor. Thus Li Changxuan confirmed that she had truly lost her cultivation. Otherwise, how could a cultivator shiver from the cold without any awareness? But he didn't know why she had lost her cultivation. Before leaving, Li Changxuan took one last glance at Jiang Mengli. At that moment, Jiang Mengli was pouting her cherry lips, her delicate face displaying a sense of satisfaction. Looking at her peaceful demeanor, she wasn't entirely as spoiled and domineering as he initially thought. She seemed quite adorable now, Li Changxuan mused. The next day, in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, as Jiang Mengli slowly opened her glistening eyes. Suddenly she realized she was lying in a warm place, the long-lost softness making her feel extremely comfortable. Although the environment here was not as luxurious as the canopied bed in the Demon Clan's imperial palace, it was a significant improvement compared to the hard wooden plank she had previously slept on. Jiang Mengli sat up and uncovered the bedding covering her. It felt somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection of the item in her hand, she suddenly recalled it was the bedding she had fought over with Li Changxuan last night. This surprised her. Li Changxuan had actually given her his bedding. She scanned the room but did not see any sign of Li Changxuan. Finally, her gaze fell upon Li Changxuan's bed, only to find the bedding that should have been there was missing. A hint of confusion arose in Jiang Mengli's heart, wondering when Li Changxuan had brought the bedding over. At the same time, she realized that her current physical condition might truly be no different from that of a mortal, as she was unaware of when Li Changxuan had come. However, she displayed a satisfied expression regarding his actions. After all, as the demon empress, how could she concern herself with such trivial matters? It was entirely appropriate for Li Changxuan to handle these matters. It wasn't until noon that Li Changxuan returned. Here, I bought this for you out of pity. Upon meeting, Li Changxuan handed Jiang Mengli a set of white wide-sleeved robes which he had specifically bought while descending the mountain. A few miles from the Yoyu forest, there was a small mortal town where he had lived for the past few years, buying necessary supplies whenever he needed them, and when he ran low on money, he would simply gather some medicinal herbs from the mountain to exchange for cash at the town's apothecary. The mountain was not lacking in spiritual herbs, which were in high demand among cultivators, so he never lacked. Jiang Mengli took the white dress, which was embroidered with exquisite silver patterns, shimmering under the sunlight like twinkling stars. After examining it, she thought Li Changxuan had quite a good eye. The dress was barely worthy of her status as an empress. Although she felt that white was too girlish for her and didn't quite match her temperament, it was at least women's clothing, and she couldn't keep wearing Li Changxuan's, so she accepted it with pleasure. After handing her the dress, Li Changxuan stepped out, leaving her space to change. When he entered the room again, he saw Jiang Mengli sitting gracefully at the table. Her waist was like flowing silk, and she wore moon-shaped earrings. Her fingers were as delicate as green onions, and her lips resembled the hue of cinnabar. Jiang Mengli was tied with a pink silk ribbon at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The soft silk fabric clung to her form, outlining her enchanting curves. The cuffs and neckline were adorned with white lace, adding a touch of elegance and sweetness to her appearance. The gentle hem of her skirt fluttered with the breeze that slipped in through the door, resembling a wisp of smoke in the moonlight, dreamlike and ethereal. One must admit that Jiang Mengli, dressed in her new attire, possessed an extraordinary charm. While she was graceful and alluring, her cool and otherworldly expression brought an air of restraint. Li Changxuan found himself lost in thought again. Jiang Mengli, when are you planning to leave? This small temple of mine cannot accommodate such a grand Buddha. After regaining his composure, Li Changxuan hurriedly changed the subject. Having gotten lost in her presence in front of her, the pure-hearted youth felt a bit shy. Though Li Changxuan's reaction was quick, Jiang Mengli's attention remained fixed on him. So how could he escape her? Jiang Mengli couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Isn't he simply captivated by my beauty? She was quite confident in her looks. If it weren't for her fearsome reputation, there would undoubtedly be many demons pursuing her. Moreover, for a mortal like Li Changxuan living in these mountains, he probably hadn't seen many beautiful women, so his earlier behavior was understandable. Jiang Mengli thought to herself. I told you I won't mistreat you. Once your injuries heal, I will naturally leave. As a reward, I can teach you the methods of cultivation. If you possess any understanding, you may very well reach the Qi introduction stage in the future, and with that, living 100 more years should not be a problem. Jiang Mengli said coldly. Judging by the state of Li Changxuan's room, he should not be lacking. Though it was only a single room, the decor was exceptionally unique and elegantly crafted, a style that ordinary households lacked. Furthermore, while the dress Li Changxuan had brought back for her was not ceremonial in terms of craftsmanship and aesthetics, it was certainly among the best in the cultivation realm. Therefore, she speculated that Li Changxuan might be a young master who was too incompetent to cultivate, hence hiding away in the mountains. Upon hearing that the demon Empress wanted to teach him cultivation, Li Changxuan couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. Although he was already capable of cultivating, he had only done so according to his own understanding, unsure of the reliability of the methods taught by that old man. His only experience in action was against the 5 individuals a few nights ago, and now he could see if she could teach him, comparing her methods with those of the old man. Thus Li Changxuan nodded in agreement. All right, but I will not acknowledge you as my master. You wish to acknowledge me, but I might not want to accept you. Jiang Mengli huffed coldly. Historically, she might be the first demon to teach humans the methods of cultivation, though she only intended to teach him some basic Qi introduction techniques. Afterward, Jiang Mengli casually taught him a few incantations for him to try out, unsure if the demon clan's cultivation methods would work on humans. Li Changxuan tried it out and could indeed sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world, but it was worlds apart from the cultivation methods in his mind. Even absorbing spiritual energy was a struggle. Thus Li Changxuan decisively gave up, preferring the methods he was familiar with. Jiang Mengli observed this situation and assumed he was simply too incompetent to draw in spiritual energy. As for the body refinement stage, it hardly counted as entering the realm of cultivation, so she did not teach him any methods for that. Jiang Mengli initially thought he would cherish this hard-earned opportunity, but to her surprise he gave up after just one attempt, leaving her somewhat puzzled. You've given up already? To this, Li Changxuan simply chuckled and waved his hand. Forget it. I'm not practicing anymore. After all, by the time I leave this forest, I should be invincible under heaven. Li Changxuan's tone was wild and unrestrained, carrying a hint of carefreeness, not sounding like he was joking. Hearing his words, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. Did he want to cultivate, but was unable to, going a bit mad? Assuming her guess was correct, Jiang Mengli decided not to persuade him further. After all, she had already shared the cultivation methods with him, which counted as repaying his kindness. After all, for a mortal, a method for Qi introduction could extend one's life by a century, allowing them to seek their own destiny later. Such a favor was akin to a rebirth, and normally one would need to show respect to a teacher. 4 days later, Jiang Mengli was still healing in her room. At this moment, her internal injuries had mostly healed, and her meridians could circulate some spiritual energy. She believed that once her injuries were fully healed, achieving the strength of a mid-stage Qi gathering realm would not be a problem. In the small courtyard, Li Changxuan was comfortably lying on his homemade recliner, enjoying the warm sunlight. Brother Li, what happened to your courtyard door? A youthful voice tinged with a hint of naivety pulled Li Changxuan back from his drowsy state. Looking up, he saw a young lad walking briskly into the courtyard. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Where's your mother? Oh, my mother caught a cold recently and is still recovering. The young man known as Xiao Chun replied. His original name was Zhao Chen, a resident of Baoping Town, a few miles away from the Yoyu Forest. 5 years ago, Zhao Chen's mother went into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, and unfortunately was injured by a wild beast. She managed to escape to Li Changxuan's courtyard, and seeing that she was just an ordinary person, Li Changxuan took pity on her and helped her. Thus, every time the Li family went into the mountains to gather herbs, they would come here to bring Li Changxuan some daily necessities, and Zhao Chun would often accompany them. As time passed, Li Changxuan became gradually familiar with Zhao Chun and his mother, who were among the few people he knew after arriving in the Lingxiao continent. Brother Li, how did this door get broken? Let me help you fix it. There are many wild beasts in the mountains. Having a door is essential, Zhao Chun said while walking into the courtyard. After receiving Li Changxuan's consent, Zhao Chun busied himself in the courtyard, the sound of tinkering incessantly ringing in the air. After receiving Li Changxuan's consent, Zhao Chun busied himself in the courtyard, the sound of tinkering incessantly ringing in the air. For a commoner like him, fixing a courtyard door was quite easy. Before long, he had finished the repair and walked over to sit beside Li Changxuan. Li Changxuan, with a fan covering his face, heard the sound of Zhao Chun sitting down beside him and reached out to pour him a cup of tea, speaking leisurely. What's up? Weren't you going into the mountains to gather herbs today? Zhao Chun gasped for breath, hastily took a sip of tea, and after catching his breath smiled and said, Brother Li, I came up the mountain today for your sake. What business do I have? Li Changxuan continued to lounge comfortably, not lifting the fan from his face, and said lightly, It's obviously about your lifelong affair. Zhao Chen's voice rose a few notches. Hearing this, the previously lazy Li Changxuan finally straightened up, moved the fan away from his face, and looked at him in confusion. Zhao Chen beamed with a smile and continued to explain, "My mother said that since she got to know you 5 years ago, and knowing that you have never been married, she has been looking for some suitable girls for you in the town. So she specifically asked me to come today to ask for your thoughts." Li Changxuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Zhao Chen's mother was quite enthusiastic. "Zhao Chen, go back and tell your mother not to worry about me. I have my own plans for this matter," Li Changxuan said with a wry smile. He had been single since his birth on Blue Star, and after arriving on the Lingxiao continent, he had met even fewer people. In his view, such matters should unfold naturally without rushing, so he politely declined Zhao Chen's mother's goodwill. However, the people here did not think so. Zhao Chen couldn't help but express his confusion. "I remember 5 years ago, Brother Li, you were already 20, and now you should be 25. Why are you not in a hurry?" Li Changxuan was at a loss for how to explain this to him, as the views on such matters differed considerably between the two worlds. In ordinary families in the mortal realm of the Lingxiao continent, men generally marry by the age of 20, and it rarely exceeds that. Women tend to marry even earlier. Moreover, he had lied about his age when he initially misled Zhao Chen's mother. Due to his cultivation, Li Changxuan had not changed much, so he casually mentioned an age that matched his appearance. If he were to elaborate, he should be 26. When he first arrived on the Lingxiao continent, he was 16, and he had cultivated for 10 years since. Yet he still appeared to be a youthful 18. "I'm not in a hurry about this matter. Just tell you." In the end, Li Changxuan simply brushed it off. Regardless of whether he was willing, he would be leaving this forest in a year, and he didn't even know if he would return, so discussing this matter now was indeed premature. "Then, that's fine," Zhao Chen replied helplessly. "However, Brother Li really shouldn't be in a hurry. With your appearance and talent, you surely won't lack for admirers in the future. But since I have known Brother Li, I have never seen any change in your appearance. Brother Li, have you practiced any immortality techniques? I read in a book that cultivators can fly and move mountains, and they can even maintain their youth." Zhao Chen became increasingly excited as he spoke of cultivation, his eyes filled with yearning. Li Changxuan had not revealed his cultivation status to Zhao Chen and his mother. He naturally sensed Zhao Chen's thoughts. "You want to cultivate?" "Of course. That way I can protect my mother and gain some reputation in the town, so no one will speak ill of her anymore." Zhao Chen answered without hesitation, his face glowing with dreams of the future. "If you go to cultivate, you will have to leave the town. What will happen to your mother then?" Li Changxuan's words poured cold water over Zhao Chen's fervent enthusiasm. "Then maybe I should forget it. This matter isn't as important as my mother." Zhao Chen spoke firmly, without hesitation, showing no signs of disappointment on his face. Li Changxuan had his reasons for saying this. Firstly, Zhao Chen relied solely on his mother. His father had passed away before he was born. Hence, some people in the town would say that his mother was cursed, and the mother-son duo had long been troubled by. If Zhao Chen were to leave, no one would take care of his mother. Secondly, Zhao Chen was only 14, and had lived in Baoping town all his life, unaware of the dangers and evils of the world, let alone the cultivation realm. The cultivation world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. A heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all beings as mere fodder. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Although Li Changxuan had not deeply understood this realm of cultivation, he had already gained insights from the 5 people who had shown no hesitation in taking lethal action over a trivial disagreement a few days prior. Thus he felt that under Zhao Chen's circumstances it was not suitable for him to cultivate. Otherwise, given his root constitution, his progress in cultivation would not be too bad. For a moment the courtyard fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the breeze rustling through the leaves. "Li Changxuan, this emperor is hungry. Go make some food." A cold yet melodious voice, as beautiful as a nightingale, suddenly drifted out from the room. This startled Zhao Chen. "Brother Li, are there others in your home?" Just as Zhao Chen was speaking, Jiang Mengli stepped out of the room, graceful and enchanting, her dress swaying, isolated from the world. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, Zhao Chen felt that even a fairy could not compare to her. Coming back to his senses, he revealed a curious smile and moved a few steps closer to Li Changxuan, whispering, "No wonder you kept refusing my mother's goodwill earlier. It turns out you have a beautiful lady hidden in your house. Stop talking nonsense, you brat. Don't worry, she won't hear it." Zhao Chen mischievously winked. After saying this, he hurriedly began to pack his things. "I'll clarify things with my mother. It seems Brother Li doesn't need it anymore. You little brat. I shall take my leave first, not to disturb you too." Zhao Chun bid farewell to Li Changxuan and bowed to Jiang Mengli before closing the courtyard gate as he departed. After he left, Jiang Mengli stood at the doorway looking at Li Changxuan and asked, "Who was that?" "Just a friend of mine." Jiang Mengli was now very alert. Ever since Zhao Chun entered the courtyard, she had withdrawn from her meditative state, thinking that the Tai Xian sect had sent someone to pursue her. However, after careful observation, she realized that this person was merely an ordinary mortal, which eased her mind a little. At the same time, Jiang Mengli was also contemplating that once her injuries were fully healed, she must quickly leave this place to seek a way to break the spiritual seal. Earlier, upon realizing that the person outside the door was just an ordinary mortal, she had relaxed her guard, but she soon discovered that he was chatting with Li Changxuan, which made Jiang Mengli feel displeased. She realized that Li Changxuan had actually forgotten to prepare food for her. In fact, for cultivators, it was unnecessary to eat grains and meals. They could be sustained solely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, due to her current low cultivation level, she simply could not achieve that and had to rely on food to sustain her life. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan still maintained the habit of eating, often enjoying his meals in front of her. Thus, over the past few days, Li Changxuan had successfully become Jiang Mengli's personal chef. Just now, she had stepped out to remind him, fearing they would continue chatting. Seeing Li Changxuan still lying there in a daze, Jiang Mengli angrily kicked the recliner with her small foot. "Li Changxuan, this Empress is hungry. Go cook now." Li Changxuan sighed, feeling too lazy to engage in a war of words with her on this matter. After all, he needed to eat as well, and this demon Empress surely could not cook, so he had to do it himself, increasingly convinced that he had rescued an ancestor. For the past few days he had been at her beck and call, and now he only hoped that her injuries would heal quickly so he could send her away. Thus he silently got up and walked towards the kitchen. After the meal, Li Changxuan returned to his familiar recliner, enjoying a moment of tranquility and relaxation. However, it wasn't long before someone beside him kicked him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Mengli standing next to him, looking at him with dissatisfaction. "Get down, this Empress wants to lie down for a while." Jiang Mengli's voice carried a tone of undeniable command. Li Changxuan did not immediately get up. Instead, he continued to lounge in the recliner, smiling at Jiang Mengli, and casually said, "Aren't you going to cultivate, Your Majesty? I have been hoping for Your Majesty's injuries to heal quickly." Li Changxuan's feigned words did not fool Jiang Mengli. She suspected that while he pretended to want her to recover, he actually wanted her gone. With a cold huff, she replied, "This Empress does not need to rush my cultivation. Step aside quickly, I need to rest." Jiang Mengli's tone was icy, clearly displeased with Li Changxuan's attitude. Li Changxuan acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to lie on the recliner and pretending to be dead. Seeing this, Jiang Mengli felt a surge of anger, and not knowing what possessed her, a dangerous smile crept onto her lips as she directly sat down. Li Changxuan was startled by Jiang Mengli's action. As he looked at the increasingly large figure of the white porpoise, he quickly shifted aside, thinking that this woman was truly unreasonable. Faced with Jiang Mengli's behavior, he could only choose to yield, as he certainly did not want to conflict with her. "Humph!" Jiang Mengli snorted softly, inwardly thinking it is his fortune to serve as this Empress stool. At least he has some sense to know to step aside. If Li Changxuan had not moved aside, he wouldn't know what the outcome would be. After all, since Jiang Mengli's birth, the only male she had interacted with was Li Changxuan, and that was only when she was unconscious receiving medicine. Therefore, in Jiang Mengli's mind, she believed she had already given him many exceptions, considering the life-saving grace she owed him, especially given her prestigious status. Since she began cultivating, she had smoothly progressed due to her decisive nature, only facing setbacks in the Yenshu secret realm. Such experiences had shaped her proud character. At that moment, Li Changxuan was still pondering that, with the weight of this demoness sitting on him, it should feel soft and pleasant. He had moved aside not because he was adhering to gentlemanly conduct, but because he sensed Jiang Mengli's fleeting murderous intent. He truly could not understand this silly demoness. Her mood changed in an instant, so he could only retreat to his room. Jiang Mengli lounged comfortably in Li Changxuan's spot, feeling quite at ease. Several days ago she had noticed him napping there daily, but had refrained from trying it herself since she was busy healing. She had never seen such a thing among the demon race, and now that she lay on it, it felt quite nice. No wonder Li Changxuan would lie on it basking and drinking tea after every meal. Aside from the recliner, there were other strange items in the room that Jiang Mengli had never seen in the Lingxiao continent. In fact, they were all crafted by Li Changxuan based on blue star items which she naturally did not recognize. 3 days passed. Jiang Mengli sat cross-legged, surrounded by several circles of blue energy waves, gracefully drifting like silk ribbons. That was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was now being continuously absorbed into Jiang Mengli's body. Suddenly she opened her eyes and a dazzling golden light flashed in her gaze. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, a hint of joy hidden in her cool voice. It's done. After several days of nurturing, her injuries had healed. However, the Taishan forbidden technique was excessively domineering. Even at the peak of immortal ascension, she could only unleash mid-stage chi drawing strength, but that was sufficient for her. This also indicated that she was about to leave this place. However, how should she deal with Li Changxuan? Jiang Mengli pondered, silently feeling conflicted. Should she kill him now? But this mortal, aside from being a bit mouthy and often offending her, seemed to have no other shortcomings. Moreover, not only had he saved her, but he also bought her clothes and prepared meals. Looking at it this way, it wouldn't be unacceptable to spare his life. After careful consideration, Jiang Mengli decided to temporarily spare him. After all, she would need a companion to take care of her, while seeking the method to lift the seal. And even if she didn't take him along, considering that he had saved her life, she should at least let him leave here. Otherwise, if the Taishan sect came looking for her, he would truly have no way to survive. Once she made her decision, Jiang Mengli went to the courtyard and called Li Changxuan, who was still lounging on the recliner. Li Changxuan, this Empress injuries are almost healed. I plan to leave here tomorrow. Really? Li Changxuan sprang up from the recliner with a start, his tone unable to hide his excitement, as he secretly thought, finally this deity is leaving. Seeing Li Changxuan's overjoyed expression, Jiang Mengli understood his thoughts and gradually formed a mysterious smile. Of course, this Empress words are as good as gold. I will leave after my injuries heal. And you, hearing that this Empress is leaving, seem quite pleased. How could it be? Is there? Li Changxuan replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Li Changxuan's response, Jiang Mengli revealed a meaningful smile, which made Li Changxuan feel a chill run down his spine. Why do I have such an ominous premonition? However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, she was leaving. Safe travels, Your Majesty. Li Changxuan stood at the door with a cheerful expression, eagerly anticipating watching Jiang Mengli depart. As Jiang Mengli reached the door and took 2 steps outside, she turned back and said to Li Changxuan, why are you still standing there? Come on. This Empress finds you pleasing to the eye, so I've specially taken you as my demon servant. I intend to take you along. Jiang Mengli's expression was serious, not resembling someone joking. Supplementary medicine. Li Changxuan quickly refused. At this moment, he finally understood the source of the ominous feeling from yesterday. You have no right, nor the ability to refuse this Empress. Jiang Mengli said with a playful smile, her jade fingers snapping. I refuse. Li Changxuan declared with unshakable resolve. He had no intention of stepping outside. Not only was the world beyond fraught with entanglements, but it also invited endless trouble. Moreover, Jiang Mengli's identity as the demon sovereign was itself a ticking time bomb, guaranteed to draw calamity. Naturally, Li Changxuan swore he would never comply. It is your supreme honor to earn this sovereign's favor. Jiang Mengli proclaimed, her expression haughty and imperious. Li Changxuan inwardly groaned. Oh great! She's lost it again. He could barely suppress an eye roll. What exactly is that look supposed to mean, Li Changxuan? Jiang Mengli's delicate brows knotted in frustration. She had already stretched her patience to its breaking point. Yet this man seemed utterly impervious to reason or restraint. Seeing her bristling with fury, Li Changxuan knew she was truly enraged. And so once more he deployed his infamous just because tactic. Jiang Mengli, if you're so confident, then put away that wretched flute. Jiang Mengli merely smiled faintly. Having partially restored her cultivation, she deemed it fitting to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, taking him outside would only invite perpetual exasperation. Do you truly believe this sovereign possesses no other means? Jiang Mengli asked coldly, her eyes glinting with dangerous light. Li Changxuan folded his arms across his chest, adopting the unflappable posture of a dead pig indifferent to boiling water, only deepening Jiang Mengli's ire. Without further hesitation, Jiang Mengli ceased concealing her aura and instantly activated her Qi induction realm cultivation. 9 ethereal fox tails materialized behind her, towering over 3 zhang tall, swaying ominously from side to side. She had assumed this mortal insect would collapse in terror upon beholding her demonic form. Yet to her utter astonishment, Li Changxuan merely studied her with quiet curiosity and murmured, "So the demon sovereign is a fox spirit after all." His unruffled composure struck her as profound contempt, sparking an even fiercer blaze of indignation. In an instant, Jiang Mengli vanished entirely, only to reappear crouched before Li Changxuan as a colossal 9-tailed demon fox bearing gleaming fangs and glaring at him with predatory ferocity. Yet it was not flesh and blood, merely a spiritual manifestation, a phantasmal projection. On the ground beside it crouched a tiny fox identical in form and perfectly synchronized in motion. It wasn't that Jiang Mengli lacked the ability to manifest her true form. Her cultivation remained sealed, restricting her to the appearance she held before her suppression. She could not assume her full titanic demonic body. To conjure even this spectral manifestation at the Qi induction realm represented the absolute limit of her current power, unless her cultivation were fully restored or utterly dissipated. She could sustain the demonic form only through constant infusion of spiritual energy. Humph! Surely this will frighten you at last. Jiang Mengli thought smugly. In her estimation, any ordinary human confronted with such a monstrous apparition would have fainted dead away. Yet Li Changxuan was no ordinary mortal, and even if he were having hailed from the blue star, he would have found the spectacle intriguing rather than terrifying. He paused for only a breath, then burst into laughter. To him, this display wasn't intimidation. It was pure, unadulterated cuteness. This little creature is rather adorable. Without a second thought, Li Changxuan ignored the towering spectral fox, entirely crouched low, and reached out to stroke the small fox resting on the ground. Jiang Mengli recoiled, instantly baring her teeth in sharp warning snarls. But her diminutive frame posed no threat whatsoever. With effortless ease, Li Changxuan scooped her up, cradling the tiny fox against his chest, and the three's hang-high spectral fox dissolved instantly. Jiang Mengli, her body stiffened abruptly, her expression froze in stunned disbelief. She hadn't expected him to dare, and certainly not with such decisive audacity. Before she could even react, she was already enfolded in his arms. Li Changxuan, set this sovereign down immediately. The tiny fox in his arms snapped, her voice trembling slightly, her snow-white fluffy body wriggling furiously. Li Changxuan paid her demand no heed. He simply wanted to pet the fox. His large hand extended toward her head. Li Changxuan, you dare? Jiang Mengli hissed through clenched teeth, seething with murderous intent. After all, he'd saved her life, and devoted himself to her care these past days. And what had she done? Nothing. So stroking her now, just a modest fee for services rendered, seemed perfectly reasonable. His broad palm finally settled atop her head, and a jolt of electric warmth surged through Jiang Mengli's entire being, leaving her limbs weak and tingling with exquisite lethargy. Li Changxuan, you are finished. The words erupted between gritted teeth. Jiang Mengli trembled with incandescent rage, fury cresting to its zenith. Though her voice and body resisted, her soul whispered otherwise. Pleasure undeniable and overwhelming. Even as she fought it, a soft, involuntary moan escaped her lips. Were this scene witnessed by demons or righteous cultivators alike, jaws would surely drop in disbelief. The demons would whisper, "Is this truly our decisive, ruthless demon sovereign?" The righteous sects would gasp, "Is this the same bloodthirsty sovereign who slaughtered the entire beast-taming sect alone? How has the legendary demon sovereign been reduced to a whimpering fox nestled in the arms of a mere mortal?" Li Changxuan blinked, momentarily stunned by the soft, plaintive sound, giving Jiang Mengli just enough opening to seize his hand and sink her tiny white teeth into his flesh. A sharp sting shot up his arm, and in the next instant his arms cradled something warm, fragrant, and softly yielding. Jiang Mengli reverted to her human form. Her suppressed cultivation could no longer sustain the celestial fox manifestation for long. Her cheeks burned crimson, not solely from fury but from sheer flustered embarrassment. Li Changxuan hastily set her down, awkwardly flustered, uncertain how to respond to her sudden, unannounced transformation. Jiang Mengli fixed him with a murderous glare. "Li Changxuan, you are dead!" she roared, summoning her frost-veined sword Ningxue, and striking him with furious force. How dare he defile her? How dare he trample upon imperial dignity? All she desired now was to crush him into a shapeless pulp. Fortunately, Li Changxuan reacted swiftly, ducking just in time. With a thunderous boom, dust billowed skyward as another courtyard wall collapsed. Li Changxuan stared at the rubble, heart pounding with residual dread. Had that strike landed on him, he'd be bruised black and blue for weeks. "Jiang Mengli, you're serious about this? I told you, do not address this sovereign by name." "And who said we were playing?" Jiang Mengli snarled, already raising her hand for another assault. Li Changxuan realized, too late, that he'd truly crossed a line. Words would only inflame her further. Evasion was his only recourse. His footwork proved agile enough to evade every blow, but Jiang Mengli pursued relentlessly as though determined to beat him into oblivion. Yet no matter how swift his movements, the gulf between their realms of cultivation was absolute. Exhaustion soon overtook him. With no choice left, he lowered his voice in desperate supplication. "Your Majesty, Forgive me. Spare my life. Tell that to King Yama. Jiang Mengli didn't pause. Not even for a heartbeat. She was certain he'd trained in martial footwork before, or otherwise evading so many of her strikes would have been impossible. Li Changxuan, fearing genuine death, and with no hope of surviving long enough to fulfill his year-long vow, seized her slender wrist holding the jade flute with lightning speed and pleaded softly, "Fine. I'll go with you. Just stop fighting." Unnecessary. Still seething, Jiang Mengli paid no heed to his pleas. With her free hand she lashed out. A palm strike aimed squarely at his chest. Li Changxuan neither dodged nor flinched, taking the blow full force. I'm fine." After a moment, Li Changxuan felt no pain, only a slight ache where she had struck him. He touched his body, finding no injuries. Could it be that after tempering his body, Jiang Mengli's cultivation was not high at this moment, and she had taken the blow without flinching? However, he seemed to sense that she had lessened her force. Jiang Mengli also stopped, her stunning features set in a cold expression, as she looked at him with a puzzled gaze. "Why didn't you dodge? Do you really believe this emperor wouldn't dare to kill you?" She had not expected Li Changxuan to not evade. Fortunately, at the last moment before hitting him, she had reduced some of her strength, allowing Li Changxuan to remain uninjured. "If I hadn't taken that blow, perhaps you would have truly wanted to kill me." Cough, cough. Li Changxuan feigned weakness, yet his face showed no signs of panic and his body exhibited no pain whatsoever. "If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as just one slap," Jiang Mengli warned coldly. At that moment her anger had lessened somewhat. She thought it sufficient to teach him a lesson, for if he were truly injured, he would become a burden on the road. Yes. Li Changxuan was now quite reluctant to oppose her. Seeing Jiang Mengli's anger still simmering, he figured if she hit him again, he could truly not withstand it. Seeing Li Changxuan submit, Jiang Mengli's expression softened slightly as she said coldly, "Since you've agreed, let's go. Since we're going far, taking some things is not unreasonable, right? What things can you take? When traveling I must eat and drink. Eating and drinking requires money. I cannot compare to you who can go without food and drink." Now Jiang Mengli's cultivation had restored to the qi gathering stage, indeed, allowing her to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth without needing to eat. However, Jiang Mengli had spirit stones which could also be exchanged for silver in the mortal realm. Although her spatial storage did not open until she reached the divine refinement stage, she could still utilize her spiritual power to access it. Thus she could now freely take the spirit stones stored in her spatial storage, so she impatiently said, "This emperor has spirit stones, no need for you to bring any. Your Majesty, you may not understand the malice of human hearts. Where, in the mortal world, can spirit stones be used for transactions? And if someone with ill intentions sees them, what will happen if they kill for treasure? Do you have confidence in defeating them?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli furrowed her brows, slightly feeling somewhat surprised. "Do you know the current situation of this emperor? Isn't it obvious? You only have the strength of the qi gathering stage, right?" A flicker of displeasure and wariness crossed Jiang Mengli's face. She had anticipated that Li Changxuan would realize this matter, otherwise, how could an emperor of a clan have just battled with a mortal for so long? Now that he had made it clear, Jiang Mengli had no choice but to warn him. "You had better behave. Though I am not as strong as before, it is still more than enough to kill you. Can I go back to get my things now?" Jiang Mengli thought that Li Changxuan made a fair point. Before recovering her cultivation, she couldn't be too ostentatious, so she urged, "Hurry up. Just don't try anything cunning." After agreeing, Li Changxuan hurriedly ran back to the room, took some things, and wrote a letter informing Zhao Qian of his departure. In fact, even if Jiang Mengli didn't pressure him, he had no intention of staying here for long. Now that he had confirmed Jiang Mengli's identity, the accomplices of those people would eventually find this place. As a mortal, it wouldn't be difficult for them to locate him. Moreover, his current state wasn't that of a transformed immortal, but rather one stripped of all spiritual power. No matter how many life-protecting treasures he possessed, without spiritual power to activate them, they would merely be like a useless rock. On the contrary, given his current situation, carrying heavy treasures not only failed to provide protection, but also made him susceptible to the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives, potentially leading to lethal danger. Thus he chose to hide in this mountain forest where no cultivators appeared. Having considered nearly every scenario, yet he had not anticipated the appearance of the person before him. Though he was reluctant to follow Jiang Mengli, going with her now might still offer a glimmer of hope. After all, she was an empress of a clan. Even if her cultivation were sealed, she should still possess many means. However, following her would mean she would become his greatest danger, and she would also attract more dangers. After packing up, Li Changxuan stood in place for a long time, pondering whether or not to take his sword with him. But his sword was not like Jiang Mengli's Ningxue. It had not attained sentience. Bringing it along seemed to serve no purpose. Li Changxuan. As Li Changxuan was lost in thought with a thud, Jiang Mengli kicked the door open. She had waited outside for a long time, and feeling very displeased, she grew impatient. She had no idea what Li Changxuan was doing inside the room that took so long to grab something. Jiang Mengli, you injured me just now. Can I take a day to rest before leaving? Li Changxuan requested while sitting at the table. Li Changxuan was quite reluctant to leave this small room. After all, it had been his home for 10 years since arriving in the Lingxiao continent. He felt there was no rush to leave immediately. After all, more than 10 days had passed, and no one had come, so staying one more day wouldn't matter. That little bit of strength managed to injure you. Even if you were injured, you wouldn't die. If you keep dawdling, don't blame this emperor for being truly impolite. With Jiang Mengli's furious shout, she raised her hand and unleashed a divine light, shattering the table beside Li Changxuan into pieces. Can't I leave? Don't resort to violence over a disagreement. What if you accidentally hurt me? Li Changxuan muttered, reluctantly stepping out the door. Thus one person and one demon walked through the gloomy domain forest together. As only those at the Spirit Sea stage could control the air, Jiang Mengli could only walk alongside Li Changxuan. With Jiang Mengli in front and Li Changxuan closely following behind, he asked, Jiang Mengli, are we returning to the demon clan? What use am I to you? Why do you have to bring me along? Li Changxuan complained breathlessly as they traveled. We are not returning to the demon clan yet. Since you know this emperor is only at the Qi gathering stage, you should know what this emperor intends to do. As for bringing you along, this emperor has their own intentions, do not question it. Jiang Mengli replied coldly as she walked ahead. Jiang Mengli, why did you fall to this level? Li Changxuan asked the question he most wanted to know. When he first saw her, he thought such a demon emperor could be so weak. He had not expected her to have fallen in cultivation. However, he couldn't understand what had happened to her. Li Changxuan's question made Jiang Mengli reminisce about her arrival in the gloomy domain forest and the reason for her loss of cultivation. This story dates back several years. Jiang Mengli was originally a 9-tailed celestial fox born from the natural world. After closing herself off for 10 years, she finally reached the peak of the celestial ascension stage 6 years ago. Then she broke through, turned the tide, saved the demon clan from peril, repelled the invading human cultivators, and successfully ascended to the position of demon emperor. However, during these 6 years, she found herself unable to break through. Helpless, she had to remain stagnated at the peak of the celestial ascension stage for 6 years, desperately seeking a method to advance. Finally, a month ago, she received news that the Chaos Purple Lotus had manifested in the secret realm of Yanshu in the Qishao realm, and consuming it could not only greatly enhance her cultivation but also help others break through their bottlenecks. However, due to the presence of earth immortals and heavenly immortals among the humans, while the demon clan's high-level cultivators were too few, she had to take the risk and head there in search of this hard-to-come opportunity for advancement. Yet, when she arrived at the Yanshu secret realm, she found herself caught in an ambush set by the Taishan sect, which had dispatched 5 elders of the celestial ascension stage to kill her. However, there is a difference between being at the celestial ascension stage and being at its peak. After several fierce battles, the 5 Taishan elders were unable to defeat her, and were all severely injured. As Jiang Mengli's assault grew more powerful, they realized they would not survive the secret realm, so they risked everything and activated the blood sacrifice formation they had prepared in advance. The 5 of them combined their strength to use the Taishan forbidden technique, sealing spirit seal, to forcibly seal Jiang Mengli's cultivation through blood sacrifice. Jiang Mengli sensed her cultivation rapidly regressing and had no time to think. She exerted all her strength to escape the secret realm. The 5 Taishan elders also perished in the secret realm due to the blood sacrifice technique. After Jiang Mengli exited the secret realm, she encountered Taishan disciples sent to find the 5 elders on her way back to the demon clan. But at that time, her cultivation had already regressed to the divine refinement stage, and she could only escape helplessly. The 5 pursued her relentlessly, chasing her for a day and a night, and as time passed, Jiang Mengli's cultivation diminished further. Until later, when she arrived at the gloomy domain forest, she fainted after receiving a combined blow from them. After that, she knew nothing of what happened. Jiang Mengli's thoughts returned to the present as she coldly said to Li Changxuan, "This matter does not." Li Changxuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, do you even believe what you just said?" Jiang Mengli raised an eyebrow in doubt. Li Changxuan awkwardly touched his nose and quickly changed the subject. "If you won't tell me the reason, at least tell me where we are headed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli paused her steps. She indeed hadn't planned where to go first, and after some thought, she could only say, "Let's leave the Qishao realm first." Hearing this, Li Changxuan pondered for a moment before asking with confusion, "Was it the Taishan sect that harmed you this badly?" Jiang Mengli did not respond. "Or was it the Tai Yi sect?" Li Changxuan guessed again. Given Jiang Mengli's eagerness to leave the Qishao realm, it was most likely one of these two sects that caused her injuries. After all, in the Qishao realm, the Taishan sect and the Tai Yi sect are the two leading cultivation sects. Li Changxuan had some knowledge of the distribution of the cultivation world in the Lingxiao continent. The continent was divided into 5 realms, namely Qingyuan Qishao, Hengsu Ziming, and Linghai. The human race occupied the Qingyuan Qishao and Hengsu realms, while the demon race occupied the Ziming and Linghai realms. Among the human race, there are 5 major cultivation sects: the Floating Cloud Palace and the Star-Gathering Pavilion jointly govern the Hengsu realm, while the Taishan sect and the Tai Yi sect jointly govern the Qishao realm. The Extreme Dao Sword sect independently rules the Qingyuan realm and is the strongest among the 5 sects. The Yoyu Forest happens to be on the edge of the Qishao realm. Now, with Jiang Mengli eager to leave the Qishao realm, Li Changxuan speculated that the 5 people who came to hunt her down that night were likely disciples of the Taishan sect or the Tai Yi sect. Seeing Li Changxuan dawdling and lost in thought, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but remind him, "Hurry up, or we won't get out of the Yoyu Forest before nightfall." Seeing that Jiang Mengli did not refute him, Li Changxuan knew he was close to the truth, and feeling a bit mischievous, began to tease her. "Jiang Mengli, you the demon emperor aren't doing so well, huh? A few insignificant sects have managed to hurt you like this." Since he realized Li Changxuan was not afraid of her, Jiang Mengli had long grown accustomed to his provocative remarks. Moreover, this time it was indeed Jiang Mengli's carelessness that led to her misfortune. She couldn't blame anyone else for not bringing a few helpers and daring to venture into the Yenshu secret realm alone, ultimately falling into the trap set by the Taishan sect. However, to hear the Taishan sect and the Tai Yi sect being dismissed as minor sects by him made Jiang Mengli certain that Li Changxuan was indeed just an ordinary person who knew little about the world. But as the demon emperor, her pride would not allow anyone to look down on her like this, so she secretly threatened, "I remember someone saying that the day we leave the forest is when we become invincible. What? Do you want to practice with me?" Jiang Mengli looked at him with a hint of playful smile. Now she could only threaten him with force. She had long realized that she wouldn't gain any advantage in words. "Cough, I was forced out by you. It doesn't count as real." Li Changxuan immediately wilted. He had not expected her to remember his casual remark, and now he naturally dared not ridicule her lest he incur her wrath. "Humph! Hurry up!" Jiang Mengli snorted lightly and quickly walked ahead. Now that Li Changxuan no longer argued with her, Jiang Mengli felt a bit more at ease. Finally, before nightfall, the two of them exited the Yoyu Forest and arrived at a small mortal town, indicating that they had left the Qishao realm. This small town is called Danqing Town, located at the opposite end of Baoping Town. It got its name because it often serves as a place for selling brush and ink treasures. Among the calligraphy and paintings, there are many masterful works. Practitioners can comprehend the artistic concept through appreciating the characters or scenes, gaining insights into the Tao. Therefore, there are not few practitioners who come here seeking inspiration. Before entering the town, Jiang Mengli had already concealed her demonic aura using treasures from her spatial storage, making her appear no different from ordinary people. Unless encountering cultivators at the Tongxian level or above, it would be difficult to detect her true identity. However, in such a remote area, the likelihood of encountering Tongxian cultivators is extremely low. After all, once one reaches the Tongxian realm, they no longer need to comprehend others' artistic concepts for cultivation. Now that the two had left the Qishao realm, Jiang Mengli was no longer in a hurry. After a day of travel, she was tired and decided to find an inn to rest for a while. "Boss, we need 2 rooms," Li Changxuan said to the innkeeper after finding the inn. Seeing that the visitors were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, the innkeeper mistakenly thought he understood and gave a knowing smile, explaining to Li Changxuan, "I'm sorry, sir, but we have had many cultivators come recently, and we only have 1 room left." Li Changxuan was already familiar with this old routine from his time on Blue Star. He could tell the innkeeper had misunderstood, so he hurriedly clarified, "Boss, we're not what you think. We really do need 2 rooms. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper squinted his eyes and scrutinized the two, feeling somewhat skeptical. Could it be that he misjudged them? That shouldn't be the case. He had been running this inn for decades, and his judgment had always been spot on. But since Li Changxuan said so, the innkeeper could only go along with it. Just as he was about to hand over the keys to 2 rooms, Jiang Mengli, who had been standing behind Li Changxuan, suddenly spoke up, "No need, 1 room will suffice." This unexpected turn of events left Li Changxuan puzzled, not understanding what Jiang Mengli was up to. Jiang Mengli stepped closer to Li Changxuan, a seductive smile on her face, and whispered in his ear, "Don't think about slipping away. I won't give you the chance." Li Changxuan was taken aback for a moment. He felt wronged. He had not intended to stay in a room alone with her before, but now that conditions permitted wasn't it for the sake of their reputations. Although Jiang Mengli seemed to have no good reputation. Moreover, now that they were still sharing a room, Li Changxuan found it somewhat unreasonable, not expecting that she thought he wanted to run away. Li Changxuan was at a loss for words. Seeing Li Changxuan's hesitant expression, Jiang Mengli felt she had guessed right, saying, "It's not like we haven't slept together before." After saying this, she took the key from the innkeeper's hand, shot Li Changxuan a charming smile, and went straight upstairs. Jiang Mengli's words naturally fell into the ears of the innkeeper, who was secretly pleased, convinced that he had not misjudged them. With a smug look, the innkeeper glanced at Li Changxuan, silently thinking this young man is even more reserved than a woman. Li Changxuan's eyes widened in surprise. What did she mean by having slept together? Her words were ambiguous, but not knowing how to explain, he could only helplessly follow her. After arriving at the designated room, Li Changxuan tidied up a bit. Looking around the room with only a bed, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Where will you sleep?" Jiang Mengli, slightly taken aback, wondered how he could ask such a question. "Naturally, I will sleep on the bed. As for you, figure it out yourself." Li Changxuan felt something was off about Jiang Mengli, especially that flirtatious smile she had just shown downstairs, which he had never seen before. She usually wore a cold expression. So he dared not get too close to Jiang Mengli. Looking around, he spotted a sleeping couch in the room and decided to make do with it for the night, sighing. After tidying up the room, Li Changxuan noticed that it wasn't too late and wanted to go out for a stroll. Although he had always lived in the Yuan forest, he had never been to Danqing town before. However, just as he reached the door, he was called back by Jiang Mengli. "Are you going out?" Jiang Mengli also got up and walked out. Seeing Li Changxuan still standing there in a daze, she urged him impatiently, "Aren't you going out? Why are you still standing there?" "Ah, you're going too. I'm afraid you'll run away." "Ah." Li Changxuan felt helpless. Was this really necessary? He had no choice but to let her follow. The two of them stepped outside and discovered that a unique ink and brush competition was being held in the town. In essence, it was a competition for cultivators to showcase their calligraphy or paintings, judged by the audience on the spot, with the winner able to choose a prize provided by the competition organizers. All the while, Jiang Mengli followed closely behind Li Changxuan, her gaze fixed on him. She had no interest in such things. Anything she took out from her spatial realm felt far superior to the treasures in the entire town. Upon arriving at the venue, Li Changxuan saw that it was already crowded with people. It seemed many cultivators had come to this place. The ink and brush competition is about to begin. Those who wish to participate feel free to step forward. The prizes for this competition include the Thunder Control Pearl, a 1,000-year-old spiritual mushroom, and the single character sword from the sword cultivator of the Yoshu sect. The victor can choose any one treasure to take. A middle-aged man shouted loudly in the center, introducing the prizes for this competition, and the surrounding noise instantly quieted down. As soon as he finished speaking, a stir erupted among the crowd as they debated which prize was better. For sword cultivators, the character sword undoubtedly ranked first, but for Li Changxuan, he found it unappealing. He was more interested in the Thunder Control Pearl. While he currently couldn't use spiritual energy and was unable to create heavenly thunder by hand, detonating the Thunder Control Pearl would still generate a significant amount of thunder, serving as a means of self-protection. While he currently couldn't use spiritual energy and was unable to create heavenly thunder by hand, detonating the Thunder Control Pearl would still generate a significant amount of thunder, serving as a means of self-protection. However, Li Changxuan faced a dilemma. He couldn't integrate his understanding into his art. Should he ask Jiang Mengli for help? Jiang Mengli, watching him ponder for a moment, now looked at him with expectant eyes, instantly seeing through his thought. "This has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me with those eyes." "But I've saved you twice. It's just a small favor. Haven't I already taught you the method of cultivation? That was already a favor repaid. As for the other favor, you have offended me multiple times. I've let you live until now, so we're even." Li Changxuan was momentarily stunned. Could it really be counted like that? Had he known, he would never have agreed to let her teach him the method of cultivation. If soft tactics wouldn't work, he would have to resort to hard ones, so Li Changxuan pretended to threaten her with a fierce expression. "Jiang Mengli, you wouldn't want others to know you are the demon emperor, would you?" Jiang Mengli, upon hearing this, looked at him, as if he were a fool, a smirk on her lips as she coldly mocked. "Do you think that's why they can't sense the demonic energy on me?" Li Changxuan's expression froze. As a mere mortal, he couldn't sense the demonic energy on Jiang Mengli, and seeing her say that it seemed she must have some treasure to conceal it. That made sense. It wasn't surprising that those people couldn't detect it. If it were that easy to see through, she wouldn't have been able to hold the title of Demon Emperor. If he were to reveal her identity, no one would believe him. And if someone did believe him, he might escape, but she could very well die here. In the spirit of kindness, he decided to let her off this time. Li Changxuan's gaze returned to the deep purple pearl on display. While it wasn't essential to obtain, having it would provide an extra layer of security. It seemed he would have to give up. Li Changxuan looked disappointed. Brother, please wait. I see you have no cultivation base, but you want to participate in this competition. Just as Li Changxuan was about to turn and leave, a voice pulled him back. He turned to see a young man of about 20 looking quite handsome, holding a long sword and wearing a jade crown. Having encountered such a polite cultivator for the first time, Li Changxuan didn't want to refuse him, so he relaxed his brow and said lightly, "Do you need something?" Though he responded to him, his tone was not submissive like an ordinary person facing a cultivator. The young man, seeing Li Changxuan display such courage, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes, thinking he hadn't found the wrong person, and quickly said, "I can help you get the items on stage." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan frowned. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He understood that principle well, so he asked with a furrowed brow, "What do you want me to do?" This brother is indeed straightforward. "I do need your help with something." Li Changxuan felt a hint of vigilance and confusion on his face. What could a cultivator need help from a mere mortal for? He felt this matter was suspicious. So he tentatively asked, "You tell me what it is first, and I'll decide whether to help or not." It's not a big deal. I just need you to accompany me to the mass grave at midnight tonight." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan furrowed his brows even deeper. Going to a mass grave in the middle of the night surely meant there would be monsters. Seeing Li Changxuan hesitate, the young man continued, confidently assuring him, "I need you to help draw out a ghostly being, but don't worry. I am a disciple of the Extreme Dao Sword Sect, and I can guarantee your safety." He was indeed a disciple of the Extreme Dao Sword Sect, and according to the sect rules, he had come down the mountain to train for 3 years. Before leaving the sect, they had given them a task to capture 5 types of Yin creatures. However, 2.5 years had passed, and he was still missing the last one, a water-type Yin creature. He had finally found a wraith nearby in the last few days, but it was timid and sensitive, getting scared away as soon as a cultivator approached. In the past few days, he had also sought help from people in the town, but when they heard they had to go to a mass grave at midnight, they flatly refused, fearing for their lives. Later he learned that the mass grave had once been an ancient battlefield, and locals often heard the cries of ghostly soldiers and the sounds of battle echoing through the night. Thus, ordinary people would avoid this place at all costs, especially at night. He had only approached Li Changxuan with a truancy attitude, not expecting him to not show the same fearful expression as others, which made him feel hopeful. The Extreme Path Sword Sect. Li Changxuan did not expect to encounter a disciple of this sect so far from its location. Indeed, it is worthy of being the #1 sect in the world. Furthermore, he noticed that the person's gaze was clear and did not seem to belong to a petty individual. When speaking with him, there was no condescending attitude, which made Li Changxuan feel somewhat reassured. "What do you think? I guarantee you won't suffer any losses." The man looked at him eagerly, seemingly waiting for Li Changxuan's affirmative response. Just as Li Changxuan was about to respond, Jiang Mengli, who had been listening nearby for a long time, suddenly approached and coldly said, "That's fine, but in addition to helping us obtain what we want, you must also assist us with something else." Li Changxuan was about to speak, but he was silenced by a cold glare from Jiang Mengli. Seeing that Jiang Mengli and Li Changxuan were on good terms, the man deduced that they were in cahoots, and after a moment of thought he agreed, "Sure, as long as it does not violate moral principles." Upon hearing this, a mysterious and cold smile appeared on Jiang Mengli's face, which Li Changxuan naturally noticed, and felt it was definitely not a good sign. But since things had already come to this point, Li Changxuan could only go along with it, so he requested, "Then please help me retrieve that thunder pearl." He pointed to the purple orb on the prize platform. "All right. Since we are going to cooperate, let's introduce ourselves. I am Yang Tsong, an inner disciple of the Extreme Path Sword Sect. May I ask how to address the two of you?" Upon hearing his name, Li Changxuan was momentarily taken aback. Onion. It was a long-lost term that he did not expect to hear in this realm, albeit as a homophone. Regaining his composure, Li Changxuan introduced himself. "I am Li Changxuan." Yang Tsong's gaze then shifted to the person beside Li Changxuan, though he felt that this woman had an elusive aura, making her hard to discern. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli was staring coldly at Li Changxuan, as if to say, "If you reveal your true name, you're finished." Li Changxuan naturally understood Jiang Mengli's concerns. Perhaps only he knew her name. After pondering for a moment, he could only casually fabricate an identity for Jiang Mengli. This is my younger sister Li Changli. Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli's aura became somewhat dangerous. She should not have let Li Changxuan speak. Given Li Changxuan's character, what good identity could he concoct for her? As the dignified demon emperor, when did she become the sister of a mere human ant? Yang Tsong was somewhat surprised by their relationship. He noted that they did not resemble each other at all. Although the man was handsome and the woman beautiful, he initially thought they were a couple. However, this was their business, and he did not need to delve too deeply into it. Thus he agreed. Then I will assist you in obtaining the Thunder Pearl. I hope the two of you can wait here for a moment. After saying this, Yang Tsong soared up onto the platform. As an inner disciple of the number 1 sect in Lingxiao and a mid-stage sword cultivator in the refining spirit realm, he was more than capable compared to the scattered cultivators and disciples of nearby small sects quickly winning the competition. After obtaining the Thunder Pearl, Yang Tsong returned to the two, but he kept the pearl hidden. Li Changxuan initially thought he was going back on his word, but Yang Tsong explained leisurely. The Thunder technique contains the righteous energy of heaven and earth capable of overcoming all evil. If you carry the Thunder Pearl on you now, it will prevent the ghostly creatures from being drawn out later. Li Changxuan was puzzled about what kind of ghostly creature they were after. They needed to find an ordinary person, but could not bring the Thunder Pearl. However, his reasoning was not without merit, so he insisted. Then you must give me something for self-defense. Naturally, I will provide it to you later. Yang Tsong quickly replied. In truth, capturing the Chime would essentially be Li Changxuan's task alone, as once it sensed Yang Tsong's approach it would immediately flee. He did not possess any treasures to conceal his own aura, so he could only rely on others. It is already quite late and the mass grave is some distance from the town. We should head there now. We will arrive just before midnight. Yang Tsong suggested. Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli exchanged glances. All right. In the darkness, the three traversed through a small forest. Yang Tsong initially intended to advise Jiang Mengli against going, as in his understanding, it was impossible for a girl to visit a mass grave without fear. However, he did not expect that Jiang Mengli had some cultivation, although her level was not high. In the Lingxiao continent, cultivation was prevalent and many families had their own methods of practice. Seeing their attire, Yang Tsong thought they came from a family with a legacy, so he did not think too much of it. Since Li Changxuan had no cultivation and Jiang Mengli's level was also low, and with time still before midnight, Yang Tsong was not in a hurry to rush ahead. Thus he remained grounded with them, chatting along the way. During their conversation, he learned that the siblings were from the nearby Baoping town. However, he noticed that Li Changxuan's sister seemed not very talkative, only occasionally exchanging a few words with him. Moreover, he could not tell if it was his own illusion, but whenever he looked at Li Changli, he felt a bit of pressure in his chest, as if he were under some kind of coercion. It seemed that Li Changxuan's sister exuded a sense of oppression that he could not quite identify, so he only chatted with Li Changxuan as he had promised to help them once more. If he captured this Wangliang, he would have completed the task assigned by his sect, and would still have half a year to travel, or otherwise, he might not even have time to assist them. More than an hour later, the three arrived at the mass grave that Yang Tsong had mentioned. Although it was not yet midnight, a chilling wind had already begun to blow, sending shivers down Li Changxuan's spine. The three waited near the mass grave for a moment, and just before midnight, Yang Tsong handed Li Changxuan a talisman, instructing. When the Wangliang approaches, you just need to stick this talisman onto its body. I will be hiding nearby and will come over immediately. Li brother need not be afraid. In Yang Tsong's eyes, Li Changxuan was just an ordinary person, so he kept reassuring him, fearing that Li Changxuan would run away out of fear. Li Changxuan merely nodded, feeling no fluctuations within. He thought to himself, so they were after the Wangliang. But why would a cultivation sect want to catch such a ghostly creature? They were not even ghost cultivators. After the two had walked far away, Li Changxuan quietly began his wait in place. As midnight struck, a gust of chilling wind suddenly blew, fiercer and colder than before. It was unclear where a patch of black clouds came from, obscuring the moonlight. Now the mass grave was shrouded in darkness. After a moment, the wind ceased. The mass grave fell into a deep darkness and silence, with only Li Changxuan's white form and steady breathing remaining. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from behind Li Changxuan. He felt it as something was approaching. He knew it was the Wangliang, though he had never seen one before. Thus he began to wait patiently. Moments later, he heard dripping sounds from behind him. Is the Wangliang a water ghost? But this was the best moment. Li Changxuan had no time to think further, and quickly turned around, raising his hand to cast the talisman. Ah! A ghostly wail echoed as he saw a shadowy figure resembling a person surrounded by black mist, seemingly injured and attempting to flee. The talisman stuck to its body instantly transformed into a red light that enveloped the ghost. As the ghost collided with the red light, it let out another wail, and more black mist emanated from its body. Capture! Yang Tsong arrived reciting a spell, and then a small gourd in his hand captured the Wangliang within. After securing the small gourd, Yang Tsong breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased to have finally completed the sex task. All the while Li Changxuan watched coldly unmoved. Calm as a mountain even as chaos erupted before him. This composure surprised Yang Tsong. He realized he had indeed chosen wisely. The matter is settled. Let us return. Li Changxuan approached him and spoke with quiet detachment. Having traveled all day and labored deep into the night at this place, Li Changxuan was already drowsy. Brother Li, here is the thunder-subduing pearl. Yang Tsong tossed it to him, then clasped his fists in solemn gratitude. My deepest thanks. Li Changxuan raised his hand, caught the pearl, and slipped it into his sleeve. Silently he sighed inwardly. When the time came to aid Jiang Mengli, such courtesy would surely vanish. Yet what precisely did she intend? As the two emerged from the burial ground to rejoin Jiang Mengli, they turned to leave. When suddenly a chill wind swept through the woods, shaking the trees violently. Shadows crisscrossed the ground like grasping ghostly hands tearing at one another. Then the earth trembled faintly. An earthquake! Li Changxuan felt a flicker of surprise. No! It is an army of Yin soldiers. Jiang Mengli, who had spoken scarcely a word all night, broke her silence abruptly, her gaze sharp and fixed upon a direction deep within the forest. Yang Tsong had already informed Li Changxuan en route that this was an ancient battlefield. A detail Jiang Mengli walking beside them had overheard. True to expectation, moments later a dense black mist coalesced 300 paces away, exactly where Jiang Mengli's eyes had remained locked. Within it loomed indistinct silhouettes, countless figures eerily aligned in formation. Drawing nearer, Li Changxuan finally discerned their forms. An army of phantoms, 100 strong, clad in tattered black armor, from whose fractured seams seeped wisps of inky malevolent energy. That aura was unmistakably slaughterborn, hardened by centuries of Yin essence, until it curdled into pure corrosive malice. Their armor bore no trace of era or origin. These warriors had perished here long ago, unburied, abandoned upon a land steeped in profound Yin energy, until time itself forged them into this spectral host. The moment the trio beheld them, the Yin soldiers beheld the trio in turn. Swords drawn, spears leveled, charging forward with shrieks that tore the heavens, wails that broke the hearts of gods and sent shivers through the dead. Li Changxuan recoiled in alarm. What had they even done? Why had these Yin soldiers erupted so suddenly? He turned sharply toward Jiang Mengli and asked, Can we prevail? What do you think? Jiang Mengli replied coolly, Now is not the time for riddles. Flee if we cannot fight. In desperation, Li Changxuan seized her delicate wrist and bolted in the opposite direction. Jiang Mengli had no choice but to be pulled along. Even as he ran, Li Changxuan shouted back over his shoulder, Purple apple. You hold the rear. Only the Yin soldiers' howls and Li Changxuan's cry echoed through the night. Yang Tsong froze bewildered. Purple apple. Apples were never purple. Was he being addressed? His name was certainly not Purple Apple. Yet no other soul stood nearby. With the Yin soldiers already upon him, Yang Tsong had no time to ponder. He drew his sword in a flash and plunged headlong into their ranks. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli had already taken cover at a safe distance to observe. Li Changxuan, remove your wretched hand this instant. Jiang Mengli snarled, her small hand twisting fiercely in protest. To be dragged in retreat was disgraceful for a demon sovereign, and unforgivable was Li Changxuan's audacity in seizing her hand, and still refusing to release it. Oh! Li Changxuan had been too preoccupied with flight to notice. He had simply forgotten to let go. Though furious, Jiang Mengli knew she could not yet overpower the Yin soldiers. So she remained rooted beside him, watching closely. She would assess the strength of this peerless swordsman of the Jidao sword sect. Only then would she entrust him with her own affairs. As for Yang Tsong, he darted like a shadow between veils of black mist where phantoms flickered and clashing steel rang out again and again. He fought fiercely among them, but soon realized his strikes had no effect. His blades struck their armor only to spark and scar its surface, failing utterly to pierce it. Clearly the site's oppressive Yin energy had tempered even their armor. Ordinary steel was powerless against it. With no alternative, Yang Tsong channeled spiritual energy into his sword. Only then did it begin to bite, felling them one by one. Yet their numbers were overwhelming and each strike drained his reserves. He surmised these Yin soldiers must have gathered here for over a millennium. Otherwise, how could they be so formidable? Within moments he sensed the dire truth. Continuing thus would exhaust him utterly, while the Yin soldiers surged on endlessly inexhaustible. Escape was impossible. He was surrounded on all sides. Li Changxuan, observing from afar, noted the unfolding crisis. Given that this purple apple had treated him with decency and respect, Li Changxuan resolved to intervene. Purple apple, catch! At Li Changxuan's shout, Yang Tsong whirled around just in time to see a violet sphere hurtling toward him. The thunder-subduing pearl. He caught it cleanly. As creatures of Yin corruption, the Yin soldiers were inherently vulnerable to thunder arts. Unintentionally, Li Changxuan's choice of artifact had delivered salvation. Without hesitation, Yang Tsong infused the pearl with his spiritual energy. Instantly it blazed with violet radiance, crackling with jagged lightning. Then it soared above the enemy ranks, and in the blink of an eye amassed a churning pool of thunder above. In swift succession, violet lightning bolts descended like serpentine dragons, weaving through the ranks. Wherever they struck, Yin soldiers dissolved into nothingness, erased as if they had never been. Truly, every force has its counter. The very phantoms that had wearied him moments before now vanished beneath the purifying fury of thunder, leaving behind only wails of despair and terror. Within half a quarter, the entire host, hundreds, thousands, had been obliterated by the thunder's wrath, vanishing utterly from existence. Brother Li, my deepest gratitude for the thunder-subduing pearl. Once safety was confirmed, Yang Tsong returned the pearl with heartfelt thanks. He had assumed they'd fled far away. Neither could match the Yin soldiers after all. Yet they had returned to save his life. Without Li Changxuan's pearl, he would surely have collapsed and perished. These millennium-old Yin soldiers were fearsomely powerful, and their numbers were legion. Brother Yang, you flatter me. Li Changxuan felt embarrassed. He and Jiang Mengli had nearly escaped without lifting a finger, yet Yang Tsong remained so courteous. Yet Yang Tsong bowed deeply once more. Alas, this is no mere courtesy. You have saved my life this day. Henceforth command me as you will. I shall obey without hesitation, even unto death. Oh, I only ask that you serve with unwavering sincerity when the time comes. Jiang Mengli interjected coldly, her voice like glacial ice. Of course, of course. Yang Tsong reasoned silently, aiding Jiang Mengli, the sister of Li Changxuan, would surely repay his debt to Li Changxuan himself. He hastened to agree. His earnestness only deepened Li Changxuan's unease. Yet it also reminded him that the cultivation world was not populated solely by the 5 men he had slain. There remained those who were honest, gentle, and true. The next day, Jiang Mengli and Li Changxuan arrived at the entrance of Danqing town, only to find Yang Tsong waiting there for a long time. As they approached, Yang Tsong cautiously asked, his eyes filled with a trace of confusion. Last night on their way back to the town, Jiang Mengli had only told him to wait at the town's entrance, but did not elaborate on what assistance she needed. Jiang Mengli's mysterious demeanor made Yang Tsong quite curious. As for Li Changxuan, it was no surprise that he guessed it had to do with finding a way for her to restore her cultivation. You wait for us inside Qinglian City in the mixed void realm. I will naturally inform you when the time comes, Jiang Mengli said coldly. Li Changxuan smiled and invited. If you don't mind the delay, Brother Yang can travel with us. Yang will take his leave first. See you in Qinglian City. With that, Yang Tsong hurriedly flew away on his sword. He always felt that Li Changxuan's sister was somewhat strange. Both her demeanor and tone were cold, and being around her felt like an indistinct pressure. However, having agreed to help her, a gentleman's word is his bond. He could not refuse, so he decided to treat this trip to Qinglian City as a little outing, though traveling with them was out of the question, so he left first. Once they had departed, Li Changxuan curiously asked, Jiang Mengli, what are we going to Qinglian City for? Jiang Mengli merely shot him a cold glance and replied, You'll find out when the time comes. As she spoke, a hint of danger flickered in her eyes. Also, I've told you not to call me by my imperial name directly. She felt that if Li Changxuan kept this up, she would get used to it. Li Changxuan just laughed it off, feigning innocence. What if I accidentally let it slip? This is for your own good, Your Majesty. Li Changxuan said seriously. Although he said this, he hadn't called her Your Majesty too many times before. Jiang Mengli thought he had a point and didn't argue further. Besides, she knew it would be futile to bargain with him, given his knack for nonsense. After waiting for half an hour, the sound of creaking wheels approached from behind. Sir, the carriage you requested has arrived. The stable boy smilingly handed the reins to Li Changxuan. This was arranged by their innkeeper before they set out this morning, as they had asked him to buy a carriage and deliver it to the town entrance. After all, they were unfamiliar with Danqing town, and buying one themselves would have wasted too much time. After handing over the carriage, the stable boy left. Jiang Mengli didn't expect that the mighty demon emperor would one day need a carriage for travel, but since she had never ridden in one, she thought it wouldn't hurt to try, so she lifted her skirt and stepped into the carriage first. Li Changxuan stood frozen, pondering. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. He should have hired a coachman, or else how would he rest? He knew it was unrealistic to ask Jiang Mengli to drive, and in the end the task would fall to him. Should he hire one before leaving the town? Li Changxuan, why are you dawdling? Just as Li Changxuan was hesitating, Jiang Mengli's cold voice came from inside the carriage. He knew this would happen. With no choice, Li Changxuan climbed into the carriage and began their journey. After traveling for over an hour, they were now quite far from the Qishao realm. Inside the carriage, Jiang Mengli rested her delicate hand against her smooth forehead. She felt a bit dizzy. The mortal's carriage was quite uncomfortable, unlike the spiritual boats of the cultivation world, which rarely jostled. If only she had brought one, she wouldn't be suffering like this. Suddenly, from outside the carriage came Li Changxuan's slightly tired voice. Jiang Mengli, have we arrived at the mixed void realm yet? How much longer until we reach Qinglian City? At your current speed, it will take over half a month to reach Qinglian City. Jiang Mengli replied, somewhat feeling dizzy from the carriage ride. Her mood was not good. What? Hearing it would take over half a month shocked Li Changxuan, causing him to almost stand up. He only knew the general layout of the 5 realms of the Lingxiao continent and didn't realize the distance was so great. He regretted not insisting on keeping Yang Tsong to drive the carriage. He had only traveled for just over an hour and was already exhausted. He didn't know if he could hold out for half a month. Be quiet! Jiang Mengli, already feeling annoyed, was startled by Li Changxuan's sudden shout. After a sharp reprimand, the carriage fell silent. After another 3 to 4 hours, the carriage moved steadily along the official road. At this point, Jiang Mengli felt a bit better. After several hours of jostling, she had somewhat gotten used to it. However, during these 3 to 4 hours, Li Changxuan had not spoken a word, which struck Jiang Mengli as strange. She thought that, as an ordinary person, his physical endurance couldn't be on par with hers. Feeling pity for him, she thought to suggest he take a break. But after calling him for a while, with no response, Jiang Mengli wondered if he had stealthily slipped away. When she lifted the carriage curtain, she found Li Changxuan still sitting at the front of the carriage. He was still holding the reins, but his head was deeply bowed, as if he were dead. Jiang Mengli reached out and nudged him. Li Changxuan, what are you doing? This time Li Changxuan finally woke up, yawned, and opened his eyes groggily. Jiang Mengli was momentarily stunned. He had actually fallen asleep. How could someone driving a carriage fall asleep? Jiang Mengli found it astonishing. Who exactly was this Li Changxuan? You can still sleep while driving the carriage? Jiang Mengli was both amused and exasperated, unable to help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, Li Changxuan was fully awake, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had been too tired the previous day and woke up early that morning, so he hadn't slept well. After traveling all day again, he had unintentionally fallen asleep. Li Changxuan claimed that as an experienced driver, he was always alert. When riding in someone else's carriage, he wouldn't dare sleep no matter how tired he was. Only when the reins were in his hands could he afford to doze off for a bit. After another 1 or 2 hours of travel, the sky began to darken. So the two decided to rest by the roadside for the night. In this regard, Jiang Mengli did not dare to press him further. She feared that if Li Changxuan fell asleep again, she wouldn't know where they would end up. Fortunately, the carriage had ample space. After restoring some of her cultivation, Jiang Mengli meditated to absorb spiritual energy instead of sleeping, so she didn't take up much room. This allowed Li Changxuan to occupy most of the space, which ensured he had a comfortable sleep. The second day, en route to Qinglian City, a horse-drawn carriage sped along the imperial road, its wheels churning furiously over the earthen path and raising plumes of dust. Li Changxuan, slow down. Just a little. Your Majesty can't bear it anymore. Jiang Mengli's cool, crisp voice, tinged with ire, rang out from within the carriage. Only yesterday had she barely grown accustomed to the carriage's pace. Today, however, Li Changxuan drove as though possessed, racing forward at breakneck speed. At this velocity, Jiang Mengli could scarcely remain seated, let alone find comfort. Now, she was violently jostled, her stomach churning with nausea. Yet Li Changxuan paid no heed to her demands, maintaining his relentless pace. Having learned that Qinglian City still lay far ahead, he resolved to hasten their journey. After all, the fatigue of driving fell solely upon him, while Jiang Mengli merely reclined in ease. Yet he bore the weight of countless considerations. Li Changxuan, did you hear me? Jiang Mengli flung aside the curtain and stepped out, one hand braced against the carriage frame as she spoke, her bewitching eyes blazing with indignation. Knowing full well he stood no chance against her, Li Changxuan adopted the reluctant compliance of one who moves only after each lash. loosening the reins just enough for the carriage to gradually decelerate. Satisfied, Jiang Mengli withdrew back into the carriage, her expression frozen in icy displeasure. Li Changxuan sighed deeply. How long before he could finally rise from servant to sovereign? He too yearned to stand triumphant above Jiang Mengli, and so the two continued onward along the imperial road. Not too fast, not too slow. Li Changxuan reflected upon the distance already traveled, marveling inwardly at the sheer immensity of the Lingxiao continent. Even the boundary between two realms had taken them so long to cross. He knew well that the Lingxiao continent was divided not merely into 5 realms, but that each realm housed numerous dynasties scattered across its vast expanse. Among these dynasties, supremacy belonged to the 5 great cultivation sects. The Yoyu forest where he once dwelled lay within the Baisang dynasty of the Qishao realm, Qinglian city. Their destination belonged to the Qima dynasty of the Hengsu realm. Thus imperial roads connected 3 of the 5 realms, excluding Ziming and Linghai, allowing their carriage passage. Noon arrived swiftly. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, scorching the earth until shimmering waves of heat rose from the ground, warping the very air. Sweat poured from Li Changxuan's brow, evidence that they had ventured far from the Qishao realm, where even the climate had shifted markedly. As the carriage entered a narrow valley, Li Changxuan suddenly glimpsed several indistinct figures looming faintly ahead on the road. Drawing nearer, he discerned a group of burly men brandishing an array of crude weapons, standing squarely astride the path. Li Changxuan slammed the brakes. A sharp, urgent halt. Jiang Mengli, seated cross-legged inside the carriage and absorbing spiritual energy, was hurled forward by inertia, striking the wall with a startled cry. Li Changxuan, she snapped, coldly yanking aside the curtain and stepping out. Her gaze fell upon the hulking, menacing figures, and for a fleeting moment she stilled. What was? The bandits had been glaring savagely at Li Changxuan until Jiang Mengli emerged. Then their eyes lit up, their brutish faces twisting into leering, lascivious grins. Jiang Mengli's bearing and aura ranked among the most exquisite in all the Lingxiao continent. Any ordinary person would pause to stare twice. How much more so for these bandits? Cooped up with coarse, uncouth men, rarely laying eyes on a woman at all. They burned with lustful eagerness to seize her then and there. Hey heh. Third Chief. Who'd have thought we'd intercept such a peerless beauty today? Do remember, Third Chief, to leave us brothers a sip of broth after you've feasted on the meat. One underling rubbed his hands together, grinning sycophantically. The Third Chief, however, kept his gaze riveted upon Jiang Mengli atop the carriage, too entranced by her beauty even to reply. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan weighed his options, observing the bandits' movements while whispering discreetly, Jiang Mengli, do any of them cultivate? He was now utterly mundane, unable even to discern whether they possessed cultivation. Jiang Mengli appraised the group with subtle scrutiny. A faint crimson glint flickered imperceptibly within her beautiful eyes before she replied, only that pig wielding the broadsword has reached the midstage of chi absorption. The rest are mortals. Then it's simple. Leave the cultivator to you. I'll handle the others. Jiang Mengli had been about to say she could dispatch them with a mere gesture, but Li Changxuan cut her off without hesitation. His tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. An unexpected turn. She knew his footwork was exceptional, yet against so many opponents even mastery would be worn down by sheer attrition. Could his offensive prowess also be formidable? Smiling faintly, Li Changxuan alighted from the carriage and bent to pluck a slender branch from the roadside. Neither too thick nor too thin. Seeing his demeanor, the bandits drew their weapons and closed in warily. Gentlemen, must we not simply part ways, each taking our own path? Must you rush headlong toward your own demise? Li Changxuan held the freshly broken branch with serene composure. The bandits paused stunned, then burst into raucous laughter. Boy, you think that twig will block my great saber? Look at how feeble and foolish he appears. That twig couldn't even sting me if I offered my bare rump. Ha 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 yeah. Another cascade of unrestrained, mocking laughter. Convinced he was mad, babbling nonsense. Cultivators. They never imagined encountering one. After all, Hejia Mountain lay deep in obscurity. Who among the enlightened would travel on foot here? Enough laughing. I'll first tend to the young lady. This boy is yours to discipline, commanded the Third Chief, his voice coarse and commanding. At once the bandits encircled Li Changxuan. Ah, Brother Jia. Don't. Li Changxuan cried, his face contorted in theatrical terror. How does this brat know my name is Brother Jia? Is my reputation truly so vast? No time for chatter. Kill him first, then lend strength to the Third Chief. With that, over a dozen bandits charged, brandishing cleavers, spiked maces, and long swords, intent on hacking Li Changxuan to pieces. Meanwhile, the third chief strode toward the carriage, his face twisted in lecherous anticipation. At the sight of his vile leer, Jiang Mengli's heart surged with murderous intent. To dismember him, extract his soul, and forge it into eternal torment. Yet for now that power eluded her. Unwilling to endure his visage any longer, she retreated into the carriage. Seeing her withdraw, the third chief flushed with excitement. The little lady knows modesty. How delightful. And I too prefer privacy when attending to such matters. Ha ha ha. Little lady, I'm coming. Laughing obscenely, he lunged forward, great saber raised, and vaulted onto the carriage. But the instant his hand brushed the curtain, a bolt of azure light erupted from within, blazing forth with lethal precision. He tried to raise his blade in defense, but it was already too late. The azure light pierced straight through his forehead. He flew backward, crashing to the ground beneath the carriage. Blade and body entangled, motionless. Whether dead or unconscious, none could tell. Inside the carriage, Jiang Mengli let go of Ningxu's hand. Although Ningxu's full-force strike was not at her peak, it struck true at the center of her brow, and the third master was beyond saving even by a celestial being. After resolving the matter, Jiang Mengli lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out to take the driver's seat next to Li Changxuan. She crossed her long jade legs and looked at him with a hint of curiosity, eager to see what other abilities he possessed. The commotion by the carriage naturally caught the attention of several mountain bandits, who exclaimed, "Third Master," and rushed towards the carriage. However, Li Changxuan swung the branch in his hand, with the force of a sword blocking their path. With a faint smile, "Your opponent is me." As he spoke, he brandished the branch and charged into the crowd, a celestial finger guiding the way, diving for the moon from the sea, as swift as lightning. By the time the bandits reacted, they felt the stinging pain on their faces, having already been struck by the branch, leaving behind red welts. "This kid is actually a practitioner," one of them reminded. This only fueled their anger, and they raised their weapons to slash at Li Changxuan. Li Changxuan, taking advantage of his agile movements, darted between the crowd, launching strikes from left to right, quickly shredding the bandits' clothes and flesh, while they couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Like a phoenix shooting through the sun, agile as a dragon soaring with the Emperor's, he descended like thunder, collecting wrath, and ceased like the tranquil sea, reflecting pure light. A mere branch was wielded with the might of a celestial weapon. Jiang Mengli observed Li Changxuan's sword techniques with keen interest. It was her first time witnessing his prowess, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Jiang Mengli also practiced the sword path. Though not at the pinnacle, she was among the top ranks. Comparing Li Changxuan's swordplay to her own, she felt he surpassed her, even ranking at the top of the Lingxiao continent. She could only lament silently that Li Changxuan was unable to cultivate. If he could, his achievements would surely surpass that of a sword immortal. Cultivators at the earth immortal level and above are referred to as sword immortals. However, she also felt some relief that Li Changxuan could not cultivate, sparing her the trouble of facing him as a formidable adversary from the demon clan in the future. In the brief moment Jiang Mengli pondered, Li Changxuan had already injured over 10 bandits. But after all, it was just a branch, only capable of inflicting superficial wounds. He couldn't unleash sword energy, and was unable to eliminate this group of bandits. Seeing Jiang Mengli merely watching Li Changxuan, couldn't help but complain mid-fight, "You're just standing there, can't you come help me? Wasn't it someone who said they could handle this bunch of pigs?" Jiang Mengli chuckled, resting her chin on one hand, leisurely watching Li Changxuan being surrounded and beaten. Li Changxuan let out a heavy breath through his nose, continuing to fend off several bandits. But a branch is just a branch, never comparable to a proper weapon, and it was quickly battered to pieces. Li Changxuan reacted swiftly, striking the tendons of a bandit wielding a sword with the last remnant of the branch. The bandit felt a sharp pain and numbness in his hand, causing the iron sword to slip from his grasp. Li Changxuan caught it steadily, showing no mercy. After all, 5 had already fallen before him, and he no longer had any qualms about killing. Soon only Li Changxuan's white figure darted among the dark silhouettes, occasionally reflecting the glint of sunlight off iron weapons. Blood splattered across the scene, and in mere moments all the bandits lay on the ground, unmoving, their iron swords dripping with blood. Yet Li Changxuan remained pristine in his white attire, untouched by the chaos. Jiang Mengli observed Li Changxuan at that moment. Aside from his inability to use spiritual power, his aura was undoubtedly that of a sword immortal. How infuriating! He was set up. It appeared that aside from his agility, Li Changxuan's skills were quite impressive, Jiang Mengli thought. After dealing with the bandits, Li Changxuan quickly returned to the side of the carriage, looking at the third master on the ground. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, his face contorted in pain, eyes wide open and pupils dilated, clearly dead as could be. Seeing such a tragic sight, Li Changxuan couldn't help but shudder. What were you thinking provoking her for no reason? Jiang Mengli rested her long, elegant leg, casually coldly staring at him. However, with her movement, the skirt was slightly blown open by the breeze, revealing a pair of fair, slender legs, subtly visible beneath the flowing white silk. Li Changxuan was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he looked away, nonchalantly reminding her, cough, be careful not to expose yourself. Upon hearing this, a flush of red instantly crept onto Jiang Mengli's previously cold face. Look again. Be careful or I'll gouge out your eyes. Li Changxuan merely shrugged, indicating he hadn't looked. Don't just stand there, let's go. After Jiang Mengli urged him with a stern face, she returned to the carriage. Li Changxuan quickly climbed onto the carriage and drove away. They both had naturally overheard the earlier conversation among the bandits. With the third master now dead, it meant that the first and second masters were still at large. The third bandit had the cultivation level of mid-chi gathering realm, and logically the other two would be even stronger. Li Changxuan was uncertain if Jiang Mengli could handle them. He also had no idea where their hideout was, but it was only a matter of time before they were discovered, so they had to escape quickly, hoping they wouldn't be. Jiang Mengli sat in the carriage, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She realized that her current cultivation was far from sufficient and needed to recover her powers as soon as possible. Though she could defeat the third master today without the advantage of a celestial artifact, it would still require several exchanges. If it had been before, killing such lowly creatures would have been as easy as crushing an ant. Thus, the sense of disparity she felt now was quite frustrating, and she firmly etched the name of the Taishan sect. She was clear about her grudges. If someone glared at her, she would retaliate without fail. Therefore, she was determined to avenge the grudge against the Taishan sect. Interestingly, she happened to be in the celestial path realm, and the Taishan's forbidden technique, the sealing spirit seal, happened to work on her. If her cultivation were to increase even slightly, and she reached the earth immortal realm, the sealing spirit seal would be utterly ineffective. The essence of the sealing spirit seal is to seal the chi si, preventing the spiritual energy within from being utilized. The earth immortal realm is precisely a watershed. The celestial path realm is merely a touch at the threshold of the immortal realm, while only those who step into the earth immortal realm are considered to have truly entered the realm of immortals. Below, the immortal realm practitioners rely on the chi si to store spiritual energy. If the chi si is destroyed, they become utterly useless. Once they reach the immortal realm, the spiritual energy absorbed by cultivators not only resides in the chi si but also integrates into their flesh and blood. Therefore, immortal cultivators can regenerate even if they lose limbs. Even without a chi si, they can still operate true chi and spiritual energy, albeit with reduced capacity. They may drop in cultivation level, but they can later reconstruct their chi si, naturally restoring their powers. Jiang Mengli examined herself. At this moment, her chi si was tightly bound by 5 golden chains, a result of the blood sacrifice by 5 elders of the Taishan sect. She was certain that if one of the 5 chains broke, her cultivation would recover to a significant extent. Therefore, her urgent priority was to find treasures with abundant spiritual energy to shatter the golden chains. Of course, another method would be to storm the Taishan sect in search of a solution, but for her current self, that approach seemed unrealistic. 3 days later, outside Qinglian City, in the Qima dynasty of the mysterious void realm, Yang was standing in a long line to enter the city. He looked ahead at the tedious queue, and at the seemingly endless line behind him, filled with astonishment. Before he came down the mountain for training, he had never heard of Qinglian City, yet why were so many people flocking here now? Moreover, those arriving were all armed and exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly a group of practitioners. Could it be that there is some secret realm emerging in Qinglian City? And did Li Changli know about this news even earlier than himself? Thus Yang Tsong inquired of a female cultivator in another long line beside him, fellow Taoist, why are there so many people coming to Qinglian City recently? Is there some treasure emerging in the city? The woman looked him over with a hint of disdain in her eyes, but upon noticing the sword-shaped jade talisman at his waist, her expression softened slightly. It should be so. I heard that a month ago, a green pillar of light shot up from Qinglian City, illuminating the entire city. Later, upon investigation, it was found that within the Qinglian pool of Qinglian City, there are signs of a secret realm about to emerge. Thank you for the clarification. Yang Tsong politely expressed his gratitude, realizing that he had been in the heart of the Qishao realm, searching for objects during that time, and it was only normal that he was unaware of such matters due to the vast distance. The female cultivator blinked her charming eyes and smiled seductively at Yang Tsong. I am Lu Yanyan, the saintess of the Tianyin sect. Are you perhaps a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect? Seeing Lu Yanyan's expression, Yang Tsong felt goosebumps rise on his skin, but out of politeness he replied, I am Yang Tsong, a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect. So it's brother Yang Tsong. Since you are a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect, why not go to the passage for the 5 sects? Lu Yanyan said with an alluring and enthusiastic tone. At the same time she pointed towards the city wall, and Yang Tsong followed her gesture to see another line there, but it was relatively shorter. Whenever such secret realms appear in the mortal realm, the sects governing that area will set up special passages for the 5 sects to facilitate their disciples. This time, since Qinglian City falls under the jurisdiction of the Floating Cloud Palace, they should be responsible for it. Moreover, the situation is special this time because the secret realm is within the residential city, so they also need to ensure the safety of the local populace. Yang Tsong had been so focused on waiting in line that he hadn't noticed the line on the city wall. Thank you, Miss Lu. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Tsong hurriedly attempted to leave, unable to endure Lu Yanyan's tone. Just as he was about to turn and fly towards the city gate, he found his hand being pulled by Lu Yanyan, who leaned closer. Brother Yang Tsong, you don't need to be so formal. Just call me Yanyan. Before Yang Tsong could agree, Lu Yanyan began to whimper, can you take Yanyan with you into the city? I've been standing for so long that my legs are numb. It would be good to have someone to look out for each other when the secret realm opens. After saying this, Lu Yanyan pretended to stumble, leaning towards Yang Tsong, deliberately tugging at her skirt to reveal her long, slender legs. Several male cultivators in line nearby were captivated by the scene. Their eyes fixated their throats, swallowing repeatedly, barely suppressing their drool. Seeing this, Yang Tsong was alarmed and quickly dodged away, hastening towards the city wall. No thank you. Miss Lu, perhaps we will meet again by fate. Only Yang Tsong's words lingered in the air, as Lu Yanyan was taken aback by his sudden evasion, nearly stumbling as she lost her balance. A few male cultivators nearby seized the opportunity and rushed forward to help her, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Lu Yanyan, frustrated by her failed scheme, felt a surge of disgust upon seeing these men approaching her. Thus she steadied herself and used her spiritual energy to send the surrounding people flying away. Get lost. Don't you even look at yourselves. Lu Yanyan stomped her foot in anger, feeling infuriated that, as a saintess, she had to wait in line with these people. She had originally thought she could attract a disciple from the extreme Dao sword sect, but it turned out Yang Tsong was a person devoid of romantic interest, leaving her utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, Yang Tsong hurriedly arrived at the city gate, presented his sword-shaped jade talisman for identity verification, and was led into the city by the people from the Floating Cloud Palace. To avoid disturbing the daily lives of the citizens, the Floating Cloud Palace specifically stipulated any cultivators entering the city must not fly, must not attack mortals, and may not engage in combat among themselves. As for battles within the realm of thoughts, they were not to be concerned with. Once inside the city streets, Yang Tsong realized that most of the visiting cultivators were couples, men and women paired together. Later, upon inquiring with a disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace, Yang Tsong learned that before Qinglian City was built, it was originally an entrance to a secret realm called the Qinglian Secret Realm. 500 years ago, when the Qinglian Secret Realm opened, a group of people entered to seek opportunities, but what happened inside remains unknown. The Qinglian Secret Realm collapsed, and none returned alive. However, due to its location by mountains and waters, it gathered favorable winds and energies, making it a treasure land. Thus, the Qima dynasty built a city here. Since the city was built atop the ruins of the Qinglian Secret Realm, it was named Qinglian City. The celestial anomaly a month ago was a sign of the emergence of the Yunyu Qinglian, and at that time he was in the Qishao realm, hence unaware of it. At that time, a trace of purple energy also appeared in the Yenshu secret realm of the Qishao realm, which was the manifestation of the chaos purple lotus. He had intended to enter and take a look, but was delayed by other matters and didn't go. However, according to the locals, the anomaly of the Qinglian was far stronger than that of the purple lotus, and its chances of appearing were also greater. While the purple energy spilling from the Yenshu secret realm is far more precious than the Yunyu Qinglian, its anomaly is weak, and the probability of treasures emerging is low. He had yet to hear of anyone bringing a purple lotus out from the Yenshu. The reason there are many couples here is not because of the Yunyu Qinglian, but because 500 years ago, during the last entry into the secret realm, a couple of cultivators of the Tribulation Transformation realm entered. They possessed 2 lost sword manuals, the Xingyang sword manual and the Chunin sword manual, both of which were dual cultivation sword techniques. It is said to be derived from the long-lost Xianyang sword manual and Taiyin sword manual from 1,000 years ago. Though its might does not compare to the Xianyang and Taiyin, it still holds considerable power compared to other sword techniques. Those small sects are aware that they cannot compete with the 5 major sects for the Yunyu Qinglian, and they do not wish to get involved in the affairs of the big figures. Thus, they set their sights on the 2 sword manuals, which is why so many couples have come to Qinglian City. As Yang Tsong gathered this information, the disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace led him to his lodgings. As soon as the disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace left, Yang Tsong immediately took out the jade talisman, infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, and transmitted a message: Junior sister, hurry to the Qinglian city in the mysterious Void Realm. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli had fled the bandit-infested mountain and journeyed tirelessly for a full day and night. They had now entered the territory of the Hungsu realm and paused to rest at a roadside teahouse. Boy, fill this water flask. Li Changxuan tossed the vessel toward the waiter, who caught it deftly, only to pause mid-turn and ask, Sir, would you prefer wine or water? Just cool water will suffice. He had crossed over while still quite young, having scarcely touched alcohol in his former life. Since arriving, he had dwelled almost exclusively within the secluded depths of the Yoyu forest, leaving no occasion for drinking. He had no notion of his own tolerance, so he opted for water instead. Besides, one must never drink before driving. Were he to imbibe, he would be guilty of drunk driving. Yet the moment the waiter handed him the flask, distant thundering hooves echoed across the plain. At the sound, the boy paled, dropped his tray, and scrambled to flee. Li Changxuan hurriedly called out, What's happening? The boy halted mid-step, trembling as he stammered, Bandits from Hejia Mountain. Normally they never stray beyond their lair. Why have they appeared here today? I urge you, young master, flee at once. They slaughter without hesitation, and their 3 chieftains wield immortal arts. If captured, you are doomed. With that, he bolted, panic-stricken. In truth, Li Changxuan had already suspected as much upon hearing the hoofbeats. His question had only sought confirmation. Reality bore out his intuition. The mountain was indeed named Hejia Mountain. Yet now he felt no urgency. After all, the horses had galloped relentlessly for a day and night. They were long spent. Moreover, his thunder-commanding pearl remained unused. Though he could activate it only once, its detonation would unleash devastating force, enough to grievously wound a Sif spirit cultivator. He refused to believe mere bandits could match such cultivation. Thus Li Changxuan sauntered back toward the carriage. Jiang Mengli emerged from within, watching his unruffled composure with quiet bewilderment. Why aren't we fleeing? These pursuers are no ordinary men. Can you truly best them? And you, a woman, face even greater peril than I do. Humph! A handful of crawling insects. I need but raise a finger to erase them. Jiang Mengli had never wished to flee, as an empress being chased by common bandits was nothing short of disgrace. Yet she had stayed his hand. Not for fear, but because Li Changxuan, though masterful with the blade, lacked spiritual energy. Without chi, even the finest swordsmanship proved futile against cultivators. For his sake alone, she had consented to flight. Now that the bandits had arrived, it was the perfect opportunity to vent her simmering wrath. Hearing such unwavering confidence, Li Changxuan remained skeptical. Yet recalling her true identity, he conceded it was not impossible. He silently regretted his earlier haste. The two waited aboard the carriage for a moment, until the drumming of hooves grew louder, closer, more relentless. In the blink of an eye, a ragged swarm of riders burst onto the imperial road, kicking up thick clouds of dust through the forest. Within moments they encircled the carriage, over 100 strong, sealing the road so tightly not even wind could slip through. Li Changxuan now stood atop the carriage roof, surveying the scene with calm authority. Jiang Mengli, disliking the scrutiny of strangers, withdrew once more into the carriage. When the bandits closed in, they saw only Li Changxuan. Mistaking him for the sole occupant, one kicked the carriage hard and bellowed, "Boy, get down!" Li Changxuan drew the long sword he'd seized earlier, his gaze cold and unblinking upon the bandit before. Seeing his weapon, the bandits instinctively recoiled. They wrongly assumed he was the slayer of their third brother, and thus feared his cultivation must be formidable. "Was it you who killed my younger brother, and a dozen of my men?" A roar like a tiger's shook the air. The bandits parted, instantly clearing a path. A grizzled middle-aged man strode forward on a towering steed. His face, scarred beard, unkempt hair wild. He was unmistakably the chief bandit. Behind him rode another man of similar age, refined in bearing, scholarly in appearance. Certainly no brigand. This then must be the second chief. Li Changxuan studied them both. The scarred chief glared up at him with murderous intent, yet the second chief wore an expression of benign serenity. This duality unsettled Li Changxuan. Yet he knew well the treachery of those whose faces smiled like bodhisattvas but whose hearts stung like scorpions. "Yes, it was I." He ran a fingertip lightly along the blade's edge, then offered a faint, provocative smile. "So what?" The chief frowned deeply, discreetly probing Li Changxuan's aura, and instantly discerned this man was not the killer of his third brother. He wrenched his great sword from the saddle and leveled it at Li Changxuan. "Impossible! Where is your accomplice?" At those words the bandits tensed, scanning the perimeter warily. Untrained as they were, a single strike meant death. Li Changxuan glanced toward the carriage, and Jiang Mengli emerged, her face veiled beneath a white hood. Seeing her step forth from within, both chieftains flinched, astonished. At such proximity, neither had sensed even the faintest trace of her presence despite their spirit entry cultivation. "It is you." The chief pivoted his blade toward Jiang Mengli. Once certain of the culprit, his eyes blazed with unrestrained fury. Jiang Mengli tightened her grip on the frost-condensing sword. But just as tension reached its breaking point, she suddenly relaxed her fist as if sensing something unseen. "Sever their heads. Bring them back to honor our third brother." The chief roared, his voice thick with grief and rage. No sooner had the command fallen than both leaders lunged, like starved wolves, toward Jiang Mengli, while Li Changxuan plunged into the throng of bandits. Yet Jiang Mengli neither dodged nor flinched. Calm and composed, she watched the twin blades streak toward her, until at the final inch before her face a sword cleaved the air. Sparks erupted as the incoming blades were violently deflected, striking empty air. Before they could retreat, the same sword curved mid-flight and struck again. Their weapons flew wide, both tumbled headlong to the ground, landing in undignified heaps. The chief attempted to rise, only to feel cold steel press against his throat, forcing him back to his knees. "What in the world are you doing? How dare you raise hands against such a beautiful elder sister?" A bright, lilting voice rang out. The two looked up, and beheld a petite, radiant girl in azure silk robes, her hair tied in twin braids. She held the very sword that had intervened, blinking large, indignant eyes at them. At the commotion, Li Changxuan, who had been locked in fierce combat, and the 100 bandits alike froze. Li Changxuan stood unscathed, though several bandit corpses already littered the ground. "You two, kneel and kowtow to this elder sister." Her tone was playful yet edged with unmistakable authority. "Shame on you. Apologize at once." At her demand, fury ignited in the bandits' eyes. Glaring at the girl with such venomous hatred it seemed they would tear her limb from limb. "Oh!" Still daring to glare at this young lady. And with a childish scolding, the maiden swiftly tapped the tip of her sword against the dantian of both men. And instantly their souls trembled. Then they spat blood, their spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Their eyes bulged with disbelief and fury. Their sea of chi, the very source of cultivation, had been casually ruptured by 2 light flicks of the sword tip. From this moment forth, they were doomed to become worthless cripples. When the bandit underlings saw their chieftains wounded, some inexplicable courage surged within them, and they all charged toward the sword-wielding maiden. And she uttered no word. With one kick apiece, she sent both bandit leaders crashing beneath the carriage, forcing them to kneel upon the ground. Then, in a single sweeping stroke, her blade unleashed a crescent wave of sword chi across the battlefield. Over 100 bandits fell dead or gravely wounded in an instant. And such overwhelming might was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Terror froze them motionless. At that moment, Li Changxuan returned to the carriage and bowed respectfully. "And many thanks, madame, for your timely aid. And our trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning." The maiden laughed heartily, utterly unreserved. "And as for you, having such a breathtaking beauty as your wife, you'd best guard her well." Hearing yet another misunderstanding, Li Changxuan repeated his earlier explanation. "And, madame, you've mistaken the matter. She is my younger sister, elder sister." And before Li Changxuan could finish, Jiang Mengli interrupted him, with a sly, teasing glance from beneath her gauzy veil. Li Changxuan fell silent. Without even looking, he knew her expression beneath the veil must be smug and triumphant. "And my apologies. My eyes deceived me utterly." The maiden paused briefly, then suddenly remembered something, slapped her forehead and darted away in haste, leaving only her voice trailing through the air. "And I have urgent matters. I must depart at once." A true benefactor leaves no name, no need to ask mine. And as for those 2 cultivators, I've already shattered their seas of chi. How you deal with the rest is entirely up to you. She had sensed Jiang Mengli's cultivation aura and witnessed Li Changxuan's sharp swordsmanship. Thus she departed without hesitation. And both Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli stood momentarily stunned. What a refreshingly guileless and unrestrained young woman she was. Regaining his composure, Li Changxuan fixed his gaze on the 2 men just rising to their feet and said with playful mockery, "And so, shall you still seek vengeance for your third brother?" The scholarly-looking man, now disheveled and bruised, rolled his eyes thoughtfully before offering a fawning smile. "And no vengeance. None at all. We weren't even blood brothers, and truth be told, we'd long resented that wretched lad. His misfortune lies in offending you 2 august masters. We beg your magnanimity. Spare our wretched lives. NWE swear to renounce evil and never again take up the bandit's path." Having sworn this oath with fervent sincerity, he knelt before Li Changxuan. And the second-in-command's abject groveling filled the other bandits' eyes with dismay and disbelief, while the chief's gaze flickered darkly unreadable. Li Changxuan ignored him entirely, and instead turned to Jiang Mengli, silently seeking her counsel. A spark of exhilaration flashed in Jiang Mengli's eyes. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile, concealed beneath her veil. Were any demon clansman to witness that grin, he would likely collapse to his knees in terror. After a brief pause, Jiang Mengli spoke coolly, then released them. And her words struck not only the bandits, but Li Changxuan himself, with utter astonishment. Could this demonic woman truly be so merciful? Yet the two bandit chieftains' eyes gleamed with uncontainable joy. They would return to their mountain stronghold and soon enough devise ways to exact revenge. "Thank you, great aunt. Thank you, great aunt." And they kowtowed repeatedly. But their eyes slowly concealed a glint of murderous intent. The remaining bandits stood frozen, bewildered by their leader's sudden submission. Yet deep down they understood their lives hung by a thread. Cultivators and mortals dwelled in utterly different realms. Just moments ago that maiden had cleaved down dozens of their comrades with a single effortless stroke, perhaps even holding back, while they stood powerless to resist. Reluctantly, they followed their leader's profuse gratitude back to the mountains, spirits heavy with confusion and dread. And watching the retreating figures fade into the distance, Li Changxuan furrowed his brow. He knew full well the peril of releasing a tiger back into the wild, and he doubted Jiang Mengli was ignorant of it. But when he turned around, he found Jiang Mengli already perched atop the carriage roof, and her silken robes fluttered in the breeze as she lifted a flute to her lips. And she actually intended to play music, yet he soon realized his assumption was wrong. And from Jiang Mengli's lips flowed fragrant breath. Then a melody emerged, gentle, lyrical, hauntingly beautiful, resonating through the ancient forest. With each note, azure waves of sonic energy rippled outward from her flute, Ningxue, like silken ribbons, like flowing water, swiftly dispersing into the fleeing bandits' ranks. Though the melody remained tender and mellifluous, like the song of orioles, it transformed in the bandits' ears into a death knell. The moment the music reached them, searing agony pierced their skulls, as if swarms of worms burrowed through their brains or countless silver needles churned within their minds. It was worse than death itself. The entire grove reverberated with flute tones and shrieks of unspeakable torment. Wails tearing at the heart echoing endlessly across the hills. Unable to endure, many bandits seized their blades and slit their own throats, or others smashed their heads against trees until their skulls cracked open and life fled. A few who clung desperately to life, though writhing in agony, turned back, covering their ears as they prostrated themselves before Jiang Mengli, begging for mercy. They kowtowed until flesh split and bone bled, until white marrow gleamed through raw wounds. And Jiang Mengli paused. For a fleeting instant, they believed they'd been granted reprieve, and secretly rejoiced. Yet seeing their hopeful, pleading faces, Jiang Mengli's lips curved into a cold, merciless smile, and she raised Ningxue once more. And this time the melody was no longer lyrical. It was fierce, urgent, thunderous. Sonic waves crashed like titanic tides, hammering the survivors relentlessly. Trees shuddered violently, their trunks bending under the sheer pressure of the sound. The few remaining tried to resist, but the instant the notes pierced their ears, their skulls exploded, splattering crimson and ivory across the earth. The flute fell silent, and Li Changxuan stood petrified, cold sweat drenching his back. Was this truly the Jiang Mengli he thought he knew? Brutal beyond measure. And though bandits deserved death, he would have ended them swiftly, cleanly, with a single sword stroke. And Jiang Mengli's method was pure, unadulterated atrocity, first granting them a sliver of hope, then crushing it with her own hands, next offering a glimpse of light, only to plunge them forever into absolute darkness. Such conduct truly befit the title, Demon Emperor. Nor perhaps he had misjudged her all along. This was her true, unvarnished nature as sovereign of demons. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Mengli's true power. Until now he'd seen her wield her battered flute solely as a melee weapon, like a sword. He had assumed she cultivated the sword Dao. Yet she was in fact a dual cultivator of both sword and sound Dao, and her mastery of the latter clearly surpassed the former. And Li Changxuan stood lost in contemplation for a long while. Jiang Mengli descended gracefully from the carriage roof. Seeing Li Changxuan rooted in place, she smiled, a satisfied, knowing curve of her lips. And let's see if you dare underestimate this emperor again. Mercy had no place upon the throne of demons. Li Changxuan had previously heard her title with indifference. Now a stark demonstration was warranted. Better to awe him now than endure his constant provocations. and futile attempts to flee. Li Changxuan, why stand there idle? Let's go. And her voice drifted from the carriage, crystalline cool yet laced with playful mischief. Li Changxuan feigned composure as he climbed back aboard. And Jiang Mengli watched him with faint mocking amusement, and asked, "And what, do you find me cruel? Now do you believe I am truly the demon emperor? And I never claimed other." He spoke truthfully. He had never doubted her identity, only underestimated the extremity of her methods. Now that ignorance had vanished. Humph, so it had better be. And Jiang Mengli let out a delicate snort and retreated into the carriage. And Li Changxuan exhaled deeply, relief flooding his veins. "And I yield. Please spare me." Moments later, the carriage resumed its unhurried journey along the imperial road. The next day, after traveling for another 3 to 4 hours, Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli finally arrived at the first city within the Qiemo dynasty. After handing over the travel pass, Li Changxuan drove the carriage into the city. He had purchased this pass from the innkeeper in Danqing town. Indeed, money can make the world go round. As long as one is not short of money or spirit stones, anything can be bought. Once they entered the city, they noticed that there were many cultivators here. Li Changxuan had no time to ponder after days of travel, fleeing, and fighting. He just wanted to find an inn and rest well. As expected, Jiang Mengli only allowed him to book one room, and he couldn't understand why she still thought he would. Jiang Mengli understood that he had the courage to escape, which is why she kept an eye on him. In fact, Li Changxuan was dispensable to her. After all, she did not need anyone to serve her now. Now she seemed to be seeking revenge for the humiliation she suffered in the Yoyu forest, because Li Changxuan had deprived her of her dignity as a demon emperor. Thus, the more embarrassed he became, the happier she was. After Li Changxuan booked the room, he inquired with the innkeeper about the travel time to Qinglian City and the situation inside the city, as he had noticed more cultivators upon entering. He learned that there was a pill refining sect nearby called Yun Dan sect, which frequently came to the city to auction their products. This led to the establishment of a branch of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion here. The Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion was specifically set up in areas frequented by cultivators for selling miraculous pills, magical tools, and talismans. They also handled auction affairs, and every day in this city, various cultivator supplies were auctioned, attracting a steady stream of cultivators. When Li Changxuan first crossed over, he hadn't visited many places. Later, he secluded himself in the Yoyu forest, so he was now filled with curiosity about everything and wanted to see it all. Just as he was about to head to the auction, Jiang Mengli found it somewhat amusing and said, "Li Changxuan, you know that the currency in the cultivation world is spirit stones, right? Do you have any?" Li Changxuan's expression fell immediately. He indeed had none. While money and spirit stones could be exchanged, there were restrictions, and the exchange rate was vastly disproportionate. Even if he used all the money he had, he probably wouldn't be able to get 10 spirit stones. Li Changxuan couldn't think of a solution for a moment. Suddenly a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, as he remembered that Jiang Mengli had mentioned bringing spirit stones. So Li Changxuan shamelessly said, "I have nothing, don't you have some? Besides, I'm just going to take a look. I might not even buy anything." Jiang Mengli widened her eyes in disbelief, not because Li Changxuan wanted to use her spirit stones, but because of his sudden change in attitude. Yesterday he had shown her great respect after witnessing her prowess, but now his attitude had reverted to how it. Jiang Mengli didn't expect that even with her fierce demeanor, she still couldn't intimidate him. She truly couldn't comprehend whether Li Changxuan was normal or not. Seeing Jiang Mengli remain silent for a long time, Li Changxuan simply shrugged and walked out. "Suit yourself, I'm going ahead. You can come or not." Anyway, he was only going to take a look, not buy anything. How could he be barred from entering the auction? But as soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by someone, as a 10 spirit stone entry fee was required. It seemed he really couldn't enter. Li Changxuan had not even half a spirit stone, let alone 10. He hesitated, wondering if he should go back and plead with that demoness. No way, it was just an auction. If he didn't look, then so be it. Asking her would be too humiliating. Who knows, with her arrogant and terrible personality, she might mock him for it. After making up his mind, Li Changxuan turned around to look back. He saw a beautiful figure in a flowing white robe and a wide-sleeved fairy gown, tall yet slender, with a white veil hat, gracefully approaching him. As it was dusk, the sunset glow perfectly illuminated her, exuding an enchanting celestial beauty that reminded him of the saying, "As the sun sets in the west, the clouds glow. The beauty is as radiant as blooming flowers." Ahem. Li Changxuan regained his composure and quickly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Why did he find this demoness so pleasing to the eye? Feeling somewhat awkward, he didn't expect that he would ultimately have to rely on her. However, he was quite grateful that the demoness had come to his rescue. It's still going to rely on this emperor. Jiang Mengli lightly chuckled and whispered something in Li Changxuan's ear. Then she tossed 20 blue spirit stones to the gatekeeper, who then allowed Li Changxuan to enter, but not without a sly remark. Tisk tisk tisk. So it turns out you're a pretty boy. The voice was soft, but Li Changxuan still heard it. Though he felt a surge of anger, she was right, and now that he needed items related to the cultivation world, he really had to rely on this demoness. Once they entered the hall, they noticed there were many people at the public platform. Jiang Mengli's delicate face immediately fell. She was not accustomed to being too close to others. I'm going back, you can look for yourself, Jiang Mengli said coldly. Li Changxuan couldn't let his money slip away. What if he found something he liked, but had no spirit stones? Spending a few of her spirit stones as a reward for saving her seemed quite reasonable. Would a demon emperor like her really lack that little bit of spirit stones? Li Changxuan thought this way, and he also understood the reason Jiang Mengli disliked staying at the public platform, so he recommended, let's go to a private room. It's quieter there, and the view is better than here. Then let's go to a private room. It will cost spirit stones. Jiang Mengli shot him a fierce glare. If she didn't want to see what she could use, she wouldn't accompany Li Changxuan here. So she gave him 10 purple spirit stones, urging him to hurry to the private room, as she couldn't stand being here for another moment. Li Changxuan grabbed a servant in the auction hall and asked, how do we get to the private room? The servant impatiently extended a hand, raising 3 fingers. Pay 300 spirit stones. I only have 10 here, is that okay? As Li Changxuan said this, he pulled out the purple spirit stones in his hand. Upon hearing he only had 10, the servant became even more impatient, pouting, 10. Are you here to buy things or just to watch? But before he could finish, when he saw the purple spirit stones in Li Changxuan's hand, his eyes lit up and he immediately changed his demeanor, becoming very respectful. My lord, I apologize for not recognizing your greatness. Not long after the two arrived at the private room, a middle-aged man knocked and entered. Upon entering, the man saw the ethereal beauty of Li Changxuan and the extraordinary aura of Jiang Mengli, and he secretly thought that they must be extraordinary individuals, otherwise he wouldn't have been unable to sense their presence. In reality, he was just an ordinary person who had concealed his own aura with a treasure. Convinced that his guess was correct, the middle-aged man respectfully said, I am Zhao Changshu, the manager of Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion here. You may address me as Manager Zhao. If there is anything you fancy, please command me, and I will have someone deliver it immediately. Li Changxuan was still in a daze, wondering how even the manager of Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion had come to greet them. Unable to fathom why such a significant change had occurred, he involuntarily nodded in response to Zhao Changshu's words. Seeing Li Changxuan's reaction, Zhao Changshu respectfully said, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Please feel free to summon me if you need anything. As he spoke, he respectfully withdrew and closed the door behind him. Li Changxuan was utterly confused and looked at Jiang Mengli, attempting to find an answer from her. Once in the private room, with the noise no longer disturbing them, Jiang Mengli's mood improved a bit, so she began to explain, among the human race, only those with higher cultivation possess a few purple spirit stones. Why is that? What is the difference between purple spirit stones and blue spirit stones? Li Changxuan still didn't understand and asked with a puzzled expression. Seeing his confusion, Jiang Mengli became even more certain that he was merely an ordinary person lacking even the basic knowledge of the cultivation world. Yet she patiently explained, in the world, spirit stones are divided into 4 types. Blue spirit stones are the lowest grade, containing the least spiritual power, followed by red spirit stones, which contain about 10 times the spiritual power of blue spirit stones. Next come the purple spirit stones, which contain 40 times the spiritual power of blue spirit stones, and are the most precious spirit stones among the human race. But you said there are 4 types. How can purple spirit stones be the most precious if they rank second? The last type is black spirit stones, which contain even more spiritual power than purple spirit stones. However, they are tainted with malevolent energy and cannot be absorbed for cultivation. Just inhaling a trace of it would cause one to lose their reason, becoming violent and murderous, devoid of humanity. Black spirit stones are unusable, while purple spirit stones only come from the demon domain, making them naturally rare among humans. At this point, a hint of anger appeared in Jiang Mengli's eyes, but it quickly subsided unnoticed by Li Changxuan. I see, Li Changxuan murmured to himself. It was no wonder he couldn't discern the differences in the spiritual power contained within the spirit stones. During his own cultivation, he had never relied on spirit stones, only absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which led to his current lack of knowledge. However, he remembered that Jiang Mengli had always absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during her cultivation, so he asked her in confusion, since you have spirit stones, why don't you absorb the spiritual energy from them during your cultivation? Because the spiritual power in spirit stones does not circulate between heaven and earth, lacking a trace of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has a greater chance of breakthroughs. And the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. Therefore, cultivators at the peak of their cultivation will not absorb the spiritual power from spirit stones before a breakthrough. Jiang Mengli, having struggled to make a breakthrough, placed great importance on this matter, which is why she had always refrained from using spirit stones. However, her answer piqued Li Changxuan's curiosity. It was a question he had wanted to ask for quite some time. Jiang Mengli, what was your realm before your cultivation fell? Jiang Mengli shot him a cold glance, her tone somewhat displeased. The peak of the Tongxian realm. Hearing this, Li Changxuan was first taken aback, then a flicker of barely noticeable joy crossed his face. It seemed that this demon clan Empress was not all that impressive. He could still ride on her head a year later. However, Li Changxuan also sensed a potential problem. He once thought that using spirit stones in public could attract trouble. Would using purple spirit stones now cause any issues? But he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore, and now that he had used one, having been regarded as a master, what would it matter to use a few more? Who would dare to target him? He just needed to continue pretending to be a master, and with that thought Li Changxuan felt relieved. After waiting for half an hour, the auction officially began. A tall and graceful woman stepped onto the stage and began to host the auction. The first item brought to the stage was a golden talisman. After placing it on the display stand, the woman began to introduce it. This is the 6 transformation gold thunder talisman. When used, it will summon 6 heavenly thunders upon the target, but it cannot be used in secret realms, and activating its secret method is somewhat complex. The starting price is 500 blue spirit stones. Upon hearing that it could summon heavenly thunder, Li Changxuan was quite interested, as the destructive power of heavenly thunder was significant and would complement his thunder pearl. However, the drawbacks were also evident. One needed true talent to attract thunder, and the spellcasting time was too long, requiring spiritual power, making it unsuitable for him, so he decided to pass. After it was bid away, the second item was presented, which was a red longsword, albeit broken into 2 pieces. The woman calmly began to introduce it. This is the sword used by the former leader of the Beastmaster sect called Qishue. It was severed by the current demon emperor during the massacre 3 years ago, with a starting price of 1,000 blue spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out in the audience. I heard that during that battle, not a single person from the Beastmaster sect escaped. All disciples fought to the death, vowing to live or die with their sect. But alas, in the end, they all perished beneath the demon emperor's claws. When discovered later, the entire sect was drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to behold. Sigh. The audience was filled with sighs, all expressing their anger at how ruthless and murderous the current demon emperor was, unaware that the person they were discussing was in the same building. Li Changxuan hadn't expected to hear about Jiang Mengli's past here. He hadn't heard of the Beastmaster sect's tragedy before. Hearing them speak of the Beastmaster sect's demise so tragically, he had no doubt about the event's authenticity, as he had witnessed Jiang Mengli mercilessly slaughtering bandits. Li Changxuan couldn't help but feel curious, and directly asked the person involved, Jiang Mengli, was it really as tragic as they say? Initially unconcerned, Jiang Mengli raised her brow slightly at Li Changxuan's question, surprised that he had the courage to ask it directly. It was about right. Jiang Mengli replied coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. What was the reason for exterminating them? Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely noticeable anger flashed in Jiang Mengli's eyes, as she glared coldly at Li Changxuan. Does the Empress of the Demons need a reason to kill? If I wish to kill, then I shall. No, I guess the Beastmaster sect must have done something unforgivable. Oh, a human actually dares to speak on behalf of the demons. Jiang Mengli was slightly taken aback, feeling quite surprised. Just speaking the truth. Where does your confidence come from? You witnessed my methods yesterday, did you not? Just the fact that I am still alive. Based on nearly a month of acquaintance with her, Li Changxuan felt that she was somewhat ruthless, but not a sense. Hearing this, Jiang Mengli was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to think. Then she feigned a fierce demeanor to intimidate him. You said you are merely alive for now. Once I regain my demon form, I will swallow you whole. All right. Li Changxuan couldn't be bothered to argue with her, displaying an indifferent demeanor. Jiang Mengli was once again caught off guard by his nonchalance. What was this supposed to mean? Just as the two were still bickering, Qishue was already auctioned off by a disciple of the Taishan sect for 3,000 spirit stones. However, since this place is not a major city for cultivation, there were hardly any good items in the auction. Soon they reached the last two auction items, which were both grand treasures. The first item on stage was a fifth-grade pill, its body a deep azure exuding a fragrant aroma, which could be regarded as one of the few decent treasures in this city. This is the Qingmu pill, personally refined by an elder of the Yundan sect. Consuming it can regenerate severed limbs and reshape meridians, dispel miasma, and detoxify numerous poisons. Now let the bidding begin. For pills of this grade, there was no starting bid, but unfortunately Li Changxuan could not make use of it. Jiang Mengli also had no use for it. What she needed was a primordial spiritual herb with immense spiritual power to help her break through the 5 golden chains. Now the two were indeed like spectators. Soon the final auction item was presented. As the curtain was drawn, a pleasant and subtle fragrance wafted through the air, becoming more fragrant as it spread. 9-flower wandering dragon celestial. It is said that the wandering dragon celestial only grows in places rich in spiritual energy, blooming once every 100 years. After 900 years, it will no longer grow but will continue to absorb spiritual energy. No one knows how many years this wandering dragon celestial has grown, but its aroma is remarkably fresh and distant. Someone in the audience recognized the final auction item and exclaimed, starting to discuss it animatedly. Jiang Mengli naturally saw it as well. Although she did not know the exact effects of this item, she could already feel the immense spiritual power contained within it. Though it could not compare to treasures like the Yun Yu Qing Lian and the Chaos Purple Lotus, this was the only item she had seen on her journey capable of breaking through the spirit sealing seal. The 9-flower wandering dragon celestial contains a vast amount of spiritual power in its flowers, and its leaves also have detoxifying properties. The auctioneer had barely introduced it when someone began to bid. 5,000 spirit stones. Generally refers to blue spirit stones. Without emphasizing the type, a calm voice came from the private room of the Taishan sect disciple who had just bought the Qi Shui sword. At these words, the cultivators present became somewhat restrained. Once a disciple from a major sect made a move, they were generally at a disadvantage. Unless they particularly needed it, they would usually give face to the disciples of the 5 great immortal sects and not compete with them. Thus, although 5,000 spirit stones had not yet reached the price to buy the wandering dragon celestial, no one else dared to bid. Just when everyone thought the 9-flower wandering dragon celestial would fall into the hands of that Taishan sect disciple for 5,000 spirit stones, suddenly a clear and cold female voice rang out from another private room. 200 purple spirit stones. The voice, though cold, was melodious like a warbler's song, heavenly and pleasant to the ears. The crowd was taken aback not by the woman's voice but by the mention of 200 purple spirit stones. In another private room, the core disciple of Taishan Li Changxuan was also startled, feeling perplexed. He had come here specifically to buy the Qi Shui sword as a gift for an elder of the Taishan sect, and buying this wandering dragon celestial was a spurofthement decision. About a month ago, 5 elders of the Taishan sect had their soul plates shattered and died, and a day later 4 core disciples and 1 true disciple also perished. The Taishan sect had still not found the corpses of the 5 disciples, while the bodies of the 5 elders were discovered within the Yen Su secret realm. The cause of death has not been disclosed by the sect master of the Taishan sect, but since people had died, 4 core positions and 1 true disciple's position became vacant. He wanted to advance from a core disciple to a true disciple, and he knew that the elder Lu Xiong, who was missing a true disciple, was the father of Lu Ran, the former master of the Beast Tamer sect. And the Qi Shui sword was the relic of Lu Xiong's son, which was why he had inquired about the lost sword of the Beast Tamer sect and rushed over to bid, intending to use it as a stepping stone to become a true disciple. This 9-flower wandering dragon celestial could be considered an unexpected gain. Yet the sudden bid of 200 purple spirit stones made him hesitate, as someone who could take out that amount must hold a significant status. If he were to bid against her, he might offend her and end up in a bad situation. Lu Changxuan thought it better to let her have it and make a friend, so he politely said to the private room where Jiang Mengli was, "Fellow Taoist, why don't I buy this celestial herb for you? You won't have to spend those 200 purple spirit stones." "No need." A cold voice filled with anger came back. Jiang Mengli already harbored resentment toward the Taishan sect, but given her current situation, if she had known he was from the Taishan sect, she would have rushed over to deal with him. However, she was not in a hurry. After all, the Taishan sect was in the Qi Shao realm and could not escape. Sooner or later, she would storm the Taishan mountain gate. Having experience in exterminating entire clans, she felt quite adept at it. Meanwhile, in another private room, Lu Changxuan felt humiliated by the public rebuttal. Though he had some anger, he could not show it. He didn't even know who she was. It would be unwise to offend her, so he could only obediently sit back down and remain silent. In the end, the 9-flower wandering dragon celestial was purchased by Jiang Mengli for 200 purple spirit stones, while Li Changxuan, who had been the first to shout about attending the auction, came away with nothing. After the auction ended, Zhao Changshou, the manager of the Li Changxuan Treasure Pavilion, personally delivered the 9-flower wandering dragon celestial. At this moment, knowing that the Li Changxuan Treasure Pavilion also sold supplies commonly used by cultivators, Li Changxuan tentatively asked, "Manager Zhao, do you have any treasures that ordinary people can use against cultivators?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Changshou was taken aback, not understanding Li Changxuan's intentions. However, high-ranking individuals had their own reasons, so he began to think carefully. In the end, he shook his head and said somewhat apologetically, "No, all magical treasures require spiritual power to operate, which ordinary people cannot utilize." A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Li Changxuan's eyes, but he was not overly disappointed as he had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, Zhao Changshou seemed to recall something, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "It seems there is indeed something that might help the immortal lord." "What is it?" Li Changxuan appeared somewhat excited. The Li Changxuan Treasure Pavilion sells spirit storing pills, which allow mortals to have a quarter of an hour of spiritual power upon consumption. There are 2nd grade and 5th grade pills. Taking the 2nd grade can reach the midstage of Qi drawing realm, while the 5th grade can achieve midstage of Spirit Sea realm strength. Then I want the 5th grade spirit storing pills, starting with 100 pills. Li Changxuan said, eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. Being without cultivation yet following Jiang Mengli around had him feeling quite stifled as dangers lurked everywhere. The previous encounter had been with mountain bandits, which he could handle. But if a cultivator appeared, even if it was just a Qi drawing realm practitioner, he would have no way to deal with it easily. Hearing Li Changxuan's words, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, "Do you think it's as easy as eating? You want that many? Even if you can buy them, you need to have the life to use them." "Exactly. Immortal Lord." Zhao Changshou quickly chimed in. "Spirit storing pills are certainly good, but there are always pros and cons, or otherwise why would anyone need to cultivate? Wouldn't it be enough to just eat pills every day?" "No, master, even ordinary people would suffer damage to their qi and blood from consuming the 2nd grade spirit storage pill, harming their meridians. If an ordinary person takes a 5th grade spirit storage pill, the vast spiritual energy within will burst forth, overwhelming their meridians, leading to their inevitable demise within a quarter of an hour." Zhao Changshou hurriedly explained. He suspected that the pill was intended for someone important to Li Changxuan, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility, so he had to clarify the side effects of the pill. Li Changxuan fell silent for a moment, not expecting it to be so severe. However, he suddenly recalled that he was from the absolute heaven celestial vein, and should have no problem operating spiritual energy, so he asked Zhao Changshou how many spirit storage pills are left. "There are 10 2nd grade pills and 3 5th grade pills. I'll take them all." "How many spirit stones?" "The 2nd grade ones are 100 spirit stones each, and the 5th grade ones are only 1,000 spirit stones each, since no one is buying them. In total, let's say 3,500 spirit stones for you, master." For such a cheap price, Li Changxuan was certain to make a profit. If it were Jiang Mengli, she would definitely feel insulted and would not be happy. He also wondered whom this spendthrift Jiang Mengli would marry in the future. She would be in for a tough time. But then he thought the demon emperor surely doesn't lack spirit stones, but he feared she was so fierce that no one would dare to take her. "However, master, the pills are not here in the Li Changxuan Treasure Pavilion, so I cannot deliver them right now." "But the Li Changxuan Treasure Pavilion delivers quickly. How about I send someone to your residence later?" Zhao Changshou's voice pulled Li Changxuan back from his thoughts, and he quickly replied, "That sounds good, let's do it that way." After Li Changxuan informed him of his lodging at a nearby inn, Jiang Mengli put away the 9-flower dragon immortal and left with him. At this time, the sky outside had already darkened. As soon as they exited the auction house, Jiang Mengli swiftly flew towards the inn, leaving Li Changxuan standing in place. Li Changxuan sensed something was off. She usually feared he would run away and followed closely behind him. He realized it might be related to that 9-flower dragon immortal. Jiang Mengli quickly returned to the inn and took out the 9-flower dragon immortal, carefully examining it in her hands. Under the moonlight, the flowers of the dragon immortal emitted a soft white glow, fragrant and soothing, making one feel at ease. Just as rumored, this herb had 9 petals and 9 leaves, with the petals resembling dragon heads. Each leaf bore a flower climbing higher with each. Overall, it resembled a 9-headed dragon. No wonder it's called the dragon immortal. In fact, if it were refined into a pill, it would be easier to absorb the spiritual energy within, allowing for consumption without needing to refine the energy. However, for Jiang Mengli, it was unnecessary. A few strands of spiritual energy would suffice to break through the spirit sealing seal, and she currently had no time to refine it into a pill. So she directly swallowed the flower whole, leaving only the 9 leaves of the dragon immortal behind, as she had no use for the detoxifying properties of the leaves. After swallowing it in an instant, the vast spiritual energy within the dragon immortal erupted within Jiang Mengli's body, like a flood breaking through a dam surging violently. This spiritual energy roamed restlessly within her meridians, as if it wanted to break through her body. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli was not an ordinary person. Her meridians had been refined during her cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand such a powerful impact of spiritual energy. After about a quarter of an hour, Jiang Mengli finally absorbed all the spiritual energy from the 9-flower dragon immortal. At this moment, although the energy circulating within her meridians was immense, she felt no discomfort. After all, she had once reached the pinnacle of the celestial path, and her body's endurance was certainly strong. The spiritual energy within her meridians circulated faster and faster, under her continuous guidance growing increasingly powerful. Finally, when Jiang Mengli felt satisfied with the energy circulation, she abruptly directed it towards her qi. The surging spiritual energy rushed towards the qi, causing 5 chains to sense the influx of energy instantly radiating golden light. Mystical runes flew out from the chains heavily surrounding Jiang Mengli's qi, preventing the spiritual energy from entering from outside and the energy from exiting her qi, so both sides couldn't resonate. Yet the spiritual energy from the dragon immortal continued to surge in, and the mystical runes operated increasingly faster. The 2 opposing forces generated immense power within the qi, causing Jiang Mengli to frown and break into a light sweat, clearly enduring considerable pain. Ultimately, under the constant impact of the vast spiritual energy, a slight crack appeared in one of the golden chains. Jiang Mengli's heart leaped with joy as she focused intently on directing her spiritual energy towards the cracked chain. Bang! Finally, at the last moment when her spiritual energy was exhausted, a golden chain snapped, and a portion of the vast spiritual energy in Jiang Mengli's qi surged out. The force generated from the destruction of the spirit sealing seal, combined with the leaking spiritual energy, caused Jiang Mengli to spit out a mouthful of blood before fainting again. However, this time, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up, clearly very satisfied. Although the dragon immortal could not compare to the Qinglian purple lotus, she was already quite pleased to have broken 1 chain. Having restored some of her cultivation, her journey to Qinglian city was now more secure. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in bed covered with a blanket. But she didn't know where the person who took care of her had gone, as she didn't see him in the room. Jiang Mengli got up and just stepped out of bed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door, along with a fragrance that made her, who didn't usually enjoy food, involuntarily salivate. Ahahaha! The chicken soup is here. Li Changxuan entered with a clay pot. Chicken soup? Jiang Mengli murmured, as it was her first time smelling such a tempting dish. Are you feeling better? Li Changxuan gently placed the clay pot on the table and then asked. Jiang Mengli knew what he was asking about. She examined herself, and as before, 1 golden chain had broken and her cultivation had already returned to the initial stage of the refining spirit realm, which was about what she had expected. I've recovered a bit, Jiang Mengli replied lightly, gracefully walking over to sit at the table. Seeing this, Li Changxuan quickly served her a bowl and placed it in front of her, smiling as he looked at her. Flattery with no reason behind it is either deceit or theft. Jiang Mengli knew that usually when she asked him to do something, she had to prompt him for a long time. How could Li Changxuan, this stubborn mule, who only moved after being whipped, be so kind today? So although Jiang Mengli really wanted to drink, she suppressed her desire and looked at him with a hint of a probing smile, refusing to drink. Seeing that Jiang Mengli hadn't made a move, Li Changxuan pushed the chicken soup closer to her again. Your Majesty, drink the soup. Changing the way he addressed her made Jiang Mengli even less inclined to drink. She simply stared at him in silence, wanting to see what trick he was up to. Your Majesty, drinking soup is a delightful thing. Why aren't you drinking? Li Changxuan couldn't help but urge. Jiang Mengli continued to look at him without speaking. Cold violence is quite terrifying. Li Changxuan suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Why aren't you drinking? Drink. Drink. This sudden action startled Jiang Mengli. Li Changxuan, what are you doing? Li Changxuan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it's just that my feelings got the better of me, and I naturally turned to the pangolin. Jiang Mengli frowned slightly, glancing at him. What pangolin? Nonsense. What on earth are you trying to say? You've been acting like a lunatic all day. Jiang Mengli pouted and couldn't help urging him. Hehe. I purchased several vials of pills from Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, didn't I? I'd like to borrow some spirit stones from you. Li Changxuan explained with a smile as he sat down. Earlier, upon returning to the inn, he had discovered Jiang Mengli unconscious on the floor. and so carried her gently to bed. Later, remembering he still needed her spirit stones, he knew he'd have to ask her for a favor, and asking required at least a semblance of humility. Li Changxuan reasoned that fox spirits and ordinary foxes likely shared similar habits. So he personally prepared a bowl of chicken soup in the inn's kitchen and brought it to her. "Oh, that's what this is about. When you demanded 100 spirit pills at once, this sovereign assumed you were swimming in spirit stones." Jiang Mengli teased with a sly half-closed gaze. Li Changxuan behaving so obediently was rare indeed. She simply couldn't resist playing along. "Your Imperial Majesty, please lend me just a little spirit stone. 3,500 will suffice. Are you certain this is a loan? Do you truly believe you'll ever repay it?" In Jiang Mengli's eyes, Li Changxuan, a mere mortal, could never possibly earn even 100 spirit stones, let alone over 3,000. His words were hollow, nothing more than airy promises. "I will repay it without fail." Li Changxuan thought a year from now, clearing out a single cult would net me far more than 3,500 spirit stones. In Jiang Mengli's eyes, Li Changxuan, a mere mortal, could never possibly earn even 100 spirit stones, let alone over. Besides, spirit stones were the one thing she lacked least. Lending him some posed no hardship. Yet she refused to grant them so easily. Jiang Mengli lifted the bowl of chicken soup resting before her, with delicate fingers parted her cherry lips and took a sip, her eyes instantly brightening. It was surprisingly delicious. After a moment's thoughtful pause, as if recalling something, she pursed her lips and smiled faintly. "First call me sister." She still remembered with razor-sharp resentment his earlier claim that she was his younger sister. Li Changxuan steeled his resolve. A true man bends but does not break. Moreover, he reasoned that Jiang Mengli, having ascended as a sovereign of fox spirits, must surely be older than himself. And uttering the word cost him no flesh, yet promised spirit stones. Why hesitate? After this swift internal persuasion, he felt no loss at all, and declared without a trace of awkwardness, "Sister." Jiang Mengli stared stunned. She'd expected him to squirm and stall, yet he'd spoken the word with startling immediacy. But she had no intention of letting him off so easily. And then, "Your Imperial Majesty, think of it yourself." Tonight Jiang Mengli intended to reclaim every slight from the past. Li Changxuan froze, momentarily speechless. "Mengli sister. Pft. Cough, cough, cough." Jiang Mengli thumped her chest. The mouthful of soup she just sipped erupted in a startled spray. She hadn't anticipated such boldness, and choked on the shock. In all her long existence, none had dared address her by her full name, defy her so openly, or carry such unyielding rebellion in their bones. No matter how fiercely she threatened, he remained utterly unmoved. She found him utterly extraordinary. Though she'd long been intrigued by him, that single phrase, "Mengli sister," sent shivers down her spine. No one ever had dared speak to her thus. Never speak it again, ever. Jiang Mengli warned sharply. She feared that if he uttered even 2 more words, he might unleash something truly earth-shattering. "And the spirit stones?" Li Changxuan gazed at her with exaggerated deference and a practiced smile. So unnerving, she hurriedly withdrew 2 pouches from her spatial storage and tossed them into his hands. Li Changxuan opened the pouches. His eyes gleamed. 2 overflowing sacks of violet spirit stones. Their value likely exceeded 10,000 azure spirit stones. Truly a sovereign of fox spirits spared no extravagance. This time Li Changxuan himself had delivered the pills, and waited downstairs, prompting Li Changxuan's urgent rush to secure the funds before dashing out the door. Before departing, he called back with cheerful gratitude, "Thank you, Mengli sister." Enraged, Jiang Mengli hurled her spoon, but he was already gone. It struck the doorframe, instead shattering into fragments. As Li Changxuan descended and entered the private chamber where Li Changxuan awaited, the latter rose swiftly and seated himself beside him. Having watched Li Changxuan linger upstairs for so long, Li Changxuan couldn't help a quiet inward chuckle. So even this immortal cultivator fears his wife. Yet he dared reveal nothing outwardly. Only when Li Changxuan settled did he reverently hand over 2 small porcelain vials, 1 white, 1 azure, containing the pills. Having kept the man waiting so long, Li Changxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Handing over 100 violet spirit stones, he offered an apologetic bow. "My sincere apologies for keeping Master Zhao waiting so long. Keep the change." Li Changxuan, astonished to see Li Changxuan produce 100 violet spirit stones, something he hadn't imagined they possessed, felt a jolt of surprise. At once he silently congratulated himself he'd made the right gesture. This was truly a master of profound cultivation. This humble servant dares not presume. "May I inquire your honored name, immortal sage?" Zhao Chengshou spoke with serene composure. Li Changxuan. Li Changxuan cared little for his own name. It held no weight here. A few knew him and fewer still had reason to oppose him. Zhao Chengshou searched his memory carefully upon hearing the name. No sect, no major cultivation lineage bore record of such a figure. Only one possibility remained: a reclusive master of transcendent attainment. Beaming, he presented Li Changxuan a crimson jade token and explained warmly. This is the Qianglu jade token. Henceforth, immortal sage Li may ascend to any level of Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion merely by presenting it. Should you wish to sell anything, Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion stands ready to auction or purchase it, guaranteeing the highest possible price. The Qianglu jade token was entrusted by the pavilion's grandmaster to regional masters, with strict instruction: bestow it only upon those of exalted status or hidden peerless masters. Thus, Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion steadily expanded its network across the 3 realms, earning its unparalleled reputation as the supreme trading hub of the cultivation world. Li Changxuan had already learned the pavilion's hierarchy from the innkeeper. 6 tiers in total. Ordinary cultivators were permitted only the lower 3. Each ascending tier demanded greater status and authority. Naturally, the higher the tier, the rarer and more precious the wares. To receive such a token for a mere few hundred violet spirit stones delighted him immensely, though he concealed it well. To maintain the aloof demeanor of a true master, he accepted the token with calm indifference and murmured softly, "That will do nicely. Then I shall not disturb your cultivation further. This humble servant takes his leave." With matters concluded, Zhao Chengshou departed. Leaving Li Changxuan alone in the quiet chamber, he retrieved the 2 porcelain vials. Opening the white one, he found second-rank spirit-storing pills, emitting a subtle, refined fragrance. The azure vial held 3 pills, identical in appearance to the others, yet their 5th-rank aroma was markedly richer and deeper. After a brief inspection, he secured both vials with great care. These were his lifeline, his safeguard for the year ahead. As Li Changxuan stepped into his chamber, he found Jiang Mengli glaring at him with fierce intensity, unperturbed, as if utterly unaware of her gaze. He strode calmly to the table and sat down, only to discover the chicken soup had already been entirely consumed. "Jiang Mengli, how was it? Delicious, wasn't it?" Li Changxuan asked, a warm, knowing smile playing upon his lips. Her already sullen expression darkened further, her delicate brows knitted in quiet fury. Only moments earlier she had addressed him as her Imperial Majesty and elder sister. Now, having secured the spirit stones, her true nature surfaced without restraint. Was this Li Changxuan's version of burning the bridge after crossing the river? Yet Jiang Mengli seemed to recall something, and her stormy countenance suddenly twisted into an eerie, enigmatic smile. "Li Changxuan, have you forgotten that this sovereign's cultivation has already been restored?" As she spoke, she slowly clenched one slender porcelain white hand, the joints of her fingers cracking softly. Li Changxuan remained unruffled, replying with unhurried composure, "Many thanks indeed, Your Imperial Majesty." Jiang Mengli had no desire to prolong the banter. She still had questions for him. After all, she had called him by name for days on end. She was nearly accustomed to it. She shifted, her demeanor growing solemn as she asked, "Did you obtain the spirit storage pills?" "I did here," Li Changxuan replied, placing 2 small porcelain vials onto the table. Jiang Mengli glanced briefly at the vials before asking, her tone deliberately nonchalant, "You know full well these pills will kill you. Why buy them at all? Are you truly unafraid of death?" "Perhaps I won't die after all," Li Changxuan replied with a mysterious smile, his unwavering faith rooted firmly in his absolute heaven immortal vein. His extraordinary confidence did not escape Jiang Mengli's notice. Seeing his utter lack of concern, she sensed something concealed beneath, an instinct confirmed by the certainty that direct inquiry would yield nothing. Without hesitation, she projected a thread of divine sense into Li Changxuan's body, intending to examine his constitution, meridians, and dantian, only to freeze instantly, stunned where she stood. To her astonishment, his dantian held no sea of qi whatsoever, explaining why he could not cultivate. Yet his meridians were 100-fold wider than those of ordinary mortals. She recalled reading of this trait in ancient Yaoclan scriptures, the hallmark of the absolute heaven immortal vein. Those born with it possess meridians expanded 100-fold, enabling them to absorb heavenly spiritual energy and circulate inner qi 100 times faster than others. Thus their cultivation speed surpasses ordinary cultivators by over 100-fold. Even when matched in realm, their strength far exceeds theirs. Yet such a lineage had not appeared across the Lingxiao continent for millennia. The moment Jiang Mengli's divine sense pierced Li Changxuan's body, he felt utterly exposed, as though stripped bare, every fiber of his being laid open to scrutiny. He demanded sharply, "Jiang Mengli, what are you doing?" Snapping back to awareness, Jiang Mengli asked cautiously, "You possess the absolute heaven immortal vein?" Li Changxuan nodded, acknowledging her insight, then added lightly, "Told you there was no need to worry." "Who said I was worried about you?" Jiang Mengli mused inwardly. So he knew his own constitution, and then she recalled all his anomalies, unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, and now this rarest of veins. Such a being could only cultivate once ascending to the immortal realm, using the physical body itself as a vessel for spiritual energy. Even then, lacking a dantian, he would remain markedly weaker than peers of equal cultivation. One born with such a constitution should stand atop humanity's immortal sex. Yet deprived of the most fundamental foundation, the dantian, he was rendered no better than a cultivator without merit. Such a crushing disparity explained his self-abandonment, his retreat into seclusion, his withdrawal from worldly affairs. Having convinced herself she saw through everything, Jiang Mengli sighed inwardly. For a fleeting moment she pitied Li Changxuan. Yet almost immediately she thought perhaps it was better this way. If such a being ever attained true cultivation, he would become a mountain pressing down upon the Yao clans. After a pause, Jiang Mengli offered earnest counsel. Though your absolute heaven immortal vein renders you immune to side effects from second-grade spirit storage pills you've never cultivated before, using fifth-grade pills will drain your vital blood and damage your meridians. Reserve them strictly for dire necessity. I understand. Rarely did the Yao maiden speak words of genuine concern. Li Changxuan offered no rebuttal, simply assenting. The next day, in Qinglian City, Yang Tsong stood atop the city wall awaiting someone. He wasn't even certain his junior sister would arrive. She habitually forgot tasks he entrusted to her. Suddenly a woman clad in azure robes and skirt soared toward the city on a flying sword, alighting swiftly upon the battlement. Had Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli been present, they would have recognized her, having met her once before. "Senior brother, long time no see. I demand a hug first." At the sight of Yang Tsong waiting, the azure-robed woman rushed forward eagerly. He in turn gently pressed his forehead against hers, a gesture tender and familiar. "Ahem. Mind your surroundings." Yang Tsong's soft reminder made her realize the floating cloud sect disciples overseeing registration were watching her with wide-eyed, amused curiosity. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. Embarrassed, she handed over her sword-shaped jade token. Yishiro, inner disciple of the Supreme Tao Sword Sect. Indeed, this was Yang Tsong's junior sister and also the daughter of his master. Yang Tsong had entered the Supreme Tao Sword Sect at age 4, accompanied by his parents. Yishiro was born half a month later, thus becoming his junior sister despite their near-simultaneous entry. They were thus childhood companions, raised together and cultivating side by side. Once the floating cloud sect disciple verified Yishiro's identity, without issue she was granted entry. A female disciple escorted Yishiro to her lodgings. Upon finishing her preparations and rejoining Yang Tsong, she asked breathlessly, "Senior brother, is a secret realm emerging?" Yang Tsong nodded. Yishiro had already noticed Qinglian City's heightened vigilance upon entering, confirming in her mind that a priceless treasure must be surfacing. As daughter of an intersect elder of the Supreme Tao Sword Sect, Yishiro had never ventured beyond the sect's boundaries before. Yang Tsong, having begun cultivation earlier, had undertaken one trial journey outside the sect before her, and upon returning regaled her with countless tales of adventure. Though the sect maintained its own secret realms for training, safety precautions rendered them virtually risk-free. Yishiro had long grown weary of them. Thus Yang Tsong had promised her that on his next descent, he would guide her into a true secret realm, prompting his urgent summons. Though she'd encountered such realms before, they were all exhausted, visited countless times. She refused to set foot in any such place. Hearing her senior brother's call, she deduced a newly discovered realm, and hastened here without delay. How long until it opens? Her youthful face shone with eager anticipation. According to the floating cloud sect seniors, 2 or 3 days remain. Ah, so long. Yishiro could barely contain her impatience. Though she lacked for no celestial treasures, only those claimed by her own hand carried true satisfaction. Can't you wait 2 or 3 days? Besides, we're in no rush. I'm still awaiting 2 friends. Ah, what friends? Male or female? Upon hearing this, Yishiro's anticipation vanished, replaced by a pout of indignant suspicion. Yang Tsong reflected that debts of gratitude must be honored, and besides he had been the one to solicit their aid in the first place. He merely smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough." "Ah, you refuse to tell me, so it must be a woman. When we return to the sect I'll tell. Father, you're tarnishing our sect's reputation." The next day, Yang Tsong and Yishiro walked through the streets of Qinglian City. Yang Tsong had no intention of going out, but his junior sister, who had never been outside the sect, was curious about everything, so she insisted on dragging him out early in the morning. Since they came out too early, the vendors in the street had not yet opened their stalls, with only a few selling breakfast. Although Yi Shiho was less enthusiastic about shopping, her mood was noticeably good. Senior brother, who exactly are those two friends of yours? When did they arrive? Yi Shiho asked as they walked. Yang Tsong had not told her who they were yesterday, and she had worried all night, fearing that her naive senior brother might be deceived by some seductive woman from the outside world. That's why she got up early and dragged her senior brother out for a stroll. Hearing Yi Shiho's question, Yang Tsong thought for a moment and replied nonchalantly, "Who they are I don't know either. As for when they arrived, I'm also unclear." "Humph, you don't know anything. I think you just don't want to tell me." "Really? Junior sister, we've only known each other for one night. I truly don't know," Yang Tsong explained earnestly, while Yi Shiho was instantly taken aback. "One night and two of them?" Yi Shiho's eyes turned slightly red as she stammered. "So what were you doing at night? Together?" Yang Tsong did not notice anything unusual about Yi Shiho's emotions and replied honestly, "They helped me catch some wraiths. I don't know where they are now." Upon hearing that they were helping to catch wraiths, and that they were a brother-sister pair, Yi Shiho felt relieved immediately. "Then why didn't you come here together? Their situation is special. Only the younger sister has some cultivation. They travel too slowly, so I came ahead. Then we can just enter the secret realm first. They'll come in when they arrive. Senior brother owes them a favor and promised to help them out." "What favor?" Yang Tsong then recounted what had happened in Danqing town. After hearing it, Yi Shiho felt that her senior brother had done nothing wrong, and could only mutter, "Humph, you should have said that earlier. You made me worry all night." Yang Tsong didn't catch the faint murmur of his junior sister and paused, puzzled. "What did you think about all night? Senior brother, you really are a fool." Yi Shiho didn't want to engage with him and strolled away casually. Yang Tsong scratched his head, wondering why he was acting so foolishly again. He didn't understand and decided not to think about it. He followed her. After a while, the streets gradually became lively. As they were about to head back to their lodgings, Yang Tsong unexpectedly encountered someone he least wanted to see. Just as he was about to evade, Lu Yanyan's voice rang out. "Yang Tsong brother, what a coincidence. You and Yanyan are truly fated." Upon hearing this, Yi Shiho froze for a moment. Once she regained her senses, a surge of anger burst forth, and she glared at Lu Yanyan as if facing an enemy. She hadn't even called her senior brother before. Yang Tsong awkwardly chuckled. "It's better if you call me Yang Dao. We're not that familiar yet." "Not familiar? Then we should get to know each other better," Lu Yanyan said flirtatiously, leaning her alluring figure toward Yang Tsong. Just as they were 3 feet apart, suddenly a woman appeared in Lu Yanyan's line of sight, standing in between them, glaring fiercely at her. "My senior brother has already said it, can't you understand?" Yi Shiho scolded bitterly. However, Lu Yanyan did not show any anger at all and smiled. "Oh, so you are Yang Tsong's junior sister. I am Lu Yanyan, a friend of your senior brother. I've already said not to call my senior brother Yang Tsong brother." Yi Shiho gritted her teeth, thinking that if it weren't for the prohibition against fighting in the city, she would have liked to stab this vixen who entangled her senior brother. But since Yi Shiho was only 15 and looked quite petite and young compared to a mature woman like Lu Yanyan still regarded her as a child. Seeing Yi Shiho's overwhelming hostility, Lu Yanyan felt some resentment, but given that she was a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect and Yang Tsong's junior sister, she didn't dare to show any displeasure. So Lu Yanyan turned to Yang Tsong and smiled. "I presume you are here for the secret realm as well. If we can't obtain the Yunyu Qinglian, we can join forces. Surely acquiring the Zhengyang Pure Yin sword scripture wouldn't be a problem. At that time you can cultivate with me." Lu Yanyan said this while throwing a flirtatious glance at Yang Tsong, causing him to break out in goosebumps. Yi Shiho was unaware of what treasures were in the secret realm before, but upon hearing that the Yunyu Qinglian and the Zhengyang Pure Yin sword scripture would appear, she was momentarily taken aback. Both of these treasures she had heard of. The Yunyu Qinglian contained rich and profound spiritual energy that could repair damaged meridians and accelerate healing, and it was permanent. As for the Zhengyang Pure Yin sword scripture, it was rumored to be a dual cultivation sword technique for partners divided into 2 volumes, Zhengyang and Pure Yin. They could be cultivated separately, but when used together by partners their power would undergo a qualitative change. So this vixen said she wanted to cultivate with her senior brother, which was just... Humph! How dare she try to take someone under her nose? Yi Shiho would not be polite and directly pushed her away, moving a bit farther from the two, angrily saying, "Humph! Even if we enter the secret realm, my senior brother will be with me. When will it be your turn?" After a pause, she added, "My senior brother definitely won't cultivate with you." Seeing the two getting into an argument, Yang Tsong feared that given his junior sister's temperament, she would not be able to help but fight. So he quickly grabbed Yi Shihao's hand and rushed away, saying, "Junior sister, let's go back." By the time Lu Yanyan reacted, they had already distanced themselves. She looked over and saw Yi Shihao being pulled away by Yang Tsong, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes at Lu Yanyan with a face of smugness, making Lu Yanyan stomp her feet in frustration. When the two returned to the inn, Yi Shihao began to question her senior brother with a serious expression. "Speak. Who is that Lu Yanyan today, and how do you know her?" Although Yang Tsong disliked Lu Yanyan, he didn't understand why his junior sister was angry, so he could only honestly recount what had happened a few days ago at the gates of Qinglian City. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Yi Shihao finally felt relieved again, but she didn't forget to warn him, "Senior brother, stay away from her in the future. People like her are clearly not good." Yang Tsong nodded. At the same time, Yi Shihao was secretly planning that it would be best for her to keep a close watch on her senior brother. After spending a night in the city, Li Changxuan was just about to hurry to the carriage when he was called by "We won't be taking the carriage for the next leg of the journey." Jiang Mengli had a premonition that the Qinglian secret realm was about to open, and if they took the carriage, they wouldn't make it in time. Indeed, her purpose for going to Qinglian City was the Qinglian secret realm, or more specifically the Yunyu Qinglian. A month ago, while she was still in the Demon Clan's Imperial Palace, she received news that both the Yunyu Qinglian and the Chaos Purple Lotus were simultaneously emerging, and she knew that the emergence of the Chaos Purple Lotus was less likely. However, at that time her obstacle was that she could not break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Although the probability of the Yunyu Qinglian appearing was high, it would be of no use to her, which is why she went to the Yenshu secret realm. What she did not expect was the ambush set by the Taishan sect, which led her to now need to come to the Qinglian secret realm to seize the Yunyu Qinglian to restore her cultivation. She was unsure whether the Taishan sect would set up another secret ambush this time. As for the Floating Cloud Palace, they should still be unaware of this matter. Because from the current situation, the Taishan sect had not made this matter public, otherwise the entire Lingxiao continent would already be aware of the Demon Emperor being afflicted by the Taishan secret technique, and the human race would have begun large-scale hunts. She was unclear why the Taishan sect kept this matter under wraps, but it was good news for her. When Li Changxuan heard that they wouldn't be taking the carriage, he was delighted, which meant he wouldn't have to work so hard driving the carriage. "Let's go out of the city first." Jiang Mengli walked towards the city gate, noticing that Li Changxuan was still stunned in place. She urged, "What are you dawdling for? Let's go." "What about the carriage? What should we do?" "Just leave it." Jiang Mengli, uninterested in arguing with him, directly used a thread of spiritual power to bind around Li Changxuan's waist and pulled him along. "Oh dear, I paid for that. At least sell it before we leave," Li Changxuan said from behind. Jiang Mengli acted as if she hadn't heard him and continued walking without care. "What a spendthrift," Li Changxuan mumbled quietly when he couldn't persuade her. However, at that moment Jiang Mengli had already restored half of her cultivation, and her hearing was better than before, so his words naturally fell into her ears. Jiang Mengli stopped and shot him a fierce glare with her beautiful eyes, causing Li Changxuan to immediately cover his mouth, shake his head and chuckle. "Not a spendthrift, not a spendthrift. Let's hurry, aren't we pressed for time?" On this day, on their way to Qinglian City, many cultivators witnessed a peculiar sight. A stunning female cultivator in a white dress was flying rapidly in the air, holding a thread of spiritual power, the other end of which was tied to the waist of a handsome young man who was being pulled along. A group of traveling cultivators saw the two flying by, and one pointed at them saying, "Hey, look over there. It's clear that he has angered his wife and is being subjected to family discipline." "I see." The inquirer rubbed his chin, realizing with a sudden clarity that there was such a family. Jiang Mengli, slow down. "I can't take it anymore." Li Changxuan, being pulled by the thread of spiritual power, pleaded desperately. He had not expected that the new method of not taking the carriage would involve Jiang Mengli flying him along, or, in comparison, he preferred being the carriage driver. Jiang Mengli, as if she hadn't heard, deliberately increased her speed. She was taking revenge. How could she forget about repaying grievances? When he was driving the carriage back then, he had embarrassed her. If it weren't for her threatening him with force, he wouldn't have planned to slow down, only to frustrate himself every day. She wondered if he would dare to do it again in the future. Moreover, he had just referred to her as a spendthrift. Someone like him would surely be a fool even if he managed to marry a wife in the future. Jiang Mengli secretly scoffed in her heart. Seeing that shouting was useless, Li Changxuan simply closed his mouth. After all, talking constantly was exhausting, and on this journey every time he spoke he was met with a mouthful of wind. Although he had flown at such speeds before, being pulled along like this felt quite uncomfortable. Thus the two flew for a day and a night. It wasn't until nightfall that Jiang Mengli finally stopped to rest. It wasn't that she felt sorry for Li Changxuan, but rather that she was tired. Li Changxuan didn't move his legs or hands, so he wasn't exhausting himself at all. After all, Jiang Mengli had only just recovered to the early stage of the refining spirit realm, and pulling such a large person would indeed be tiring. Otherwise, she would have let Yang Tsong take them both directly. The two stopped in a desolate place, and as soon as Jiang Mengli landed, she immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore her energy. Time was pressing and could not be wasted. She had already seen the spiritual energy in the direction of Qinglian City growing denser, indicating that the day of the secret realm's opening was approaching. However, for others who were unaware, if they were not near the entrance of the secret realm, they would be unable to ascertain the exact date of its opening, and could only estimate the approximate time through speculation. The reason she could see the spiritual energy above Qinglian City was thanks to the innate talent of the nine-tailed celestial fox, the Tianhua Liuli Eye. The Tianhua Liuli Eye can dispel illusions, perceive qi, and enchant the heart, and its abilities enhance with the elevation of one's realm. Among human cultivators, there is a technique called qi perception technique, which is similar to one of the abilities of the Tianhua Liuli Eye. It allows one to discern spiritual energy, at a glance distinguish good from evil, and identify treasure locations. Unfortunately, cultivating the qi perception technique requires extremely high talent, and the sects that master this method are extremely rare and usually do not involve themselves in worldly matters. As a result, there are very few people in the world proficient in the qi perception technique. However, for the nine-tailed celestial fox, this is an innate advantage and merely one of its capabilities. However, this also requires them to continuously cultivate and develop to fully unleash this ability. Seeing that Jiang Mengli had begun to meditate and rest, Li Changxuan went to explore the forest for some wild fruits. After all, he couldn't absorb spiritual energy to fill his stomach. Thinking that they would rest here for the night, he built a small fire for warmth. After more than an hour, the sky had turned quite late, and feeling tired, Li Changxuan lay down beside the fire. However, it wasn't long before he found the familiar thread of spiritual power wrapping around his waist. Jiang Mengli, surely not. You're coming again at night. No time for nonsense. We must reach Qinglian City before tomorrow night, or else it will be too late. Jiang Mengli replied coldly, though impatient. The next noon, Jiang Mengli dragged the already asleep Li Changxuan and landed outside Qinglian City. It was only upon landing that Li Changxuan opened his drowsy eyes. Last night, he simply couldn't stay awake, thinking that there was nothing for him to do on the journey, so he fell asleep. As for Jiang Mengli, she was long accustomed to it. Back then, Li Changxuan could sleep even while driving the carriage himself. Now being pulled by her to fly, and still sleeping, was nothing unusual to her. The two slowly walked towards the city gate, and with a glance Li Changxuan saw 3 ancient characters above the gate. Qinglian City. Ah, we've arrived. Li Changxuan exclaimed in delight, thinking that they would stop to rest again. Now that they had arrived, he thought he could have a good rest, and his mood instantly lifted. At this time there were many cultivators in Qinglian City, and it was possible that some had seen the demon emperor, so Jiang Mengli had no choice but to wear a white veil to cover her face. Because the opening time of the Qinglian secret realm was approaching, and those who needed to come had already arrived, the line for entering the city had decreased significantly. The people entering the city were divided into 2 lines, one for ordinary citizens and the other specifically for... Since Li Changxuan was immortal at this time, and Jiang Mengli didn't have a false identity as a disciple of a human sect, she completely concealed her aura and queued with Li Changxuan in the line for mortals. Just as they queued up while the gatekeeper was checking their travel passes, a soft yet commanding voice rang out, "Princess Lingwei of the Qima dynasty has arrived." Hearing this loud announcement, everyone in Li Changxuan's line knelt down, except for the 2 of them. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the other line turned towards the direction of the city gate, slightly bowing and clasping their fists in salute. Li Changxuan looked towards where they were bowing first, hearing the sound of footsteps, horse hooves, and the clattering of wheels. Slowly, a luxurious and exquisite carriage appeared in their view. The carriage was made from precious sandalwood, intricately carved, and the roof was embroidered with complex patterns in golden thread, resembling a phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens. The carriage had tall vermilion wheels with delicate crystal ornaments hanging from each corner, shimmering in a myriad of colors as the carriage moved. The horses pulling the carriage were also rare and precious, with armored guards in front and behind, followed by 2 rows of maidservants, all orderly. The size of the carriage was far from ordinary. It could be likened to an ancient mobile home. If he had ridden in this carriage when he first came, Li Changxuan thought he wouldn't have had to suffer at all. As the carriage drew closer, Li Changxuan could finally see through the veil a figure of a woman sitting inside. She should be the Princess Lingwei of the Qima dynasty they had mentioned. Thus Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli stood watching as they passed by, while everyone around them knelt to the ground, naturally ignoring them. When the carriage reached the city gate, two different voices rang out, "We pay our respects to Princess Lingwei." The commoners said, "We pay our respects," while the cultivators said, "We bow in reverence." Although the Qima dynasty was under the jurisdiction of the Floating Cloud Palace, they were not members of the five great sects, so they still had to show respect to the imperial authority. Moreover, Princess Lingwei Mo Lingxuan had another identity as the saintess of the Floating Cloud Palace in the early stages of the illusory realm, making it even more necessary for them to pay their respects. At this time, the carriage of Princess Lingwei also came to a stop. A guard walking in front saw Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli standing in the line of commoners, surprisingly not kneeling nor even bowing slightly, and even daring to scrutinize the prince's carriage. Thus he immediately stepped forward and loudly questioned, "You too have seen the prince's carriage. Why do you not kneel? Are you disrespecting the imperial authority?" Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan didn't know how to respond, but it was impossible for him to kneel. He would not kneel to heaven and earth, let alone to her. As for Jiang Mengli, it went without saying, she had always only had others kneel to her. If it weren't for her currently weakened strength, with just one sentence she could have refined the entire Qinglian city, and even killed her way into the Qima Palace was not out of the question. But she had come this far, and Yunyu Qinglian Jiang Mengli did not want to give up. However, asking her to kneel was simply impossible, like trying to move a corpse that refused to budge. Therefore, neither of them replied. Li Changxuan continued to examine the carriage, pretending not to hear, while Jiang Mengli shot a fierce glare at the guard. Jiang Mengli had a notorious reputation. Usually a single glare was enough to scare the legs of many demons into submission. How could a mere guard withstand that? The guard, upon seeing the murderous intent in Jiang Mengli's eyes, was so frightened that he nearly stumbled, continually retreating, unable to utter a word, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Mo Lingxuan, sitting in the carriage, had long seen the two of them. After all, among a crowd of kneeling people, it was very conspicuous that only the two were standing, easily noticeable from the carriage. Thus Mo Lingxuan lifted the veil and stepped out, wanting to see what was happening. But upon seeing Li Changxuan, she was momentarily taken aback. She found this young man exceptionally handsome, with an air of elegance mixed with a bit of nonchalance quite to her liking. At that moment, Li Changxuan also caught sight of the true beauty of Princess Lingwei, feeling that she was quite lovely. However, compared to the demoness, she was still lacking by a long shot, so he didn't find her as attractive anymore. As Mo Lingxuan came back to her senses, and was about to ask what was going on, someone suddenly appeared from within the city. Yang Tsong of the Extreme Sword Sect pays respects to Princess Lingwei. The arriving Yang Tsong hurriedly clasped his fists in salute. Although he hailed from one of the five great sects, this was on their territory, so he had to be a bit more polite. Originally, he had been waiting on the city wall for Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli. After seeing them appear, he thought he would go to guide them once they entered the city, but unexpectedly Mo Lingxuan suddenly appeared. What shocked him even more was that these two siblings completely disregarded him. Not kneeling was one thing, but they were blatantly scrutinizing him. Since Mo Lingxuan came out personally, he feared that if he stayed any longer the two would be seized, so he hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Upon seeing him, Mo Lingxuan raised an eyebrow but still politely said, "Greetings, Taoist Yang. What brings you here?" "Oh, these two are my junior brother and sister. I Yang have come down the mountain on behalf of my master to accept disciples, and have taken them under the wing of the Extreme Sword Sect. I see since they are friends of the Extreme Sword Sect, not kneeling to pay respects is understandable." Mo Lingxuan said with a smile, betraying no hint of whether she believed him or not. Yang Tsong leaned closer to the two, and whispered in a barely audible voice, "Brother Li, let's just bow in greeting and let it pass." He then looked at Jiang Mengli, indicating for her to join in as well. Jiang Mengli completely ignored him, lightly adjusting her sleeve, and directly entered the city with no one daring to stop her. Seeing Jiang Mengli leave, Li Changxuan thought to himself, "If she won't do it, then I won't either." So he followed Jiang Mengli into the city, leaving Yang Tsong alone, feeling utterly bewildered. Were these siblings always this bold? Moments later, Yang Tsong could only awkwardly smile and apologize. "The junior brother and sister have not yet entered the sect, are unaware of the etiquette. I hope the princess will not take offense." Mo Lingxuan's gaze turned towards the city, responding absently, "No matter. Then I shall take my—" After saying that, Yang Tsong quickly slipped into the city, as he had just been the target of many furious glances from the guards, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Once the two had left, the captain of the guards stepped forward and asked, "Princess, are we just letting them in like that? Should I investigate their identities further?" Mo Lingxuan merely shook her head. "No need." After Yang Tsong entered the city, he hurriedly chased after the two. Once he caught up, he began to tease them, saying, "Li brother, you siblings are indeed quite reckless. I must thank you, Yang brother, for coming to my aid today. Li Changxuan said, politely clasping his fist. It's no big deal, just a minor matter, Yang Tsong replied, then turned to Jiang Mengli. Miss Li, can you tell me how I can assist you now? Jiang Mengli paused for a moment and replied with indifference. I need your help to obtain the Yunyu Qinglian. Upon hearing this, Yang Tsong's mind jolted. He had previously speculated that Jiang Mengli's actions were related to the Qinglian's secret realm and thought it was about retrieving any random treasure from there, but he never expected the target to be the Yunyu Qinglian. However, having already promised her, he could not go back on his word, so he said, there are quite a few people entering the secret realm this time from Floating Cloud Palace, Star Picking Pavilion, and Tai Xian Sect. I can only do my best. Once we enter the secret realm, I will have my own arrangements. Yang Tsong exclaimed in shock, thinking Jiang Mengli meant for him to enter and seize the Qinglian for her without expecting her to go in personally. After all, when he was in Danqing town, he saw that Jiang Mengli only had the cultivation of the Qi refining realm. If someone at the Qi refining realm entered the Qinglian secret realm, wouldn't that just make them cannon fodder? Now looking at Jiang Mengli, who was surrounded by a faint white mist, he could not even discern her Qi refining realm cultivation. He guessed that she must have used a treasure to conceal her aura, which made her seem mysterious and peculiar. Not only does she want to enter the secret realm, but I also want to go in. Li Changxuan had also walked over, patting Yang Tsong's shoulder and interrupting his thoughts. Yang Tsong felt that the two siblings were crazy. While their courage was commendable, he thought that entering like this was no different from seeking death. However, unexpectedly Jiang Mengli suddenly opposed, saying, You can wait outside, what use do you have in going in? Your sister makes a valid point, Li brother. Li Changxuan said, looking at Jiang Mengli with a mysterious expression. Did I not buy that item? I will be fine in self-defense. Li Changxuan winked at Jiang Mengli. Since he arrived in this world, he had never entered a secret realm. Now that such a good opportunity had come, he certainly wanted to take a look. After all, as the saying goes, now that I'm here, I might as well go in. Jiang Mengli naturally understood he was referring to the spirit storage pill. If paired with the thunder control pearl, he would indeed have the strength to fight. As long as he followed her closely, keeping him safe would not be a problem. Thus Jiang Mengli did not refute him and expressed her agreement. However, Yang Tsong was left in a fog, feeling that the actions and words of the siblings were strange, and he could barely understand. Yang brother, do you have any other matters? If not, we will find an inn to rest in first, Li Changxuan casually said as he walked. Earlier I mentioned that you two have been accepted into our sect. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I still think it's better for us to stay together, Yang Tsong added. Li Changxuan pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Mengli to ask for her opinion, but Jiang Mengli merely walked on her own, indicating that he could decide. Then let's do that. Please lead the way, Yang brother. Thus, under Yang Tsong's guidance, the two arrived at the inn specifically reserved by Floating Cloud Palace for disciples of the five great sects, which was indeed much better than the inns along the street. After explaining their intentions to the Floating Cloud Palace disciple, they quickly provided them with 2 rooms. Before entering their rooms, Jiang Mengli did not forget to warn Li Changxuan. Don't even think about escaping secretly. Li Changxuan was speechless, not understanding the purpose of such daily threats. If he truly wanted to escape, what use would her threats be? After tidying up his room, Li Changxuan started to fall into a deep sleep. Although he had slept last night, he couldn't sleep well due to the cold wind hitting him while flying at high speed. By the time it was nearly evening, Li Changxuan still had not woken up. Jiang Mengli knocked for a long time outside the door, feeling his presence inside. But there was no response. Furious, Jiang Mengli kicked the door open. Bang! Li Changxuan jumped up from the bed, only to see Jiang Mengli storming in. Jiang Mengli, what are you doing? Can I not get a good sleep? The Qinglian secret realm is about to open, Jiang Mengli simply replied. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan's sleepiness vanished instantly. Why so soon? Otherwise, why do you think I rushed you here so quickly? In the midst of speaking, Li Changxuan quickly put on his outer garment and confirmed he had the spirit storage pill with him before both of them headed out. Upon exiting the inn, they found Yang Tsong waiting at the door. When Yang Tsong saw the two approaching, he hurriedly greeted them, saying, Li brother, you're here. Let's go. My junior sister is already waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. You brought a junior sister? Jiang Mengli frowned. Yang Tsong guessed Jiang Mengli's concerns and quickly reassured her. My junior sister listens to me, and I listen to Miss Li's arrangements. Isn't that like having an extra helper? It won't disrupt Miss Li's plan. It better not, Jiang Mengli said coldly, then walked toward the direction of the secret realm. At this time, there were no ordinary people on the streets. Fearing to be caught up in the chaos, they returned home and locked their doors, leaving only cultivators rushing toward the Qinglian pool. After a moment the three arrived near the Qinglian pool, where it was bustling with people, with individuals standing on the shore, on the water's surface, and in the air. The Qinglian pool was emitting streaks of azure light, dyeing the entire pool into a shimmering azure star river. Senior brother, over here. A lively youthful girl's voice called out. Looking over they saw a girl hopping in the crowd, waving incessantly at Yang Tsong. Seeing this, Yang Tsong led the two over. As soon as Jiang Mengli and Li Changxuan saw Yang Tsong's junior sister, they recognized her at once as the girl who had helped them deal with the bandits. Once they reached Yi Shiro, Yang Tsong began to introduce her to the two. This is my junior sister. Then he introduced to Yi Shiro, junior sister, these two are the ones I mentioned before who helped me in Danqing town and saved my life. This elder brother is Li Changxuan and this young lady is Li Changli his. I know. This fairy is his sister. Yi Shiro suddenly interrupted, looking at the two in disbelief, having not expected them to be the people her senior brother was talking about. Do you know each other? Yang Tsong scratched his head, feeling something was off. Yi Shiro then recounted how she encountered them being surrounded by bandits on the way to Qinglian City. Silence. A booming voice of authority echoed, instantly silencing the entire Qinglian. Then a middle-aged cultivator descended from the sky, standing firmly in the void above the Qinglian pool. After casting a cold glance at the crowd he spoke. I am Mei Shirley, an inner elder of the Floating Cloud Palace, responsible for overseeing this Qinglian secret realm expedition. I do not care how you all fight within the secret realm, nor do I care, once you exit, but if anyone dares to cause trouble in Qinglian City, do not blame me for being merciless. This was a warning aimed at those who might disrupt the order to prevent them from fighting over opportunities and harming the interests of Qinglian City. After all, the Qi dynasty and the Floating Cloud Palace were deeply intertwined. The saintess of the Floating Cloud Palace was also a princess of the Qi dynasty and would enter the secret realm together. The safety of Qinglian City was the responsibility of the Floating Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan's focus was solely on the name of that elder from the Floating Cloud Palace. How could a perfectly fine person be said to lack power? Li Changxuan muttered quietly. Li Changxuan, shut your mouth, do not bring trouble to me. Jiang Mengli transmitted her voice to Li Changxuan, coldly threatening him, thinking to herself that he was indeed the same, as she remembered daring to say anything. At this moment Yang Tsong also reminded Li Changxuan, Brother Li, it's better to say less. Elder Mei is a mid-stage expert of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He might hear us speak. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan quickly covered his mouth, whispering almost inaudibly, I didn't say anything wrong, he sure has a unique name. Suddenly Mei Shirley seemed to have heard Li Changxuan's words and shot him a fierce glare. Li Changxuan intended to glare back, but unexpectedly, Mei Shirley suddenly drew a long sword. Li Changxuan gasped in his heart. I was merely teasing you a little. It shouldn't warrant a beheading. Mei Shirley retracted his gaze and looked down at the Qinglian pool. Prepare to enter the secret realm. As he shouted, he swung his sword down, fiercely unleashing a wave of sword energy that split the water, causing it to crash violently against both shores. Simultaneously, this sword also tore open a rift in the spiritual barrier of the secret realm within the Qinglian pool, and immediately rich spiritual energy began to spill out from the opening. Go, go, go! Instantly, countless cultivators rushed toward the rift of the secret realm, scrambling to enter and disappearing into the shimmering blue light. In just a few breaths, only a sparse few remained on the scene. Li Changxuan and the others exchanged glances, while Yang Tsong and the junior sister Yi Shiro were the first to enter the secret realm. Jiang Mengli once again released her strands of spiritual power, pulling Li Changxuan along into the secret realm. Soon only Mei Shirley and a few disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace remained above the Qinglian pool. Moments later, a woman floated down gracefully, prompting all present, including Mei Shirley, to bow in respect. Greetings, Saintess. Emo Lingxian walked up to Mei Shirley and said calmly, Elder Mei, no need for excessive formalities. Thank you, Your Highness, Saintess. Did Elder Mei observe anything just now? Mei Shirley understood her question and pondered for a moment before responding. Those two disciples of the extreme sword sect appear entirely normal. As for that man, I can only tell he is a mere mortal. However, the veiled woman beside him, I cannot see clearly, yet I faintly sense that she carries a sense of pressure toward me. Do not hesitate to speak, Elder Mei. A sense of pressure. I apologize for causing the Saintess to laugh. Upon hearing this, Emo Lingxuan's expression flickered slightly as she contemplated, murmuring to herself, a sense of pressure, huh? In fact, she felt the same about Jiang Mengli. The first time she saw her at the city gate, she sensed that this woman was extremely dangerous. Before her she felt small, as if the other party could kill her at any moment, while that woman's eyes were filled with an overwhelming confidence. Thus, when she saw Jiang Mengli brazenly enter the city under her very nose, she dared not send anyone to stop her. After much contemplation, Mo Lingxian instructed Mei Shirley, if she has not done anything to harm the sect or the people, it is best to avoid conflict with her as much as possible. Understood, Mei Shirley respectfully replied. Then Mo Lingxian dove down her figure, gradually disappearing into the blue light of the Qinglian pool. In the Qishao realm, at the main hall of the Tai Xian sect, Song Qingshan, have you sent an elder to the Qinglian secret realm this time? The sect leader of the Tai Xian sect, Shangguan Yu, sat in the seat of honor, eyes closed in deep thought. No, only a few disciples went to explore the secret realm. Song Qingshan, the deputy sect leader, said with a hint of grievance. Hearing that no one was sent, Shangguan Yu suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, a flash of anger crossing his gaze as he slammed his hand down on the crystal chair. Song Qingshan, you have such audacity. How dare you defy my orders? Upon seeing the sect leader's fury, Song Qingshan remained unafraid and earnestly advised, Senior brother, do you really want to send elders to their deaths? Last time we lost 5 elders of the Immortal Ascension realm. The Tai Xian sect cannot withstand any further losses. If we lose a few more elders, the Tai Xian sect will no longer have a place among the 5 great sects. Shangguan Yu's chest heaved with anger, his finger pointed straight at Song Qingshan, who stood below, reprimanding. Last time the Demon Emperor was likely affected by our sect's secret method, so she will definitely not give up this opportunity of Yunyu Qinglian. This is our only chance. At this point it's too late to go now, and I cannot stand by and watch my senior brother ruin the Tai Xian sect. Song Qingshan retorted calmly. Hearing Song Qingshan's words only intensified Shangguan Yu's anger. What do you mean by ruin? If we kill the Demon Emperor, attacking the Demon Tribe will be easy. Among the 5 great sects, we are the closest to the Purple Underworld realm. So once we obtain countless purple spirit stones, how can the Tai Xian sect not prosper? When the time comes, we might even sit at the top among the 5 great sects. This is for the good of the Tai Xian sect. Where does the notion of ruining the Tai Xian sect come from? Whether it is truly for the good of the Tai Xian sect or merely personal revenge, you know in your heart, senior brother. Upon reaching this point in their argument, Song Qingshan no longer held back, directly voicing the thoughts he had long since settled in his mind. Shangguan Yu seemed to have struck a nerve. Though furious, his tone weakened. Even if we do not act, do you think others do not want to? Everyone is eyeing those purple spirit stone mountains. Do not forget how each sect attacked the demon tribe 6 years ago. No matter what you say, senior brother, it is already too late. I hope the sect leader will take care of himself. Qingshan takes his leave first. With that, Song Qingshan's figure directly vanished from the main hall, leaving Shangguan Yu alone. Shangguan Yu's expression darkened, lost in thought. Finally, a ruthless and murderous glint appeared on his face as he slammed his palm down, instantly shattering a chair beneath him into powder. Within the Qinglian secret realm, Li Changxuan slowly opened his eyes once more. Before him rose a dense forest of towering trees, alive with the calls of birds and beasts, their cries echoing across the land. Majestic mountains stretched endlessly into the horizon, their peaks piercing the heavens. Spiritual energy saturated the very air, so thick and vivid that its flow beneath the earth's veins was visible to the naked eye. Rivers carved through valleys, cliffs soared skyward, azure skies cradled drifting clouds. A self-contained microcosm in perfect harmony. Jiang Mengli was guiding him through the air above the realm, granting him this sweeping, unobstructed vista. Where are Z-Apple and his junior sister? Only now did Li Changxuan realize they stood alone. No trace remained of the sibling cultivators. This secret realm likely scatters entrants upon arrival. Those who enter at different times emerge in disparate locations. Then how shall we find them? No need to search. Follow the water and fate will bring us together. How do you know they'll follow the same path? Are you truly foolish? The Yunyu Qinglian blooms only beside water. Li Changxuan fell silent, momentarily speechless. He had no idea the flower was aquatic, and now found himself called foolish by the very person he'd just accused of folly. It was admittedly an unfamiliar reversal. After half an hour of flight, guided by Jiang Mengli, they finally reached what appeared to be the realm's large. Beyond its rushing currents, ribbons of condensed azure spiritual energy drifted languidly along the riverbed, like an endless sapphire silk unfurling in tranquil waters. Follow the river. Jiang Mengli strode ahead, her voice cool and clipped. Li Changxuan obediently trailed behind. For 3 or 4 hours they walked, until they arrived at a secluded lake. Li Changxuan, still bound by mortal flesh, was utterly spent. The moment he glimpsed the lake, he dashed forward and cupped its waters in his hands, drinking deeply. Perhaps infused with abundant spiritual energy, the water flooded his senses the instant it touched his lips. Clarity surged through him, lightness lifted his spirit as if soaring beyond mortal bounds. Jiang Mengli, let's rest. I can't go on. He crouched by the lakeshore, voice weary yet calm. Jiang Mengli saw reason in his plea. She settled cross-legged upon the bank, drawing in the realm's rich spiritual energy, far denser than any outside. To neglect cultivation here would be sheer waste. Seeing Jiang Mengli sink into meditation, Li Changxuan knew her silence signaled consent, and with a triumphant cry leapt headlong into the lake. At the splash, Jiang Mengli opened her eyes, and there he was swimming freely in the water. A faint, involuntary smile curved her lips. How childlike he seems right now. A quarter of an hour later, Li Changxuan returned to shore. Sensing his movement, Jiang Mengli rose, ready once more to resume their journey. But as Li Changxuan approached, Jiang Mengli's gaze sharpened. She noticed something gray and dull clutched in his hand. What is this? Her delicate brows furrowed. Looks like a sword. I picked it up in the lake. At that, her frown deepened instantly. We must leave. This place is unsafe. Without hesitation, she summoned a thread of spiritual energy and coiled it around his waist, preparing to carry him away. Yet halfway into flight, she realized they were trapped. A shimmering barrier sealed them within the lake's perimeter. She struck the barrier with her artifact Ningxue, but it held firm. With a sigh, she descended back to shore and murmured, voice edged with quiet exasperation. Why pick up random things? Ha! Is this my fault? Li Changxuan felt profoundly unjustly accused. Yet survival came first. He asked urgently, what's wrong with this place? Why is there a barrier? Jiang Mengli did not answer. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon him and confirmed. You say you found the sword in the lake? He nodded. With that, she glided upward over the lake's surface, withdrew Ningxue, and blew a single crystalline note. Instantly, a wave of biting cold raced across the water's expanse, borne on the resonance of sound. Wherever the tone passed, the lake froze solid. Fish that had darted joyfully moments before now hung suspended in flawless ice like living sculptures caught mid-glide. In an instant, the entire lake became a gleaming plain of ice, radiant under the sun's silver light. Li Changxuan watched awestruck, his inner voice whispering silent admiration. Soon the ground trembled faintly, then violently. The frozen surface shuddered, cracking inch by inch, spiderwebbing with fractures. Hum! A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ice. Then the surface shattered, splintering outward as water and jagged shards exploded skyward. Li Changxuan drew his rusted sword and deflected the flying ice fragments. Hum! 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 3 more deafening roars shook the heavens. And then, rising from the depths, emerged the creature. Li Changxuan stared, certain his eyes deceived him. Its body resembled a tortoise, its head that of a horned dragon, its tail like a lion's. Yet most astonishing was its utter transparency. Only where light bent and reflected upon its form could its shape be discerned. Through its translucent flesh, Li Changxuan clearly saw its belly, crowded with haphazard remnants, tattered garments, broken weapons, and scattered bones. The remains of cultivators who'd perished within this realm. What is this thing? How can it look so unnatural? He blurted, bewildered. It is the Yinguang Zhonggu beast. The barrier activated automatically when it sensed intruders, meant to repel outsiders. We merely happened to be ensnared within it. Jiang Mengli observed the colossal beast stirring with detached composure. Then how do we escape? Kill it. Understood. Without pause, Li Changxuan produced a grade 2 spirit-storing pill and swallowed it whole. Jiang Mengli hadn't time to stop him. She sighed, shook her head, and smiled faintly, chalking it up to youthful exhilaration at finally wielding spiritual energy. The moment the pill dissolved, threads of spiritual energy began weaving through his meridians. Still only at the midstage of chi guidance, yet infinitely better than nothing. He unsheathed the rusted blade and slashed toward the Yinguang Zhonggu beast. A streak of sword chi lanced forth, only to dissipate before reaching its target. So even chi guidance proved insufficient to sustain sword chi. Li Changxuan sighed inwardly, while Jiang Mengli, standing nearby, felt another quiet jolt of surprise. Some cultivators never manifested sword chi, even at the spirit sea realm. That Li Changxuan wielded it at chi guidance, however feebly, was extraordinary. Truly this youth possessed rare, peerless talent. Pity he could not cultivate further. Undeterred by his failed strike, Li Changxuan gathered his spiritual energy, once more launched the rusted sword, and guided it toward the beast. He dared not close the distance. The disparity in scale was terrifying. A single misstep in close combat might see him crushed beneath a titanic foot. Yet his chi guidance level flying sword struck the beast like a gentle breeze, causing no wound, only provoking its wrath. The Yinguang Zhonggu beast bellowed, its mountainous frame trembling. Earth quaked in response, and Li Changxuan's flying sword was hurled backward by the shockwave. Jiang Mengli stood motionless, watching, neither interfering nor assisting, merely observing, gauging the depth of his true strength. At last the beast turned its gaze upon the two humans who had disturbed its slumber. Its eyes ignited with incandescent fury. It opened its maw wide as a crimson abyss and unleashed a roar. Not mere sound, but a tidal wave of concussive force surging toward them like a storm surge of raw devastation. Where the sonic wave passed, sandstones and trees were flung into the air. Seeing the advancing sonic surge, Jiang Mengli raised her hand and summoned a barrier enveloping herself and Li Changxuan within. She soon frowned again, lifting her other hand to raise her robe and cover her mouth and nose. As the Yinguang Zhonggu show opened its huge maw, a briny stench mingled with a foul odor assaulted them both, finding it hard to bear. "That turtle mouth stinks." Li Changxuan pinched his nose and complained. Moments later the Yinguang Zhonggu show finally closed its mouth, and Jiang Mengli, unwilling to linger, prepared to move on. She had hurried Li Changxuan away earlier because she feared that dealing with the monsters here would take time, and that others might seize the Yunyu Qinglian, first making their efforts futile. She had not expected to be a step too late. Jiang Mengli immediately drew out Ningxue and used her flute as a sword. Waves of sword qi materialized in the air and continuously lashed at the massive beast before them. The sword qi struck the Yinguang Zhonggu show, sending sprays of water skyward, yet it could not penetrate its armored carapace, only stirring its fury further. The Yinguang Zhonggu show howled toward the heavens. Water surged from all directions, and then condensed into long spears that shot forth like lightning, astonishing in their force. Jiang Mengli had to cast a wave of chill to freeze them, manipulating ice cones to redirect and batter the Zhonggu show. Still, many water spears flew toward Li Changxuan. He could not defend and could only dodge continually. The water spears struck the ground, detonating into great craters. For the moment Jiang Mengli could find no method to deal with it. In the past, a beast of this rank would have fallen at her hand. But now she could not break its defenses. The contest had reached a stalemate. She could bind it but not annihilate it, and they still could not exit this realm's barrier. At that moment Li Changxuan discerned Jiang Mengli's dilemma. Knowing the Yinguang Zhonggu show was made entirely of water, an idea suddenly occurred to him. "Jiang Mengli, try this." Li Changxuan tossed the Yulei Zhu upward. Jiang Mengli caught it steadily, though she wondered what use a Yulei Zhu could have against something that even celestial artifacts could not subdue. There was no better option now, or resigned, she decided to try it as a last-ditch remedy. Jiang Mengli infused a trace of spiritual energy into the Yulei Zhu. As on that night in the burial ground, it shot into the sky, and instantly amassed a thunder pool. In the blink of an eye, several purple thunderbolts crashed down upon the Yinguang Zhonggu show. Electricity spread throughout its form, coursing over it, until it resembled a vast electrified turtle. The Zhonggu show writhed in pain, emitting mournful cries. Apparently it too feared lightning. As the bolts continued to strike, its movements grew ever slower. Finally, as if in a desperate last gambit, it thrust out the long neck concealed within its shell, gathering power to strike at the thunder pool, seemingly intent on dislodging the Yulei Zhu. Seeing an opening, Jiang Mengli drew the flute across her hand. Ningxue flashed a blue radiance, and she slashed a devastating sword strike at the beast's extended neck. The beast had finished its charge and struck upward at the thunder pool. The pool collapsed in an instant, and the Yulei Zhu flew back into Li Changxuan's hand. As it tried to retract its neck, Jiang Mengli's sword qi had already arrived. The blade's light severed the head, which fell away, and from the wound gushed not blood but water. Jiang Mengli fell back before Li Changxuan, who inspected the Yulei Zhu in his hand with relief. Fortunately, it remained intact. Soon the entire Zhonggu show collapsed in the center of the parched lake. Jiang Mengli was about to press on, when Li Changxuan, having noticed something, hurriedly called out, "Wait!" Jiang Mengli followed his gaze to the center of the lake. Under their eyes, the corpse of the Yinguang Zhonggu show began to rapidly dissolve, turning into pools of spring water that flowed back into the lake, soon refilling it. Spiritual energy seeped from its body, dispersing into the realm and nourishing the secret place. Objects within it fell out, and while he could still muster spiritual force, Li Changxuan clasped at the lake center, and a jade slip flew forth. Li Changxuan had lingered for this very moment to pilfer the spoils. After such exertion, it would feel wrong to leave empty-handed, even if he had only been a spectator. Using his spiritual sense, Li Changxuan probed the jade slip and discovered it bore a sword manual's imprint. But there was no time to examine it further, as Jiang Mengli had already dragged him onward. On the road, Li Changxuan board made idle conversation with Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli, if you obtain the Yunyu Qinglian this time, will your cultivation be fully restored? I do not know, Jiang Mengli replied lightly. She was unsure whether the Yunyu Qinglian's spiritual energy would be sufficient, though since the Jiyue Yulongxian once shattered a chain, the Yunyu Qinglian's rarity seemed promising. She had never seen the Yunyu Qinglian herself. She knew only its effects, and not how much more spiritual energy it contained compared to the Jihua Yulongxian. If consuming the Yunyu Qinglian still could not break the remaining 4 seals, she would need to continue seeking a third heavenly material capable of opening the sealing mark. Even so, at worst, she might not return to the peak of the Tongxian realm, but should recover to around the Huajie realm, and the next search for a precious material would not need to be conducted so timidly. Then, when your cultivation is restored, will you return to the Yaozu and free me? Li Changxuan asked tentatively. Jiang Mengli's thoughts stalled at the question. She had never considered it. Back in the Yoyu forest, she had intended to kill him, but after what they had been through, she felt sparing his life might not be wrong. She answered coolly, "Depends on your conduct." Hearing the condition, Li Changxuan felt a touch of melancholy, wondering whether accompanying her to the Yaozu would be of any use. Being led along now seemed of little consequence. Enough talk, move, Jiang Mengli urged coldly. So the two resumed their relentless march. Along the way they encountered many opportunities and cultivators, but Jiang Mengli had no interest and did not compete, letting them quarrel among themselves. This was a torment for Li Changxuan, his first time in a hidden realm, his first sight of so many wondrous treasures, yet he could only watch and not claim them. As they pressed on, the river grew ever wider, and the spiritual energy within its waters thickened until it had almost become a river condensed from pure qi. A strong premonition swelled in Jiang Mengli's heart. They could not be far from the Yunyu Qinglian. At the moment they entered the secret realm, Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru found themselves completely alone. They speculated that this secret realm was divided by time, with each group of people transported to different locations in different time periods. However, this was for the best, as it prevented immediate conflicts over opportunities. Senior brother, should we look for our own opportunities first, or help them find the Yunyu Qinglian? Let's look for the Yunyu Qinglian first. If we come across anything along the way, we can take it. Right, I will follow your lead, senior brother. Yi Shiru nodded repeatedly, obediently speaking. After observing the surroundings, Yang Tsong flew off in a certain direction on his sword. We should head towards the direction rich in spiritual energy. The Yunyu Qinglian requires a lot of— Wait for me, senior brother, Yi Shiru called out softly, as she stepped onto her flying sword to catch up. As they soared through the air on their swords, their vision improved, allowing them to observe the intricate flow of spiritual energy within the secret realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in this secret realm is even higher than in our sect. It's a pity we can't cultivate here for a while. Yi Shiru followed closely behind Yang Tsong, gently playing with the strands of flowing spiritual energy. Yang Tsong couldn't help but tease. If you really knew how to work hard, you wouldn't have struggled for so long at the Spirit Sea realm. Even if I left you here, you probably wouldn't bother to cultivate, would you? I broke through soon after descending the mountain. The restrictions within the sect clearly limited my mindset, preventing me from advancing in the refining spirit stage. Yi Shiru huffed, feeling wronged. Before descending, she had only been at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, the lowest among the disciples of the Extreme Path Sword sect. Thus, she had been teased by her senior brothers and sisters for a long time before descending. For safety, they advised her to cultivate for a year before going down. Although they had a point, she was eager to leave with Yang Tsong and didn't listen to them. However, shortly after descending, she broke through, only to have her dear senior brother use this to tease her now. The two of them continued to bicker as they flew towards the direction of the spiritual energy flow. But not long after, a figure rushed towards them at high speed, causing their brows to furrow instantly. Yang Tsong, fellow Taoist, we meet again. Lu Yanyan approached them, greeting them softly. Why is it you again? Yi Shiru rolled her eyes, her disdain unmasked. Yet Lu Yanyan seemed unfazed, saying with affection, I said there was a connection between me and fellow Taoist Yang Tsong. I didn't expect to meet again in the secret realm. Feeling ignored, Yi Shiru was furious, glaring at Lu Yanyan, as if she wanted to devour her whole. Miss Lu, my junior sister, and I have urgent matters to attend to, so we won't be able to chat with you, Yang Tsong said. Junior sister, let's go. At this moment, Yi Shiru's fierce little face showed a satisfied smile. All right, senior brother. She immediately flew to Yang Tsong's side, gently tugging at his sleeve to walk alongside him. However, Lu Yanyan stubbornly followed, attempting to keep up. What urgent matters does fellow Taoist Yang Tsong have? Perhaps I could assist you. Yang Tsong ignored her and quickened his pace to shake her off. But Lu Yanyan was relentless, pursuing them. Are you looking for the dual cultivation sword classic? I can help with that too. You're so annoying. Yishiru fed up summoned for flying swords with her spiritual energy and directed them towards Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan seemed to have expected this, waving her sleeve to scatter the flying swords. Both sides halted and Yang Tsong coldly looked at Lu Yanyan saying, "What do you really want, Miss Lu? Why are you persistently bothering us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yanyan immediately feigned a pitiful expression, her eyes reddening as she choked softly. "I just want to explore the secret realm with brother Yang Tsong. I didn't expect my junior sister to have some misunderstandings about me, suddenly launching a sneak attack on me. How shameless. My senior brother would never stoop to fighting with a mere woman. I won't hold back." Yishiru gritted her teeth as she spoke. With that, her flying sword instantly returned to her hand, and without further ado she attacked Lu Yanyan with lightning speed. Lu Yanyan pretended to be weak, her pitiful gaze fixated on Yang Tsong, hoping he would intervene to stop his junior sister. Yet Yang Tsong merely watched coldly. Realizing her previous tactic had failed, Lu Yanyan knew she could never match up to a disciple of the Extreme Path Sword sect. Yet feeling resentful for her meekness, she was determined to use her charms to attract his attention. In the blink of an eye, Yishiru reached Lu Yanyan with her sword drawn. Lu Yanyan, unbothered, produced a delicate 50-stringed zither from thin air as her weapon. As a saintess of the Heavenly Sound sect, her cultivation naturally involved the way of sound. Lu Yanyan plucked a string, instantly conjuring a barrier before her to block Yishiru's sword thrust. Seeing the 50-string zither, Yishiru couldn't help but mock. "If you didn't pull out your zither, I would have thought you were the saintess of the Harmony sect. A saintess of the Heavenly Sound sect, yet you only know how to use the Harmony sect's techniques. Aren't you disgraceful?" This remark infuriated Lu Yanyan, her eyes filled with raging fury. She quickly plucked another string, unleashing a powerful wave of sound energy towards Yishiru's waist. Yishiru remained unperturbed, lightly tapping her toes in midair, her nimble figure leaping gracefully to evade the attack. The wave struck behind her, dispersing a cloud. Had it hit, it would have surely severed her in two. "Haha, did I hit a nerve and make you angry?" Yishiru continued to taunt. "I have been putting up with you for a long time." Lu Yanyan, furious, quickly ran her fingers over the strings, launching dozens of waves of energy, slicing from various angles. "Humph! Am I afraid of you?" Yishiru, unafraid, released her grip on the sword hilt, allowing the sword to float before her, spinning rapidly to envelop herself. The intersecting waves of energy collided with the rotating sword, instantly dissipating into nothingness due to the high-frequency tremors. Just as Yishiru was about to attack again, Yang Tsong interrupted, saying, "Junior sister, stop playing around. We have important matters to attend to." Suddenly, a calm male voice echoed from the distance. "Even if the Extreme Sword sect is the foremost among the immortal sects, one cannot bully the weak with their strength. That is indeed the fault of the two friends here." In the next moment, a man appeared before Lu Yanyan, gazing steadily at Yang Tsong and Yishiru. "Who are you?" Yishiru furrowed her brows. "I am Li Changxuan, an inner disciple of the Tai Xian sect." Out of courtesy, Li Changxuan introduced himself with an open hand. Hearing that he was an inner disciple of the Tai Xian sect, Lu Yanyan's expression subtly shifted, though it was difficult to tell what she was thinking. "What does this have to do with you?" At this moment, Yishiru was quite irritable and did not hold back her harsh words towards Li Changxuan. Li Changxuan was unfazed by her words and replied calmly, "I have been observing from a distance for quite some time. It was clearly the two of you who struck first. I was merely standing up for this young lady. Thank you, young Master Lu, for your help, but this matter is indeed due to my own provocation. It is only natural for her to retaliate against me." Lu Yanyan leaned closer to Li Changxuan, lightly covering her injury with a frown, and gently said, appearing delicate and pitiful. This made Lu Zhengxuan's heart ache, and he quickly supported her tender arms, speaking with righteous fervor. "Miss, there is no need to be afraid. They struck first and bullied the weak. As I saw this, I will certainly not allow you to be wronged." Meanwhile, Yang Tsong and his senior sister were left dumbfounded, wondering what performance was unfolding before. "The two of you should apologize to this young lady. Given her gentle nature, she will surely forgive you. Otherwise, it would not reflect well on the Extreme Sword sect to bully a weak woman." Lu Zhengxuan earnestly proposed to Yang Tsong and his senior sister. Hearing this, both Yang Tsong and Yishiru rolled their eyes in unison, perplexed by his way of thinking. Furthermore, how could anyone see Lu Yanyan as a weak woman? Just moments ago, she had used lethal moves and even launched a sneak attack. "Senior brother, let's go," Yishiru suggested softly, and Yang Tsong nodded. The two felt it was futile to reason with such a person, and were eager to find Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli. "Hey, are you two leaving? You commit such unjust acts and still think you can escape. You truly disgrace the reputation of the 5 great immortal sects." Li Changxuan hastily reprimanded as they attempted to leave. However, he did not dare to step forward to stop them, knowing he could not match their strength and could only scold them verbally. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiro suddenly turned around and mocked Li Changxuan. Does your Taishan sect recruit disciples based solely on talent, without considering their intellect? Otherwise, how could someone like you have been taken in? Truly a case of a name reflecting its nature, a foolish donkey. After her tirade, Yi Shiro did not forget to make a face fully immersed in her mockery. This left Li Changxuan, who had been putting on an air of elegance, furious, his face flushed and momentarily speechless. Moments later, the figures of Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro vanished into the horizon. Li Changxuan stood there, his face red for a while, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. This girl is truly crude and unreasonable. Meanwhile, Lu Yanyan appeared guilt-ridden and fragile. Thank you, young Master Lu, for your righteous words, but I did not expect this to involve you as well. Let's not speak of them. Are you all right, young lady? Lu Yanyan deliberately continued to grasp her arm, where she was injured, the fabric of her clothing already stained red, which Li Changxuan naturally noticed. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lu. The injury is not severe. I am Lu Yanyan, the saintess of the Tianyin sect. You can just call me Yanyan. Even a minor injury can leave a scar, which is not good for young ladies like you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanyan feigned a look of panic. Young Master Lu, will I have scars now? Saying this, she pulled up her sleeve, not only revealing the injury, but seemingly intentionally exposing her entire delicate arm. Seeing Lu Yanyan's fair arm exposed, a strange glint flashed in Lu Zhengshun's eyes, and he swallowed hard. I have some excellent healing ointment, Miss Yanyan can use some. But I might need your assistance to apply it. It's a small matter, I love helping others. Meanwhile, Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro had already flown a considerable distance apart. Once certain they wouldn't follow, Yi Shiro pouted and reproached Yang Tsong. Just now, when my junior sister was fighting with that woman, did you not think to help her? Do you really have feelings for her? I didn't help you because I wanted to see how far your strength has come. If you were in danger, I would undoubtedly step in. Besides, if we both acted together, wouldn't that truly be bullying the weak, which would tarnish the reputation of the extreme sword sect? Yang Tsong spoke honestly. Since coming down the mountain, this girl had been following him, hardly having a chance to fight until they separated for a while in the Qishao realm. He had indeed intended to test Yi Shiro's abilities, while ensuring her safety, thinking it would be beneficial to sharpen her skills. Oh, is that so? Then what does my senior brother think of my current strength? Yi Shiro asked, eagerly hoping to hear her brother's assessment. It's all right, just so-so, there's room for improvement. Ah! Yi Shiro clearly did not receive the answer she desired, feeling a bit disappointed. But before long, Yi Shiro seemed to think of something. Her disappointment vanished, and her cheeks turned slightly red. After a moment's hesitation, she directly jumped onto Yang Tsong's flying sword. Yang Tsong was caught off guard, nearly losing control of the flying sword, causing the two of them to sway up and down on the sword's body. Seeing such a good opportunity, Yi Shiro naturally would not let it slip away. She directly moved forward to wrap her arms around Yang Tsong's waist. Her small face flushed as she complained, "Senior brother, could you stabilize it a bit? I can hardly stand." "Junior sister, you're causing trouble again. Hurry back to your own flying sword." "No, senior brother, Shiro is exhausted from fighting just now and can't fly anymore," Yi Shiro said with justification, tightening her grip, a bit, her flushed face buried behind Yang Tsong's back, unnoticed by anyone. Yang Tsong could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. "I really can't do anything with you." Regarding his junior sister's claims, Yang Tsong did not believe them, thinking she was simply being lazy again, especially since she had always been rather laid back in the sect. Yi Shiro muttered a soft complaint. "What a fool." Her voice was so quiet it resembled a mosquito's buzz, and the wind from flying on the sword blew it away. Even Yang Tsong's midstage divine refinement hearing couldn't make it out clearly. "Junior sister, what did you say?" "It's nothing at all. Senior brother, focus on controlling the sword." The two flew for an unknown duration, until they reached a cliff, approximately 100 zhang high. Below the cliff lay an endless expanse of wilderness with rolling hills not far away, where all the spiritual energy within the secret realm flowed towards the peaks at the end of the plain. Thus Yang Tsong took Yi Shiro and dove down towards the cliff's base. As they approached, a glowing point in their vision grew ever closer. "Senior brother, that's the swimming dragon immortal." Upon recognizing the glowing object, Yi Shiro couldn't help but exclaim. When encountering a treasure, it would be foolish not to seize it. It was merely a matter of skillfully snatching it. Consequently, the two quickly landed at the cliff's base, where they saw the swimming dragon immortal grass growing not far from the ground on the cliff wall. Now that they were closer, they could also see the number of flowers on the swimming dragon immortal. 7-flower swimming dragon immortal, what a pity it isn't the 9-flower version, but why not take it if it's there? Ishiru murmured to herself. She stepped beneath the swimming dragon immortal grass, intending to reach out and pluck it. Suddenly a sharp sound of a weapon, slicing through the air, was heard. Junior sister, be careful. Clang! A serpentine long sword embedded itself in the cliff wall, firmly blocking Yishira's reaching hand. Fortunately, Yishira's ears were keen enough to catch the sound of the sword's arrival, and she quickly retracted her hand, otherwise it would have been severed by the blade. At this moment Yang Tsung also approached Yishira's side, and saw the serpentine long sword lodged in the cliff wall, frowning, as he remarked, "Isn't that the sword of the floating cloud palace?" As Yang Tsung finished speaking, 5 disciples from the floating cloud palace rushed over and landed before the two. The long sword, drawn by spiritual energy, flew back into one of their hands. Ishiru secretly remembered the appearance of this person. She always repaid grudges, and was accustomed to doing so on the spot. The 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace looked disdainfully at Yang, and Yi sang, "Fellow Taoists, the swimming dragon immortal is already claimed by someone. You should leave quickly." "Since when has it been claimed? It's still growing right there," Ishiru replied fiercely. Hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "We saw it first, so naturally it belongs to us. By that logic we found it first. Why should it be yours?" Ishira's youthful face was filled with anger. "Simply because we have 5 people." One of the 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace stood proudly among them, a look of disdain on his face. Ishiru was still simmering from her earlier grievances with Lu Yanyan. Coupled with her fiery temper, she could hardly hold back. Facing the 5, she showed no fear and drew her long sword, charging forward. Like a newborn calf that fears nothing, she had but one thought: to take them down. Neither side had time to react to this sudden move. The 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace did not expect her to dare to strike, while Yang Tsung was astonished that his junior sister was so fierce, daring to confront 5 opponents alone. Boom! A loud explosion resounded as the 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace reacted in time, stepping back. They saw a large pit where they had just stood. The 5, feeling a sense of trepidation, did not expect her to attack without warning, prompting them to draw their long swords and charge at Ishiru. This time Yang Tsung dared not stand by idly, and immediately joined the fray with the 7 of them entangled in fierce combat. Both Yang Tsung and Ishiru were inner disciples of the extreme Tao sword sect, one at the mid-stage of the spirit refining realm and the other at the early stage. Although the disciples of the floating cloud palace had the advantage in numbers, the disparity in realms could not be compensated by merely having 3 more people. Before long, the 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace found themselves at a disadvantage, while Yang Tsung and Ishiru, having grown up together though not practicing dual cultivation sword techniques, were extremely in sync. Under their combined onslaught, the disciples of the floating cloud palace gradually faltered. Yang and Yi simultaneously swept their swords, pushing the 5 back and creating some distance. However, the 5 had entered the secret realm together, because they could form the floating cloud palace's fine cloud sword formation. Just now, amid the chaotic scuffle, their formation had been disrupted, but now they seized the opportunity. The 5 exchanged glances, and in an instant 3 stood in a row, swords raised as both offense and defense, while the remaining 2 leapt onto the shoulders of the 3, their long swords spinning in front of them, gathering momentum. Go! The 2 cultivators standing on the shoulders of the 3 pointed their swords, and 2 flying swords shot out, leaving Yang and Yi no choice but to cross their swords in defense. Clang! Ishiru felt a slight numbness in her hand as the force of this sword struck her wrist. "Junior sister, buy me a moment." Yang Tsung deflected another incoming flying sword and said to Ishiru. Ishiru lightly replied with a "good," and stepped forward to confront the 2 flying swords alone. In that brief moment, Yang Tsung had gathered all his strength for a single sword strike. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful sword energy from the midstage of the spirit refining realm towards the 2 standing above. The sword energy was as fast as lightning, faintly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The 3 disciples of the floating cloud palace below intended to defend, but due to their positioning, the sword energy swiftly broke through their protective barrier, knocking the 2 controlling the flying swords down. After the 2 fell to the ground, they coughed up a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of their victory, Yang and Yi jointedly unleashed another wave of sword energy, as the remaining 3 were nothing more than clay chickens and rotten dogs, unable to withstand it. The 5 fell to the ground, unable to rise. Ishiru recognized the person who had ambushed her earlier, and without a word aimed her sword at his right hand. For if she had not reacted in time, then she would have lost her right hand. Just as the sword light was about to graze his right hand, a wave of sword energy intercepted it, and then Mo Lingxian gracefully appeared before the disciple of the floating cloud palace. Seeing this, the 5 disciples hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. "We greet the saintess." Emo Lingxian ignored them and turned her gaze to Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru, saying placidly, "The 5 great sects are branches of the same tree. Why has the young lady resorted to such harsh measures?" Yi Shiru, filled with indignation, showed no fear, even in front of the floating cloud saintess. "Harsh measures? Why can they ambush us, and it's somehow my fault for severing an arm? You floating cloud palace have no reason." Emo Lingxian frowned upon hearing this. She had not arrived early. She only came when the disciples of the floating cloud palace had just formed their formation, so she had observed from a distance for a while, and was not clear on the cause of the conflict. Thus she asked Yi Shiru, "What did my disciples do? Shouldn't you be asking them?" Emo Lingxian immediately turned to face the 5 behind her, her expression turning icy cold. What exactly transpired? The 5 stammered at a loss for words. "If you cannot recall, this holy maiden shall help you remember." Scarcely seconds after their hesitation, Emo Lingxian unleashed soul-searching art upon the man who had ambushed Yi Shiru. His agonized cry pierced the air before he collapsed unconscious. This sudden ruthless act sent a jolt of shock through Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru. Soul-searching art demanded absolute compliance from its target. Even the faintest resistance would shatter the soul, leaving the victim either demented, comatose, or dead. Yi Shiru gazed at the fallen floating cloud sect disciple, her thoughts uneasy. This holy maiden wielded such brutal force even against her own sectmates. Whether he would awaken unharmed, or as a witless husk, or never at all, was no longer her concern. His fate was self-wrought. He had drawn his sword in treacherous ambush against her. In mere moments, Emo Lingxian had unraveled the full sequence of events. She reached out, plucking the 7-petal dragon-soaring immortal herb from the cliffside, then turned to the pair. "Lady Ye's grievance has been avenged. I shall grant you the dragon-soaring immortal herb, but only if you fulfill one condition." "What condition?" Emo Lingxian fixed her gaze solely on Yang Tsong. "Senior fellow cultivator Yang, where are your 2 newly accepted junior brothers and sisters? What do they have to do with this?" "There is no need for further evasion, senior fellow cultivator Yang. I know they are not disciples of the Supreme Tao Sword Sect, and no such proxy initiation ever occurred. I merely require their true identities." Yang Tsong's brows knotted deeply. In truth, he had suspected the floating cloud sect's holy maiden would see through that flimsy lie the moment they stood before the Qinglian city gates. Yet no better ruse came to mind. He could only claim them as his newly accepted juniors, never imagining she would actually permit them entry. He had presumed she truly believed him. Yet now it seemed otherwise. Noting Yang Tsong's lingering hesitation, Emo Lingxian continued calmly, "Even should you remain silent now, once we exit this realm, my disciples shall encircle them within Qinglian city. They will not escape. Speak now, and though they bear no affiliation with your Supreme Tao Sword Sect, so long as they commit no harm against the Qima Kingdom or the Floating Cloud Sect, I shall not trouble them." At the city gate, Emo Lingxian had glimpsed a single unsettling glance from Jiang Mengli, and an instinctive dread had taken root. Yet the pair had stirred no disturbance, leaving her unease unresolved. Hearing Emo Lingxuan's words, Yang Tsong felt exasperated. He had concealed their identities solely to ensure their passage into the city, and thus into the secret realm. He could not fathom why the holy maiden regarded this brother and sister with such grave suspicion, as if facing mortal threats, though he assumed it merely a misunderstanding. Now, however, revealing their identities seemed wiser. Their origins were utterly unremarkable. Otherwise, they risked being seized by floating cloud sect disciples upon exiting the realm. Yang Tsong explained, "Holy maiden, perhaps you overestimate their significance. They are but an ordinary brother and sister. Brother Li Changxuan possesses no cultivation foundation, as you surely observed at Qinglian City's base. Sister Li Changli stands only at Qi Induction Realm. Do such cultivators truly threaten the Qima Kingdom or the Floating Cloud Sect? Surely, holy maiden, you jest," he added with a subtle wry twist to his tone. Emo Lingxian studied Yang Tsong's earnest countenance. No trace of deceit flickered across it. Had she indeed misjudged? She furrowed her delicate brows in prolonged contemplation, then asked again, voice cool and measured, "Then why did you aid their entry?" "Because they owe me a debt of gratitude." Has holy maiden finished questioning? Or shall you inquire next what debt they owe me? If not, we take our leave. Upon hearing this, Emo Lingxian fell silent once more. She reasoned she might well have erred. Her knowledge aligned precisely with Yang Tsong's account. Moments later, she roused herself just as the pair began to depart, and guided the 7-petal dragon-soaring immortal herb toward Yang Tsong with spiritual energy, honoring her promise. Yet Yang Tsong did not reach for it. "Holy maiden, keep it yourself. I cannot accept it though revealing Li Changxuan's identity posed no danger, and though no vow of secrecy bound them, he felt a pang of betrayal making acceptance of the herb unbearable. True, the pair had discovered the dragon-soaring immortal herb first, but Mo Lingxian had harvested it, thus rightful ownership belonged to her. Junior sister, let us go. With those words, Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro vanished into the distance. Mo Lingxian reclaimed the herb, her eyes resting upon its 7 pristine white blossoms, fragrant and radiant. Yet her lips moved in quiet murmur. Li Changxian. Li Chang. Li. Meanwhile, far beyond the horizon, Yi Shiro voiced her confusion. Senior brother, why did you refuse the 7-petal dragon-soaring immortal herb? That was the finest treasure we'd found since entering the realm. I disclosed their identities. I feel unworthy to accept it and thus cannot bring myself to take it. Wait. Weren't they siblings? Since when did siblings become brother and sister? I've wanted to ask this all along. Ahem. I'm not entirely certain. Yang Tsong was thoroughly bewildered. But urgency pressed them onward, leaving no time for deeper inquiry. All the while Yi Shiro muttered softly, my dragon-soaring immortal herb. It had been the first treasure to catch her eye upon entering the realm, nearly costing her a hand, sparking a fierce battle. Though unspoken sorrow weighed heavily upon her heart, suddenly realization struck. She cried aloud, senior brother, they owe you a debt, not me. I feel no guilt whatsoever. Then I may claim it. Yang Tsong nodded thoughtfully. His junior sister's logic held merit. Yi Shiro met his gaze with knowing eyes. Senior brother, shall we return for it? Yang Tsong chuckled lightly, tapping her temple, playfully. Return for it? You truly think of everything. You admitted it's perfectly justified for me to take it. They've already left. What if they haven't? We're out of time. We must find Brother Li and the others. Oh, very well then. At this moment Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli finally reached the end of the river. Before them lay a massive pit, at the bottom of which was a deep pool of water, marking the terminus of the entire river within the secret realm. It is more appropriate to call it a pool of spiritual power, as all the spiritual energy from the river has gathered here, forming a natural spring with an exceptionally rich concentration of energy. If one were to take this pool water back, it would be worth more than the precious purple spirit stone. Yet the wonders don't end here. Within the pool, lotus flowers bloomed, profusely starry and fragrant. What draws even more attention is a massive lotus leaf rising in the center of the spiritual pool, its size exceeding that of ordinary lotus leaves by over 100 times, capable of accommodating 8 or 9 people standing upon it. Atop the lotus leaf, a magnificent 6-petaled lotus flower blossomed, emitting a faint azure glow, dazzling and radiant. The spiritual energy from the pool continuously flowed through the stem of the lotus leaf, being delivered to the resplendent azure lotus, causing it to radiate enchanting brilliance. Jiang Mengli gazed dreamily at the blooming azure lotus. Yunyu Qinglian, I found it. Li Changxuan also looked at the endless brilliance of the lotus flower in the center of the spiritual pool, secretly astonished. So this is Yunyu Qinglian. Wait here and don't touch anything. After leaving this reminder, Jiang Mengli flew straight towards the spiritual pool, reaching the side of the lotus leaf in no time. However, just as she intended to pluck the Yunyu Qinglian, she discovered a natural barrier firmly protecting the connection between the Yunyu Qinglian and the lotus leaf. Not wanting to waste time, Jiang Mengli summoned her sword Ningxue, and in an instant countless sword energies appeared out of thin air, striking the barrier before her. Under such a fierce and dense assault, the natural barrier along with the lotus leaf trembled violently, yet it showed no signs of cracking, remaining as solid as a fortress. The intense vibrations seemed to awaken something deep within the spiritual pool, causing bubbles to rise incessantly from the water, which began to churn as if boiling. Both of them noticed the abnormality of the spiritual pool water, and they looked down, simultaneously spotting a serpentine shadow swiftly swimming at the bottom of the pool, followed by a splash. Bang! Splash! A water serpent over several dozen feet long burst forth from the water, its body resembling a snake covered in hard, smooth blue scales, with a massive head that had developed half a horn, hinting at a transformation into a dragon. At this moment it raised its head high, revealing sharp teeth and fiercely glaring eyes fixed on Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli recognized that this was the guardian spirit beast of the Yunyu Qinglian. It seemed she would need to defeat it to obtain the flower. Without hesitation she wielded her flute like a sword and charged at it. Her graceful figure split into 2, then into 4, creating 4 illusory shadows that confused the water serpent, which failed to react in time and was struck by several sword strikes. Ningxue skimmed across its hard blue scales, sparking flashes of fire. Despite Ningxue being an immortal artifact, it only left a few scratches and did not breach the serpent's thick armor. After all, Ningxue was originally just a flute merely used as a sword by Jiang Mengli, and its sharpness could not compare to that of a true immortal sword. If it were a true immortal sword, slicing through its scales would be as easy as cutting through a vegetable. Having been struck several times, the water serpent was thoroughly enraged. Its massive body lunged towards the four shadows, sending them flying with three dissipating, while only the real Jiang Mengli remained. Just as Jiang Mengli regained her balance, the serpent's large maw came crashing down, attempting to swallow her whole. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli reacted swiftly and narrowly avoided the attack. The water serpent's mouth snapped shut on empty air, causing its head to plunge into the pool. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mengli struck at its tail with several sword strikes. Due to the tail's slenderness and possibly thinner scales than the rest of its body, her strikes drew forth sprays of blood. In pain, the water serpent let out a hissing sound like a giant python, and its massive serpentine body swiftly retreated, sinking into the pool, but in just a moment it burst forth again, attacking Jiang Mengli. However, during that brief moment, the sword marks she inflicted on its tail had already healed completely. Hidden not far away, observing the battle, Li Changxuan immediately noticed the water serpent's weakness. It seemed the serpent could rapidly recover from its injuries using the spiritual spring. On the other side, after the water serpent resurfaced, it opened its massive maw again, but this time it was not attempting to swallow Jiang Mengli, but rather to conjure several water swords from the saliva coated on its sharp teeth. With a loud roar, the water swords shot out. Jiang Mengli did not bother with defense. She lightly played her flute, and the clear notes spread like ripples around her. The incoming water swords dissipated into nothingness with this single melody. Indeed, an immortal-grade musical instrument is best used for its original purpose, so Jiang Mengli played her flute again, letting the distant sound resonate. However, this had no effect on the water serpent. Jiang Mengli furrowed her brows. As expected, all the exotic beasts in the secret realm were not living beings, but rather half-beast, half-spirit constructs, lifeless entities, sustained by spiritual energy. Thus sound waves could not affect their minds, which explained why the body of the hidden Lightbell beast dissipated into spiritual energy after being killed. Understanding the reason, Jiang Mengli played the jade flute once more, but this time, instead of influencing its mind with music, she transformed the sound waves into sword chi. The flute's melody was unending, and the sword chi surged forth. Countless waves of sound and sword chi struck the water serpent, and this time the serpent's scales seemed unable to withstand the relentless assault of the sword chi. In just a short time, the water serpent's body was already stained with blood, marked with numerous sword wounds. The water serpent attempted to retreat to the spiritual pool to recover from its injuries once more. At that moment, Li Changxuan's voice called out from below the spiritual pool. Jiang Mengli, don't let it return to the pool. However, his forced warning also revealed his position. While attacking the water serpent, Jiang Mengli focused her gaze and spotted Li Changxuan gathering water from the spiritual spring at the edge of the pool, causing her heart to skip a beat. At this point, the water serpent also noticed the presence of another human. Since there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Li Changxuan, it had not noticed him until now. Already injured by Jiang Mengli, the water serpent was now consumed by rage, swinging its tail violently towards Li Changxuan on the shore. The water serpent's tail charged towards him with the force of a roaring wind, impossible to avoid. At this moment, with his ordinary physical prowess, there was no way for him to escape, and taking a spirit-replenishing pill would clearly be too late. Even though it was just the tail, it was still much larger than Li Changxuan, and the shadow of the water serpent's tail loomed larger and larger in his eyes. Just as Li Changxuan was contemplating whether to jump into the pool for a slim chance of survival, a fragrant scent wafted in. Suddenly, Li Changxuan felt a darkness enveloping him, accompanied by a muffled groan that sent a tremor through his heart. At the same time, his face sank into a soft embrace, as the enchanting fragrance of orchids and a subtle scent of milk wafted into his nostrils, refreshing his spirit. When he withdrew from that soft realm and opened his eyes again, he discovered that Jiang Mengli had already brought him back to the top of the deep pit. At that moment, Jiang Mengli had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly injured from a previous attempt to save him, having been struck by the water serpent. Find a place to hide, Jiang Mengli said coldly before charging once more towards the water serpent. Li Changxuan thought he might be met with a scolding from the enchantress. Why has her temperament changed now? However, he dared not trouble her further, and sought a safe place to observe the surroundings, hoping to alert Jiang Mengli if anyone approached. Though Jiang Mengli was angry with Li Changxuan, she knew he meant well, so she redirected all her fury towards the water serpent. Yet she found that no matter how she attacked, she could only barely breach its scales, failing to inflict any fatal wounds, so she shifted her focus to its weak points. First, she targeted its tail, but that had no effect. The water serpent remained ferocious, so Jiang Mengli set her sights on its pair of sharp snake eyes. In order to prevent it from dodging, Jiang Mengli once again blew her transverse flute, transforming the sound into sword qi that continuously struck its body. Just as the water serpent was caught off guard, Jiang Mengli seized the opportunity, unleashing a burst of snow-like energy that shot forth, transforming into a blue divine rainbow swifter than lightning and faster than the wind, striking at a clever angle towards the serpent's eyes. By the time the water serpent reacted, it could no longer evade, allowing the blue divine rainbow to pierce one of its eyes and instantly exit through the other. However, since the serpent's eyes were at the front of its head, this strike did not end its life, but instead incited its furious wrath. The pain of losing an eye drove the water serpent into madness, unleashing a roar that echoed through the deep pit like a thunderous explosion filled with boundless rage and authority. The sound carried a mighty force, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Its roar was like a wild wind howling, and a raging sea crashing against the rocks, infused with a savage and domineering aura that struck fear into the hearts of all. Blinded, the water serpent could not see Jiang Mengli, and could only frantically lash its thick serpent tail, attempting to attack its enemy, while emitting a thunderous roar, as if venting its inner anger and pain. This aimless onslaught caused the spirit pool to surge violently, the waters crashing against the shores like tumultuous waves. Seeing the frenzied state of the water serpent, Jiang Mengli's mind sparked with an idea. She quickly made her way to the center of the spirit pool's lotus leaf barrier, raising her hand to unleash several sword qi to attract the water serpent's attention. As expected, the lifeless entity, supported by spiritual power, lacked intelligence, acting as if it were following orders, and began to thrash its tail against the barrier. However, the barrier only shook violently without showing any signs of cracking. So Jiang Mengli added fuel to the fire, waiting for the opportune moment before striking with another sword qi aimed at the serpent's brow. This action was not intended to kill it, merely to provoke it. Predictably, the water serpent roared once more, opening its massive jaws to gather spiritual energy into a sphere. Surrounded by swirling waters and infused with murderous intent, Jiang Mengli had no choice but to stealthily retreat to a distance. Once the water serpent had finished gathering energy, the sphere emitted a blinding white light and instantly struck the lotus leaf barrier, creating a violent clash. A ripple of energy emanated from the spirit pool, causing Li Changxuan, who stood outside the pool, to feel the fabric of his robe billow. Once the deep pit fell silent again, and the mist cleared, it became evident that the lotus leaf barrier had developed several cracks, while the water serpent seemed gravely injured. As the guardian beast of the Yunyuan Qinglian, the water serpent was intrinsically connected to the barrier. Thus, when the barrier shattered, it also harmed itself, a fact Jiang Mengli realized she should have anticipated. Moments later, the water serpent, seemingly exhausted, fell heavily from the sky back into the spirit pool. Jiang Mengli, now carelessly disregarding it, flew directly to the side of the shattered barrier, eager to seize the Yunyuan Qinglian and leave swiftly. However, just as she intended to shatter the barrier completely, the Yunyuan Qinglian within seemed to sense the turmoil outside beginning to shake violently. Then it emitted a dazzling green light, and shortly after, the barrier shattered, completely sending a green pillar of light soaring into the sky, tinting half of the secret realm in a light green hue. Far more than 100 miles away, Yang Tsong and Yishiru naturally took notice of the green pillar shooting up not far from them. "Junior sister, hurry over. If Brother Li and the others see this, they should have already arrived." Yishiru nodded. "I'll follow your lead." Instantly, the two transformed into a streak of sword light rushing towards the direction of the green pillar. Such a phenomenon in the heavens instantly alerted all cultivators within the secret realm, causing everyone to stop their activities and gaze towards the distant green light. "How magnificent! The Yunyuan Qinglian has appeared. Should we go check it out?" Sure. We can't obtain it, but can't we at least take a look?" "Let's go." In an instant, countless figures surged towards the green pillar. Moments later, as the green pillar vanished, 6 petals of the Yunyuan Qinglian floated serenely at the center of the lotus leaves, radiating a soft green glow. Jiang Mengli inwardly cursed, fearing that this phenomenon would attract many people. She quickly reached out to grab the Qinglian and swiftly darted to Li Changxuan's side, only to find him standing there in a daze. Seeing him still in a stunned state, Jiang Mengli urged, "Let's go. We can't escape now." Li Changxuan replied calmly. Following his gaze, Jiang Mengli saw dozens of figures surrounding the entire deep pit. Simultaneously, they had set up barriers around them to prevent the two from escaping. These were cultivators searching for opportunities nearby, who had rushed over upon witnessing the Qinglian phenomenon. Initially, they only wanted to see what the Yunyuan Qinglian looked like, believing that those who could obtain it must be from the 5 great sects, and they dared not confront anyone from those sects. However, upon getting closer, they were astonished to find that the fortunate ones were actually 2 unknown rogue cultivators. Moreover, there were only the 2 of them. They were not from the 5 great sects, so they felt no fear. Suddenly they thought, why should they be able to take it when these 2 could? Li Changxuan tightly focused on the crowd that appeared ready to pounce and softly asked, "Jiang Mengli, are you confident in breaking through?" "I have no confidence with your words." "Then the Empress must stay to accompany me," Li Changxuan hurriedly stated. Seeing Li Changxuan's worried demeanor, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but smile inwardly. However, she was not joking. If they took the Yunyuan Qinglian out, not only would the 5 great sects come after them, but other sects would also pursue them for it, ensuring that they would never find peace until returning to the demon realm. Therefore, she thought it would be better to refine the Qinglian directly within the secret realm. Who would dare to stop her then? She softly said to Li Changxuan, "Hold them off for a moment." "I'll do my best." Jiang Mengli turned, whispering softly in Li Changxuan's ear, "Just don't die." Then she flew back to the center of the spirit pool once more. After Jiang Mengli left, Li Changxuan anxiously waited in place, wondering why the purple apples hadn't arrived yet. This was simply too unreliable. However, he had no time to complain now, as the cultivators opposite him had already charged forward. Without further thought, Li Changxuan quickly took out a 5th-grade spirit storage pill and swallowed it. In an instant, abundant spiritual power surged through his meridians like a tidal wave, and his aura rose sharply, stopping just at the midstage of the spiritual sea realm. Li Changxuan took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within his body, a familiar sensation rising in his heart. Although this power was far inferior to what he had when he was a terrestrial immortal, it was sufficient for his current. Fortunately, these cultivators were not disciples of the 5 great sects, and their realms were generally not high, most being around the midstage of the spiritual sea realm, with a few only at the entry level. Moreover, Li Changxuan's absolute heaven celestial meridian was inherently much stronger than those of his peers. Thus, even when facing numerous enemies, he was still able to remain calm and composed. Since he had to face many with one, Li Changxuan no longer considered the strategy of taking them down one by one. His figure flashed, and he soared into the air, the rusty sword flying from a distance and landing steadily in his hand. Gripping the sword handle, Li Changxuan fixed his gaze on the crowd charging toward him, murmuring, "I haven't yet tested the power of that old man's sword technique." Then he swiftly infused spiritual power into the rusty sword. In an instant, strands of sword energy surged out like ripples, and he swung the rusty sword, fiercely sweeping it toward the crowd. A flash of cold light swept across, and the scene was instantly filled with dust and chaos, with sword energy swirling. The few people in the front were thrown back, spurting blood. Seeing this, the people behind immediately became more vigilant, shouting, "Be careful, this kid has already cultivated sword energy." Li Changxuan furrowed his brows. It seemed they were among those who had reached the spiritual sea realm, but could not cultivate sword energy. In a short moment, more and more people rushed at Li Changxuan, but the result was that they were continuously struck down by his sword. Although their realms were similar, Li Changxuan possessed an unparalleled physique and a mind of a terrestrial immortal. The understanding and mastery of swordsmanship between both sides were not on the same level, and thus their combat power was naturally not on the same level. Those attacking Li Changxuan could not even come within 3 feet of him, either falling heavily injured or directly losing their lives. They realized Li Changxuan's extraordinary prowess in swordsmanship, yet Yun Qinglian and the others were even less willing to give up. Thus they collaborated, sending waves of people to charge at Li Changxuan, attempting to use a tactic of overwhelming him with numbers to exhaust him. Meanwhile, others charged toward Jiang Mengli, as the deep pool was simply too vast, and with Li Changxuan's current strength, he could not control all directions. However, Jiang Mengli did not regard them highly. She simply released a barrier to envelop herself, serving as defense while also obscuring the situation inside from others. Then she released Ning Shui to guard the surroundings, protecting herself, while she began to refine the first green lotus petal. Unlike the Yulong immortal grass, the spiritual power contained in Yun Qinglian was much milder and gentler, but the amount of spiritual power was several times more than that of Yulong immortal grass. She was not of the absolute heaven celestial meridian, and currently only at the divine refinement realm. Thus, she could not bear such immense spiritual power in her meridians, so she could only refine it in portions. However, because the spiritual power of Yun Qinglian was relatively gentle, the refining process was much quicker than that of the 9-flower Yulong immortal grass. When those around saw the barrier, they knew she was about to start refining Yun Qinglian. Thus they continuously attacked the barrier on the lotus leaf, but they were all just small fry, and in a short while they all perished beneath Ning Shui. Ning Shui flew rapidly around the lotus leaf, and as several figures fell from the air, their lives extinguished. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the spiritual pool. Some merely observed from a distance, seemingly unwilling to participate in the conflict, while others rushed toward Li Changxuan, without hesitation, eager to seize this rare treasure. At that moment, dozens of flying swords infused with spiritual power flew swiftly toward Li Changxuan's direction, but the target was not Li Changxuan. It was aimed at those attacking him. Many could not react in time and were struck down from the sky by the flying swords. "Sorry, Brother Li, we are late," Yang Tsong said, apologetically landing beside Li Changxuan with Yishiru. Seeing them finally arrive, Li Changxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, "It's not too late, it can only be considered just right." This made Yang Tsong feel even more ashamed, his face filled with guilt. However, he suddenly realized that Li Changxuan was different from before, and his expression changed in surprise. "Brother Li, how did you reach the spiritual sea realm? And where is your sister?" "It's a long story. First, stop them from getting close to the center of the spiritual pool's lotus leaf." Li Changxuan raised an eyebrow and said to the hesitating cultivators in front of him. At that moment, the two senior siblings also saw the small barrier on the lotus leaf at the center of the spiritual pool. There was no one around the barrier, only a few corpses, and a jade flute hovering nearby. Although they could not see the situation inside clearly, they knew Jiang Mengli must be inside. The junior sister wasted no time and immediately stepped forward with her sword raised, warning the crowd. These two are under the protection of the extreme Dao sword sect. Initially hesitant, the crowd became even more uncertain. They could not even handle one person, and now two disciples of the extreme Dao sword sect had arrived. Some thought to just give up. Just as they were grappling internally with whether to take action, a sneering voice rang out. "With just the two of you, how can you represent the extreme Dao sword sect?" It was truly laughable. The three turned to look, and it was Li Changxuan and his group of Tai Xian sect disciples, accompanied by a girl named Lu Yanyan. "Then let's fight." The usually fierce Yishiru directly formed a sword gesture with her hands, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Li Changxuan just chuckled awkwardly and turned to the disciples of other sects, saying, "Why not all join in together, my friends? There are only 3 of them, why should we be afraid?" In Li Changxuan's imagination, upon hearing this, they would surely rush to attack the 3 and seize the green lotus treasure without him having to lift a finger. However, his expectations did not come true. Instead, the crowd glared at him with resentment, saying, "This Tai Xian sect friend is really calculating. You want us to suffer mutual damage while you reap the benefits. Don't even think about it. Let's go." One person scolded, and then the crowd retreated a step, standing by to watch. They were not foolish, not to mention they would be busy and easily have the Tai Xian sect pick the fruits. Furthermore, this was already a struggle between 2 major immortal sects, and they did not want to get caught up in it. Looking at the more than 10 disciples from the Tai Xian sect across the way, Yishiru couldn't help but sigh to her senior brother. "We should have informed all our fellow disciples about this descent. It's just the 2 of us entering the secret realm now. Are you scared?" "How could that be?" Yang Tsong smiled in satisfaction, and then turned to Li Changxuan, saying, "Brother Li'll leave your sister to you." Li Changxuan nodded, and then Yang Tsong and his sister stepped forward, holding their swords in front of the Tai Xian sect disciples. Li Changxuan also flew to the barrier at the center of the spiritual pool, looking at the barrier before him. He did not know how much longer Jiang Mengli would take to emerge, and the effect of the spirit storage pill was almost running out. Although the first spirit storage pill would not have any effect on him if more people appeared, and he had to use another, his meridians might truly suffer damage. The disciples of the Tai Xian sect, led by Li Changxuan, treated Yang Tsong and his companions without any courtesy, and soon both sides were embroiled in battle. In Li Changxuan's eyes, as long as they spared the lives of the senior disciples, the Tai Xian sect had already shown great respect to the extreme Dao sword sect. After all, while the 5 great sects appeared to be united, there was no shortage of overt and covert competition among the disciples, especially in a secret realm where life and death were disregarded. However, Li Changxuan underestimated them. Despite the numerical advantage of the Tai Xian sect, these were merely outer disciples, or else they would not have listened to Li Changxuan. Thus, they were somewhat lacking in strength, and Yang Tsong and Yishiru had an excellent synergy, making it impossible for them to be harmed in the slightest. What a bunch of useless trash! Li Changxuan silently cursed, then drew his spirit sword and personally attacked, remembering the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Yishiru. "Young Master Lu, I will assist you." Lu Yanyan observed for a while before soaring into the... Seeing the 2 reinforcements join the battlefield, Yishiru and the others were clearly struggling. If it weren't for the dual sword formation of the extreme Dao sword sect, they might not have been able to cope. Before long, both of them were injured and bleeding. Li Changxuan could only watch from a distance, unable to intervene, as their bets were all placed on Jiang Mengli, leaving no room for accidents. However, seeing them being surrounded and beaten was no solution. Suddenly an idea flashed in Li Changxuan's mind, and he cast an unscrupulous glance at Jiang Mengli's jade flute. It seemed that Jiang Mengli's jade flute sensed his gaze and also came to a halt. "Can you understand what I am saying?" Li Changxuan tentatively asked. The jade flute swayed up and down, indicating that it could understand. Seeing this, Li Changxuan was delighted and continued, "Then go help those two." He had just seen how formidable the flute was, taking out everyone around it with a single note. However, this time, the jade flute shook its head, indicating its unwillingness. This angered Li Changxuan, who hastily scolded, "Those two are helping your master. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your master, would you?" The jade flute swayed up and down again. "Then hurry and go." The jade flute flew out for a moment, then paused, seeming hesitant. Li Changxuan noticed its concern and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry. I will protect your master." Seemingly reassured, the jade flute shot out, directly transforming into a blue rainbow and instantly penetrating into the midst of the Taishan sect disciples. Many disciples of the Taishan sect were caught off guard and were knocked down by the sword of Ning Shui. This sudden scene left both sides stunned for a moment, as Jiang Mengli had never used Ning Shui in front of Yang Yi, and the others, causing them to be unclear if the flute was friend or foe. However, they quickly realized that the jade flute only attacked the Taishan sect disciples and held no hostility towards them, seemingly there to assist. Yet Yang Tsong still felt a bit puzzled, as if he had heard of this jade flute somewhere before. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment, and there was no time to think clearly. The uncontrollable Ning Shui couldn't resolve so many Taishan sect disciples in one go. Thus, the two coordinated with the jade flute to block the Taishan sect disciples again. "This flute is too sinister. Oh, everyone be careful." Li Changxuan couldn't help but remind them. At this point, he had realized something was amiss. Why would there be a sentient artifact in this secret realm? Could it be that some significant figure has entered as well? Or was this jade flute a treasure within the secret realm? Seeing the flute's master not showing up, Li Changxuan assumed it was an unclaimed object. Therefore, Li Changxuan once again attacked Yang Tsong and his companions, planning to eliminate them before seizing this unclaimed treasure. In the distance, Li Changxuan saw that with Ning Shui joining the battle, the pressure on Yang Tsong and the others was significantly reduced, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He also landed on a lotus leaf as the 15 minutes were up and the spirit storage pill had already. However, the side effects of the 5th grade spirit storage pill did not manifest, possibly due to the innate talents of the absolute heaven immortal vein, allowing his meridians to withstand the influx of spiritual energy. Li Changxuan looked at the second 5th grade spirit storage pill in his palm, hesitating whether to use it. If he didn't use it and a few more cultivators came, he might not have time to take the medicine. If he used it, he was unsure if his meridians could withstand the side effects of taking 2 spirit storage pills consecutively. After much hesitation, Li Changxuan sighed, "To save her is to save myself." He then swallowed the second 5th grade spirit storage pill, and his cultivation instantly returned to the midstage of the spirit sea realm. He could only hope that Jiang Mengli would finish refining soon. If 2/4 of an hour passed, and she still hadn't come out, the three of them would truly be unable to hold on. As expected, shortly after he finished taking the pill, 7 figures appeared from the opposite direction of the battle with the Taishan sect disciples. They moved through the void, stepping on the 7 stars, surrounded by a halo of stars. People from the star-picking pavilion. Li Changxuan's gaze was fixed on the newcomers as he recognized the identities of the 7. However, the 7 were relatively polite and did not attack directly. Instead, they first asked Li Changxuan, "Friend, is Yunyu Qinglian within this barrier? If I say no, would you believe me?" "Of course not." The person was not angry, but rather responded with a calm smile. Although they arrived late, the aura of Yunyu Qinglian was clearly emanating from the barrier behind Li Changxuan, and they could see through it. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan merely took a step forward, blocking the barrier behind him, and raised his rusty sword towards the 7, indicating his stance. Seeing Li Changxuan's attitude, the leader waved his hands, repeatedly saying, "Friend, peace is precious. Peace is precious." This left Li Changxuan confused, unsure of what the newcomers wanted. However, since they were from the star-picking pavilion, they were certainly not here to watch a show. Li Changxuan was too lazy to play along, and directly shook his rusty sword, causing the swords from the previous battle to tremble and fly towards him. With hundreds of flying swords pointing at the 7, the sword bodies quivered, seemingly ready to break through the air at any moment. "Since peace is precious, please retreat beyond the spirit pool." The 7 did not advance or retreat, and the leader looked at the hundreds of flying swords in front of him, with a glint in his eyes, clapping his hands in praise. To achieve this at the spirit sea realm is truly remarkable talent. However, suddenly his expression turned cold. What a pity! As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 moved in unison, leaping towards Li Changxuan. The hundreds of swords behind Li Changxuan also shot out at that same moment, faintly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. However, they seemed to lack power and were unable to harm them, all being blocked. So while there were still flying swords to delay them, Li Changxuan took out a wine gourd and took a few swigs. Instantly a surge of spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, and while his aura remained at the spirit sea realm, his power had already surpassed it. This was the spirit spring water he had specially fetched from the edge of the spirit pool, while Jiang Mengli was fighting the water spirit. Li Changxuan thought that since he had no spirit sea to store spiritual energy, drinking the spirit spring water, while using the energy within, would be equivalent to having spiritual energy. Yet sipping while wielding the sword was a grievous waste of this spirit spring. But who had time for such thoughts now? Li Changxuan raised his sword once more, and his flying sword under his command surged forward anew against the 7 members of the Jiaxing Pavilion. Only then did those 7 realize the extraordinary nature of Li Changxuan's blade. Alone he had held them at bay for an astonishingly long time. With no choice left, they joined forces. In a single coordinated strike, their combined force sent his circling swords scattering violently outward, and immediately thereafter all 7 charged Li Changxuan together. Li Changxuan's sword had long been poised to strike. In that instant his rusted blade tore from his grasp, darting between the 7 like a vengeful serpent. Though it claimed no lives, it drew blood from 4 of them. This was Li Changxuan's self-crafted flying sword art, distinct from the orthodox techniques taught by the elder Taoist masters. Gazing at their wounds, the 7 erupted in fury, and unleashed a palm strike toward Li Changxuan, its momentum fierce, as gale winds overwhelming as a mountain range collapsing upon the sea. Li Changxuan had nowhere to retreat. The young woman Jiang Mengli stood directly behind him. Just as he resolved to cleave the strike apart with one final desperate slash, a slender feminine figure descended from above the spirit pool, effortlessly dispelling the palm's devastating force. Does the floating cloud saintess also covet the Yunyu blue lotus? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the 7 from the Jiaxing Pavilion paused and asked coolly. Mo Lingxian offered no reply. Instead she turned her gaze toward Li Changxuan standing nearby, and asked quietly, "You are Li Changxuan?" Li Changxuan stiffened. What strange performance was this? Still he answered yes. Mo Lingxian fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then her expression gradually hardened into impassive detachment. "Then hand over the Yunyu blue lotus. I will ensure your safe passage out of this realm." "I do not have it." Li Changxuan sighed inwardly. How absurd. The lotus was nowhere near him. "Refuse and you shall not leave this realm alive." "I told you. It is not on me." "Obstinate fool." "Then let us fight." Li Changxuan could not be bothered with further pretense. If she wanted the lotus, why not simply say so? Why veil her intent in riddles and half-hearted threats? At her words, Mo Lingxuan's countenance chilled, and she lunged toward him without hesitation. "You are no match for me." Meanwhile, the Taishan sect had steadily fallen into disadvantage. Li Changxuan too had noticed the arrivals of both the Jiaxing Pavilion and the floating cloud palace. He knew well the odds of securing the Yunyu blue lotus were now slim, but the masterless jade flute was indispensable. Seizing a fleeting gap as the flute arced past him, he channeled spiritual energy to momentarily halt its flight. In that brief stillness, he glimpsed 2 ancient austere characters engraved upon the flute, and instantly paled eyes wide with terror. His hand recoiled as if burned. Without hesitation he fled the spirit pool at full speed toward the realm's exit, not even glancing back at his fellow sect disciples. Lu Yanyan, whose attention had never wavered from him, pursued him immediately, though utterly baffled by his sudden panic. The remaining Taishan disciples only realized Li Changxuan's disappearance when it was already too late. Exhausted and spent, they could barely withstand the relentless assault of 2 opponents, and the jade flute itself. Li Changxuan exchanged several blows with Mo Lingxian. His rusted sword shattered mid-clash. Yet he noticed she had yet to unleash any truly lethal technique, stirring quiet suspicion within him. The 7 from the Jiaxing Pavilion could only watch from afar. After all, she was the saintess, and this realm lay squarely within the floating cloud palace's domain. Both now paused. Mo Lingxian fixed her gaze on Li Changxuan and urged unwavering, "Surrender the Yunyu blue lotus, or none of you shall depart this realm." "Fool!" Li Changxuan nearly laughed aloud. Since time immemorial, treasures belonged to those of virtue, not to thieves cloaked in noble pretexts. Did the Yunyu blue lotus belong only to the floating cloud palace by divine decree? At those words, Mo Lingxuan's eyes flashed with resolve, and in the next breath she vanished, reappearing before Li Changxuan like a phantom, wrath blazing across her features. She would hold back no longer. At that very moment, the Ningxue jade flute struck down several Taishan disciples, then shot like lightning toward the center of the spirit pool. The few remaining Taishan disciples were little more than brittle clay and straw. Yang Tsong and his sister Yi Shiro subdued them, effortlessly casting them down in mere moments. The scene now unfolded thus. The Jiaxing Pavilion watched silently from the periphery. The Taishan disciples lay incapacitated, held firmly by Yang Tsong, and Yi Shiro, other cultivators, had retreated to the outer rim of the spirit pool, observing warily. Only Li Changxuan and Mo Lingxian remained locked in combat, and just as Mo Lingxian closed to within 3 chi of him, the jade flute arrived. Blazing through the air, it intercepted Mo Lingxuan's strike with perfect precision. Both flute and saintess were thrown backward 2 steps. Then the flute hovered serenely before Li Changxuan, motionless and poised. A sudden clarity dawned upon Li Changxuan. He reached out and grasped the Ningxue jade flute. Its surface was smooth and warm, its essence cool and pure. The flute resisted him not. He murmured inwardly, so it is true. The flute intends for me to wield it as a weapon. Ningxue later grumbled. Had my master not instructed me to protect him before retreating to seclusion and refining the lotus, I would never have lent myself to him. Mo Lingxian stared bewildered at the jade flute that had intervened unbidden, unable to fathom what manner of divine artifact could autonomously parry her strike. Yet she could not abandon the Yunyu blue lotus. A white jade sword materialized before her, gleaming coldly, and with a flash of determination in her eyes, she lunged forward, thrusting. Before the blade even neared, its chi pressure warped the air, whipping Li Changxuan's robes into a furious flutter. A razor-sharp beam of sword chi streaked forth, and Li Changxuan, flute in hand, neither dodged nor flinched. He swung the flute like a sword, a sweeping horizontal arc. An immense wave of sword chi erupted outward, shattering Mo Lingxuan's attack instantly. Not even a single breath could it endure. But Li Changxuan's own sword chi showed no sign of fading. With blinding speed it slammed into Mo Lingxuan's body, then struck the spirit pool's waters, unleashing a Tenjiang tidal surge. Mo Lingxian spat crimson blood, her form staggering backwards several steps before halting midair, barely regaining balance. The spectacle stunned every onlooker. None had imagined Li Changxuan, armed with that jade flute, could be so formidable. Some even whispered he must have been spared deliberately. Yet her expression betrayed no mercy. Even Li Changxuan himself was astounded. The sword chi he had infused had been amplified many-fold by the flute. As the crowd regained composure, murmurs erupted. Such a peerless beauty! The saintess! How could this youth strike her so ruthlessly? Truly monstrous. No manly honor at all. Though distantly, Changxuan's cultivation allowed him to catch fragments of these remarks, and he shook his head, baffled. What manner of logic resided in their minds? Was he expected to stand passively while attacked? Simply because the attacker was Mo Lingxian? Was such submission written into heaven's law? Amidst the lingering debate, calamity struck without warning. With a thunderous boom, the spirit pool exploded, and the water serpent emerged once more, its wounds fully healed. Its eyes, now restored, burned with deep crimson pupils. Scarcely breaching the surface, it attacked indiscriminately, its tail lashing out and sending Mo Lingxian hurtling away like a broken doll. The 7 from the Jiaxing Pavilion attempted to subdue it jointly, only to be struck down by a deafening roar. Its sonic wave burst from its maw, rupturing their nostrils and ears, hurling all 7 backward in violent retreat. Spotting the dense throng of cultivators encircling the pool, the serpent opened its maw wide and expelled a torrential flood. A vast swath of spectators collapsed instantly beneath its onslaught. Wherever that water touched, flesh skin sizzled and smoked, dissolving into crimson ichor. Agonized cries filled the air. Now only Li Changxuan remained at the pool's heart, guarding Jiang Mengli. The serpent, seeing them, wasted no time, fury blazing in its gaze, it lunged forward, jaws agape. Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro rushed to intervene, but no sooner had they taken flight toward the pool than the serpent, as if sensing them, whipped its tail backward with uncanny precision. They tried to resist, yet found it futile. Blood erupted from their mouths as they were hurled back onto the shore, broken and bleeding. Li Changxuan dared not be careless and gulped down the remaining spiritual spring water in one go. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians like an explosion. Li Changxuan thought to himself that it was not good, as he had already felt a sharp pain from his meridians, a sign of injury. This demoness, wasn't it just supposed to be a brief delay? Now nearly 2/4 of an hour have passed, and she still hasn't come out. But now it was too late to curse her. The blood-red maw of the water serpent had already swallowed everything, and Li Changxuan could only conjure a barrier of spiritual energy to envelop the entire lotus leaf. With a loud bang, the water serpent bit down on the spiritual barrier, instantly creating numerous cracks. To the onlookers outside, it appeared as if the water serpent had swallowed the entire lotus leaf, causing many cultivators to feel a chill and choose to flee instead of watching. Some were still greedily eyeing the spiritual spring water, planning to take a share after someone dealt with the water serpent. At this moment Li Changxuan could no longer hold on. He realized what kind of monster Jiang Mengli had summoned. Even if he attacked the water serpent's mouth, endlessly battering it until it was bloodied, the creature would not release its grip. Ultimately, the spiritual barrier shattered with a crack, and Li Changxuan was instantly engulfed by the descending darkness. "It's over." Yang Tsong slapped his forehead, looking at the water serpent in the spiritual pond that had swallowed the entire lotus leaf, feeling that he had arrived too late and ruined everything. Li Changxuan and his sister had been swallowed by the water serpent. Just as everyone thought Li Changxuan was dead, the mouth of the water serpent suddenly emitted a faint pink glow, and then with a loud bang its massive body was blasted against the shore of the spiritual pond. Then a pillar of light shot up from the lotus leaf, even more spectacular than the phenomenon when the Yunyu Qinglian was revealed. However, this time it was not an omen but an aura that instilled fear in many cultivators. Within the pillar of light, a vague silhouette of a man could be seen, accompanied by the figure of a woman, but behind her were 9 fox tails, each towering 10 feet high, indicating that this woman was no ordinary human. In the pillar of light, Li Changxuan stood in front of Jiang Mengli, appearing somewhat disheveled. Subsequently, the aura around him began to retreat steadily until he resembled an ordinary mortal. Jiang Mengli had exited the barrier, now a half-human, half-demon being with red eyes and white hair. Yet Li Changxuan's gaze remained unchanged, never showing surprise or fear. He simply smiled gently and returned the Ningxue to her. "Wasn't it supposed to be just a moment? It's been 2/4 of an hour, Jiang Mengli, can you not keep time?" He then added with a cheeky smile, "But look, I kept them at bay. Aren't I impressive, brother?" Cough, cough, cough. He then felt his entire body weaken, nearly unable to stand. The previous battle had exhausted him, and now he could barely hold on, feeling drowsy. Jiang Mengli hurriedly supported him, a slight smile appearing on her lips as she inwardly mocked this guy. Now the only thing left strong about him is his mouth, right? She examined Li Changxuan's meridians and, as expected, found them all shattered. In fact, if he had only used 1 5th-grade spirit storage pill, his meridians would have been able to withstand it. But he not only consumed 2 pills in succession, but also directly drew upon the spiritual energy from the spring water, which led to the shattering of his meridians. However, Jiang Mengli had already devised a countermeasure. When she refined the Yunyu Qinglian, she had budgeted to use 4 petals. By the time she exited her seclusion, if Li Changxuan's meridians were shattered, she would give him 1 petal. Because the Yunyu Qinglian not only contained a vast amount of spiritual energy, but also had the effect of repairing meridians, it was perfect for Li Changxuan, who was unable to refine it as the abundant spiritual energy wouldn't harm him. However, the sealing spirit imprint was more tyrannical than she had imagined, consuming 5 petals of her Yunyu Qinglian before completely breaking through. Jiang Mengli took out the last petal of the Qinglian, lightly scolding with a smile, "You got lucky." She then had Li Changxuan take it. In an instant, Li Changxuan felt a refreshing coolness throughout his body, a comfortable sensation, and his eyes gradually regained a trace of clarity. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qinglian city secret realm, Mei Shi was pacing beside the Qinglian pool. Half a month had passed since the opening of the Qinglian secret realm. He had suddenly felt an uneasy sensation in his heart, as if something unexpected had occurred in the Qinglian secret realm, but he could not leave. He had to guard this place to prevent any mishaps. He only hoped that his holy maiden would be safe. Inside the secret realm, at this moment, many cultivators saw the figure of the fox demon within the pillar of light and suddenly reacted. How could there be demons in the Qinglian secret realm? We can discuss this later. The urgent matter is to kill this demon. Yes. Any demon must be slain by us cultivators. But this demon seems very powerful. They could only see the demon's form within the pillar of light and did not glimpse Jiang Mengli's true appearance. Moreover, aside from a few high-level cultivators, most had never seen the demon Empress, as those who had mostly perished. They had only heard of the name of the demon Empress and her deadly innate spirit weapon, the Ningxue jade flute. Just now, Li Changxuan had fled in panic upon seeing the words Ningxue engraved on the flute. Thus, many cultivators failed to recognize Jiang Mengli and thought that since they had more people, this demon couldn't stir up much trouble. Then a group of cultivators charged forward, seeking to claim the credit for slaying the demon. The 7 from the star-picking pavilion took the lead, followed by Mo Lingxian and other disciples from the floating cloud palace who had been observing along with numerous cultivators. Only Yang Tsong and his sister, along with a group of disciples from the Taishan sect, remained frozen in place. Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro recognized that the demoness was Li Changxuan's sister and hesitated to take action, as the 2 races were indeed at odds with each other. However, Yang Tsong refrained from attacking, not only out of respect for Li Changxuan but also for another reason. No wonder. He felt that he had heard about that jade flute somewhere before. If it was indeed, as he suspected, if he were to strike, his two junior sisters would surely perish in the secret realm. As for the disciples of the Taishan sect, they did not act simply because they had lost their combat ability in the earlier battle. Going now would be futile. Jiang Mengli watched as the numerous human cultivators charged over unfazed, as she assisted Li Changxuan in sitting down. Wait for a moment, this emperor will be with you shortly. Li Changxuan nodded. After taking the Yunyu Qinglian, he instantly felt much more refreshed but still lacked strength. A mere little demon dares to enter our human secret realm. You should hurry and prepare to die. Just then the 7 from the star-picking pavilion approached, confidently unleashing 7 beams of starlight toward Jiang Mengli. Oh, a little demon. A faint voice emerged. Then the pillar of light disappeared and Jiang Mengli gradually revealed herself. In her white attire she danced gracefully, her silver hair fluttering and her 9 tails swayed as her soft voice echoed throughout the spiritual pond, causing the 7 beams of starlight to dissipate. The 7 were astonished. Someone who could casually dispel their star-picking pavilion's 7-star formation was certainly no ordinary individual. Who exactly are you? At this moment they were already panicking with thoughts of retreat forming. Jiang Mengli ignored them. Her ethereal form remained unperturbed as her 9 pure white fox tails swept across, releasing a mighty gust that distorted the surrounding space, leaving the 7 unable to react in time. With a bang, in the blink of an eye, the 7 were embedded in the stone wall of a deep pit, unable to extricate themselves. Other cultivators watching this scene were astonished, their hearts stirred by waves of shock. The disciples of the star-picking pavilion had not even been able to withstand a single attack. Did that mean they were merely here to deliver their heads? At that moment one person's words struck them like a heavy blow. Are you the current demon Empress? You are the current demon sovereign. And as soon as Mo Lingxian uttered these words, every cultivator present paled with terror, sweat pouring down their brows. They had merely come to explore this secret realm, and perhaps seize a minor fortuitous opportunity. So how of all improbable occurrences had they stumbled upon the demon sovereign herself? All inwardly lamented their misfortune. Had they known, they would never have come to gawk. They were no sect elders or ancient existences. Merely a breath from her lips could snuff out their lives. Now all they craved was escape. Sure enough, no sooner had Mo Lingxuan's voice faded than numerous cultivators fled in panic. Esteemed sirs, my wife is about to give birth. I must take my leave first. And indeed, my old water buffalo is calving. I must rush home at once. And the fleeing cultivators silently screamed, legs move faster. Jiang Mengli watched their frantic retreat. Without alarm, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Wanna flee? Do you truly believe you can escape? She stood gracefully in place, lifting her delicate jade flute with serene elegance. And suddenly a haunting melody pierced the secret realm. Melancholy lyrical resonating across 100 li. At the first note time itself seemed to freeze. The fleeing cultivators froze mid-stride, faces contorted in terror, bodies locked motionless. Utterly paralyzed. Eyes wide with horror, they watched helplessly as their own limbs refused to obey, despair flooding their hearts. And at the second note the melody surged, fierce and commanding. As a wave of sonic sword chi erupted from Jiang Mengli's jade flute, radiating outward in all directions. Time resumed, but it was already too late. The sonic sword chi struck before they could even blink. And exquisitely controlled, it cleaved through every fleeing cultivator in unison. Not one escaped. With only 2 notes. No earth-shattering clash, no cataclysmic battle. The battlefield fell silent, littered with fallen bodies. Only the disciples of the floating cloud palace remained unharmed. Except for Li Changxuan, every surviving soul stood petrified, as if time still hung suspended. Only the sound of disciples swallowing hard, and the soft, distinct drip of sweat falling from brows, broke the silence. Mo Lingxian now knew beyond doubt, this was the legendary demon Empress of the Yao race. Awe and dread surged within her, unstoppable and profound. 9-tailed fox lineage, unassailable pride, a jade flute, an immortal artifact forged as her innate weapon, all matched the legends of the demon sovereign. And no wonder she'd sensed danger the moment they crossed paths in the city. Everything now fell into place. Yet what was she to do now? Even at the Yoshu realm, she was but a plaything in the sovereign's hands, and she bore responsibility for the countless floating cloud palace disciples behind her. Seeing no one dare advance further, Jiang Mengli turned and gently helped Li Changxuan to his feet. And let us go. And wait, where are Pingua and the other one? After rising, Li Changxuan glanced toward the shore, only to find the 2 standing frozen, utterly bewildered. Though Yang Tsong had braced himself mentally, confirmation still struck him with visceral shock. While Yi Shiro's reaction was even more extreme. In mere moments, so many cultivators had been cut down. She stood speechless, trembling with fear. Just then, Jiang Mengli followed Li Changxuan's gaze, and saw the senior brother and junior sister along with the previously overlooked disciples of the Taishan sect. Her eyes instantly blazed with murderous intent. And when Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro met, that killing gaze terror seized them. They believed themselves her next targets. Yet Jiang Mengli's very next action convinced them beyond doubt that death was inevitable. To them she raised a hand with effortless nonchalance, then slowly pressed it downward. And Yang Tsong closed his eyes, pulling Yi Shiro tightly into his arms, resigned to his fate. Yi Shiro wept bitterly. And senior brother, are we truly going to die? If I couldn't marry you in life, at least dying together is a blessing. Yang Tsong barely heard her words. The deafening roar of an immense pressure wave crashed beside his ear. And boom! Their ears rang violently. But after a long, breathless pause, no pain came. Hesitantly, they opened their eyes and found themselves unharmed. Only a palm-shaped crater remained where the Taishan sect disciples had stood, and their bodies lay flattened into crimson pulp. Beyond death, beyond burial. The demon sovereign's second strike sent fresh tremors through the survivors, each trembling, praying fervently not to be next. And Li Changxuan meanwhile stared blankly at the pair, baffled. What absurd thoughts had these two just conjured? Thereafter Jiang Mengli lifted Li Changxuan skyward, preparing to depart the secret realm. And suddenly Mo Lingxian, drawing courage from some unknown source, pursued them directly. And you cannot leave yet. Instantly Jiang Mengli's expression hardened. She summoned Ningxue and swept it downward. A blade of qi tore through the void, arriving before Mo Lingxuan's eyes in the blink of one. Mo Lingxian barely managed to raise her white jade sword in defense. But against this blade her protective barrier dissolved as though it had never existed. Clang! And her white jade sword shattered instantly. Neither barrier endured even a single breath. The blade passed cleanly across Mo Lingxuan's body. She spat a torrent of blood and plummeted from the sky. The blade did not halt. It cleaved the spirit pond cleanly in two, exposing the sandy bottom before finally dissipating. And floating cloud palace disciples rushed to catch Mo Lingxian, but she could not rise. Her cultivation had been slashed down to the spirit sea realm. You should count yourself fortunate to have encountered this sovereign in the Hongsu realm, and even more so that your floating cloud palace took no part in the affair 6 years ago. With that icy warning, Jiang Mengli slashed upward toward the secret realm's celestial dome. A single stroke rent the heavens asunder, shattering the realm entirely. In an instant, Jiang Mengli and Li Changxuan vanished through the rift in the torn sky. And the sovereign's words were simple. Yet Mo Lingxian understood them perfectly. She still stood on floating cloud palace territory. Thus the sovereign had granted the sect full face. And had she slain the sect's holy maiden outright, the palace's elder ancestors would surely have descended en masse. After all, when an enemy arrives at your very doorstep to slaughter your kin, how could any sect stand idly by? And most crucially, 6 years ago during the siege against the demon clans, the floating cloud palace had abstained. Otherwise none of them would have survived today. That single slash upon Mo Lingxian served as stern reprimand for her audacity. And Yang and Yi watched their figures vanish into the rift, stunned into silence, only gradually regaining their senses. Yi Shiro murmured, dazed, and senior brother, you truly know how to recruit allies. You've even incurred a favor from the demon sovereign. And I had no idea at all. And Yang Tsong remained rooted in place, feeling as though he drifted through a dream. 2 chance acquaintances, and one was the demon sovereign herself. Senior brother, why did we enter this secret realm in the first place? It seems we've gained nothing. And we entered solely to repay a debt. We're now even, no more obligations remain. But still, we've acquired nothing. And what about that spirit spring? And oh right, hurry, fetch the water quickly, before it's too late. Meanwhile outside, in Lotus City, Li Changxuan had already escaped minutes earlier through the fissure in the Lotus Pond's secret realm, bearing the shocking news the demon sovereign dwelled within. The moment the rumor spread, Lotus City descended into chaos, and cultivators scrambled to flee, desperate to put distance between themselves and the city. Common folk barricaded themselves indoors, trembling beneath their quilts. May Shirley, the floating cloud palace elder station to oversee the Lotus Pond's secret realm, naturally heard the report, and after verifying its authenticity 3 times, he immediately transmitted urgent word back to the palace, and waited quietly at the entrance to the Lotus Pond realm. Moments later, a terrifying aura surged forth from the pond, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of demonic energy. May surely sighed deeply in. So it has come at last. Though he dreaded confronting the demon sovereign alone, the floating cloud palace had ordered him to safeguard Lotus City. He had no choice. Boom! And the Lotus Pond exploded violently in two. Its waters flung skyward, drenching parts of Lotus City in an impromptu rainstorm. Then Jiang Mengli emerged carrying Li Changxuan aloft. Yet now she wore human form. Her only telltale sign the overwhelming demonic aura. To ordinary eyes she appeared wholly human. The moment Jiang Mengli appeared, May surely stepped forward to block her path, and he anticipated that upon exiting the realm the demon sovereign would unleash unchecked slaughter. Perhaps even refine the entire city into spiritual essence. Thus he had no choice but to intervene. Upon seeing him, Jiang Mengli's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. Dare you obstruct this sovereign? I shall try my utmost. Before his words fully faded, a crushing weight, like Mount Tai itself, descended upon him, slamming him to the ground like a flattened toad, blood welling at his lips. His undignified collapse belied his true status, a mid-stage cultivation transcendence realm expert. And then Jiang Mengli strode past him, Li Changxuan at her side. Calm, unhurried, utterly dismissive. Realizing he had failed to stop them, May surely, undaunted by death, pleaded one final time. I beg the demon sovereign to show mercy, to spare the lives of Lotus City's innocents. Jiang Mengli paused mid-step, glancing back with a faint mocking smile. And if I refuse? May surely had no answer. Before her he possessed neither the strength nor the will to fight, let alone protect an entire city. Yet if Lotus City perished, he would face unforgivable punishment, worse than death. Now he prayed only for his sect elder's arrival, swiftly. And did Jiang Mengli not see through his petty calculation? Ni's noble pretense masked only cowardice and fear of his sect's wrath. Jiang Mengli had no patience for such games. With quiet disdain she declared, this sovereign is not like your human cultivators, taking pleasure in slaughtering the defenseless. Then she took a single step forward, and both vanished from Lotus City in an instant, and May surely left behind flushed with shame. Her words had struck deeper than he cared to admit. Simultaneously, he felt profound relief. 6 years ago, the floating cloud palace had refrained from joining the assault on the demon clans. Otherwise, he would now be nothing more than a puddle of blood. A day later, Li Changxuan slowly awoke. He found himself back in the little house within Yoyu Forest. When he rose, he felt soreness all through his limbs, but some strength had already returned. He could only recall that the day before Jiang Mengli had cleaved open the secret realm with a single sword to bring him out, and then led him beyond Qinglian City. What followed was a blur, for he had fainted from exhaustion. As for Jiang Mengli not bringing Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro out, Li Changxuan did not comment. He understood that given their positions, taking them along would brand them as traitors among the human race. Their involvement in helping Li Changxuan within the secret realm still left room for explanation, since Jiang Mengli had not been present at that moment. Finding himself alone, Li Changxuan supposed Jiang Mengli had returned to the Yao clan. A small joy at regained freedom warmed him, mingled with an inexplicable pang of loss. After a short while, hunger made itself known, and he planned to find something to eat, so he rose slowly. Before he could open the door, Jiang Mengli suddenly appeared before him and nearly startled him out of his wits. Her cultivation restored, and she had become so elusive. He was not used to it. Jiang Mengli, you're still here. Li Changxuan blurted the thought as soon as he saw her. Oh, are you hoping this Empress will leave? Jiang Mengli asked with a faint smile. Li Changxuan felt oddly uncomfortable. He could not shake the sense that the demoness had grown strange since recovering her power. Your affairs are settled now, aren't you returning to the Yao clan? That is my business. Why are you more anxious than I am? Ahem, it's not that. I was only worried about delaying Her Majesty the Empress matters. Jiang Mengli walked to the table and sat down. In light of your merits for saving this Empress, I will wait until your wounds have healed before I depart. Li Changxuan was momentarily stunned. Was this still the Jiang Mengli he knew? Oh, I'm hungry. Go make me something to eat. Jiang Mengli was taken aback. I only said I would leave after your wounds were healed. I never said I would take care of you. Then what use is your staying here? Li Changxuan was speechless. Although he was not crippled, he had suffered grievous internal injuries for her sake. He had assumed Jiang Mengli had finally shown some humanity, staying behind to see him recovered before departing. It seemed he had overthought things, and besides, she was hardly human anyway. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mengli could only sigh and say, wait here. She then vanished from sight. Li Changxuan had no idea what she might bring back. He was certain the demoness would not bother to cook. Bored, he wandered about the room and discovered the letter he had left for Zhao Chun was gone. Apparently Zhao Chun had already been here once. Moments later, Jiang Mengli returned, this time bearing a few wild fruits. Given her habits, he had guessed what sort of provisions she might bring. They would only suffice for a mouthful or two, but were better than nothing. Since his last departure, no food had been left in the room, and he could not prepare a meal for himself. After scrutinizing them, Li Changxuan managed to pick out only 2 or 3 fruits that were not poisonous. Fortunately, he had lived here long enough to recognize certain things, or he might have died by Jiang Mengli's hand. Jiang Mengli watched puzzled as he selected the fruits. Li Changxuan had to explain, "These are poisonous. Do not eat them." Jiang Mengli felt embarrassed. She simply did not know. Whenever she saw something edible, she would bring it all back. Then, well, make do with what there is for now. Tomorrow we will depart for the Yao clan. Ah, you're really taking me back. Why would I, a lone human, go into your Yao territory? At first, Jiang Mengli had intended, after acquiring the Yunyu Qinglian, to free Li Changxuan and return to the Yao clan alone. But after a month of living together and the events inside the Qinglian secret realm, she had changed her mind. Although Li Changxuan was habitually sharp-tongued and liked to talk back, he was not someone she truly disliked. Even with a mortal body, he had risked shattered meridians and death in the secret realm to defend her, though perhaps he had done so to save his own skin. Now Jiang Mengli did not fully understand what she felt, but she knew that if she left Li Changxuan here, he would not survive. She could not bear to see that. Besides, few within the Yao clan could keep her company. Bringing him back would relieve her boredom. Startled, Jiang Mengli snapped back to herself, uneasy. What was happening to her? Why was she beginning to worry about a human's safety? Right. She was merely repaying a debt of gratitude. It was not concerned for him at all. Jiang Mengli kept reassuring herself inwardly. She must not let Li Changxuan perceive any oddity, nor could she veil her feelings as concern, so she adopted a deliberately cold tone. When I left Yoyu Forest last time, I declared you would henceforth be my Yao servant. Since I returned to the Yao clan, where else could you go? Ridiculous. When did I ever agree to that? Li Changxuan. Jiang Mengli slammed the table. You have repeatedly defied my will. Have you forgotten that my cultivation has been restored? She was genuinely angered. At first, his bold defiance had piqued her curiosity, but over time she felt he was testing her limits. After all her kindness, he continued to refuse. It seemed she must display the majesty of the Yao Empress and give him a proper lesson. He spoke as if Jiang Mengli were an ungrateful woman who discarded her promises. Jiang Mengli paused. He had indeed contributed greatly. He spoke as if Jiang Mengli were an ungrateful woman who discarded her promises. Jiang Mengli paused. He had indeed contributed greatly, but had she not given him a petal of the Yunyu Qinglian? Even so, your aid to me in the secret realm has likely already spread through the cultivation circles. Do you think you can still live peacefully within human territory? With no alternative, Jiang Mengli reminded him of his precarious situation, so he would willingly follow. Otherwise, given her power, if she tried to take him by force, would he have any room to resist? Hearing her words, Li Changxuan fell into thought. She spoke truly. His previous departure had been to evade the Taishan sect. Even if Jiang Mengli refused to take him, he could no longer remain here. Even if he hid elsewhere, a cultivator tracing a mortal was a trivial matter. He simply could not escape detection. Unless he went to the Yao clan. At this point, following Jiang Mengli seemed the best choice. A year would likely be enough that when he returned to human lands, few would stand in his way. After much deliberation, Li Changxuan could only nod in agreement. Very well, I will go to the Yao clan, but let me be clear, I am not your Yao servant. Jiang Mengli pursed her lips in a small smile. His agreement sufficed. Oh, how matters unfolded thereafter would be for her to decide. After a moment, Li Changxuan drew a white jade slip from his sleeve. The same jade slip he had taken when he slew the Yinguang Zhonggu beast in the Qinglian secret realm. He tossed the jade slip to Jiang Mengli. See what is contained within. Jiang Mengli's brows knit. The tone of his command made her feel oddly like his maidservant. Nevertheless, she channeled spiritual energy into the slip. The jade emitted a faint white light and projected the objects stored within. Li Changxuan stared at the dense, tiny characters in the projection. As he had seen before in the secret realm, it was indeed a sword scripture. Zhengyang sword scripture. Chun'in sword scripture. Or perhaps a dual cultivation sword technique. The Zhengyang sword sutra. The pure Yin sword sutra. Or perhaps a dual cultivation sword technique. Li Changxuan couldn't help but exclaim, not realizing that what he had obtained was the opportunity many cultivators sought after in the secret realm. It could be said that during this trip to the Qinglian secret realm, the two most precious opportunities within the realm were claimed by Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli, though Li Changxuan seemed unaware of the value of this sword sutra. Li Changxuan carefully read through it from start to finish, only to shake his head in the end, which made Jiang Mengli beside him unable to help but ask, "What's wrong?" Still not satisfied. "No, this sword technique is too poor, it's useless for me. Do you know what you are saying?" Although Jiang Mengli knew that Li Changxuan's sword skills were exceptional, the Zhengyang Pure Yin Sword Sutra was indeed quite rare throughout the Lingxiao continent. Unexpectedly, Li Changxuan had a look of disdain. However, it was true that he looked down on it. Although the sword technique was subtle, it still fell short compared to what he had learned previously, and he simply could not value it. "I really can't use it. Moreover, it's a dual cultivation sword technique. Do you expect me to practice it with you?" Li Changxuan complained. Jiang Mengli thought it was indeed the case, and since he couldn't cultivate it, practicing it would only strengthen his body with no other benefits. Li Changxuan then picked up the jade slip and handed it to Jiang Mengli. "Do you want it? It's yours." "Humph. As the master of the Tao of Sound, why would I need this sword sutra?" Jiang Mengli huffed in dissatisfaction. If Li Changxuan looked down on it, then she certainly wouldn't want it. Furthermore, she didn't have anyone practicing the Zhengyang edition, so would she really practice it with him? Seeing that Jiang Mengli didn't want it either, Li Changxuan was suddenly in a dilemma. Although he looked down on it, he could tell that it was indeed a good sword technique. It would be too wasteful to just toss it away. After all, he was also a sword cultivator and cherished good sword techniques and sutras. After pondering for a moment, Li Changxuan seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked Jiang Mengli, "Can you find Yang Tsong and the others?" Jiang Mengli frowned slightly, having guessed Li Changxuan's intention, which was simply to give the sword sutra to the two of them. "We need to return to Qinglian City to try. It's too far from here, and I can't sense their aura." "How long will it take to get to Qinglian City?" 1 hour. "Oh, that fast. Let's go this time. We'll head straight back to the demon realm." With that, Jiang Mengli directly took Li Changxuan and soared into the sky. Fortunately, this time Jiang Mengli held onto his shoulder to fly, without using the method from their previous trip to Qinglian City. Otherwise, at this speed, by the time he reached Qinglian City, he would have been blown dry by the wind. An hour later, Jiang Mengli had already brought Li Changxuan to the outskirts of Qinglian City. The two did not enter. Jiang Mengli simply released his divine sense to look for the two's traces. Due to yesterday's events, elders from the Floating Cloud Palace or the Star-Picking Pavilion were stationed in various cities within the Mixed Void Realm to provide quick support in case Jiang Mengli appeared again. A moment later, Jiang Mengli took Li Changxuan flying in the direction outside Qinglian City. Yang Yi and the others who were happily traveling suddenly noticed two familiar white figures appearing ahead and were startled. They trembled, unsure whether to greet them, as the presence of Jiang Mengli was overwhelmingly oppressive, making them too intimidated to speak. This feeling was reminiscent of when Yang Tsong first met them in Danqing Town. Now it was even more intense since Jiang Mengli had regained his cultivation. Perhaps sensing the unease of Yang Tsong and his companion, Jiang Mengli released Li Changxuan before disappearing. Li Changxuan hurriedly ran in front of the two and directly tossed the sword sutra jade slip to Yang Tsong, sincerely thanking him. "Thank you both for risking your lives to save me yesterday." Yang Tsong was not in a hurry to reply, but cautiously asked, "Li brother, are you human or demon?" "Of course I'm human. What are you thinking, kid?" However, Yang Tsong still appeared somewhat reserved, taking out the jade slip Li Changxuan had thrown and asking, "Li brother, what is this?" "Oh, it seems to be something called the Zhengyang Pure Yin Sword Sutra. I can't use it, so I'm giving it to you as a token of gratitude for your kindness." Hearing that it was the sword sutra many cultivators pursued in the secret realm, Yang Tsong was unable to suppress his shock, yet he still returned it, speaking softly. "What happened yesterday was just my prior promise. I truly cannot accept this sword sutra. You know, I'm just an ordinary person. This sword sutra is completely useless to me, so please accept it." Seeing him continuously decline, Li Changxuan could only concoct a casual lie. He couldn't exactly tell him, "I'm giving it to you because I don't value it." At that moment, Yishiru, who had been standing to the side, quickly chimed in, "Senior brother, yes, yes. Let's just accept it." Her eyes sparkled, seemingly genuinely fond of it, though it was unclear whether it was the sword sutra or the person who practiced the sword sutra with her. After a moment of struggle, Yang Tsong sighed. "Well then." Although Yang Tsong still had many doubts in his heart, he knew he wasn't qualified to ask. Moreover, even though Jiang Mengli was not present, he was surely watching from somewhere. Reluctantly, he swallowed the words he wanted to ask. "Farewell." Li Changxuan bid them goodbye, then disappeared before the two, seemingly taken away by Jiang Mengli. After they left, Yang Tsong stood in place for a long time. After Jiang Mengli's true identity was revealed yesterday, He speculated that Li Changxuan was threatened by the demon emperor, but it didn't make sense logically. A mere demon emperor had no reason to threaten a mortal. What could he gain from him? As for the previous sibling relationship, it was clearly fabricated, and he naturally did not believe it. However, from today's perspective, he was even more convinced that Li Changxuan did not appear to be threatened, otherwise it wouldn't make sense for Jiang Mengli to return just to give him a jade slip. In just a few days, many things had happened that Yang Tsong and Yishiru could not understand, including the legendary. Previously, they had heard rumors that the demon emperor was ruthless, committing mass murders at the slightest prop. Yet they had emerged unscathed yesterday, and Jiang Mengli had not harmed them, even refraining from killing innocent people within the secret realm. Aside from the palm strike that annihilated the disciples of the Taishan sect, which left him bewildered, Qinglian City emerged from the secret realm unscathed, except for a minor injury suffered by Elder Mei Shur of the Floating Cloud Palace. They discovered many discrepancies from their previous understanding. From now on, their attitudes towards the demon race had also changed. After a long while, Yang Tsong suddenly asked Yishiru, "Junior sister, why did you so eagerly want this sword sutra? What else could it be for? To practice together with senior brother." "But this is a dual cultivation sword sutra." "Humph. Who says a dual cultivation sword sutra can't be practiced by senior siblings together?" That's true." As the two chatted, they headed towards the Qingyuan realm. Yishiru flew on her sword behind Yang Tsong, quietly muttering, "Silly senior brother. It's so obvious, yet you still don't understand this girl's intentions." 2 days later, in the Linghai realm of the demon race, a divine rainbow rushed through the sky, and if one looked closely, 2 figures could be seen within. As he gazed at the mountains and rivers rushing beneath him, Li Changxuan appeared somewhat tense, for this was his first encounter with other demons besides Jiang Mengli. "Jiang Mengli, what do the other demons look like? Are they also half human, half demon?" "Why do you ask that? And isn't it just curiosity? And you'll find out soon enough." Li Changxuan fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are there any humans in your demon realm?" "No." "And then when I get there, the other demons won't want to kill me, will they?" "And it's possible." "And what? You have to protect me. You're the one who brought me to the demon realm. You have to take responsibility." As Li Changxuan spoke, he clung to one of Jiang Mengli's arms. "Let go of me. Do you believe that I will drop you down and turn you into a puddle of mud?" Jiang Mengli felt his actions and immediately spoke with a tone of embarrassment and anger, her small eyes glaring at Li Changxuan. "Then you can't let go. Since you kidnapped me, you must take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan not only did not let go, but instead tightened his grip, clutching Jiang Mengli's sleeve. This maneuver left Jiang Mengli both amused and helpless, yet she still said coldly, "Let go. I will ensure your safety." She knew that most demons harbored animosity towards humans, and there would naturally be many who wanted to kill him. However, since Li Changxuan was brought back by her, few would dare to take action without her order. After Jiang Mengli provided her assurance, Li Changxuan finally relaxed his grip, feeling an overwhelming lack of security. He could only hope that this year would pass quickly, otherwise the feeling of having no cultivation at all was truly dreadful, feeling like an ant wherever he went, and one misstep could lead to his demise. After more than an hour of travel, a vast ocean gradually came into view. This was Linghai, which gave its name to the Linghai realm, as over half of the Linghai realm consisted of ocean. At the junction of the ocean and land, there was a solitary island surrounded by various cities, and atop the island stood a magnificent palace. The cities were built around the mountains with residences by the water, and the area surrounding the island was the estuary of the rivers from the Linghai realm. Although it was far away, Li Changxuan could clearly see the distribution of the cities around the island. The residences and the palace on the island were not much different from the royal palaces of humans. Before coming, Li Changxuan had thought that the demon cities and palaces would feel very oppressive. As they drew nearer, Li Changxuan could make out the 3 ancient characters above the city gate: Demon Empress. The entire city was 100 times larger than the Qinglian city they had visited before, with walls towering more than 10 zhang, and the streets within were neatly arranged with shops lined up in order resembling human cities. However, what caught Li Changxuan's eye the most was the palace on the isolated island at the heart of Demon Emperor City. The entire island was surrounded by steep cliffs, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to access, and at the top of the island was the splendid palace of the demon race. The guarding demon generals at Demon Emperor City seemed to have spotted the 2 rushing figures and immediately began to stand guard. At that moment, Jiang Mengli transformed into her gigantic celestial fox demon form, with 9 foxtails materializing. The guarding demon generals were startled at the sight and quickly shouted, "The Empress has returned! The Empress has returned!" After several resounding shouts, a thunderous horn blew throughout Demon Emperor City, echoing across the entire city in an instant. Upon hearing the horn, the demons living within the city rushed out onto the streets standing in formation, and within moments the streets of Demon Emperor City were crowded with demons, creating a scene of chaos. At this moment, Jiang Mengli brought Li Changxuan to the top of the city wall, stopping to look at the crowd of demons below. From a distance, it appeared as if a giant nine-tailed celestial fox was perched on the city wall. When the demon populace saw Jiang Mengli, they all knelt in unison. "We welcome the Empress back to the city?" And, "We welcome the Empress back to the city." The voices rolled like spring thunder, crashing like ocean waves, resonating through the skies. This spectacle far surpassed that of when they were in Qinglian City. It was also Li Changxuan's first time witnessing such a grand scene. Standing beside Jiang Mengli felt almost like a form of worship, and he had the illusion that his white robe was gradually turning golden. Once all the demons had knelt down, Jiang Mengli gracefully stepped forward, walking through the air, as if stepping on flowers. Li Changxuan hurried to follow. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli had left him a path, otherwise he wouldn't have known what to do. After a moment, as Jiang Mengli and Li Changxuan reached the island, disappearing from the sight of the crowd, the demons finally lifted their heads and began to chatter. "Did you see that? The Empress seems to have brought back a human male. How outrageous! That human male actually dared not to kneel before our Empress and followed her. Normally, if any demon dared to do so, the Empress would have already smitten him with a single blow. What is his status? How could the Empress not punish him? That mere human ant is definitely a source of food brought back by the Empress. Could it be that she's brought him back to be her husband? That's true. And ha ha ha." And after reaching the island, Li Changxuan was met with the magnificent and grand Demon Emperor Palace. Following closely behind Jiang Mengli, all the demon servants and guards they passed bowed their heads in reverence, not daring to look up. Upon reaching the entrance of the Demon Emperor Palace, Li Changxuan noticed that half-human, half-demon fox demons were waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, they respectfully knelt halfway to the ground, and all the demon generals called out in unison, "Subordinate Bai Yao Yao welcomes the Empress back to the palace. Get up first. And Bai Yao Yao, come and report to me about the affairs that have occurred in the demon realm during my 2 months away." "Yes." Bai Yao Yao stood up and followed closely behind Jiang Mengli. Seeing Jiang Mengli prepare to leave, Li Changxuan didn't know whether to follow her, so he could only speak up and say, "Jiang Mengli, what about me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli paused her steps and stopped. As soon as the words were spoken, the entrance of the palace fell into an even deeper silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinct. The guarding demon soldiers lowered their heads, even further afraid that lifting their heads too high would cost them their lives. At this moment, Bai Yao Yao finally noticed the existence of this person, but Li Changxuan's words made her heart tremble. Who was this person so bold as to call the Empress by her name directly? Unfortunately, it seemed he would be left without a burial place. She didn't dare to take action herself, thinking that such matters would best be resolved by the Empress herself. However, after a long while, the scene Bai Yao Yao had anticipated did not occur. Instead, Jiang Mengli turned to look at him and finally said, "You can wander around for now. I will come find you later." Then she spoke to the captain of the guards beside her. "Xiong Tai, take him around the Demon Emperor Palace." The captain of the Demon Emperor Palace guards, named Xiong Tai, quickly stepped forward, half kneeling with clasped fists. Subordinate obeys. Since ancient times, the guards of the Demon Emperor Palace have been directly under the Demon Emperor, requiring no military orders. The words of the Demon Emperor are the commands of the guards. Even though he was unwilling as a commander of the guards, he had to accompany a mortal around the Demon Emperor Palace, but he could only comply with the Demon Emperor's orders. Perhaps sensing the dissatisfaction of Xiong Tai and many demon generals, Jiang Mengli infused a wisp of her aura into Li Changxuan's body. Then, with a flick of her sleeve, she vanished from sight. This action left Bai Yao Yao and Xiong Tai in utter disbelief. The Empress actually didn't crush a mere human ant with her palm. Even more astonishing was that the Empress had gifted him a wisp of her own demonic aura. It is known that the demon race can identify individuals by their aura, so bestowing him a wisp of her aura essentially meant she regarded him as if she were personally present. Had it not been for the Empress' need to be away, leaving Bai Yao Yao to guard the demon race, she would not have received even a wisp of the Empress' aura, yet this mere mortal obtained it with such ease. What on earth happened to our Empress during this month? Where did she bring back a mortal from? And why is she treating him so well? With no time to ponder further, Bai Yao Yao shot a resentful glare at Li Changxuan, then headed to her study, disappearing from sight. Li Changxuan was left puzzled, wondering what he had done to offend her. Soon after, Li Changxuan felt a fixed gaze intensely watching him, and he noticed all the guards were looking at him with dissatisfaction. After a moment, Xiongtai instructed the other demon guards, you all continue to stand guard at the Imperial Demon Palace. Those who abandon their posts will be dealt with by military law. Understood. As this was a command from the Empress, Xiongtai dared not disobey, and then said to Li Changxuan, come with me. Li Changxuan followed Xiongtai into the Imperial Demon Palace. Having never visited a demon emperor's palace, let alone a human king's palace, his heart was filled with curiosity. Under Xiongtai's guidance, Li Changxuan toured the Imperial Demon Palace thoroughly. The first thing that caught his eye was the castle walls of the Imperial Demon Palace, made of enormous black stones, inscribed with ancient demon runes that faintly shimmered with mysterious light. The palace gate was tall and heavy with copper nails shining like stars, and the door knocker was shaped like a two-headed demon python exuding a chilling pressure. Upon entering the palace, he was greeted by a wide plaza, its ground paved with green jade stones, each etched with lifelike demon totems. In the center of the plaza stood a massive bronze cauldron entwined by 9 demon dragons, whose mouths spewed mist shrouded in mystery. The palace architecture featured flying eaves and grand brackets with golden glazed tiles, shimmering with an otherworldly glow under the sun, and copper bells hanging from the eaves swaying in the wind, producing a clear sound. The columns were as sturdy as ancient trees, adorned with colorful murals of the demon race, depicting the heroic exploits of demon kings and the graceful dances of demon queens. Deep within the palace, the garden was arranged in an orderly fashion with exotic flowers and plants, exuding rich spiritual energy, some blazing hot like flames, others cold like frost. Amidst the pavilions and towers, water flowed gently and waterfalls cascaded with mist enveloping a lake where lotus flowers bloomed, their petals as translucent as crystal, and a faint white light shimmered within the cores. As he traversed this path, Li Changxuan was in awe. If he didn't know this was the Imperial Demon Palace, he would have thought he had wandered into a celestial paradise. Li Changxuan's appearance, akin to a country bumpkin entering a city, naturally caught Xiongtai's eye, prompting him to snicker uncultured. At this moment, having nearly finished touring the Imperial Demon Palace, the snicker brought Li Changxuan back to his senses. Wait a moment. What is it? Xiongtai replied impatiently, but he still halted. Li Changxuan didn't answer, but circled around him a few times, studying him closely. This action made Xiongtai uncomfortable, as no one enjoys being scrutinized like a statue. Frowning, he issued a deep warning. What are you doing? Do you wish to compete with me, the commander? Li Changxuan merely frowned. Then a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. Are you a panda demon? Li Changxuan had always thought Xiongtai's demon appearance was peculiar. Although he had a human body with a bare head, he didn't look frightening at all, and there was an inexplicable humor about him. Upon closer inspection, with his white head, black eye circles, and black ears, he was clearly the national treasure from his homeland. Hearing Li Changxuan's words, Xiongtai became even more displeased. Humph. What is a panda demon? I have never heard of such a thing. I am a noble iron-eating beast. Isn't that still a panda? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiongtai grunted in annoyance. Though he felt very displeased and wanted to crush this human ant's head with a swipe of his claw, he refrained due to the wisp of demonic emperor aura on Li Changxuan. Thus he ignored him and continued walking ahead. Li Changxuan thought he had more or less finished his tour, so he decided to head to another palace. Xiongtai continued walking ahead, but soon realized the person behind him was missing. A flash of panic crossed his face. He wasn't afraid of Li Changxuan encountering danger, as he had a wisp of demonic emperor aura, and few dared to act against him within the Imperial Demon Palace. He was worried that Li Changxuan might wander into some forbidden area of the Imperial Demon Palace. It wouldn't matter if he died, but if the Demon Emperor punished him for it, that would truly be disastrous. Fortunately, Li Changxuan left behind an aura in the air, so Xiongtai hurriedly followed it. At that moment, Li Changxuan arrived at the entrance of a palace where a courtyard featured pavilions and a moderately sized lotus pond along with a gazebo. Without much thought, he walked straight in. However, only moments later, Xiongtai, drawn by the scent, also arrived here, and at a glance he saw Li Changxuan leisurely sitting in the gazebo resting. This startled him, and wanting to enter, he hesitated and didn't dare to step forward. Instead, he shouted from outside, "Hey, come out quickly. This is the Empress sleeping palace. If you are discovered, you're finished." The last thing Xiongtai wanted to see had indeed happened. The most forbidden area, within the Imperial Demon Palace, was the Demon Emperor's sleeping palace, Qianli Palace. This was because the Demon Emperor disliked interacting with humans, and there were dedicated demon attendants for cleaning the palace. Moreover, only Bai Yaoyao was allowed to enter the Demon Emperor's sleeping palace. Other demons with urgent matters could only relay messages from outside, and the guards only stood at the perimeter of the courtyard, never daring to step inside. If the demon emperor found out that Li Changxuan had entered Xiongtai as the one who led him there would undoubtedly face punishment, which was why he appeared so anxious. Hearing Xiongtai's voice, Li Changxuan noticed him standing outside the courtyard looking anxious. He wondered, could it really be that serious? The two had been almost constantly together for the past month. Could he not stay in her courtyard for a while? So Li Changxuan unfazed waved at Xiongtai, saying, "Commander Xiong, come in and rest. It's so hot outside, aren't you tired standing there?" This nearly scared Xiongtai to death. He thought, how could this person be so unaware of the seriousness? Just calling the demon emperor by name was already a grave offense, and now he dared to challenge the emperor's bottom line. Xiongtai didn't care about Li Changxuan's life, but this matter would definitely implicate him, so he mustered his courage, intending to directly go in and pull him out. But as soon as he took a step forward, a powerful aura quietly descended upon the courtyard, and he froze in place. Jiang Mengli listened to Bai Yaoyao's report. Satisfied that affairs among the Yao had been secure for nearly 2 months, she traced Li Changxuan's aura and arrived here. She had not expected to see such a scene upon entering the courtyard. Xiongtai broke into a cold sweat. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly knelt and said, "I only meant to escort the man out, so I entered Qianli Palace without permission. I beg your majesty's pardon." Yet the outcome Xiongtai feared did not occur. Jiang Mengli showed no anger. In a cool voice she said, "This matter is not your fault. You may withdraw." "Thank you, your majesty. I take my leave." "Wait." As Xiongtai turned to leave, Jiang Mengli called him back. Xiongtai thought her majesty had changed her mind and felt a cold sweat. "You will no longer be required to guard the palace gate." Hearing this, Xiongtai's face fell. He knew that to oppose the empress rarely ended well. Now he would lose his post and his fate might be uncertain. After a pause, Jiang Mengli added, "You shall serve as my personal guard. From now on you will stand watch at Qianli Palace." For a moment Xiongtai was stunned. Had he misheard? Realizing it was true, he knelt and offered thanks. "Thank you, your majesty. I will not fail in my duty." "Withdraw." "Yes, I take my leave." Xiongtai retired with respectful excitement. The shift from commander of the Imperial Guards to the Empress Personal Guard was not a demotion in spirit. Personal Guards were spared many hardships and enjoyed far more opportunities to be near the Empress. The Empress was the living faith of the Yao. For Xiongtai, this amounted to a promotion. He could not fathom why she acted as she did, but he trusted she had her reasons. He only wondered why that human vermin had not been summoned outside. After Xiongtai left, only Jiang Mengli and Li Changxuan remained in the courtyard. Jiang Mengli crossed into the pavilion and sat. "You will lodge in a side hall of Qianli Palace and attend to my daily needs." "Ah, really? In Yoyu Forest I told you I would not be a Yao attendant. Since when did I consent to that? Besides, do you have a choice?" Jiang Mengli regarded him with a satisfied look. Her tone carried an unmistakable threat. Li Changxuan was momentarily speechless, but he quickly thought it through. It was only a year. When the time came, who could possibly stop him from leaving? Moreover, he understood Jiang Mengli's little schemes. Though they had not known each other long, Li Changxuan read people well. He saw at once that Jiang Mengli was all bravado but soft inside. Her present insistence was merely a pretense to ensure his safety, Li Changxuan realized. After all, he was in Yao territory. It seemed every Yao might wish him dead. Being constantly by Jiang Mengli's side would deter any who would make a move. Very well. Li Changxuan nodded and accepted with relief. Being a Yao attendant demanded little of him anyway. When he agreed, Jiang Mengli sent a transmitted voice. "Bai Yao Yao, come to Qianli Palace." In a short while, Bai Yao Yao's figure appeared in the courtyard. "At your service, your majesty. What are your orders?" "Have someone prepare the side hall of Qianli Palace and dismiss the Yao attendants who previously tended it. From now on, all domestic affairs of Qianli Palace shall be managed by Li Changxuan." The words left both the remaining Yao and the man frozen in place. Li Changxuan looked at her bewildered and unable to understand. What did this mean? Had she truly made him a servant? Bai Yao Yao, coming to her senses, half kneeling, protested fiercely. "Impossible, your majesty. He is but a mortal. How can he remain in Qianli Palace? Moreover, he is a man. His presence may harm the Empress' reputation within the Yao realm." Jiang Mengli's brows twitched. She snorted lightly. "What of a man? He will only stay in a side hall, not with me. He is merely an attendant. What harm could there be? My prestige is earned by strength. Who would dare to slander me? But enough. Do you think you get to decide for the Empress?" "I would not presume." Bai Yao Yao bowed her head lower. No matter how displeased she was with Li Changxuan before her Empress, she maintained deep respect and dared not disobey. Then dispatch the orders at once. Yes, I accept your command. Realizing she could not sway Jiang Mengli, Bai Yaoyao left, casting Li Changxuan one last resentful glare. Li Changxuan was puzzled again. What had he done to earn such enmity? This was the Empress' decree. Why should he be blamed? Not long after, Bai Yaoyao returned with several female Yao attendants and began preparing the side hall, changing his bedding and providing daily necessities. Bai Yaoyao had long seen that Li Changxuan was merely an ordinary man, and so ensured he could rest in comfort. Li Changxuan paused at the side hall doorway when he saw Bai Yaoyao still inside. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped in and examined the room's layout. Barring misfortune, this would be his dwelling for the year. The chamber was as simple and refined as his cottage in Yoyu Forest, only more exquisite. Even the illumination came from cultivated Luiying stones that gave a gentle light at night, obviating the need for candles. The space was many times larger than his former home in Yoyu Forest. The bed itself was far. He could not shake the sensation of being cosseted by Jiang Mengli. At that moment, Bai Yaoyao noted his survey and drifted over, fixing him with that same hateful stare. Li Changxuan felt the steady gaze. This was the third time. He feared Jiang Mengli little. Why should he be cowed by Bai Yaoyao? He spoke bluntly. Do you hold a grudge against me, miss? Why do you keep looking at me so? Humph. Bai Yaoyao snorted in disdain and offered no answer, continuing to glare at him with palpable envy. Li Changxuan thought the Yao were truly peculiar. When he first met Jiang Mengli, he had found her dramatic and aloof. But as the Yao emperor, that was to be expected, and he had grown used to it. But this tiny one before him. Why meet him immediately with hostility? He had only spoken a single sentence. How could he have provoked such ire? If you will not speak, at least stop looking at me like that. It's unnerving. How dare you speak to me? And do not call me miss. Call me Lord Shunshur. Bai Yaoyao snapped back, anger flaring. Bai Yaoyao's official post in the Imperial Yao Palace was guardian to the Yao envoy, so other Yao leaders addressed her as Bai Shunshur. Li Changxuan, who had even dared to call their Empress by name, afforded Bai Yaoyao no deference. Feigning thought, he tapped his head and said, Your name is Bai Yaoyao, right? Why not be called Miss Bai? Call me Lord Shunshur. Then call you Bai Yaoyao. Call me Lord Shunshur. Bai Yaoyao ground her teeth. She now felt the same helplessness and anger Jiang Mengli must once have felt upon first meeting Li Changxuan. He truly had a knack for enraging the Yao. Though her words carried the weight of threat, Li Changxuan merely shrugged and continued with a grin. So it's settled. They'll call you Bai Yaoyao from now on. At that, Bai Yaoyao's patience snapped. A mere mortal dared to undermine the dignity of the Yao envoy guardian. Today, she would make him understand her power. She longed to crush this insignificant human like an insect. After all, he was only a man. The Empress would hardly punish her too harshly, would she? Just as Bai Yaoyao secretly gathered her strength, planning to strike him down in one blow, and act first before reporting Jiang Mengli in the courtyard, sensed her killing intent, and directly raised her hand, dispersing the power gathering in Bai Yaoyao's grasp. Bai Yaoyao realized that her little scheme had been discovered by her own Empress, so she could only silently abandon that idea. However, not being able to act did not mean she couldn't use her eyes or heart. Bai Yaoyao decided to mentally kill Li Changxuan 100 times with her gaze and 1,000 times in her heart, so that she could feel somewhat relieved. After tidying up the room, Bai Yaoyao threatened him fiercely before leaving. You had better do your job properly. If I find out you have been unruly, don't blame me for being rude. Rest assured, Miss Bai. Li Changxuan replied with a smile, raising 3 fingers in a promise. His demeanor infuriated Bai Yaoyao. How could this person be so uncooperative? Could it be that she was not frightening at all? She couldn't even scare a mere mortal. She began to doubt herself. With no other choice, Bai Yaoyao could only leave with a huff, and upon entering the courtyard, she went to Jiang Mengli to apologize. Jiang Mengli knew that Bai Yaoyao was not like herself, who was just trying to scare Li Changxuan. She was genuinely capable of killing. Thus Jiang Mengli did not hold back and directly released the aura of the Empress to question her. How long has it been since I left? You have become so bold, daring to defy my wishes. I wouldn't dare, my lady. Bai Yaoyao quickly admitted her mistake. To be courageous in admitting faults but unyielding in changing. This is how Bai Yaoyao operates. Jiang Mengli knew that although she was still unconvinced, she would likely not act against Li Changxuan, which made her somewhat relieved. However, a verbal warning was still necessary. Humph, it better be so. If you defy my wishes again, you will go receive 10 strikes of the demon whip yourself. Thank you very much, my lady. Bai Yaoyao was not so much unconvinced as she was jealous of Li Changxuan. After all, she had known Jiang Mengli for over 30 years, even though they had only truly been together for 6 or 7 years. During the 10 years Jiang Mengli reached the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm, it was by Yao Yao who had been guarding her. Rather than simply guarding, it was more like she had moved her nest to the entrance of Jiang Mengli's retreat, sleeping there for a full 10 years. Before Jiang Mengli entered her retreat, she was merely a little fox, who by coincidence had her life saved by Jiang Mengli. To repay her kindness, she had been following Jiang Mengli ever since. Before Jiang Mengli exited her retreat, the former demon emperor had died, and the leaders of various demon tribes all sought to seize the throne of the demon emperor, leading to internal strife among the demon clans. Taking advantage of the chaos within the demon tribes, many human sects began to attack, while the various demon tribe leaders, who had always been at odds over the throne, found their forces crumbling under the human cultivators' onslaught. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli emerged from her retreat at this time, decisively taking action against outsiders and strongly suppressing those within. During this time, Bai Yao Yao was always by her side. Later, under Jiang Mengli's bloody tactics, the human cultivators retreated and Jiang Mengli was welcomed by the demon tribes to ascend the throne smoothly, while Bai Yao Yao became Jiang Mengli's right-hand aide. She gradually transformed her view of Jiang Mengli from that of a benefactor to that of an older sister, treating her as family while being filled with admiration. Now she was infuriated by this unknown human, who, having initially received a wisp of the Empress demon energy, could now reside in the demon emperor's palace. Though it was merely as a demon servant, this was a privilege never before enjoyed by any demon. She needed the Empress' permission just to enter Qianli Palace. How could Li Changxuan move in so easily? If Bai Yao Yao were to only serve as a demon servant for Jiang Mengli, with the condition of residing in Qianli Palace, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After a while, Li Changxuan emerged from the side hall and returned to the pavilion in the courtyard, only to find that Bai Yao Yao had already left. Seeing him remain calm in the face of her deadly move, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but remind him, "You should restrain your temperament while in the Imperial Demon Palace." "Isn't the Empress here?" Li Changxuan replied with a cheerful expression. "That's good to know. After all, not everyone is like me. Be careful not to die inadvertently." Jiang Mengli looked at him with a proud expression. Li Changxuan had actually seen Bai Yao Yao's intent to attack, and he had indeed been waiting for Jiang Mengli to act but did not expect her to see through it. He felt no embarrassment directly stating, "Then just issue an order prohibiting anyone from acting against me, wouldn't that suffice?" How troublesome that would be. Jiang Mengli, upon hearing this, merely smiled alluringly and leisurely replied, "What is your identity? Just a mere demon servant. Why shouldn't others act against you? Even if I issue an order, will the leaders of the various demon tribes obey? It is already a great grace for me to spare your life. Shouldn't you be grateful to me 1,000 times? There is indeed a reason for Jiang Mengli's arrangement. Otherwise, allowing a mere mortal to reside in the Imperial Demon Palace would surely provoke discontent among the leaders of the various demon tribes. Holding a demon servant's identity would prevent any suspicion. More importantly, Jiang Mengli wanted to see him suffer. Would he still act so arrogantly after this? He had always appeared fearless before everyone, and now he was forced to hide behind her. Jiang Mengli. Oh, Li Changxuan had long since become accustomed to Jiang Mengli's cold jibes. As long as he had a place to stay, he certainly wouldn't actually serve her. Soon night fell. Li Changxuan was still daydreaming in his room, when suddenly he heard Jiang Mengli's voice in his ear. "Li Changxuan, hurry, and fetch some water, I want to bathe." Li Changxuan was momentarily taken aback as this demon girl was up to mischief again. "Hey, Jiang Mengli, are you still there?" Li Changxuan called several times in his room, but no one responded, only his voice echoed in the empty chamber. He decided to pretend he hadn't heard. There was no way he would serve her. In the main hall of Qianli Palace, Jiang Mengli waited for a long time without hearing any movement from Li Changxuan. She released her divine sense and saw that Li Changxuan was fast asleep in his room. Jiang Mengli immediately flew into a rage. "Li Changxuan." Her voice resounded in Li Changxuan's ear, startling him awake. As he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Mengli had already teleported into his room. Li Changxuan quickly wrapped himself in the blankets and shouted repeatedly, "Jiang Mengli, can't I have any privacy? How can you just barge into someone else's room?" "Humph. The entire Imperial Demon Palace belongs to me. Where can't I go?" As she spoke, Jiang Mengli walked towards Li Changxuan, her icy hand lifting his chin, as she sneered, "Moreover, as a mere demon servant, what privacy do you have?" At this moment, Li Changxuan was trembling on the bed, while Jiang Mengli held his chin, undoubtedly the Empress. With no other option, Li Changxuan could only retort, "Haven't you cultivated already? Wouldn't it suffice to cast a cleansing spell? My bathing is done in a celestial spring. It cannot be compared to ordinary baths. Now hurry up. Then why not just cast a spell? Why must I go? If I don't send you, what use do I have for you? Jiang Mengli couldn't be bothered to argue with him. With a bang, she directly tossed Li Changxuan out of the side hall. Doesn't the fox know how to assert its dominance? Does it really think it's a sick cat? Under duress of overwhelming force, Li Changxuan had no choice but to fetch several buckets of immortal spring water for Jiang Mengli. Yet upon arriving at the spring source, he discovered it was a natural bath pool, situated squarely within a grand palace. Li Changxuan immediately sensed something amiss. Had he been deliberately misled? If she intended to bathe, why not simply enter the pool herself? Why compel him to carry water? He finally grasped the truth. This was merely the capricious, imperious nature of that bewitching maiden, deliberately tormenting him. With no recourse, he obediently carried the water back. What else could he do now that he lived under her roof? At that moment, a quiet resolve hardened within Li Changxuan. Once he endured another year, he would rise above her and claim his own moment of triumph. Soon Li Changxuan filled the ornate bathing tub in Jiang Mengli's private chambers with the luminous, immortal spring essence. Jiang Mengli sat nearby before her dressing mirror, clad only in a delicate, translucent white underrobe. The sheer fabric did little to conceal her graceful, statuesque figure, and yet she showed no trace of modesty even with Li Changxuan present. Fortunately, this was not his first encounter with such a sight. He remained outwardly unruffled. The water is drawn. May I retire to sleep now? Li Changxuan stood holding the bucket, stifling a yawn, his spirit utterly drained. Jiang Mengli let out a soft, silvery laugh, a smile both beguiling and dangerously alluring. You are now my divine consort. Thus attending my bath is your solemn duty. At her words, Li Changxuan froze, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend her meaning. Then, as understanding struck his mind, jolted awake. Every trace of drowsiness vanished. Disbelief flickered across his face. Jiang Mengli, you cannot be serious. What do you think? She gazed at him with languid, mesmerizing charm. After a beat of silence, he inwardly muttered, truly a fox spirit. Her very smile ensnares the soul. Without waiting for his reply, Jiang Mengli glided toward the tub. Noticing he still stood motionless, she teased, will you not leave now? Or do you truly intend to assist me in my bath? Hearing this, Li Changxuan snapped back to awareness and hastily snatched up the bucket, fleeing the chamber. As he strode away, he muttered under his breath, wasn't it you who said that? Now you blame me. Once the door closed behind him, Jiang Mengli pressed her lips together in quiet amusement. His flustered expression had inexplicably delighted her. Moments later, Jiang Mengli shed her final garment and stepped into the tub, immersing herself in the shimmering, immortal spring essence. Beyond its famed beautifying and rejuvenating properties, this essence possessed one paramount function: healing grievous wounds. Indeed, Jiang Mengli bore internal injuries. Even when she consumed the 9-flower dragon immortal pill, she suffered backlash from the spirit sealing seal. How could the Qinglian secret realm have spared her? Yet by then her cultivation had already surged to the apex of the transcendent immortal realm, allowing her to suppress the damage. And though the injury was not severe, tonight's bath was deliberately timed to accelerate her recovery. By her estimation, just a few more nights' immersion would fully restore her. As for why she did not use the palace bath pool, Li Changxuan's suspicion was correct. She sought only to vex him. After all, she hadn't brought him here to keep him idle. He was meant to be used. Dawn broke. When Li Changxuan awoke, the sun hung high near midday. Still mortal, he required food and drink. And stepping outside, he encountered Xiong Tai standing guard outside the Qianli Palace. Among the denizens of the demon sovereign palace, Xiong Tai was one of the few demons Li Changxuan knew. He approached cautiously. Little panda, does this palace have a kitchen? Xiong Tai scowled, turning his face away in obvious disdain. Were it not for the sovereign aura of the demon sovereign clinging to Li Changxuan, he wouldn't have granted him even this modicum of courtesy. Hey now, what arrogance! I told you, I am an iron-devouring beast. Can't you hear? Xiong Tai finally snapped back, exasperated. Though he had no notion what a panda was, he instantly sensed it lacked the gravitas of an iron-devouring beast. Then tell me where the kitchen lies, and I'll concede you are an iron-devouring beast. Li Changxuan offered a tempting negotiation. Humph, why should I need your concession? Xiong Tai snorted dismissively. But worn down by the pestering, he turned to a nearby demon soldier and commanded, you escort him to the demon banquet hall. Many thanks, and I'll honor my word. I'll never call you Little Panda again. From now on, you're Lao Tai. Lao Tai. A fine name indeed. Li Changxuan beamed, following the demon soldier away. Xiong Tai said nothing further. The title Lao Tai carried far more weight than any childish nickname. Yet, as they walked, Li Changxuan noticed the escorting demon soldier remained deferential. Not merely polite but reverent. And so too did every other demon soldier they passed. This puzzled him deeply. It wasn't the first time. Last night, while fetching immortal spring water for Jiang Mengli, the same reverence had greeted him along the way. Logically, why would demons fear a mere mortal? He quickly halted the lead soldier and pressed for answers, though the young demon trembled, too terrified to speak at first. Only after repeated insistence did the truth emerge. A faint trace of Jiang Mengli's demonic aura clung to him. When had she placed it there? Li Changxuan had no idea. He possessed no cultivation nor the ability to sense his own aura. Yet this explained everything. No wonder every demon bowed low before him. Except, of course, for two particular demons. Her intent soon became clear: to shield him from harm within the demon sovereign palace. It seemed this bewitching sovereign truly honored her promise, made long ago on the road to the demon clan. Before long, the young demon led him to the palace's kitchen. He had never seen a demon's kitchen before. Did they eat as humans did? Upon entering the demon banquet hall, the cooks, several demons preparing meals, immediately sensed Jiang Mengli's aura upon him and dropped to their knees. Li Changxuan hurriedly helped them rise, urging them to resume their work without interruption. Though they returned to their stations, they stole furtive glances at him. Having heard yesterday that the demon sovereign had brought home a mortal and now recognizing him as that very man, Li Changxuan wandered the kitchen, soon realizing demon fare differed little from human cuisine. Yet many ingredients were unfamiliar. So he pulled aside one of the kitchen demons and pointed to a creature resembling a lobster. What is this called? These demons were unlike Bai Yao Yao or Xiong Tai. They lacked such boldness. Sensing the sovereign's aura, they quaked with fear and hastened to reply. This is the jade marrow lobster, harvested from the Linghai Sea. Its flesh nourishes the spirit and replenishes spiritual energy. And this one? He pointed next to a radiant sea cucumber pulsing with inner light. This is the spirit luminous sea cucumber, also drawn from the Linghai Sea. It heals wounds and fortifies spiritual energy. Li Changxuan inquired about all the unfamiliar ingredients in the monster cuisine room. Only after he finished did he realize how fortunate it was to be near both mountains and the sea. There were all kinds of exotic delicacies, and everything was beneficial for cultivators. Li Changxuan thought to himself that he couldn't come here for nothing, especially after living in the deep mountains, where he hadn't even seen a piece of seaweed. Such a great opportunity must not be wasted. He had to enjoy it for a whole year. That night, when Jiang Mengli returned to Qianli Palace from her study, she suddenly caught a strong scent wafting from her courtyard. She didn't need to think. In this imperial monster palace, who else but Li Changxuan would have the courage to do such a thing? Upon entering the courtyard, she saw Li Changxuan fiddling with a pile of strange-looking objects, a pile of fiercely burning charcoal, several bamboo skewers, and a few plates of spirit beast meat. The meat skewered on the bamboo was still sizzling with oil, and Li Changxuan was continuously turning them. The delicious aroma of the grilled meat drifted into Jiang Mengli's nostrils, making her curious, as she asked Li Changxuan, "What is this?" "It's an outdoor barbecue. Want to try some? It's really delicious." Li Changxuan handed her a skewer of meat that had already been grilled. Jiang Mengli looked at the unfamiliar food in Li Changxuan's hand. Although it smelled good, its appearance was not very appealing. However, seeing Li Changxuan's eager gaze, she took it. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her small cherry-red lips and took a bite. As soon as she tasted it, her eyes lit up. Having not eaten anything for a long time, she found this dish quite delicious. The last time she had eaten was on the way to Qinglian City, when Li Changxuan had made her a bowl of chicken soup. Now she felt this dish could rival that chicken soup. "So how is it? Tasty, right?" Li Changxuan asked expectantly. Although there was barbecue in this world too, how could it compare to the methods and seasonings he brought from Blue Star? "It's okay," Jiang Mengli replied nonchalantly as she walked over to sit down. She wouldn't admit that it was indeed quite good. Otherwise it would damage her image as the monster empress. At this moment, Li Changxuan also noticed that Jiang Mengli had changed back into the black dress she wore when they first met. Li Changxuan suddenly asked casually, "Jiang Mengli, what happened to that flowing fairy dress I gave you?" Jiang Mengli hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Then her eyes flickered as if she had seen through something, and she feigned a nonchalant demeanor. "I lost it. How could such a dress match the identity of this empress?" "Oh." Li Changxuan still acted indifferent, but for some reason, he felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart which was hard to conceal in his tone. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Jiang Mengli was after all the monster empress. It was normal for her to look down on such mundane things. But it was a pity about the dozens of taels of silver he had spent. Sigh. Li Changxuan sighed deeply. Then he suddenly turned serious and thanked Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli, thank you for that wisp of monster energy. He had specifically returned to Qianli Palace tonight to barbecue as a way to express his gratitude to Jiang Mengli. Although the monster girl was tough on the outside and quite fierce, she was actually quite nice to him. Aside from the time she got angry with him when they left the Ghost Domain Forest and slapped him, and when she dragged him along the way to Qinglian City. She not only provided him with spirit stones, but also gave him a wisp of monster energy to protect his life. These may not have meant much to Jiang Mengli, but for Li Changxuan at that moment they were indeed a lifesaver. Right now, if he didn't take a spirit storage pill, he might not even be able to handle a small monster. Upon seeing Li Changxuan's serious expression, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this really the Li Changxuan she knew? Why was he being so polite to her today? Usually he would do everything possible to annoy her. Now seeing him act serious was quite unfamiliar to her. If you defy this Empress again in the future, I won't mind taking it back. Jiang Mengli said with a faint smile. Things that have been given can't be taken back, especially gifts from the Empress. Li Changxuan chuckled. If she really took it back, it would become a problem for him to move around in the Imperial Monster Palace. Forget it. If you really want to thank this Empress, then just stop making me angry and prepare a bowl of chicken soup for me every day. Although Jiang Mengli thought this barbecue was not bad, it still couldn't compare to that bowl of chicken soup from the inn. She thought it wouldn't be so bad to make Li Changxuan her personal chef. Upon hearing Jiang Mengli say this, Li Changxuan felt relieved. Are you still eating? This skewer is my special creation. He handed another skewer over. Jiang Mengli shook her head. This was specially made by Li Changxuan to thank the monster girl. How could she just eat one skewer? Li Changxuan, not giving up, urged, just try it. This skewer is definitely better than the last one. Jiang Mengli shook her head. This was specially made by Li Changxuan to thank the monster girl. How could she just eat one skewer? But time seemed to freeze at that moment. Because a monster suddenly burst into the courtyard. Bai Yaoyao entered and immediately saw Li Changxuan, feeding her Empress, feeling as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly stunned. The three of them were stunned for a moment. Bai Yaoyao's face was filled with disbelief. How could her Empress change so much in just over 2 months of absence? Empress, quickly slap him to death. Hurry, kill this human ant. If he dares to stuff such unknown food into your mouth this time, next time he'll dare to stuff something even worse. Empress, hurry and take action. Bai Yaoyao inwardly cried out in distress. Li Changxuan was the first to react and took back the skewer. Cough, cough. Jiang Mengli also came back to her senses, lightly coughing twice to disguise her embarrassment, then calmly asked Bai Yaoyao, what brings you here? Although her tone remained unchanged, a slight blush crept up her pretty face. Hearing Jiang Mengli's question, Bai Yaoyao snapped back to reality. Empress, I am here to bring you the water from the fairy spring. Bai Yaoyao recalled the reason for coming to Qianli Palace after Jiang Mengli reminded her. Earlier she had overheard several small monsters secretly discussing how Li Changxuan had fetched water for her Empress last night. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyao was furious. Did this mean allowing Li Changxuan to come and go freely in her Empress sleeping quarters? That was something she could not tolerate. She had to come personally to handle it. But she didn't expect to walk in on the scene she just witnessed. No need. Let Li Changxuan do it, Jiang Mengli said casually. At this moment, the redness on her face had faded. But Empress, he is still a man. Is it really appropriate for him to enter your quarters? Fetching water is merely a servant's task. What is inappropriate about him, a monster servant? Bai Yaoyao wanted to argue further, but Jiang Mengli vanished from the spot and returned to her chamber, leaving only her voice lingering in the air. Li Changxuan, make sure to fetch the water from the fairy spring on time tonight. Li Changxuan, make sure to collect the water from the immortal spring on time tonight. All right. Li Changxuan responded calmly, giving an okay gesture towards Jiang Mengli's chamber. Tonight he was not as reluctant as he had been the night before. Even without the threat of force, he willingly agreed. After all, he was enjoying all these delicacies for free, and Jiang Mengli had even gifted him a wisp of demon energy. He felt that doing these small tasks was not a loss. However, this infuriated Bai Yaoyao. She thought, how could she not say anything when her own Empress was involved? Thus she glared at Li Changxuan with the same resentful look as yesterday, wishing she could swallow him whole. Li Changxuan also felt Bai Yaoyao's icy gaze. Nevertheless, he greeted her with a smile. Miss Bai, would you like to try a skewer? Humph. Bai Yaoyao snorted lightly, her face filled with disdain. Li Changxuan wanted to show off the skewers in front of her, but when he picked one up he realized it was still the piece he had just fed to Jiang Mengli. The grilled meat still glistened with moisture, making it hard to tell if it was grease or the fragrance left by the demoness. Li Changxuan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In desperation, he had to set the skewer aside on a plate. He picked up a small fan and started fanning towards Bai Yao Yao. The aroma of the grilled meat quickly wafted over, entering Bai Yao Yao's nostrils. Bai Yao Yao, being a glutton, had never experienced the culinary skills that Li Changxuan brought from the Blue Star. Now upon smelling the barbecue, she found it hard to resist, her mouth watering instantly. Bai Yao Yao stealthily glanced at what Li Changxuan was grilling over the charcoal and secretly swallowed again. Damn it! This despicable human actually used his soft spot to tempt her. Humph! Even if I, Bai Yao Yao, were to die and jump off the Imperial Demon Island, I will never eat anything made by a mortal. Bai Yao Yao swore silently in her heart. Li Changxuan noticed her secretly swallowing but pretending to be steadfast, acting all proud, like she didn't want to eat, and he knew she was just a little glutton. So Li Changxuan picked up a skewer and took a few bites in front of Bai Yao Yao, smacking his lips playfully. Oh my, this is delicious. Soon Bai Yao Yao's originally resentful expression gradually shifted to one of desire under the influence of the aroma. Seeing this, Li Changxuan seized the opportunity. Miss Bai, would you like a bite? It's really tasty. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao Yao's previously eager gaze turned alert. What exactly are you trying to do? Li Changxuan was at a loss for words, shrugging his shoulders as he explained. Didn't your Empress just eat some too? There's nothing wrong with that. I simply want to invite you for a taste. Really? You can be so kind. Miss Bai, rest assured, I am just a mere mortal. How could I have any ill intentions? Li Changxuan patted his chest in assurance, looking genuinely sincere. At this moment, Bai Yao Yao slowly began to lower her guard. She realized she might have been overthinking it. Li Changxuan was just a mortal, yet unknowingly, she had placed him among her enemies. But it seemed he really hadn't done anything. It was all her jealousy playing tricks. Well, fine, I'll just taste it. Bai Yao Yao, though filled with anticipation, still pretended to be indifferent. She picked up a well-grilled skewer and took a small bite. Instantly her eyes brightened. She felt she had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. Thus, she hurriedly sat down beside him, starting to feast. While eating, she didn't forget to threaten. Don't think you can bribe me with this food. If you neglect the Empress, I will still be rude. So good. Once the food entered her mouth, she couldn't stop, completely forgetting how steadfast she had been just moments ago. Li Changxuan watched her devour the food, unable to help but smile thin-lipped, deciding not to disturb her. After Bai Yao Yao had eaten to her fill, her speed gradually slowed down. Your name is Li Changxuan, right? What do you call this dish? Barbecue. Li Changxuan replied casually. At this point, Bai Yao Yao's tone had become considerably more polite compared to before, and her expression towards Li Changxuan had softened significantly. After all, one could not bite the hand that feeds them, and she couldn't maintain a hostile demeanor any longer. However, she had to admit that Li Changxuan's barbecue skills were indeed remarkable. How did you come to know our Empress? Bai Yao Yao asked while taking small bites. She had long wanted to ask this, curious about what had transpired with her Empress over the past month. Why did she bring a mortal back? But as Jiang Mengli's subordinate, she felt it would be overstepping to ask. She had no reason to inquire, and her Empress might not even tell her. All she knew was that her Empress had gone to the human side to compete for the Chaos Purple Lotus, but she was completely unaware of what had happened during that time. Seeing her ask, Li Changxuan did not hide anything, and told her the general situation honestly. Your Empress was injured, and I saved her life, that's all. Who is our Empress? Does she need a mere mortal to save her? Bai Yao Yao looked incredulous. After all, it was hard to believe that a mortal could save a peak practitioner of the immortal realm. But when Bai Yao Yao looked at Li Changxuan's serious expression, she could tell he was not lying, and he wouldn't. Really? Bai Yao Yao confirmed repeatedly. Li Changxuan nodded, and he also realized that Bai Yao Yao was unaware of everything that had happened to Jiang Mengli. Since Jiang Mengli hadn't informed her of the specifics, he had no reason to either. Later, Bai Yao Yao did not ask further, as she had already confirmed that Li Changxuan was likely not lying. With that, many things began to make sense. Li Changxuan had saved her Empress, and in return the Empress brought him back to the demon clan to prevent human practitioners from pursuing him. However, since he was merely a mortal, she had taken him in as a demon servant. Yet there were many aspects she still didn't understand, such as why her Empress would gift him a wisp of demon energy. A decree would have sufficed to protect him from harm by the demon clan. There was no need to bestow demon energy. And why was he directly allowed to reside in the Chenli Palace's side hall? She didn't even have such privileges herself. While Bai Yaoyao was deep in thought, Li Changxuan picked up another skewer and exited the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a few were already salivating at the scent of Li Changxuan's barbecue. Hey there, here, please have some food. As soon as Li Changxuan stepped out of the courtyard, he directly handed a few skewers to Xiong Tieshou, who was on duty. Xiong Taizhou didn't even have time to react before Li Changxuan was already back inside, leaving behind a sentence. No need to thank me. Xiong Taizhou looked at the unfamiliar food he was holding and the eager gazes of several subordinates appearing quite troubled. After a struggle, Xiong Taizhou eventually decided to share the food. Soon outside the courtyard, continuous praises could be heard. Commander Xiong, this food is really good. Oh my, this is delicious. By the time Li Changxuan returned to the courtyard, Bai Yaoyao was already preparing to leave. After Li Changxuan approached her, Bai Yaoyao immediately put on a fierce expression and threatened. You better not let me discover any offense or transgression against the Empress, otherwise, I won't go easy on you even if you carry the Empress aura. However, compared to before, the hostility in her tone had diminished significantly. Li Changxuan thought to himself that this barbecue had not been in vain. It had established a better relationship with the two most hostile demons within the Empress Palace. Rest assured, miss, by given your Empress temperament, if I truly were such, I believe it wouldn't be up to you to act. It better be that way. Although Bai Yaoyao said this, she seemed somewhat skeptical. She clearly remembered that when the Empress returned yesterday, Li Changxuan had called her full name. If anyone else had dared to be so disrespectful, they would have been killed with a single palm strike, yet yesterday nothing had been said. She felt that Li Changxuan's last remark still needed confirmation. Then Bai Yaoyao disappeared into the courtyard. After Li Changxuan tidied up, he went to the immortal spring bath to fetch water, just as he had done the previous night, and returned to Qianli Palace, knocking on Jiang Mengli's bedroom. Come in. Jiang Mengli's faint voice came from within. Soon after going back and forth several times, Li Changxuan filled the bathtub. Thinking that he had nothing else to do, Li Changxuan planned to leave. Wait a moment. A gentle voice halted his steps. What is it? Do you need me to do something else? Jiang Mengli frowned, suddenly feeling that Li Changxuan had changed so much tonight. Wasn't he just throwing her out and using threats to get things done last night? Now he was complying with her, making her feel somewhat unaccustomed. You go pour out the water, this Empress doesn't want to bathe anymore. Li Changxuan was momentarily stunned, realizing that the demoness' spoiled and capricious nature had acted up again. What to do? What else could he do? He had to comply with her demands. Who told her she had done him a favor? Just right tonight, Li Changxuan still had some conscience left and planned to thank her properly. Since she didn't like barbecued food, and there wasn't enough time to make chicken soup, he decided to let her have her way tonight, even knowing she was purposely teasing him. So Li Changxuan poured out the water from the bathtub as she requested. Jiang Mengli watched in a daze beside him, wondering why he was so obedient to her. Jiang Mengli didn't believe that Li Changxuan hadn't noticed her obvious teasing. Unexpectedly, he still complied obediently. This isn't fun at all. You may go now. Seeing that Li Changxuan had finished his task, Jiang Mengli felt a bit miffed. Now that he wasn't opposing her, it was indeed somewhat strange. After Li Changxuan left the room, he caught a whiff of the smell on himself. Oh no, the strong scent of barbecue had permeated his clothes. It seemed he needed to take a bath too. He couldn't use the cleansing technique or anything, but when he returned to his room, he remembered that taking a bath also required fetching water. Thinking it would be better to wash directly in the bath, saving himself the trouble of running back and forth, Li Changxuan took a new set of clothes and headed towards the bath. This new outfit had also been delivered to him by Jiang Mengli's servants. Both its quality and fabric were indeed much better than what he was currently wearing. Moments later, Li Changxuan leisurely walked into the hall of the immortal spring bath. At that moment, a few demon attendants passed by, noticing Li Changxuan entering the immortal spring hall. Hey, isn't the immortal spring hall the Empress exclusive bath? Why is a man going in there? You don't know. He is the personal demon attendant brought back by the demon emperor. Not only has he received a trace of the Empress aura, but he also resides in the side hall of Qianli Palace. He must have come to fetch water for the Empress. Let's hurry along so we don't run into him. Is that so? But I don't see him carrying a bathtub. It looks like he's going in by himself. Oh, come on. Why are we worrying about this? Oh, fine, fine. Inside the immortal spring hall. Ah, this feels incredible. Li Changxuan sank into the warm, natural spring, stretching out his spine to relax. He thought to himself that the Empress of the demon race certainly knew how to enjoy life. This bath was unlike any other. Although he didn't know the effects of the immortal spring, soaking in it felt wonderfully warm. Not only his skin but also his meridians and every bone in his body were in a state of extreme comfort. In such a cozy environment, the busy Master Li unknowingly drifted off to sleep. About a quarter of an hour later, another graceful figure appeared outside the immortal spring hall. Jiang Mengli's purpose for bathing was not only for comfort, but also to heal from the backlash of the sealing spirit mark she suffered. So what she said earlier about not wanting to bathe was merely an excuse to tease Li Changxuan, as she definitely intended to soak in the spring. Thus Jiang Mengli arrived at the immortal spring hall. She didn't think much of it and didn't use her divine sense to check if anyone was inside. She simply pushed the door open and entered. After all, this was her exclusive bath, and no one had ever dared to approach, so Jiang Mengli naturally assumed there would be no one. The immortal spring bath within was large, and the surface of the water was shrouded in mist and spiritual. Li Changxuan's head was completely submerged beneath the ethereal water vapor, so Jiang Mengli did not see that someone was sleeping by the edge of the bath. She first raised her hand to set up a barrier. Immediately after, a rustling sound echoed through the— At this moment, if Li Changxuan had opened his eyes, he would have seen a figure with ice-like skin and exquisite beauty enough to make his blood surge. Her long fair legs and arms like white jade barely concealed her voluptuous curves, while her silky silver hair shimmered softly. Everything was unveiled without a scrap of fabric to cover her. With a splash, her enchanting figure slipped into the bath, disappearing beneath the water. Li Changxuan showed no signs of waking. After a moment, Jiang Mengli gently cupped her hands and poured the immortal spring water over her fair arms and delicate body. The sound of water splashing continuously reached Li Changxuan's ears, intermittent and alternating in intensity. Hearing the sound, he finally opened his sleepy eyes. In a daze, he realized that he had actually fallen asleep while soaking in the hot spring. But what was this dripping sound? No, there was someone. In an instant, Li Changxuan became fully awake and instinctively sat up. A sound of water emerged in front of Jiang Mengli, and then a head appeared from the mist. The two locked eyes and found themselves facing each other, both stunned in disbelief for a long time. In an instant, a celestial beauty appeared in Li Changxuan's eyes. Under the warm mist of the hot spring, Jiang Mengli's ethereal features blushed slightly. Her clear eyes shimmered like tranquil waters, with finely sculpted eyebrows and silvery hair, cascading like a waterfall rippling in the hazy light. Upon her exquisitely delicate face, an unparalleled beauty emerged, one that seemed too exquisite for the mortal realm. Her skin was as smooth and white as snow, and her enchanting eyes were filled with the gentle depths of autumn waters, tinged with a hint of astonishment. After regaining his senses, Li Changxuan unconsciously cast a glance beneath her graceful neck. White as porcelain, fortunately, the celestial spring pool was deep enough that even Jiang Mengli's slender figure only revealed 2 round moons of fair skin. Even so, with just a casual glance, Li Changxuan, a sword immortal who had wielded his sword for a decade, knew he could not grasp this situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli, equally entranced, gazed at him in a daze, completely forgetting her peak cultivation at the celestial realm, her mind halting for a moment. Once she regained her composure, she quickly covered herself with her delicate hands, her fair cheeks transitioning from cherry blossom pink to blood red. Li Changxuan! The shrill cry was filled with both anger and embarrassment, carrying an endless sense of indignation, and the fox-like pupils in her enchanting eyes turned blood red, glinting with a cold light. A powerful aura of danger emanated directly from her. Had it not been for the barrier she set before entering the hall, the entire demon city would likely have sensed the wrath of the demon emperor tonight, leaving them trembling and kneeling in fear. Jiang Mengli then unleashed a palm strike towards the water of the bathing pool, sending splashes and waves that submerged Li Changxuan beneath the surface. Suppressing her shyness and anger, she quickly leaped out of the pool and donned her dark attire. Although Li Changxuan was mortal, he could still vividly sense this fury. As he emerged from the water, he dared not open his eyes, hastily covering them with one hand. "I'm blind. Where am I? Why can't I see anything?" In a panic, he began to speak nonsense. Jiang Mengli had raised a hand, intending to strike him dead, but for some reason her heart seemed to resist and she hesitated. After pondering for a moment, she suppressed the impulse to kill him, angrily walking behind a screen and saying, "You have 10 breaths to get dressed and come here." Hearing her voice, Li Changxuan sighed in relief. "That was close, I almost died." He hurriedly climbed ashore, pressed for time, and could only manage to put on an undergarment before rushing to Jiang Mengli's side. At that moment, Jiang Mengli was seated with her eyes tightly closed, her face still flushed, and her delicate hand lightly resting against her jade forehead. Her proud bosom heaved rhythmically, indicating her state of both shyness and anger. "Did you see everything?" Jiang Mengli opened her glistening eyes, her seductive gaze shining with red light, fixated on Li Changxuan. I didn't see anything. Li Changxuan quickly denied it. Admitting now would mean death, although he truly had not seen much. If you speak the truth, I won't kill you. She perhaps was testing him, or perhaps was sincere. Jiang Mengli asked again. You mean it? Humph. When have I ever broken my word? After receiving her assurance, Li Changxuan didn't hesitate long, honestly replying. I really didn't see anything. You know how deep that pool is, right? Then why didn't you speak when you entered? Didn't you see anything then? I was asleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a reason to come out later, would I? Li Changxuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Who allowed you to bathe in the Celestial Spring Palace? Don't you know this is my exclusive bathing pool? I didn't know. Li Changxuan quickly protested. Then he muttered under his breath. Besides, you never told me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli's expression turned cold. But after a moment she thought that Li Changxuan had a point. It was also her fault for not checking the atmosphere when entering, having assumed no demon would dare enter this Celestial Spring Palace, forgetting she had brought back a strange person. Considering that he truly hadn't seen much, she contemplated letting him off the hook. Suddenly Jiang Mengli was shaken. She was surprised by why she had such thoughts. Why was she becoming more lenient with him? She was unsure of herself. If it were anyone else who had done what Li Changxuan did, they would have long been dead countless times. Yet after encountering Li Changxuan, she seemed to have changed a lot, but only with regard to him. Now sharing a bath with him, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't even have the chance to speak before being turned to ash. Though still angry, she felt more shy in her heart, causing her to hesitate in her actions. She was unsure what was happening to her. Could this be a side effect of the Taishan forbidden technique? Could it affect one's character? But why was it the same with others? She couldn't understand and decided not to think too much about it. After a round of self-hypnosis, Jiang Mengli decided that she still needed to punish him a bit, or else she would truly let him off the hook, and who knows, he might dare to ride over her head one day. Even so, you trespassed into my bathing pool and saw me. Ahem, what do you think you should do? Jiang Mengli implied that he should come up with a punishment himself, but to Li Changxuan it sounded different. Although Li Changxuan came from Blue Star and his thoughts were not as rigid as those here, he was still relatively traditional. Hearing Jiang Mengli's words, he naturally twisted the meaning. In the mortal realm of the Lingxiao continent, if a woman's body were seen by others, it would be considered a loss of virtue. She would either have to marry the one who saw her to preserve her honor, or suffer from the scorn of others living in despair. Even in the cultivation world, while it wasn't as severe as in the mortal realm, people still valued the concept of chastity, of course, excluding those who practiced pill collection techniques. So when Li Changxuan heard Jiang Mengli's, "What do you think you should do?" he naturally thought she was asking if he would take responsibility. At this moment he fell into deep thought. When he was in Blue Star, he was an orphan and had never experienced love before coming here. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao continent, he had barely seen his mother, and had a laid-back attitude towards such matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected Zhao Chen's mother's introduction back then. As for the demoness in front of him, to be honest, he had no strong feelings upon first meeting her, but he later found her quite pleasant. Otherwise, during their encounter in the Qinglian secret realm, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to protect her. Seeing him remain silent, Jiang Mengli thought he was pondering how to atone, unaware that his thoughts had strayed far from her original intent. After much hesitation, Li Changxuan finally tentatively asked, "Are you implying that I should take Do you mean I have to take responsibility?" Jiang Mengli looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend. Li Changxuan hesitated for quite a while, feeling that asking such a question was inappropriate, making himself seem like a scoundrel, but he thought it was better to clarify. "Are you saying I need to be responsible for you?" Initially, Jiang Mengli did not react, puzzled by the idea of responsibility. Once she regained her senses, as if understanding, her face flushed bright red. "Li Changxuan, do you even know what you're saying?" Jiang Mengli scolded him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing her words and seeing her furious expression, Li Changxuan instantly realized he had misunderstood. Fortunately, he had asked for clarification, otherwise it would have been quite awkward. Li Changxuan patted his chest. I'm sorry, as long as it's not true it's fine. It was my misunderstanding." However, upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli became displeased. What did he mean by "as long as it's not true"? Did Li Changxuan not find her attractive? Suddenly Jiang Mengli's expression changed again, angrily saying, "You better clarify what you mean by "as long as it's not true." Am I not worthy of you? How ridiculous. No, what I mean is that Your Majesty the Empress is extraordinarily beautiful, far beyond my humble self. It is I who am unworthy of you." Li Changxuan hurriedly explained, flattering her, knowing that his upcoming days might not be easy otherwise. Jiang Mengli's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. However, she dared not let Li Changxuan choose his words again. Who knows what shocking thing he might say next. You can escape death, but you can hardly avoid punishment. Tonight you shall stand in the courtyard as punishment for intruding into my bathing chamber. But Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please let me go back to sleep, all right? Li Changxuan pleaded, desperately muttering quietly. Besides, wasn't it you who barged in? Jiang Mengli seemed not to hear Li Changxuan's quiet words, and instead looked at him with a charming smile. Well, if you don't want to stand, that's fine. Really? Jiang Mengli suddenly stood up, gracefully walking to Li Changxuan and smiling seductively. Of course, but your two eyes might not remain intact. Jiang Mengli's alluring gaze fixated on his eyes. Then I guess I'll take the punishment of standing. Li Changxuan quickly came to his senses, mumbling, I didn't see much anyway. If you are to stand, then hurry up and go. Jiang Mengli scolded with a delicate voice and directly pushed him away. Li Changxuan quickly stood up and hurried back to the courtyard. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli had held back some strength. With that push, only his skin felt a bit sore, and he did not suffer any internal injuries. By the time Jiang Mengli returned to Chenli Palace, Li Changxuan was already standing in the courtyard. If I find you slacking off, you can expect to stand for 10 more days. After saying this, Jiang Mengli angrily ran back to her room. Time quickly passed to midnight, and Li Changxuan was shivering from the cold. The Imperial Demon City was built by the sea, and at night it was even colder. Li Changxuan, being just a mere mortal, was only clad in a thin garment. It was no surprise he felt cold. However, his thoughts were not focused on the cold. In fact, due to the chill, his drowsiness had diminished significantly, and his mind would drift back to what had just happened. Whenever he recalled certain white, delicate things, his body would warm up, providing a bit of comfort against the cold wind. Simultaneously, he felt that Jiang Mengli seemed to be overly kind to him, even if his thoughts were somewhat perverse. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, such an incident, even if a misunderstanding, would result in either death or severe injury for a mortal at the hands of a cultivator, let alone when she was the merciless demon Empress. Previously, in the Ghost Domain Forest, he had merely embraced her once, and she had struck him, and now she was only offering a light punishment. He could not rule out the possibility that Jiang Mengli felt indebted to him for saving her, yet that was hardly a reasonable explanation. Back in the Qinglian secret realm, to save him, she had even sacrificed a petal of the Yunyu Qinglian. That was something countless cultivators would fight to the death for, and she had given it to him. Later, she even provided demonic energy for his survival, and now it was just a minor reprimand. He began to doubt whether the demoness had taken a liking to him. This would make a bit more sense. Earlier, when he misinterpreted Jiang Mengli's intentions, he thought that if he had not misunderstood, and if Jiang Mengli truly wanted him to take responsibility, he thought to himself that he would certainly not mind, not for the sake of living off her, nor out of a sense of obligation, but he could not clearly articulate why. He hadn't even noticed that his feelings for Jiang Mengli had already surpassed mere friendship. While Li Changxuan shivered in the courtyard, Jiang Mengli was still awake inside. Though she was not accustomed to sleeping tonight, her wakefulness was for a different reason. After returning from the bathing chamber, Jiang Mengli had been restless. She thought it was her worry about the aftereffects of the Taishan forbidden technique, so she hurriedly took out all the ancient texts of the demon race within the Imperial Demon Palace. At that moment, pieces of jade slips were swirling around Jiang Mengli. To improve her search efficiency, she deliberately released her divine sense, weaving through the jade slips in search of information regarding Taishan sect. As her divine sense passed through each jade slip, the information would swiftly appear in her mind. Finally, after searching through countless jade slips, she found one that recorded information about Taishan sect. Jiang Mengli began to read it slowly, and the content was simple. Taishan sect evolved from Shenyi sect. In ancient times, ferocious beasts roamed freely, bringing calamity to the populace. Thus, a group of cultivators who refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth emerged, capable of flying through the void and splitting mountains and rivers. They were the first generation of cultivators. To combat the ferocious beasts, they cooperated, and after suffering great losses, they finally suppressed the ancient ferocious beasts, restoring peace. The remaining cultivators then established their sects, beginning to teach cultivation methods to the world. Xian Yi was born from this, but after thousands of years of development, disagreements arose among the sect stewards, leading to a split into two factions, Taishan sect and Taiyi sect. Jiang Mengli read for a long time, but still could not find any records regarding the Taishan forbidden technique. Reluctantly, she had to cling to a glimmer of hope and finish reading the remaining content. When she reached the final passage, her expression suddenly brightened. There were indeed records about the Taishan forbidden technique. The jade slip stated that the Taishan forbidden technique was originally a method aimed at dealing with ancient ferocious beasts, but those that were too cruel were classified as forbidden techniques. The spirit sealing seal was one of them. The user needed to perform a blood sacrifice, and the more blood sacrifices made the stronger the power. However, the sole drawback was that the blood and spirit of the sacrificed individuals would be entirely consumed by the formation, leaving no chance of survival, which is why it was categorized as a forbidden technique. After Jiang Mengli finished reading, she learned that aside from the one who performed the spirit sealing seal, there were no lasting side effects and nothing was mentioned about affecting one's temperament. Jiang Mengli breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no aftereffects, that was good. Yet she now had a new question: what was this strange feeling she had towards Li Changxuan? The next day, Jiang Mengli had not slept a wink all night. As she stepped out of her room in the early morning, she saw Li Changxuan in the courtyard. Li Changxuan's eyelids were drooping, repeatedly resembling two candles about to extinguish, swaying precariously in the wind. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Changxuan immediately woke up. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Mengli, a hint of sorrow involuntarily flashed in his eyes. "You've stood for a whole night, are you feeling better now?" Jiang Mengli remained silent. In truth, she wasn't very angry. By the time he emerged from the bath, her anger had already dissipated. What remained was more of embarrassment and indignation, which led her to impose the punishment of standing. Seeing her silence, Li Changxuan thought she must have calmed down, or otherwise she would surely deny it. "Your Majesty, may I leave now?" Jiang Mengli nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Li Changxuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Dragging his exhausted body, squinting his almost closed sleepy eyes, he stumbled toward the side hall. He didn't even greet her, but Jiang Mengli was used to his behavior and found nothing wrong with it. On his way back to his chamber, Li Changxuan coughed a few times. Once he reached his room, he leapt onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. Later, Jiang Mengli went to the study of the Imperial Demon Palace to handle matters concerning the Demon Clan. The management system of the Demon Clan was vastly different from that of mortal kingdoms, as they did not need to hold court like mortals. In the Demon Clan, the Demon Emperor led myriad demons, while various demon groups were under the jurisdiction of local demon kings. On ordinary days, the major demon kings managed their territories diligently. They would report the conditions of their territories to the Imperial Demon Palace at scheduled times, allowing the Demon Emperor to make necessary decisions. Unless a major issue arose within the Demon Clan, or they received a summons from the Demon Emperor, demon kings would not casually come to the Imperial Demon Palace. Therefore, the personnel in the palace were not numerous. Jiang Mengli's daily tasks primarily involved handling the petitions submitted by the demon kings from various regions. These tasks were not particularly challenging for her. However, today Jiang Mengli seemed somewhat distracted. She held the Demon King's petition in her hand. Although her eyes were on the text, her thoughts wandered uncontrollably elsewhere. Even Bai Yaoyao, who was assisting her, noticed Jiang Mengli's odd behavior. Filled with curiosity, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, do you have something on your mind?" Hearing Bai Yaoyao's voice, Jiang Mengli quickly snapped back to reality. She pondered for a moment and felt it wouldn't hurt to ask Bai Yaoyao, since she herself was confused. "Bai Yaoyao, do you think there's any change in me since I returned?" Bai Yaoyao carefully scrutinized Jiang Mengli upon hearing the question. She then tried to recall how Jiang Mengli had been 2 days ago, attempting to identify any differences. However, it seemed like there was no significant change at all. Suddenly her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something important. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Yes, Your Majesty has become even more beautiful and enchanting since your return." Jiang Mengli, who had initially shown some anticipation, instantly lost all traces of it upon hearing. With a hint of helplessness, she said, "I'm not talking about changes in appearance. What about other aspects?" Bai Yaoyao's expression darkened. She raised her hand slightly to pinch her chin, pretending to think, and recalled again, "Yes. It's that Your Majesty actually wore a white dress when returning to the palace. I've followed Your Majesty for over 30 years, and it's the first time I've seen you in anything other than a dark color." Jiang Mengli nodded slightly. She had previously avoided wearing white dresses, feeling they were too feminine and not befitting her status as a dignified empress. Although she had now changed back, the dress that Li Changxuan had given her was still neatly stored in her spatial ring. When she had suggested throwing it away, it was merely a ruse to trick him. However, this change in clothing style seemed to indicate nothing substantial. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, this time Your Majesty actually brought back a worthless mortal." She continued, Moreover what? Speak boldly. I won't punish you this time, just say it." Jiang Mengli urged impatiently. That Li Changxuan shouted Your Majesty's full name at the entrance of the Imperial Demon Palace. You showed him no punishment for his disrespect, even granting him a strand of demonic energy, and allowing him to stay in the Qianli Palace's side hall. Bai Yaoyao became increasingly excited as she spoke, as though she had opened a floodgate spilling out all her grievances. After finishing her statement, she realized she had overstepped and quickly knelt to apologize. I spoke, it's nothing, rise. Jiang Mengli said absently. She had previously found Bai Yaoyao's observations quite reasonable. She did not blame Li Changxuan for calling her name because he was used to it, or she granted him demonic energy for his protection, and she allowed him to stay in the side hall because he was her personal demon attendant. However, after Bai Yaoyao pointed it out, it seemed somewhat unreasonable. She had no need to treat him with such leniency. But she also did not understand why she acted that way, unconsciously doing these things and only towards him. Do you know why I did this? Ah! Bai Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that even the Empress herself did not know the reason. Thus she began to ponder again. In Bai Yaoyao's view, the Empress cared for the entire demon clan and was solely focused on her cultivation. With over 30 years of understanding, she knew the Empress' Dao heart was incredibly firm, and she certainly wouldn't have taken a liking to that mortal. Moreover, there was a vast difference between immortals and mortals, especially since the Empress was the leader of all demons while Li Changxuan was merely an ordinary mortal. Thus, there was only one possibility. Last night she had inquired Li Changxuan about the events that transpired between him and the Empress over the past 2 months. So given all the unusual behavior, the Empress was showing affection and gratitude, repaying a debt of gratitude. I heard that Li Changxuan saved Your Majesty last night. Jiang Mengli nodded non-committal. Seeing that both sides aligned, Bai Yaoyao became more convinced of her deduction and answered without thinking. Then it must be that Your Majesty values gratitude, and this is a way to repay his life-saving grace. Jiang Mengli felt a bit confused upon hearing her words. Was it really like that? Seeing the Empress' bewildered expression, Bai Yaoyao continued to explain. Your Majesty knows that our Fox Demon clan values gratitude, above all especially a life-saving grace. Although Your Majesty is of the celestial fox bloodline, and not an ordinary fox demon, she is still part of the fox clan, and such is her nature. Therefore it must be to repay his kindness. As Bai Yaoyao spoke, she nodded confidently, thoroughly pleased with her conclusion, thinking herself quite the she had helped her Empress untangle her morning confusion, in just a few minutes, proving herself as the Empress' right-hand assistant. A proud expression unconsciously appeared on Bai Yaoyao's face. Hearing her words, Jiang Mengli felt as if she had gained some insight, and upon careful reflection it did seem to make sense. Although she still felt something was subtly off, at least it wasn't due to the side effects of the profound forbidden technique. At night, Jiang Mengli returned to her room and waited for Li Changxuan to come. Last night Li Changxuan promised her that he would make her a bowl of chicken soup every evening, but tonight, as the hour of the rooster approached, he had yet to show any sign of coming. This guy must have forgotten. When he comes to bring the celestial spring later, she won't hold it against him. Jiang Mengli hummed to herself. However, she waited until the hour of the dog and still saw no sign of him. Jiang Mengli's anger flared up. If he couldn't keep his word, wasn't that just punishing him for an entire night? Now he wouldn't even bring her bathing water. Li Changxuan, this Empress is going to bathe, hurry, and fetch the celestial spring water. Jiang Mengli projected her voice towards Li Changxuan's room. There was still no response from within, only the faint sound of Li Changxuan's weak breathing. Jiang Mengli's anger surged. How dare he ignore her? Li Changxuan, if you don't come over, this Empress will punish you to stand for another night. Jiang Mengli transmitted her voice again, still met with silence. This is outrageous. Yet it was indeed typical of Li Changxuan's working style. Jiang Mengli's heart relaxed a bit. The familiar feeling returned, and she no longer obediently followed his whims as she had the previous day. However, she could not forsake the dignity of the Empress. She still needed to punish him a little. In the next moment, Jiang Mengli appeared directly in Li Changxuan's room, only to find him buried under the covers on the bed. Jiang Mengli initially thought he was still asleep and directly pulled back the blanket. But upon seeing Li Changxuan's condition, her heart suddenly sank. Li Changxuan was curled up on the bed, his inner garment soaked with cold sweat, his body trembling slightly, and his brows tightly furrowed. Jiang Mengli recognized the symptoms of illness and hurriedly transmitted a thread of spiritual energy to him, but Li Changxuan's complexion did not improve. For an ordinary mortal, inhaling just a trace of pure spiritual energy should have alleviated most ailments immediately. It was only then that she recalled Li Changxuan lacked a dantian, and the energy she transmitted was utterly ineffective. But she was a demon and a practitioner not prone to illness, so she had no idea how to treat him beyond transmitting spiritual energy. Hence, she could only cover him back up with the blanket. At that moment Li Changxuan also stirred slightly awake, feeling a chill throughout his body and a heaviness in his head. Cough, cough, cough. His series of coughs caught Jiang Mengli's attention, noting that he was already awake. What's wrong with you? How do we treat this? I just transmitted some spiritual energy, but it didn't work. Jiang Mengli quickly inquired. Li Changxuan propped himself up slightly on the bed, feeling a bit sore and exhausted. He first felt his forehead but found nothing amiss. However, he could tell from his state and weakly said, "It must be that I caught a chill last night and have come down with a cold." Li Changxuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. In this year, he had truly become an ordinary mortal with physical constitution no better than that of a commoner. This was the first time he had fallen ill since arriving in the Lingshao continent. Previously, when he had cultivation, he was immune to all evils, yet now he was suffering. Then how do we treat it? This Empress will send someone to handle it, Jiang Mengli asked anxiously. If one listened closely, they could detect a trace of imperceptible panic in her voice. Fortunately, Li Changxuan had previously studied medical texts, otherwise, when he first met Jiang Mengli, he would not have been able to treat her. He then explained the medicinal ingredients needed for treating a cold. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli immediately transmitted to Bai Yaoyao to buy the medicinal ingredients in the Imperial Demon City. Although the Imperial Demon Palace had medicine, they were all pills for cultivators which were useless to Li Changxuan. Bai Yaoyao, upon receiving the transmission from her Empress, although confused about why they needed common medicinal ingredients, did not hesitate and immediately left the Imperial Demon Palace to buy the medicine. After giving her instructions, Jiang Mengli sat down by the table in the room, only to notice a gaze fixed upon. "You look like this and still can't lie down properly. What are you staring at?" Jiang Mengli glared at Li Changxuan and followed up with a playful scolding. "I'm just looking at the culprit who caused my discomfort." Cough, cough. Li Changxuan's complexion was not great yet. He still spoke playfully. "Humph. Who told you to sneak a peek at this Empress? You deserve it." Jiang Mengli seemed to recall something, and her face flushed slightly under the reflection of the flowstone. Li Changxuan's expression froze. How did it turn back to him, peeking? Didn't she say it was an accident? Besides, he hadn't seen much. Just then, Bai Yaoyao's figure appeared in the room. "Your Majesty, I have brought the medicine." "Also, what were you two just talking about? What did Li Changxuan peek at?" Bai Yaoyao's sudden appearance left the two momentarily speechless. "It's nothing, miss. Bai, you misheard," Li Changxuan quickly replied. "Is that so?" Bai Yaoyao felt puzzled. She thought she had heard clearly, just not what he had peeked at. Fearing she would ask further, Li Changxuan hastily changed the subject. "Miss, Bai, your speed in fetching the medicine is quite fast." "Of course." Bai Yaoyao replied proudly, thinking that since it was a task assigned by the Empress, it had to be done efficiently, so she returned with the medicine in no time. Upon sensing the Empress's aura in Li Changxuan's room, she entered without a second thought, as he held no esteemed position. "Just boil the medicinal ingredients from a bowl of water down to half a bowl," Li Changxuan instructed after receiving the medicine. At this point, Bai Yaoyao noticed Li Changxuan sitting up halfway on the bed with a poor complexion and immediately understood that he needed the medicine. She couldn't help but scoff. "Whoever needs to take the medicine should just do it." "Bai Yaoyao, do as he says," Jiang Mengli interjected before Li Changxuan could respond. Bai Yaoyao, upon hearing this, wore an unwilling expression and complained, "Why not just transmit him some spiritual energy? It's such a hassle to brew the medicine. He has no dantian, so transmitting energy won't work. Hurry up." "I see you do seem a bit pitiful now." Bai Yaoyao poked her chin and suddenly understood, then leisurely went out to brew the medicine. She had already developed a slightly better impression of Li Changxuan, thinking that helping him brew medicine was also a way to repay her Empress. Thus she accepted it calmly. In the room, only Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli remained. Although Li Changxuan was unwell, he felt quite good at the moment and joked, Now the Empress will have to trouble herself to go to the Celestial Spring Palace, and since my illness won't heal for a few days, the chicken soup promised to the Empress will have to wait a few more days." "Humph. How about you suffer more?" After Li Changxuan finished the medicine, Jiang Mengli returned to her own room, only to find Bai Yaoyao following closely behind her. Until Jiang Mengli opened the door to her room, intending to enter, Bai Yaoyao was still following her. "What do you want?" Bai Yaoyao's eyes lit up as she said, "Your Majesty, since Li Changxuan is not in a position to do so, let me fetch the Celestial Spring bathing water for you tonight." "No need, this Empress will go to the Celestial Spring Palace myself tonight." Jiang Mengli declined lightly and directly returned to her room. Bai Yaoyao stood at the door looking dejected. Why could Li Changxuan do it, but she couldn't? After pondering for a long while, she suddenly seemed to realize something and was instantly filled with joy. It must be that the Empress cares for me and thinks that doing such things is not befitting of her divine envoy's identity. The Empress is truly considerate. The Empress is truly too good to me. The next day, Li Changxuan was still asleep. He had almost recovered. Although he was still in a mortal body, he possessed the physique of a body refinement stage cultivator. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks sounded at the door. Hearing the knocks, Li Changxuan woke up from his half-dreaming state. Li Changxuan felt a bit curious. It was unusual for anyone to enter his room quietly in the Imperial Demon Palace. Why was this person being so polite today? Come in. Li Changxuan called out without getting out of bed, directing his voice toward the door. Soon he saw Xiong Tai walking in with a bowl of medicine. Old Tai, is that you? Li Changxuan asked while getting out of bed and putting on his clothes. Xiong Tai placed the medicine on the table in the room and then sat down. The Empress instructed me to take care of you. I see. Thank you, Old Tai, for bringing the medicine. Li Changxuan also sat down at the table, drinking the medicine while speaking. He felt that the name Old Tai was truly inspired. It rolled off the tongue so smoothly. Meanwhile, Xiong Tai appeared a bit anxious, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After Li Changxuan finished the medicine, Xiong Tai still seemed to be in a state of wanting to speak, but holding back, which naturally caught Li Changxuan's attention. Li Changxuan merely smiled and asked, Old Tai, do you have something to say to me? Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai seemed to have made up his mind, standing up resolutely. He then half-kneeled on the ground facing Li Changxuan, clasping his fists in apology. Young Master Li, a few days ago I was neglectful and disrespectful to you. Today I, Old Xiong, have come specifically to apologize, and I hope you will not hold it against me. This sudden scene startled Li Changxuan. Wasn't he previously looking down on him with disdain? Why the sudden change? Old Tai, let's talk about this properly. Please get up first. Xiong Tai, upon hearing this, looked even guiltier and steadfastly remained in place, saying apologetically, The White Divine Envoy has already told me that you saved the Empress's life. I may not know what exactly happened, but without the Empress there would be no Xiong Tai today, so you are now my benefactor. Xiong Tai poured out all his heartfelt words. Initially he was just an unnamed soldier in the Xiong clan, and almost perished in the demon clan turmoil 6 years ago, but fortunately the Empress saved his life. Afterward, he became one of Jiang Mengli's many followers, helping to quell the internal strife of the demon clan and repel invading human cultivators. Thus Jiang Mengli became his highest belief and also his savior. This morning Bai Yaoyao came to convey the demon emperor's order instructing him to take care of Li Changxuan for a while, which he initially found quite unacceptable. Only after Bai Yaoyao told him about the matter between the Empress and Li Changxuan did he realize that Li Changxuan was actually the savior of their Empress. So without any hesitation, he accepted the task of taking care of Li Changxuan without complaint. Li Changxuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xiong Tai's words of apology. However, having more friends is always good. Besides, he was quite bored in the demon clan, and since Xiong Tai was always outside the Qianli Palace, it was a good opportunity to build a rapport now, so he could ask for help in the future. Thus Li Changxuan hurriedly helped him up, smiling as he said, Old Tai, you don't need to be so formal. You can just call me Li Xiong from now on. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai did not hesitate and laughed heartily. Then from now on you will be my brother Xiong Tai. In this Imperial Demon Palace, anyone who dares to disrespect you, I will deal with them for you. And so 2 or 3 days passed, and Li Changxuan's cold had completely healed. During these days he had to do nothing. He would wake up to eat and sleep after eating, and he was almost bored to the point of getting sick. The only downside of the cultivation world was the lack of entertainment options. In the past 10 years, he had closed himself off for months, even years, without feeling the passage of time. Now that he couldn't cultivate, he realized how long time could feel when he had nothing to do. Today he also slept until he woke up naturally. As he stepped out of his room, he saw a graceful figure sitting alone in the pavilion in the courtyard. Why aren't you in the study today? Li Changxuan leisurely walked over and sat down in the pavilion, showing no signs of a master-servant dynamic. But in Jiang Mengli's eyes, this was the normal Li Changxuan, so she was not displeased. She simply replied indifferently, Once everything is handled, there is naturally nothing to do. There were 9 major tribes in the demon clan with 9 demon kings, and each demon king would only report every 2 or 3 days, so her work was not busy. At this time Li Changxuan also noticed what she was doing. He saw a chessboard set up on the stone table in the pavilion. Li Changxuan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Is she playing against herself? It seems she is also quite bored. Noticing that he was staring intently at her chessboard, Jiang Mengli invited, Do you know how to play? Why not have a match with me? All right. Li Changxuan readily agreed. He sat down opposite Jiang Mengli. After all, Go was a form of entertainment and he had learned a few tactics back on Blue Star. Thus the two began to set up the chessboard and started playing. In the first game, Li Changxuan lost. In the second game, Li Changxuan lost again. Li Changxuan was not willing to give up and kept challenging Jiang Mengli, but after several games he had not won a single one. It seemed that compared to Jiang Mengli, he only understood the basics. Li Changxuan looked disappointed and bored, as if he had been hit hard, prompting Jiang Mengli to chuckle lightly. "Aren't you going to play another game?" "No, I'm done. You don't even know how to give me a chance," Li Changxuan complained. Seeing him in such a defeated state, Jiang Mengli was quite pleased but still defended herself. "I played with my full effort to show my respect for you." "Tch, excuses." Suddenly Li Changxuan seemed to think of something, and the disappointment on his face vanished as he began to gather the pieces. "Jiang Mengli, let me teach you a new way to play." "What kind of way?" Jiang Mengli frowned slightly, looking at him with curiosity as he fiddled. "This way of playing is called Gamoku, and it's somewhat different from Go." As far as Li Changxuan knew, there was no Gamoku in the Lingxiao continent. There was only Go, so didn't that give him an inherent advantage? After Li Changxuan explained the rules, Jiang Mengli found it quite novel. Once they restarted, Li Changxuan played with a sense of ease, as he had learned many peculiar formations online before. After several matches, Jiang Mengli also felt the frustration that Li Changxuan had experienced earlier. She had not won a single game. As the Empress, she would not allow herself to be outdone by a mere mortal. "Let's go again." Eventually Jiang Mengli gave up, realizing that Li Changxuan's thinking was far superior when playing this compared to Go. Seeing her lackluster expression, Li Changxuan couldn't help but smile. "So do you want to learn? I can teach you." Jiang Mengli snorted playfully. "Hurry up and tell me." "What? Underwear formation? How can it bear such an indelicate name?" The Empress refused to learn. Jiang Mengli snorted coquettishly and flicked the chess piece back into the bowl. Seeing Jiang Mengli like that, Li Changxuan could not help but let out a short laugh. That fox demon. Her excuse about an indecent name is nothing but a tantrum because she found she still couldn't best him. Jiang Mengli, affronted that he dared mock her to her face, grew angrier, and with mingled shame and ire ordered, "Go and cook at once. I am hungry. You've been resting for days, and by your looks you are well recovered." Li Changxuan glanced at the sky and realized the sun had slipped away. The day had passed and evening had already fallen. "Wait." With a soft laugh, he strode toward the demonic kitchen. Jiang Mengli watched his retreating silhouette. Though she had meant to scold him, an involuntary smile slowly tugged at the corner of her mouth. This fellow grows bolder by the day, daring to ridicule her in person. She did not perceive that what stirred within her was not pure anger but a mortified vexation. Had it been anyone else, they'd be slain or crippled. Yet Jiang Mengli waited in the pavilion until darkness fell, and Li Changxuan had not returned. She complained inwardly, "This one takes so long to make a chicken soup and expects me to wait. Humph." She then returned directly to her chamber. Not long after she left, Li Changxuan returned to Chenli Palace carrying a large food box. Finding her absent from the pavilion, he knocked at her bedchamber door. "Enter." Jiang Mengli needed no prompting to know who it was. Li Changxuan pushed the door open and saw Jiang Mengli seated at the desk. He hastily placed the food box upon the table. "An extra feast tonight." Jiang Mengli looked at the box and immediately sensed there was more than merely chicken soup within. He had prepared other things. No wonder it took so long. Li Changxuan unhurriedly brought the dishes out of the box and announced them. "The first dish is the chicken soup, the second is my own Li's stir-fried chicken, the third is sea salt baked chicken, and the final dish is beggar's chicken." At the last dish, Jiang Mengli's eyes lit up. She had never seen the demonic kitchen's cooks prepare so many variations. Yet surveying the table piled with chicken, she could not help but ask, "Why is it all chicken? Aren't you a fox demon?" "I thought you might like it," Li Changxuan explained with a sigh. For this whole chicken banquet, he had indeed used up every chicken available in the demonic kitchen. Jiang Mengli pressed him, "Then why make me wait so long?" "Cooking takes time," he replied. "I made so much at once to make up for the past few days and to apologize to you." "So that's it." Jiang Mengli snorted softly. Well, since he had cooked for her, she would spare him this time. Jiang Mengli sampled each dish lightly and found them all most agreeable. Surprisingly superior even to the fare of the demonic kitchen's own cooks. She could not help but wonder aloud, "Li Changxuan, before you lived in the Yoyu forest, were you a cook? How else would you know so many curious preparations?" Li Changxuan was taken aback that she would suppose so. In truth, he had learned these techniques before coming to the Lingxiao continent. After he began cultivation, he secluded himself and did not hunger, so he had not cooked for a long while. Only recently had he slowly recovered those old skills, so he merely shook his head. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mengli surmised she had perhaps touched on a sorrowful chapter, how he gave up cultivation and retreated to the mountains, and she did not inquire further. Jiang Mengli ate with great enjoyment. It might well have been the heartiest meal she had eaten since her birth. Li Changxuan, watching her, could not help but smile inwardly. Feeding the little fox proved to be a delightful pastime. If only she could revert to the tiny fox she had been when she first emerged from the Yoyu forest. Then he might be able to handle her himself. Such dangerous imaginings slowly took hold in Li Changxuan's heart. Jiang Mengli's Tianbao Lioli pupils perceived at once the ill intent in his absent staring gaze. She could not help but scold, half ashamed and half angry. Li Changxuan, what are you thinking about now? Heh, I want to touch you, Li Changxuan blurted in a lecherous laugh before he realized his slip. What did you say? Jiang Mengli's face flushed, her alluring eyes fixed him in a mortified. Li Changxuan, realizing the misunderstanding, hurried to explain, Your Majesty, the Empress, please hear me. My meaning was not to touch you. I meant to say to touch the little fox. Is that not still me? Li Changxuan, are you being mischievous again? His words conjured the memory of when she transformed into a little fox and he held and stroked her. For one who bore the title of Empress of Demons, such a recollection severely undercut her dignity. Ashamed and angry, she had once struck him then, and could scarcely believe he would dare mention it now. Jiang Mengli's face burned as her bewitching eyes fixed him with a venomous glare, as if ready to strike at any moment. Sensing grave trouble, Li Changxuan hastened to defend himself. Your Majesty, I have only just recovered. I won't touch you anymore, all right? Please don't punish me. You wish? Jiang Mengli's scolded cheeks flushed, yet inwardly amused. How clumsy he was. She had only been teasing. She would not truly strike him, yet he dared to bring up the matter. Just then Bai Yaoyao's voice sounded from outside. Your Majesty, your subordinate has urgent business to... Jiang Mengli drew a few deep breaths, composed herself, and restored her expression before saying enter. But Bai Yaoyao froze upon entering when she saw Li Changxuan in the room. Why was he sitting with their Empress? Even in gratitude was it necessary to treat him so well? Was he not to be taken as a demon attendant? How could he be permitted to sit on equal footing with the Empress? She sensed something amiss. Seeing Bai Yaoyao stare at Li Changxuan, without speaking, Jiang Mengli felt a twinge of displeasure. What is it? What urgent matter? Bai Yaoyao, recovered and about to report, noticed Li Changxuan still remained within the chamber. So she fell silent, glancing toward Li Changxuan to indicate whether this should be heard. Jiang Mengli, understanding her concern, answered directly, It's nothing, you speak. Bai Yaoyao hesitated for a moment, wondering how the Empress could trust him so implicitly. Yet after a brief pause she came to a realization. Li Changxuan is merely a mortal. Even if he knows the demon's secrets, what use is that? Your Majesty, a scout has reported that another mystical realm has appeared at the border of the Qishao realm, exhibiting the phenomenon of the chaos purple lotus. However, just like last time, it is a fragmented manifestation, and the chances of the purple lotus materializing are slim. Without any hesitation, Bai Yaoyao reported the news she had brought. Upon hearing about the chaos purple lotus phenomenon again, Jiang Mengli fell into deep thought. Last time it was also a fragmented manifestation, and ultimately, they found not even the breath of the chaos purple lotus, but instead fell into the trap set by the scoundrels of the Tai Shen sect. This time it is highly likely that she would return empty-handed as well. Yet she had been searching for 6 years without discovering a method to break through to the earth immortal realm. She was unsure if it was an issue with her cultivation, but according to the ancient records of the demon race, the nine-tailed celestial fox possessed a natural advantage in cultivation, usually breaking through in less than 6 years. However, in the Lingshao continent, she was the only remaining nine-tailed celestial fox, making it impossible for her to seek guidance from others on why she couldn't break through. Nonetheless, she certainly would not let this opportunity slip away, even if the hope was faint. How long until this mystical realm opens? It is estimated to be at least 10 more days. Will Your Majesty be going this time? Bai Yaoyao inquired curiously. Jiang Mengli nodded. As long as there is even the slightest chance, I shall not give up. Then let me accompany you this time. My presence may assist Your Majesty in avoiding incidents like last time. Bai Yaoyao quickly requested. Although she didn't know the specifics of what had happened last time, she understood that being saved by Li Changxuan indicated the situation had been dire. Moreover, news had also come from the Mixed Void Realm in recent days stating that their Empress had seized the Yun Yuqing Lian days ago and vanished after slaying hundreds of cultivators. This meant that their Empress had returned to the demon race with the help of the Yun Yuqing Lian after recovering from her injuries. She feared that something similar might occur this time. Jiang Mengli, upon hearing that she wanted to accompany her immediately refused without a second thought. No, you must remain in the demon race to handle our affairs and prevent chaos. If anything arises, you can inform me immediately. But what happened last time will not happen again. The last time I fell into an ambush set by the Taishan sect, but they also lost 5 elders at the Tongxian realm. They cannot withstand another fight. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyao understood that it was the Taishan sect that had harmed the Empress, and she silently noted down a debt against them. However, with her Empress temperament, this debt would eventually be collected, and she would just need to follow along. While Bai Yaoyao was still deep in thought, Jiang Mengli continued to share her plans, assuring her, "Moreover, this time, I will bring the Bai Ling Demon King along to prevent human cultivators from using underhanded tactics again. You just need to guard the imperial palace of the demon race for me. I understand my orders." Hearing this, Bai Yaoyao felt much more at ease. This is because Bai Ling is the current demon king of their Fox Demon clan and is over 100 years older than Jiang Mengli, making her more seasoned and less likely to fall into human traps. Her strength is also quite formidable, having reached the Mitongxian realm, though she still lags behind Jiang Mengli slightly. Yet, that is to be expected, as Jiang Mengli is a naturally born 9-tailed celestial fox possessing a bloodline advantage. After only a few decades of hard training, she has far surpassed ordinary demons who have cultivated for over 100 years. After a moment, Bai Yaoyao asked again, "When will your majesty depart? Should I notify Bai Yao Wang to come meet you now?" "No need. I will leave in 8 days. Go inform Bai Yao Wang to come to the imperial palace in 8 days and we will depart together." "Understood. You may go now." Your servant takes her leave. After Bai Yaoyao left, the room fell into a brief silence. Moments later, Li Changxuan broke the silence first. "Jiang Mengli, did you think I wouldn't find out about your demon race's secret actions? Aren't you afraid I might leak it?" Jiang Mengli looked at him with a teasing smile, sarcastically replying, "Can you even escape and leak it? Do you believe that once you leave the Imperial Demon City, demons will immediately kill you? Ha! Don't I have your demon aura on me? Aren't they afraid to act? That's why I said outside the city. As soon as you leave, who knows which demon's claws will end your life." Jiang Mengli deliberately tried to intimidate him, putting on a fierce expression. Although such a scenario was indeed possible, only a few demons would dare to oppose her in secret. However, to her surprise, instead of feeling scared, Li Changxuan laughed at her. "Oh dear. You're such a failure as a demon emperor. Look, the moment you leave, your subjects dare to go against you." Jiang Mengli's face flushed and her heart filled with anger. This guy actually dared to mock her. "If you have the guts, say it again. Who exactly is the failure here?" Hearing her tone, Li Changxuan inwardly thought it was bad. The demoness was truly angry now. Thus he hastily began to appease her. "I was wrong, it was a slip of the tongue. Your Majesty is busy with affairs and deeply respected by all demons. How could you be a failure?" "Humph, that's more like it. You should hurry up and pack your things and leave. I need to." After a moment, as Li Changxuan tidied up the dishes on the short table and was about to leave the room, it seemed he remembered something and asked, "Your Majesty, can I take a bath tonight?" "If you want to go, then go. What does it have to do with me? I was just worried about what happened a few nights ago, so I thought I should notify you in advance to avoid any accidental incidents." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli's face turned red, and she angrily said, "You are not allowed to mention that again. Also, I forbid you from going to the Immortal Spring Palace to bathe in the future." "Why? That is my private bathing pool. Didn't you get punished enough for barging in last time?" Jiang Mengli's face slightly flushed as she warned him through gritted teeth. Li Changxuan scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't know at the time, did I? Then can I go to the Immortal Spring Palace to fetch bathing water?" "Do as you wish." "Hee. Thank you, Your Majesty." After saying this, Li Changxuan closed the door and left. Once only Jiang Mengli remained in the room, she couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. This guy today, the Empress, was indeed quite diligent, which was very pleasing for her. After Li Changxuan collected the water from the immortal spring and soaked in the warm spring in the tub, he felt truly relaxed. If only he could soak like this every day, it would be even better. As he soaked, he recalled their earlier conversation. He was starting to understand the situation quite well. Based on the news he understood now, it seemed Jiang Mengli was seeking the Chaos Purple Lotus, but was ambushed by the elders of the Taishan sect, inadvertently crashing into his residence in the ghostly domain forest. His guess was not far from the truth. It was indeed the Taishan sect that caused her cultivation to fall. Although Jiang Mengli hadn't revealed everything, he had roughly deduced that she sought the Chaos Purple Lotus to break the mirror. However, this time she might encounter ambushes from other sects, and right now, he seemed unable to provide any help other than being a hindrance. If only this year could pass sooner, then he could accompany her. Who could stop them? Li Changxuan shook his head vigorously, wondering why he was suddenly worried about the demoness. What a strange situation. The next evening, Li Changxuan, as agreed, delivered a bowl of chicken soup to Jiang Mengli every night. He found it no trouble, as he needed to eat too, so he simply made some for her. Tonight, after finishing his bath, and just as he was about to rest, he received a transmission from Jiang Mengli. Come to my room. Li Changxuan thought to himself, why is she calling for him at this late hour? However, he had no choice but to obey. After all, he was currently under someone else's roof. Moments later, a knock sounded on Jiang Mengli's door. Come in. Li Changxuan pushed the door open and found the front hall empty. He then walked towards the back hall and came to the delicate gauze curtain that separated them. Just as he was about to enter, he hesitated, thinking that if he saw something inappropriate like last time, it would be awkward. What if she was doing something inside, right? So Li Changxuan stopped before the ethereal gauze, just about to ask what she needed him for. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mengli's voice came first. It's nothing, just come in. Thus Li Changxuan lifted the gauze and stepped inside. However, perhaps due to the different lighting from the luing stones in the back hall compared to the front hall, he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Mengli exhausted, slumped over the dressing table, looking like she had overexerted herself. Her silver hair at the moment was not restrained by any hairpins and fell freely over her fragrant shoulders. She was only wearing a thin black undergarment. Her delicate face and smooth skin were white and translucent, glistening, as if they could ripple softly. Her alluring eyes shimmered with a gentle light, half-closed, barely holding up her beautiful gaze. The disheveled silver hair emitted a misty aura, especially striking in the light of the luing stones. This atmosphere felt somewhat ambiguous. Li Changxuan glanced at the bathing tub, which was empty, indicating she had just bathed. However, he was unclear about what was troubling this enchanting woman. Why did she look so weak? Do you know how to give a massage? Jiang Mengli asked weakly, noticing Li Changxuan had remained standing there. I know a little. Li Changxuan snapped back to reality and quickly replied. Jiang Mengli propped herself up, straightening her weary body at the dressing table. Come and give me a massage. Is that appropriate? Li Changxuan's face turned slightly red, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. Jiang Mengli supported her chin with one hand, looking at him with playful allure, and smiled. What's inappropriate? Didn't you touch me when we were in the Yoyu forest? As she said this, her expression shifted. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Okay. Li Changxuan responded twice and moved behind Jiang Mengli, placing his hands on her forehead, beginning to gently apply pressure. This was his first time touching any part of Jiang Mengli above her head, and as he had expected, her skin was smooth and delicate, refreshingly cool to the touch. In summary, it felt wonderful. Additionally, since Jiang Mengli was sitting, her silver hair only reached Li Changxuan's chest, and a fragrant scent wafted through the strands, filling his nose. This fragrance was indeed delightful, yet it made Li Changxuan feel somewhat flushed, and his heart began to race. He looked into the dressing mirror and saw Jiang Mengli had closed her eyes in comfort, her breathing steady, appearing to be quite relaxed. Noticing something was off with her, Li Changxuan hesitated for a moment before asking, Your Majesty, are you still tired? Jiang Mengli slowly opened her glistening eyes upon hearing this. Seeing that his massage technique was indeed quite good and feeling good herself, she began to explain, I went to the trial ground of the demon clan today and fought all day. How could I not be tired? Who could fight you all day? Li Changxuan was somewhat astonished. Although Jiang Mengli's cultivation level was not at the top of this continent, Li Changxuan could tell that her combat prowess was definitely not low, even ranking among the top in the same realm. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Mengli chuckled lightly. I fought against myself all day. The more Li Changxuan listened, the more confused he became. Thus Jiang Mengli patiently supplemented the knowledge about the trial ground. The trial ground is merely a cultivation area specially designed for cultivators, where various spiritual powers manifest as exotic beasts for you to train against, similar to the hidden light clock drum beast and water serpent in the Qinglian secret realm. However, our demon clan's trial ground is quite special. Besides that, I can manifest my own spiritual power, and my strength and realm match my own. I fought against myself all day. How could I not be tired? Then Jiang Mengli turned slightly puzzled. I recall that your human clan also has trial grounds in their cultivation sects. How come you know nothing about this? Li Changxuan could only smile helplessly and replied calmly, Do you think I had a chance to enter a sect for cultivation? When he first arrived, he had indeed gone through a test at a cultivation sect where they revealed his innate sword Dao physique and exceptional celestial vein, causing many to envy him. He thought he would soar to great heights, but unexpectedly, he was subsequently tested and found to be someone with a deficient innate qi. The elders in the sect told him that there was currently no solution for this condition in the Lingxiao continent, and in despair he could only leave the mountain. Little did he expect that later he would encounter fortuitous events. Initially he was skeptical, but by following the cultivation method given by that old man he truly could cultivate. However, due to various limitations he had to survive in the Yoyu forest for 10 years. At this moment Jiang Mengli was wondering if mentioning his sorrowful past would make him feel down. But seeing the calm expression of the person standing behind him in the mirror, who continued to gently massage his head, without any sign of sadness, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration, realizing that he had come to terms with it. This guy has such a good disposition, it's truly a shame. Thus Jiang Mengli had no more reservations and began to tease him about this matter. Only I would dare to want you. If it weren't for me, how would you have the chance to interact with cultivators? Moreover, a great demon like me who has reached the immortal realm. Jiang Mengli raised her delicate brows, slightly lifting her head. Her eyes narrowed, her pretty face filled with pride. Li Changxuan looked at the arrogant and proud Jiang Mengli in the mirror, and found her quite adorable at that moment. This made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl up, and his hand, which was pressing on her head, unconsciously slid down, gently poking her soft rosy cheek. Soft and plump, delicate and refined. Li Changxuan didn't dare to apply too much pressure, fearing that he might accidentally hurt her. Even though he knew this was impossible, the physique of someone at the immortal realm was comparable to fine iron, yet the sensation conveyed was of such softness. Feeling the gentle touch on her cheek, Jiang Mengli suddenly opened her eyes. Tilting her head slightly, she met the gaze of Li Changxuan, who was also looking down at her, his eyes clear and innocent with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Changxuan gazed into her shimmering eyes. The atmosphere gradually became strange, and both of their heartbeats began to accelerate uncontrollably. After regaining her senses, Jiang Mengli's pretty face flushed bright red, both from anger and embarrassment. Li Changxuan, you dare! Li Changxuan, how dare you! Jiang Mengli's indignant cry snapped Li Changxuan back to his senses, and he hurriedly withdrew the hand that had been lightly prodding her cheek. I said I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me? What do you think? Jiang Mengli ground out through clenched teeth. Ah! It's late, I must return to sleep. Her Majesty the Empress rest well. I'm off, Li Changxuan said with a silly chuckle. Having said that, he did not wait for Jiang Mengli's reply and hurriedly escaped. He feared that if he lingered another moment, he would receive another slap as in the Yoyu forest before. With him gone, Jiang Mengli could only sit fuming before the dressing mirror, yet long after the blush remained unwilling to fade. There was also that abnormal fluttering heartbeat. This feeling, how could it be so similar? Jiang Mengli was suddenly seized by a pang of unease. Her Tao heart was steady. How could this be? It must be her imagination. Jiang Mengli kept reassuring herself inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan fled back to his chamber as if pursued. He smacked his own hand. Why was his hand so reckless? If he truly enraged her, the remaining months would be hard going. In the small hours, Li Changxuan tossed and turned on his couch. A man who usually loved idleness and sleep, he found himself unable to rest tonight. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of lightly prodding the demoness cheek returned, along with memories of her habitual arrogance. How could it resemble that? No, he thought. Li Changxuan's heart gave a jolt. The thing was, he had no experience, only images similar to others' descriptions. He dared not dwell on it. Sleep, sleep. One night's sleep and everything will pass. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli endured the same turmoil. Only hers was not sleeplessness, but an inability to calm her mind for cultivation. She had only intended to handle clan affairs today, but the case files from the 9 great Yao clans had yet to arrive. She thought to find Li Changxuan for a game of chess, only to find the lazy fellow still abed. So she went to the demon clan's trial ground, the Wanyao Tower, knowing that the chance of the Hundun Zillion chaotic purple lotus appearing in the Qishao realm was slim. She held little hope but refused to give up. She chiefly wished to test whether she could break through by her own strength, so she sought trial at the Wanyao Tower. Though called the Wanyao Tower, it contained no true demons nor served as a prison for the clans. Within were only spirit fiends formed of various spiritual energies, mindless and aggressive. There were 9 levels. The higher one climbed, the fiercer the spirit fiends became. Jiang Mengli scorned the lower tiers. At the sound of her flute, the beasts 7 levels below would scatter. So she proceeded directly to the 8th floor. The 8th floor's trial could birth a spirit being identical to the challenger in appearance, cultivation, art, and weapon. As for the 9th floor, none had ascended it in 1,000 years. No clan member now knows what lies within, and not even Jiang Mengli could open the passage to the 9th floor. Thus she spent an entire day on the 8th floor of the Wanyao Tower fighting herself. Both cultivation and correction of her shortcomings. She hoped to see if there remained any chance to break through without the Hundun Zillion, but found no change. Instead she returned exhausted, her head dizzy and aching. After bathing, she summoned Li Changxuan to massage her. She had not expected what followed, and now she could not settle her mind to practice. For the next few days Jiang Mengli did not summon Li Changxuan again. Today marked the 7th day since Bai Yaoyao reported the Zillion omen. According to plan, Jiang Mengli would depart for the Qishao realm tomorrow. Now Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai sat at a stone table outside the Qianli Palace. Li Changxuan had wanted to pull Xiong Tai into the courtyard pavilion, but the man refused outright, or with no choice they remained outside. "Old Tai, I'll be counting on you these next few days," Li Changxuan said to Xiong Tai. Ever since Xiong Tai last delivered medicine, the coldness between them had thawed. Lately, whenever Li Changxuan was idle, he would come find Xiong Tai to talk and drink. Li Changxuan would tell tales from the human clans, and Xiong Tai would explain aspects of the demon clans that differed from humans. Over time, they began to treat each other as brothers. "No worries. Rest easy, Brother Li. So long as you don't leave Diao City apart from Her Majesty the Empress and the White Envoy, Old Bear fears no one." As a guard of the Qianli Palace, Xiong Tai naturally knew Jiang Mengli would be leaving the Diao Palace for a while, so he immediately understood the meaning behind Li Changxuan's words. But Li Changxuan was puzzled. He had heard twice that one must not leave Diao City. "Old Tai, what's out beyond Diao City?" he asked. "Is it dangerous?" Li Changxuan asked. He remembered that the last time he came to Diao City with Jiang Mengli, he saw nothing outside the walls. Xiong Tai heard the question, and thinking it no secret, did not hide anything. He patiently explained, "There was never much danger outside the city. As I told you, within the demon clans, the Yao Emperor is lord over myriad demons, beneath whom are the 9 great Yao clans and other groups. Although Her Majesty the Empress now stands as lord of the myriad demons, a small portion within the 9 clans remain dissatisfied. They would not dare confront Her Majesty openly, but whenever opportunity arises they will scheme against her. When our demon folk go out, it's fine, but if you leave and one of these resentful clans discovers you are human, they will not care about the strand of Yao Emperor aura on you. Their Yao lords might seize the chance to make trouble for Her Majesty for bringing a human back." "I see." Li Changxuan nodded, feigning sudden understanding. Xiong Tai chuckled and added, "Come to think of it, Brother Li, you are the first living human to have entered the Diao Palace." They spoke a while longer, and then Li Changxuan suddenly brightened as if struck by an idea and asked eagerly, "Old Tai, you mean as long as I don't leave Diao City I'm safe? So if I step out of the Diao Palace and stroll about the city, that should be fine, right?" He had been cooped up these past days. There was nothing entertaining in the Diao Palace. The city ought to be far more amusing. From Xiong Tai's earlier descriptions of the demon clan's daily life, entertainment and food differed little from the humans. He had wanted to go out for some time. It only occurred to him now. Xiong Tai pondered briefly and then explained in a low voice, "In principle you could. The city is full of demon folk who revere Her Majesty the Empress. With the Yao Emperor aura on you, they should not be openly hostile, though they may not welcome you warmly. Then couldn't you, as before, tell them I once saved the Yao Emperor's life? You were indifferent back then, but look how well we get along now." "Not a chance. No, it can't be. Brother Li, this matter is absolutely confidential, as requested by Her Majesty the Empress. It was only upon her command that the White Envoy informed me, so the only ones who know about this within the demon tribe are the White Envoy and me, Old Bear." Hearing this, Li Changxuan fell into deep thought. Why did Jiang Mengli keep their experiences a secret? But why didn't she tell him? Could it be that, as a demon empress, she couldn't let go of her pride and didn't want the demon tribe to know she was saved by a mortal? Or were there other unknown reasons? However, he did not dwell on this matter for long, as it wouldn't affect him, and Jiang Mengli surely had her own considerations. After coming out of his immersed thoughts, Li Changxuan smiled and said, "Then, Old Iron, let's go out to the city together in a few days." "Anyway, in a few days, Jiang Meng. Your Her Majesty the Empress will not be here, so you won't need to guard the Qianli Palace." This Bear Iron showed a troubled expression. He was grateful to Li Changxuan and regarded him as a friend, but he valued the command of the Demon Empress even more. Although the Demon Empress was not present leaving the Qianli Palace, even a step would be considered neglecting his duty. Li Changxuan naturally saw his concerns and thought of a solution. "How about I ask your Her Majesty the Empress for a favor? To let her grant you a few days off?" Bear Iron still had a troubled expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a mix of confusion and concern as he pondered how to respond to this unrealistic idea. Though he knew Li Changxuan was the savior of the Empress, he was still just a demon servant, a mere mortal. Asking the Demon Empress for a favor to allow the chief guard to protect him for a trip to the city. Bear Iron thought only Li Changxuan could have such an idea. Moreover, hearing his tone, he seemed quite confident. Did the Empress really listen to the words of her demon servants? Not wanting to dampen his spirits, Bear Iron instead replied, "Let's put aside my matters for now. It seems Brother Li's departure from the palace will also require the Empress's consent, so this matter may be difficult." Hearing this, Li Changxuan seemed unconcerned and said, "It's fine, I'll just ask tonight. Do as you wish." Bear Iron intended to advise him further, but thought better of it. Perhaps experiencing a setback would help him recognize his place. At night, Li Changxuan knocked on Jiang Mengli's door as usual. "Come in." After entering, he placed the chicken soup on the table, but did not leave for a long time. This made Jiang Mengli realize he must have something to say, as their conversations had significantly decreased since that night 7 days ago. Their interactions had become somewhat awkward, apart from Li Changxuan delivering chicken soup as agreed each night. They rarely met. Noticing he had something to say, Jiang Mengli directly asked, "Is there anything else? I want to go out to the city in a few days." Li Changxuan said with an expectant look, waiting for her reply. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli pondered for a moment, unsure of what to consider, then lightly nodded. "Okay, let Bear Iron accompany you, but remember, do not leave the city." "Understood, I will obey Her Majesty the Empress's orders." Li Changxuan immediately beamed with joy. Though he spoke respectfully, his tone was not distant, as if joking with a close friend. After a long while, when Li Changxuan was about to leave, he turned back at the door and said with a smile, "Jiang Mengli, be careful in everything. If you get hurt again, I won't be in the Yoyu forest to save you this time." "Humph, this Empress won't need your help again." Jiang Mengli scoffed, her lips almost curling up to the sky. Li Changxuan just smiled lightly, ready to turn away, but was called back by Jiang Mengli. "Li Changxuan, why didn't you call me Her Majesty the Empress just now?" Perhaps not wanting to appear overly serious, he jokingly added, "When there's a request, I call you Her Majesty the Empress. When there's nothing, I just call you by your name. Is that so?" Li Changxuan pondered for a moment before replying seriously, "No." "What do you mean, no?" "I meant to say, let Jiang Mengli be careful in everything." "What? Still concerned about this Empress? This age? I'm afraid you'll die. I can't survive in the Diao Palace then." Li Changxuan laughed lightly and left after closing the door. Jiang Mengli, with her cold and beautiful face, stared at the closed door for a long time. Unknowingly, the corners of her mouth had slightly curled up. Then she scolded herself, "Humph. Is there any difference?" Though she said this, she still understood Li Changxuan's meaning. It was a caution for herself, not for the demon Empress. After all, Jiang Mengli would always be Jiang Mengli. She could be Jiang Mengli as well as Her Majesty the Empress, but the Empress might not always be the same. Unknowingly, Jiang Mengli began to smile foolishly again. Suddenly realizing her demeanor, she raised her sleeve to cover her lips, her heart tinged with a hint of panic. After a moment, once she had calmed herself, she transmitted a message to Bear Iron, who was on guard outside the Qianli Palace in these days. "When I am not here, you are to protect Li Changxuan's safety. He can leave the palace, but remember, do not leave the city." Bear Iron quickly knelt down and respectfully clasped his fists. Bear Iron obeys. After the transmission ended, Bear Iron stood dazed for a long time. Could it be that the kid really succeeded? This doesn't seem right. Usually demon kings do not dare to ask the Empress for favors. Li Changxuan had no reason to succeed. After pondering for a long time in confusion, Bear Iron finally understood. It must be that the Empress is grateful and is repaying him. The Empress truly is kind and righteous. I certainly did not follow her in vain. She is indeed the Empress whom the demon tribe looks up to. The next day, a woman in a fluttering pink dress arrived at the Diao Palace. Though her beauty was not youthful, she possessed a certain charm of a mature woman. She was tall and graceful with a charming appearance. She was the current leader of the Fox Demon clan, the Demon Queen Bai Ling. A few days ago, Bai Ling received a secret edict from Jiang Mengli to secretly seek the Chaos Purple Lotus with her, so she had come on time. However, as soon as she arrived at the Diao Palace, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She seemed to faintly smell a human scent coming from the direction of Jiang Mengli's Qianli Palace. Although she felt somewhat puzzled, she did not use her divine sense to investigate, as this was in the Diao Palace. Jiang Mengli naturally sensed the aura that had quietly appeared in the palace and directly followed the aura. "Rise, Demon Queen Bai." Jiang Mengli personally extended her hand to help her up. Though her voice was still indifferent, it was not as cold as when she treated others. "Rise, Demon Queen Bai." Jiang Mengli personally extended her hand to help her up. Though her voice was still indifferent, it was not as cold as when she treated others. Before Jiang Mengli reached the peak of the immortal realm, she had been cultivating within the Fox clan, so she naturally recognized Bai Ling. Their relationship was more like that of sisters or close friends across ages. "Let's go." Jiang Mengli said lightly, and then their figures disappeared from the Diao Palace. As for the human aura in the palace, Bai Ling did not ask further. In the realm of the void within a certain Yin, Yishiro was engrossed in reading an illustrated book on her bed, her face growing redder and hotter with each page. Suddenly, with a creak, the door was pushed open. The unexpected sound startled Yishiro so much that her soul nearly flew away, and she hurriedly stashed the unknown book into her personal space. As Yang Tsong entered, he saw Yishiro, her face flushed with her hand just retracting from her personal space. Noticing her guilty expression, Yang Tsong couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, what are you looking at? Why is your face so red?" I wasn't looking at anything. My face is red because the room is too hot." Yishiro's eyes darted around nervously, her head lowered, not daring to meet her senior brother's gaze. Fearing he might discover something unusual, Yang Tsong scratched his head, puzzled. "It's only early spring and it's still morning. Why would it be hot? Besides, aren't you already at the spirit refinement stage? Why are you still afraid of the heat?" "Humph. If I say it's hot, then it's hot. Mind your own business. You rude senior brother, you didn't even knock before entering my room, truly a meddlesome cat. Get out." Yishiro jumped out of bed barefoot, her face flushed with anger, as she pushed Yang Tsong. Yang Tsong offered no resistance, following her lead as he stepped out, not forgetting to mention his purpose for coming. "Get up quickly. The trial for the Xinjiang Pure Yin sword technique is about to begin. Got it, just go out already." With that, Yishiro slammed the door shut with a bang. Outside the door, Yang Tsong glanced at the tightly shut door and chuckled helplessly. "You were so eager to practice the sword technique just a few days ago. Why are you so unmotivated today?" He shook his head and left. Inside, after hearing his footsteps fade away, Yishiro dashed to the bedside, leaping onto the bed and burying her head in the blankets like an ostrich. Woo-woo, did my senior brother not notice anything? What if he finds out and thinks him not a good child? Woo-woo. After being an ostrich for a while, Yishiro suddenly came to her senses, pulling her head out of the covers with delight, muttering to herself, "Ah, my senior brother just said I can practice the dual cultivation sword technique, hee." She gave her little face a couple of light pats, realizing that the heat on her face had not yet subsided. Hastily, she ran to the wash basin to splash some cold water on her face to cool down. After leaving the room, she was led by her senior brother to an open area in the wild. After all, this was a practice of swordsmanship, and training next to the inn was inconvenient and inappropriate. Upon reaching the location, Yang Tsong presented a brand new jade slip infused with spirit energy before Yishiro. "This is the pure Yin sword technique I copied from the sword technique jade slip. You should practice this first." Yishiro reached out to receive the floating jade slip, glanced at its contents, and asked in confusion, "Isn't this the dual cultivation sword technique? Shouldn't two people practice it together? Why can it be practiced separately? It's still too early for that." If you look closely, you'll see that this sword technique is divided into 4 levels. Only when both practitioners have mastered the first level can they officially practice the subsequent dual sword techniques. So there's still plenty of time. Given your attitude towards cultivation, junior sister, you should at least practice for another year or 2. Yang Tsong explained patiently as he settled down cross-legged beside a patch of grass. "Humph, who do you think you're looking down on? I will master it today." Yishiro pouted, glaring at him defiantly. All right, I'll be waiting then," Yang Tsong said with a smile, doting on her as if she were his sister. He then took out a new jade slip to study, which contained the contents of the Xinjiang section. Before long, Yishiro entered a state of cultivation, partly out of stubbornness, and partly because she urgently needed to master the first level, otherwise the purpose of learning this sword technique would be lost. After reviewing, they found that the first level was about the cultivation method. Moreover, as disciples of the Extreme Path Sword sect, their innate talent was not lacking. By the time evening approached, both had fully comprehended the cultivation method. Yishiro eagerly summoned her long sword, attempting to circulate the pure Yin cultivation method, and unleashed a few ordinary sword chi. Though they were just regular strikes, their power effortlessly severed a large tree and created deep craters in the ground. Yang Tsong was left in a state of shock. No wonder so many people rushed to the secret realm to seize this sword technique. Even a few simple sword moves possessed such immense power. He couldn't even imagine how powerful it would be once fully mastered. Yishiro boldly stated, "Senior brother, if the Xinjiang Pure Yin sword technique is already this formidable, how powerful would the Xianyang Tai Yin sword technique be if it still existed in the world?" Hearing this, Yang Tsong's mind went blank. He hadn't expected her to mention the Tai Xian sword technique. He could only chuckle helplessly. Let's not think about the Tai Xian sword technique. Not to mention that it is currently lost to time. Even if it were to resurface, it wouldn't be us disciples contending for it. At that point, even the elders of our sect would probably get involved, leaving no chance for us. Moreover, our current sword technique was gifted by the Li brothers. True, I wonder how they are doing now. In the evening, just as the two returned to the inn, they overheard many traveling cultivators in the lobby chattering excitedly. Did you hear? There's been a surge of purple chi at the border of the Qishao realm. It's said to be the omen of the heavenly treasure, the chaos purple lotus, suggesting its imminent emergence. Wait, that can't be right. I remember there was an omen at the Yenshu secret realm just a few months ago. Why is there another one? Last time it didn't appear, so there's a possibility this time. Should we go see? Even if we can't obtain it, it's still good to witness it. It's better not to go. Don't you remember that a fortnight ago cultivators went to see the Kinglian's emergence in the Qinglian secret realm, and the demon emperor suddenly appeared out of nowhere? None of the onlookers came out alive. I heard that the holy maiden of the floating cloud palace was severely injured and her cultivation regressed. She still hasn't recovered. Right, last time the demon emperor came to seize the Yunyu Qinglian, and the chaos purple lotus is even more so. We should just avoid the commotion. Yishiro, upon hearing their discussion, turned to her senior brother, with excitement, her big eyes blinking as she asked, "Senior brother, should we go? There's still plenty of time before we return to the mountain." "What? Aren't you afraid? Didn't you hear them say that the demon emperor might also go?" Yishiro didn't answer immediately, but after pondering for a moment she resolutely said, "I'm not afraid for now. Although I've only met them a few times, I feel that the current demon empress is not as cruel and bloodthirsty as the rumors say. Otherwise, how did we manage to escape with the disciples of the floating cloud palace? And didn't Qinglian city remain unscathed after we left? So I suspect that she might just be somewhat cruel in her methods, and the reckless slaughter and bloodthirstiness are likely just misunderstandings perpetuated by the world about the demon emperor." Yang Tsong could only smile helplessly. Although he felt it was likely true, he still reminded her, "You've only met a few times and hardly exchanged a few words. How can you be so sure? You haven't spent much time away from the mountain, so don't be too soft-hearted." "Humph, rude senior brother. Can you please not speak to me in such a condescending tone?" Yishiro scolded playfully. Although she agreed with her senior brother's advice, she couldn't stand being spoken to like a child. The next day, dawn's golden light streamed into the room, weaving gossamer threads through the air, before gently bathing Yishiro's delicate youthful face. The soft glow stirred her from slumber. Senior brother hasn't come to rouse me yet. Shall I sneak a peek?" She mused mischievously, then retrieved yesterday's unfinished book from her spatial storage pouch. She hadn't read long before warmth crept across her cheeks. Yishiro sighed inwardly. Life beyond the sect truly was splendid. No forced morning cultivation dragged on by her adoptive father, and rare wondrous texts unobtainable even within the sect's vast libraries. Indeed, this very book, now making her blush fiercely, had been discovered at a humble street-side stall in a mortal town. A devoted reader of the spring and autumn annals, Yishiro had instantly fallen for it, and secretly purchased it behind senior brother Yang Tsong's back. Truly a divine text lived up to its name, not only captivating but also imparting many unconventional postures. Knock, knock, knock. Yet barely moments had passed before the door echoed with urgent rapping. Outside stood Yang Tsong, silently musing that his junior sister remained eternally unfailingly indolent. Though gifted with extraordinary cultivation aptitude, she still clung to long sleeps and practiced with languid, almost negligent devotion. After yesterday's gentle reminder, he'd realized she was no longer a child. She now cherished privacy, and so today, he refrained from entering unannounced. "Senior brother, wait. I'll be right out." Hearing the knock, Yishiro hastily stowed her things and called out brightly toward the door. Once dressed and composed, she stepped forth with serene poise. Yet Yang Tsong, upon seeing her, noticed lingering flush upon her cheeks, an odd, unsettling warmth in her demeanor. "Junior sister, why is your face flushed again?" "I told you. It's just the heat." "Humph." With that, Yishiro lowered her head slightly and hurried away. Yang Tsong scratched his head in bewilderment. This was the second time. What had come over his junior sister these past few days? Why did her cheeks bloom crimson each morning upon waking? It hadn't been like this before. Frustrated and baffled, he could only follow after her. Descending the stairs, they settled there in bill and vacated their rooms. They had stayed 2 nights here merely to rest and recalibrate their journey. Now it was time to depart once. Emerging from the inn, Yishiro strolled leisurely, murmuring complaints. "Senior brother, didn't we descend the mountain precisely for cultivation trials? Then why is there nothing to do at all? Ah, how utterly dull." After a pause, she brightened and suggested anew, Senior brother, shall we go see the Chaos Violet Lotus Omen site instead? The sect forbids us from returning early, and with nothing else to occupy us it's dreadfully boring. Yang Tsong listened, then fell into quiet contemplation. Yishiro was right. Ever since exiting the Azure Lotus secret realm, they'd wandered without purpose, drifting steadily toward the borders of Qingyuan realm. They truly had no pressing matters. The sect's assigned tasks were long completed, and no secret realms beckoned for exploration. And as for the Chaos Violet Lotus Omen, had he not yearned too to witness such a celestial? Yet if the Chaos Violet Lotus truly manifested such a peerless treasure, capable of shattering cultivation bottlenecks, would inevitably draw mighty cultivators from every major sect. Possession of it could elevate a minor sect to supremacy, if only it endured. For cultivators of their level, even the residual shockwaves of such a battle might prove fatal. Thus Yang Tsong sighed softly and replied, the Chaos Violet Lotus may never manifest at all, and even if we raced there now we'd arrive long after the spectacle had faded. Yishiro showed little disappointment. After all, her complaints were mere whimsical venting. The final decision as always rested with senior brother. Whatever senior brother decreed was law. Then where shall we go next, senior brother? Eastward toward Qishao realm. We'll pass through it en route to Qingyuan realm. Agreed. Yet scarcely a few li into their journey the sharp clang of clashing weapons reached them, followed by rhythmic surges of fluctuating spiritual energy from afar. The siblings hastened forward and concealed themselves at a distance, observing discreetly. Before them stood two factions, one clad entirely in black, the other a merchant caravan. The caravan lay decimated. Only an elderly man and a young woman remained standing still, capable of resistance. Yet both were encircled by 8 black-robed figures locked in a desperate last-stand struggle. One black-robed figure stared fixedly at the young woman, voice thick with lewd intent. Chief, let me take this little beauty for some fun. Spare her life for now, all right? Pah! Filthy scum! The woman spat defiantly, unflinching, unafraid. Her defiance only inflamed him further, his grin twisted perverse. Later you'll spit straight into brother's mouth. Ugh! Hearing such abhorrent words, Yishiro, hidden in the shadows, shuddered involuntarily, skin prickling with revulsion. How vile! How monstrous! Their leader scoffed, voice heavy with disdain. All you think about is that lower part. Kill her first lest something goes awry. A pause, then coldly, fresh is best. Air. Yes, chief, quite right. I'll go first. You wait your turn. Chief? Enough talk, attack. At that command all 8 lunged, while the merchant pair instantly ignited their full reservoirs of spiritual energy. The young woman braced herself for self-immolation, stunned that these fiends would desecrate even the dead. From their vantage, Yang Tsong and Yishiro assessed the situation. Then the instant the black-robed assailants charged, their swords shot forth like streaks of lightning. Sword before savior. Their blades struck first. Attacking from the periphery, they caught the black-robed figures off guard. 2 fell instantly, severed mid-lunge. The black-robed leader recoiled in shock, barking orders. 2 of you. Join me against these 2. But before his words fully echoed, another blade flashed. A torrent of overwhelming sword chi swept across the field, felling 3 more. The surviving merchants seized the moment, launching their counteroffensive. These 8 were weaklings, fit only to prey upon caravans lacking elite protectors. Within moments, only the black-robed leader remained. As Yang Tsong raised his sword for the final strike, the young woman stepped forward and stayed his hand. Young hero, wait. First tell us who you are. Why have you attacked the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion caravan? At her words, Yang Tsong pivoted his blade, its tip pressing coldly against the man's throat. Speak. Why did you raid them? Fury blazed in the black-robed man's eyes, a snarl of defiant contempt. Yang Tsong knew such arrogance demanded correction. With a flick of his wrist, he severed the man's meridian pathways in both arms. Remain silent and I'll shatter your dantian. Enraged, the man laughed bitterly, unafraid. Even if I speak, I'll die anyway. Better to drag one down with me. His gaze turned glacial. Spiritual energy erupted violently within him. Danger. He's about to self-detonate. Danger. He's about to self-detonate. Yang Tsong urgently warned, then swiftly pulled Yishiro aside to a safe distance and erected a spiritual energy barrier. The woman from the merchant caravan had also kept her gaze fixed on the black-robed assailant. Her reflexes were sharp enough. She immediately tapped her toes lightly against the ground and leapt far away. Alas, the elderly man was not so fortunate. Already advanced in years and exhausted from recent combat, he gasped for breath and failed to react in time. Fortunately, he stood at a relatively safe distance, and the black-robed man's cultivation realm was low. Thus the explosion's force proved modest, leaving the old merchant unharmed. Yet he was drenched head to toe in blood and viscera, transformed instantly into a crimson-splattered figure. Once the blast's aftershocks faded, the woman rushed to the old man's side and asked anxiously, "Uncle Chun, are you unharmed? Why didn't you evade?" "Ah, young mistress, my reflexes simply failed me." The old man mumbled indistinctly. She merely smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Chun, please go rinse yourself clean at a nearby stream." Yes, I'll go at once." After the elder departed, the woman approached Yang Tsong, and Yi Shiro clasped her fists respectfully and expressed her gratitude. "I am Zhao Qingxue of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion. Many thanks to you both fellow cultivators for your timely aid." "Oh, so you're from the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, the so-called Supreme Pavilion of the cultivation world?" Yi Shiro exclaimed, startled. She had long heard of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, yet her own father was notoriously frugal, having granted her pitifully few spirit stones upon descending the mountain. Each time she passed one of the pavilion's branches scattered across the realms, she lacked the nerve even to step inside. Precisely. Zhao Qingxue replied with a warm smile. Thereupon Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro introduced themselves in turn. Zhao Qingxue, hearing their names, could not help but exclaim in surprise. "So you two are disciples of the Supreme Tao Sword Sect. No wonder your earlier techniques were so extraordinary." After an extended exchange of mutual admiration, Yang Tsong redirected his gaze toward the figures lying motionless on the ground. "Who were these people? And why did they attack you?" "I have no idea, but they surely intended murder and robbery. We were merely traveling the road as usual when 8 of them suddenly emerged without warning. Since our journey was brief, we'd hired only low cultivation escorts. Yet each assailant struck with lethal intent." Zhao Qingxue sighed deeply. All the hired escorts lay dead upon the earth. Not a single survivor remained. Thereupon Yang Tsong strode to the 7 remaining black-robed corpses, peeled back their garments, and found nothing unusual. Suddenly, however, he noticed a distinctive beast tattoo coiled around one corpse's forearm. "The beast-taming sect!" Yang Tsong cried out in astonishment. This tattoo was the sect's unique insignia, and upon examining the others he confirmed identical beast tattoos on every arm. Yi Shiro and Zhao Qingxue soon joined him, gazing at the monstrous motifs inked upon the corpse's arms. Wasn't the beast-taming sect annihilated by the demon sovereign? Then how do survivors remain? Yi Shiro murmured, puzzled. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Qingxue voiced her conjecture. They were likely menial disciples, low in cultivation and seldom resident within the sect's main compound. Frequently dispatched on external errands, they must have been absent during the demon Empress's assault, and thus narrowly escaped extinction. As a representative of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, Zhao Qingxue traveled widely across the realms. Her breadth of experience granted her access to obscure lore, including secrets of the former beast-taming sect. Menial disciples, dispatched on what errands? Yi Shiro grew even more perplexed, for in orthodox sects such disciples performed only domestic chores, never ventured far abroad. Hearing her question, Yang Tsong's mind suddenly ignited with insight. He hurriedly began searching the black-robed corpses' storage pouches. Now ownerless, the pouches yielded readily to his infused spiritual energy, and he emptied their contents onto the ground in one sweeping motion. What tumbled forth sent shockwaves through them all. Heaps upon heaps of violet spirit stones, a quantity no mere rogue band could possibly possess. Nor could they have looted such wealth. The sheer volume would demand elite cultivator escorts, far beyond their capacity to overcome. Yet what truly stunned them was not the violet spirit stones, but the pile of black spirit stones. In the cultivation world, black spirit stones were forbidden relics. Absorption induced irreversible madness, inciting savage bloodthirsty frenzy. All sects strictly forbade their mining. They appeared sporadically across the Qishao Hungsu and Qingyuan realms, with the Qingyuan realm harboring the vast majority. Violet spirit stones, by contrast, were exclusive to demonic clans, most abundant in the Ziming realm, where they carpeted the land. Why then did these 8 men carry such staggering quantities of both? Yang Tsong's thoughts spiraled into chilling dread. He hastily gathered everything back into the pouches, then turned to Zhao Qingxue behind him. "I beg you, Miss Zhao, to keep this matter utterly confidential. Rest assured, I seek no personal gain. I merely fear entanglements too deep and dangerous, requiring thorough investigation first." "You needn't worry, Brother Yang," Zhao Qingxue replied with a breezy laugh. "The Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion deals only in commerce, never in the cultivation world's feuds. Your secret is safe with me." "Then many thanks indeed." Before long, Uncle Chun, whom Zhao Qingxue had mentioned, returned. Seeing only two travelers guarding a heavy cargo train, and fearing further peril, Yang Tsong offered to escort them safely into the city alongside his junior sister. Zhao Qingxue insisted on expressing deeper gratitude, and after fervent persuasion the pair consented to spend the night within the city walls. With nowhere pressing to go an extra night posed no inconvenience. Zhao Qingxue insisted on expressing deeper gratitude, and after fervent persuasion the pair consented to spend the night within the city walls. With nowhere pressing to go an extra. I am Zhao Changshu, chief steward of this branch of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion. Today I owe you both a life debt for saving my daughter. Had Li Changxuan been present he would have instantly recognized Zhao Changshu as the auction house master who gifted him the Jade Tower token. Yang Tsong quickly steadied the man and replied politely, "We merely acted on righteous impulse. Master Zhao overstates his gratitude." At that moment Zhao Qingxue stepped forward, holding two objects, presenting them personally to Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro. Puzzled by the smooth, fruit-like objects glowing warmly in their palms, they asked, "Miss Zhao, what are these?" "Ah, these are Yinyang twin fruits. Taken singly, they refine one's cultivation. Taken together, they enhance dual cultivation synergy exponentially. My father bestowed them expressly to repay your life-saving grace. Please accept them without hesitation." Yang Tsong began to demur, but upon hearing their effects Yishiro's eyes lit up like stars, and she joined Zhao Qingxue in earnestly urging him to accept. "Then we shall accept with humble gratitude." Reluctantly Yang Tsong finally acquiesced. After a brief conversation among the four in the parlor he and Yishiro withdrew to their rooms. On the way back Yishiro suddenly halted Yang Tsong. "Senior brother, hand me your twin fruit." "What for?" "I'll safeguard it for you." Though baffled by his junior sister's latest scheme, Yang Tsong still surrendered the fruit. Yishiro cradled it carefully into her spatial storage artifact, and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Now, at least her senior brother couldn't consume it secretly. Along the path she asked again, "Senior brother, where next?" Yang Tsong paused, reflecting briefly. "First, we investigate the origins of these black spirit stones." On the other side Jiang Mengli and Bai Ling had also arrived at the border of the Linghai realm. The two of them were flying through the air while casually chatting. However, it was mostly Bai Ling who initiated the conversation, while Jiang Mengli often just listened quietly, occasionally responding. Having known each other for many years in this situation with just the two of them, Bai Ling was no longer as restrained as she was in the Emperor Demon Palace, instead fully embracing her role as an older sister. Along the way she had already gathered a general understanding of Jiang Mengli's previous visit to the Yenshu. Upon hearing that the Tai Xian sect had dispatched 5 elders in the Transcendence realm to ambush their own empress, Bai Ling's brows furrowed in anger, causing her to exclaim, "Those old dogs from the Tai Xian sect are truly shameless. Fortunately you returned safely this time, or otherwise I would have personally led the Fox clan to attack the Tai Xian sect." After saying this, her chest, slightly fuller than Jiang Mengli's, was heaving with indignation. Bai Ling's words made Jiang Mengli chuckle softly. After knowing her for several years, Bai Ling remained unchanged, speaking with the same carefree attitude. However, Bai Ling soon realized some inconsistencies and, puzzled, asked, "You were affected by the Tai Xian forbidden technique. How did you manage to obtain the Yunyu Qinglian from the Qinglian's secret realm?" "At that time I was saved by someone and encountered a 9-flower Yulong immortal during my journey to the Qinglian secret realm, which restored part of my cultivation." Bai Ling, being a clever fox after hundreds of years, quickly caught onto the keywords in Jiang Mengli's vague words about Li Changxuan. Combining this with the mortal aura she sensed when she arrived at the Emperor Demon Palace, she had already begun to have her suspicions about the person who saved the Empress. She straightforwardly asked, "Was the one who saved you a mortal?" Jiang Mengli nodded slightly, not hiding the truth. "If it weren't for a mortal, I wouldn't have survived." Bai Ling naturally understood her words. The conflict between the human and demon races had persisted for thousands of years. While large-scale conflicts where few small skirmishes occurred endlessly, happening 2 or 3 times a month. If a cultivator had encountered Jiang Mengli, who had lost all her cultivation, it would be merciful not to kill her, let alone save her. With this in mind, Bai Ling realized all the circumstances without needing further explanation from Jiang Mengli. "So, the mortal that the Empress brought back to the Emperor Demon Palace is the one who saved you back then?" Jiang Mengli nodded, confirming the truth of her words. Bai Ling, being the one Jiang Mengli trusted most, and also belonging to the Fox Demon clan, understood the principle of repaying kindness, so there was no need to hide anything from her. Seeing Jiang Mengli acknowledge her statement, Bai Ling naturally thought that having Li Changxuan reside in Shenli Palace was also to protect him, and she found nothing unreasonable about it. After a moment, their conversation returned to the current mission. "What will you do if there is still no trace of the Chaos Purple Lotus this time?" Other demon kings have already noticed. It won't be long before they come to the Emperor Demon Palace to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli fell into deep thought. To be honest, she wasn't sure how to handle this situation. When she emerged from her closed-door training, she was at the peak of the Transcendence realm, and all the demon clans knew it, but now 6 years had passed and her realm had not budged an inch. For ordinary demons, this situation would be perfectly normal. After all, if an ordinary demon had poor talent in bloodlines, breaking through would be quite difficult, and it wasn't unusual for them to go over 100 years without making a breakthrough. However, the nine-tailed celestial fox was an ancient divine beast, possessing a bloodline advantage over other demon clans, allowing its cultivation speed to be over 100 times faster. Within the demon clan, there were already several demon kings who were dissatisfied with Jiang Mengli. Once they confirmed that she was unable to break through for an extended period, troubling her in the Emperor Palace would be minor. What they feared most was a rebellion from the entire clan. What Jiang Mengli feared most was not her inability to break through in a short time, but a repeat of the demon clan turmoil that occurred 6 years ago. Bai Ling noticed the worry etched on Jiang Mengli's brow, but she couldn't offer assistance regarding the breakthrough, as she didn't know the specific reasons, since she was not a nine-tailed celestial fox herself. In despair, Bai Ling could only offer comfort. Empress, you shouldn't think too much. The appearance of the purple lotus indicates that the chaos purple lotus will surely manifest somewhere. It just hasn't come into being yet. Even if it doesn't appear this time, we can come again next time. If there's still nothing, well, find other methods. I refuse to believe that we can't find a way to break through in the Ling Shao continent. Upon hearing these words, the frown on Jiang Mengli's face dissipated significantly. If only she could be as carefree as that guy. Returning to the demon clan meant dealing with various affairs and worrying about numerous matters. Although during those days in the human realm, she was preoccupied with breaking the seal of spiritual energy, having that guy buzzing in her ear somehow made her quite happy. Whenever she thought of him, Jiang Mengli would unknowingly feel a lot more at ease. Now was no different. Without realizing it, the corners of her mouth had slightly curled up, and what she didn't know was that a cold and elegant flower had blossomed on her face. Bai Ling, seeing Jiang Mengli's current smile, first thought she must have been mistaken. But Jiang Mengli's smile still lingered at the corners of her lips, confirming that she was not wrong. In that moment, Bai Ling was unable to contain her shock. Was it possible for the Empress to show such a smile? It wasn't that Jiang Mengli never smiled, her smiles had always been sarcastic or cold. When she coldly smiled, all demons within the clan knew that she was angry and had murderous intent. But now the smile she displayed was something Bai Ling had never seen before. Reflecting on Jiang Mengli's smile, Bai Ling thought it resembled the silly grin of a young girl experiencing her first crush. A hint of suspicion began to creep into Bai Ling's heart. Something must be amiss with the Empress. She felt she had to get to the bottom of this, or her curiosity would prevent her from sleeping well and hinder her. Empress, what are you thinking? You seem to be in a good mood. Bai Ling, not wanting to be too obvious about her intentions, began to probe. Bai Ling's question brought Jiang Mengli's thoughts back from afar. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Mengli replied without changing her expression. Isn't it possible to find the chaos purple lotus now? So, I'm in a good mood. Really? Bai Ling squinted her eyes at her, a meaningful smile tugging at her lips. Of course, I never speak recklessly. Jiang Mengli quickly steadied her mind and replied casually, I see. Bai Ling retracted her probing gaze and began to travel with peace of mind. After all, they had plenty of time along the way. She didn't believe she couldn't find out anything. In the Linghai realm at the Imperial Demon Palace. Let's go, my friend, let's stroll through the city. As Li Changxuan stepped out, he found the ever-diligent Xiong Tai and pulled him along to explore the city. Xiong Tai did not refuse, as he had already promised, and the Empress had consented. He had no reason to decline. The two made their way directly to the palace gates. At that moment, Li Changxuan noticed that this vantage point overlooked the entire Imperial Demon City, something he had missed during his last visit. Directly in front of the Imperial Demon Palace lay the entirety of the Imperial Demon City and the land of the Linghai realm. If one were to exit from the opposite palace gate, they would find the vast and boundless ocean of Linghai. Xiong Tai walked beside Li Changxuan and began to introduce the layout of the Imperial Demon City. Directly ahead is the south gate of the Imperial Demon City, where the city guards of the demon race are stationed. Try not to get too close. Proceed straight in through the south gate, and you will find yourself at the foot of our Imperial Demon Palace, which is the Imperial Demon Square. The eastern half of the city is mainly the commercial and entertainment district, while the western half consists of residential areas. So if we're going to explore, we should head to the East City. All right? Li Changxuan nodded in agreement. However, he soon realized that the cliffs surrounding the Imperial Demon Island made it impossible for him to descend. Seeing his predicament, Xiong Tai led him forward to the edge of the cliff where a narrow stone staircase appeared. "Can't you just carry me down?" Li Changxuan was perplexed as he followed Xiong Tai down the island on foot. On the Imperial Demon Island, unless one possesses a noble identity among the demon race, all must walk to ascend or descend the island. "Aren't you the personal guard leader of the Empress? Do you still have to walk down the island?" "No need." Upon hearing Xiong Tai's response, Li Changxuan instantly understood. So the issue was with him. "Don't I have the Empress demon aura? Do I still have to walk? But your identity within the Imperial Demon Palace is merely that of the Empress demon servant. I'm afraid if the demon citizens of the city see you, it could provoke their anger." "Then, fine." Reluctantly, the two descended the island together on the stone path. After a quarter of an hour, they appeared at the Imperial Demon Square. Though it was morning, the Imperial Demon Square was bustling with demons. As soon as Li Changxuan set foot, their numerous eyes turned towards him. "Hey, isn't that the human man the Empress brought back last time? How is he still alive?" "I don't know. Look, it's Commander Xiong bringing him down. Is he going to be executed publicly?" "I don't think so. Did you feel the faint aura of the Empress on him?" In an instant, more and more demons gathered in the Imperial Demon Square. Some came to watch the spectacle, while others were curious about what Li Changxuan looked like. Before long, the entire Imperial Demon Square was crowded, encircling Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai. Yet they still maintained a distance of 3 or 4 zhang, as Li Changxuan carried a trace of the Demon Emperor's aura, and they dared not approach too closely, showing respect for the Demon Emperor. Seeing this, Li Changxuan felt even less fear. With a calm expression, he strode forward confidently. As he walked, the demons in front would part, forming a circular vacuum zone around him. All the demons' eyes were fixed on him, some revealing fierce glares, seemingly filled with disdain, while others looked at him curiously, not knowing what they were trying to uncover. What was even more outrageous was that several demon widows looked on with sparkling eyes, as if they had discovered a treasure. "Oh my! No denying it, this human lad is truly handsome." The comment made the other demons roll their eyes in frustration, their faces filled with anger at her lack of respect. "Pig widow, shut up. If you get too excited, go home and find a stick for yourself," one demon bluntly scolded her. The surrounding demons nodded in agreement, giving him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of a warrior. When Li Changxuan reached the center of the Imperial Demon Square, finally a demon could not help but ask, "Who are you? What are you doing among our demon race? Right, what is your relationship with the Empress? Why do you possess the aura of the Empress? What were you doing inside the Imperial Demon Palace? Why are you out now?" A series of questions erupted, and even if Li Changxuan wanted to respond, he didn't know where to start. The Imperial Demon Square, which had been quiet since Li Changxuan's descent, suddenly erupted into a clamorous buzz, everyone chattering incessantly. Seeing the situation spiraling towards chaos, Xiong Tai, who had been protecting Li Changxuan, stepped forward. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Silence!" With a single roar, the Imperial Demon Square quieted down again. All the demon citizens looked expectantly at Xiong Tai, hoping he would say something. At that moment, a demon from the crowd asked, "Commander Xiong, who is this human man?" "Yeah, right." Countless demons echoed in agreement. Xiong Tai knew if he did not say something, they might follow the two around, and they would probably be unable to explore the city at all. So Xiong Tai cleared his throat and explained, "He is merely a demon servant captured by the Empress from the human race. There's no need for everyone to overthink it." As for the fact that Li Changxuan had saved the Empress' life, Xiong Tai did not mention it, as the Empress had previously instructed him to keep that matter confidential. "Oh, that makes sense. No wonder the Empress would keep him around. He turned out to be a demon servant. I suppose not killing him must be to humiliate him, which is truly satisfying. I've long disliked these despicable humans who commit all sorts of atrocities." The demons collectively sighed in relief. They thought that the reason Li Changxuan carried the aura of the Imperial Demon was to prevent the demon race who despised evil from killing him, to avoid giving him a way out. At that moment, Li Changxuan, hearing the discussions of the demon citizens, couldn't help but furrow his brows. The human race committing all sorts of atrocities. It seemed he had been isolated in the Yoyu forest and was unaware of certain matters. He needed to find an opportunity to inquire about what had transpired. Thanks to Xiong Tai's explanation, the demon citizens gradually dispersed and did not trouble them further. After all, no matter what, Li Changxuan was the personal demon servant of the Empress, and he bore a trace of her aura, placing him above them. Moments after the demons left, the news spread throughout the Imperial Demon City that the human man brought back by the Empress was a demon servant. The information network in the Imperial Demon City is truly impressive. The news spread so quickly The two then continued towards the eastern half of the Imperial Demon City. After exiting the Imperial Demon Square, the two of them made their way smoothly to the East City, also known as the East Market. The demon folk they encountered along the way mostly regarded Li Changxuan with curious glances and did not attempt to stop him. As Li Changxuan entered the East Market, he was greeted by a bustling commercial street with shops lining the sides teeming with demon patrons. The atmosphere was vibrant and the trading scenes were very active. Li Changxuan walked alongside Xiong Tai. As he gazed at the myriad of bizarre and exquisite goods displayed along the street, he was filled with wonder and mused. "Old Tai, what do you demons rely on for trade? Silver or spirit stones? Both can be used, but primarily silver, as the demon folk here have a greater need for silver and less for spirit stones. Spirit stones are mostly circulated in larger commercial venues. So it's quite similar to the human race." Li Changxuan nodded slightly, secretly pondering. The two continued their conversation as they moved forward. Soon Li Changxuan stopped in front of a shop, his eyes widening as he slowly walked inside. Inside the store were all sorts of brilliantly colored pearls, uniquely shaped corals, and various colored jade stones. The key point was that these items, apart from the jade stones, were all impressively large, leaving him in awe. Li Changxuan thought to himself that if he could bring these items back to the human realm, it would be an endless treasure of gold and jewels. Upon seeing Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai enter, the shopkeeper hastily approached them, treating Li Changxuan with utmost respect, and asked, "Do you gentlemen wish to purchase anything?" Hearing this, Li Changxuan shifted his gaze from the treasures to the respectfully attentive shopkeeper. Li Changxuan quickly recognized that the shopkeeper was a crab demon, as although he had a human-like appearance, his hands were crab claws which looked quite peculiar. "Are there many such items in your store?" "Of course, every treasure in this store has been personally retrieved by me from the Linghai Sea, guaranteeing favorable prices and exquisite goods." Li Changxuan glanced around. Although he knew these were treasures in the human realm, he couldn't return in the short term. So he refrained from looking at the pearls and corals and instead began to examine the various jade stones. Li Changxuan glanced around. Although he knew these were treasures in the human realm, he couldn't return in the short term. So he refrained from looking at the pearls and corals and instead Moreover, the jade stones sold in this shop were all unfamiliar to him, so he had to ask the shopkeeper, "What are these jades used for? Why are they displayed in their raw form without any carvings?" The crab boss quickly stepped forward with a smile and explained, "This item is called Yunxia jade. It does not form between mountains and stones, but is born from the sea. Moreover, it is particularly rare, as the places where it exists are very deep, making it extremely difficult. However, its rarity has its reasons. Yunxia jade is unlike ordinary jade. Wearing it has beautifying effects, and more importantly, it can store a small amount of spiritual energy, serving as a protective talisman, making it favored by many women." Li Changxuan, having understood most of this, thought that these effects were of no use to him, except for the last protective function. It would be more fitting as a gift for a demon woman. However, she probably wouldn't need beautifying, as she already possessed an unparalleled beauty. Ahem. Suddenly Li Changxuan shook his head, slightly wondering how his thoughts had drifted to that demon woman. Regaining his focus, he looked among the Yunxia jade and thought of having Jiang Mengli help him create a protective talisman when she returned. However, he discovered that all the Yunxia jade pieces were only the size of chess pieces, suitable only for making beads, and the largest was barely enough to make a pendant. These jade stones fell far below Li Changxuan's standards, so he asked the crab boss again, "Do you have any larger pieces of Yunxia jade?" The crab boss shook his head and said, "All the Yunxia jade in this store is here. Other shops in the city won't have any larger ones. Most Yunxia jade is of this size. Can I pay a deposit for you to fetch me a couple of larger pieces when you have time to go back to the sea?" The crab boss shook his head, repeatedly looking apologetic. "I'm sorry, esteemed guest, this is the largest Yunxia jade I can obtain." "So you mean there are larger ones, but they can't be fetched?" The crab boss hesitated for a moment and after pondering said, "There is indeed a piece of Yunxia jade the size of a brick in the Linghai, but it lies at a very deep depth, and it is guarded by a strange beast comparable to a transcendent being lurking in the deep sea, and it moves as freely as a fish in water, making it difficult for transcendent cultivators to approach. Considering this, it was not worth the risk to retrieve that piece of Yunxia jade, and with his shallow cultivation he truly couldn't obtain it." After the crab boss explained everything, instead of giving up, Li Changxuan became even more curious about that piece of jade. Why would a piece of Yunxia jade need to be guarded by a transcendent beast? Something unusual must be afoot. Thus Li Changxuan was determined that once his cultivation was restored, he would certainly go take a look. If he couldn't acquire it, that would be fine. In the end, the two of them didn't buy anything, or after idling in the store for a quarter of an hour they walked out. The crab boss even accompanied them with a smiling face. This was partly due to his self-cultivation as a businessman and partly because Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai were both individuals close to the Empress, thus they deserved more respect. "Old Tai, do you have anything you want to buy?" On the way, Li Changxuan surveyed the shops and asked Xiong. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai simply shook his head. His purpose was to accompany Li Changxuan as ordered while also ensuring his safety, having no other intentions. "Aren't you going to buy a few bundles of bamboo shoots to take back?" Li Changxuan asked with a smile. After all, he knew pandas best. At this, Xiong Tai was momentarily stunned. "What are bamboo shoots? Why would I take bamboo shoots back? No way. Before you were able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, what did you eat?" Li Changxuan was taken aback. As a panda, Xiong Tai had never eaten bamboo. Xiong Tai, however, calmly replied, "I used to eat meat together with my clan members." Li Changxuan nodded. Pandas indeed seem to be omnivorous. "Aren't your clan members just like you pandas? Are they not Ilu-rapida melanoluca? Haven't they eaten bamboo?" "No, they are bears. We just look like bears, but the Ilu-rapida melanoluca are very rare, so we are classified as a type of bear." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan suddenly realized that in this world pandas were also endangered. However, he did not ask Xiong Tai to find some to try in the city. He merely said lightly, "When we return to the Imperial Demon Palace, Old Tai, you can try the demon cuisine. I believe you will definitely enjoy it. But I'm already cultivating and don't need to eat." Cultivating means you can go without eating, but it doesn't mean you aren't allowed to eat. That does sound reasonable. Sigh. You people have truly become foolish from training. You won't even enjoy your blessings. A person and a demon arrived at the bustling district of the Eastern Market. Unlike the small shops earlier, this place was filled with exquisitely decorated high-end restaurants. "Hey, do you have any interesting places to visit? Preferably somewhere to eat too?" Li Changxuan casually inquired. After all, he was just an ordinary person now, and after a whole day of wandering, he was already quite tired. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai pondered for a moment before a glimmer of anticipation crossed his bear-like face. "There seems to be one, the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. A restaurant. It should be. Then lead the way." Soon Li Changxuan, under Xiong Tai's guidance, arrived at a tall building. However, as Li Changxuan looked at the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, he felt it was not an ordinary restaurant. Its decorations were more elegant. Before long, a mature woman with a graceful demeanor emerged, swaying her slender waist. She was Ji Yu, the owner of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. "Oh my, is that not Commander Xiong? What brings you to my Drunken Smoke Pavilion today?" Ji Yu's words were polite, yet her tone carried a hint of bitterness. "Yu, I brought my friend here for some fun. Please don't be upset about last time. I was wrong. Old bear will never make the same mistake again," Xiong Tai said with a guilty expression. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan's heart leaped with joy. There is something going on. As a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, his bloodline, which loved to watch the fun and inquire about gossip, was instantly activated. He slowly stepped aside to enjoy the spectacle. "Humph, I don't believe you. You've broken promises more than once or twice. As this aging and unattractive woman, I cannot afford to invite the commander of the bear guards. No, it should be the commander of the personal guards now." "Humph, I don't believe you. You've broken promises more than once or twice. As this aging and unattractive woman, I cannot afford to invite the commander of the bear guards. No, Xiong Tai explained with a face full of grievances. He and Ji Yu had originally agreed to meet, but at that time Jiang Mengli secretly went to the human realm, and the defenses of the Imperial Demon Palace were required to be strengthened. At that time he was still the commander of the guards, so he could not make it and broke his promise, and he hadn't come to explain for the past 2 months. Watching him explain, Li Changxuan quickly understood their relationship. He didn't expect that this old bear had such taste, truly perceptive. Ji Yu looked at Xiong Tai's honest demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. She knew Xiong Tai wasn't lying, and as for the reason he broke his promise, she didn't inquire further. It wasn't her place to ask. "All right, if you do it again, don't come looking for me at the Drunken Smoke Pavilion." I definitely won't make the same mistake again," Xiong Tai said with a silly grin. "What about your friend? Right here." Xiong Tai turned around only to find that Li Changxuan was no longer behind him. Seeing their conversation was over, Li Changxuan hurriedly jogged over. "Right here. Yu, this is my friend Li Changxuan I told you about," Xiong Tai introduced boisterously. At that moment, Ji Yu's serpent-like eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the just-arrived Li Changxuan, circling him twice. Then, noticing Li Changxuan was feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, she quickly smiled and said, Young Master Li, I apologize. I lost my composure. Without thinking, she knew that the man before her was the human male that the Empress had brought back not long ago. The news of Xiong Tai bringing the Empress human attendant into the city had spread hours ago, and she naturally had heard about it. Taking in Li Changxuan's appearance, Ji Yuyu noted that, besides being exceptionally handsome, he was really just an ordinary person. Let's go inside. We can chat more inside. No problem, no problem, Xiong Tai said with a smile as he stepped forward. Thus the three of them entered together. Once inside, Li Changxuan found that the interior of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion was even more vibrant and flamboyant. Moreover, all the services here were provided by beautiful female demons. Li Changxuan felt a bit uncertain and quietly leaned towards Xiong Tai to ask, "Old bear, this is a proper place, right?" "What do you mean by proper?" Xiong Tai spoke loudly, without a care, causing Ji Yuyu to overhear. However, Ji Yuyu was not angry. She smiled and explained to Li Changxuan, "Although we at the Drunken Smoke Pavilion are attended by ladies, they are only performing arts and do not sell themselves." Then she added with a light laugh, "If young master wishes, you can visit the Wangchun building in the Eastern Market. They offer special services as long as you don't mind that they are demons." "No, no." Li Changxuan quickly waved his hands. His previous question was simply to ensure that Xiong Tai hadn't brought him to the wrong place. Afterward, the three ascended the stairs and entered a private room. Once the dishes were served, a young woman entered the private room. After slightly bowing to the three, she walked to a small table and began to play the guzheng that had been prepared beforehand. Although the rooms here were all made of wood and seemed to have poor sound insulation, in reality each room had inscribed soundproofing formations to prevent mutual interference. Li Changxuan enjoyed the small dishes, sipped the wine, and listened to the music, feeling quite content. The Drunken Smoke Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation for elegance. The ambience was exquisite. Meanwhile, Xiong Tai was staring blankly at Ji Yuyu. Li Changxuan noticed his infatuated gaze and felt that he had seen this expression somewhere before. Suddenly, Li Changxuan recalled that the night he gave the demoness a massage, her gaze was just like Xiong Tai's now. He then remembered her soft, plump face and her spoiled expression when angry. Unconsciously, he began to smile foolishly. Soon his expression calmed down a bit. He couldn't help but wonder how the demoness was doing now. Was she in any danger? With her strength and having heard that there was a certain white demon king accompanying her, she shouldn't be in trouble, right? Suddenly, Li Changxuan snapped back to reality, wondering why he was thinking about her again. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. Jiang Mengli had been gone for a few days now, and he was unaccustomed to not seeing her even once a day. During moments of distraction, he often found himself thinking about her inexplicably. Could it be? Had he really fallen for her? Instantly, Li Changxuan lost his appetite, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. The key was that in both worlds, he had never been in a relationship and was still a novice. Back on Blue Star, because he was an orphan and had a somewhat introverted personality, he had little understanding of such matters. Noticing that Li Changxuan, who had been eating quite well, suddenly stopped, Jiyu could not help but question, "Young Master Li, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? If so, I will have the kitchen replace it immediately." Upon hearing Ji Yuyu's words, Li Changxuan snapped back to attention and quickly waved his hands. "No, no, it's not the food." "Then you must have something on your mind." "So you have something on your mind?" Ji Yuyu, as the head of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, encountered various demons every day and could easily see that Li Changxuan was troubled. Li Changxuan was just stunned and did not respond, so Ji Yuyu continued, "If it's convenient, you may share your concerns with me. Perhaps I can help you clarify them." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan hesitated for a moment but eventually asked, "I have a friend and this issue concerns him. Please don't misunderstand. I'm worried about him." Although he masked his tone and expression well, the deliberate emphasis seemed somewhat transparent. Ji Yuyu chuckled lightly. "Please just speak and I will do my utmost to help clarify your doubts." At this moment, Xiong Tai leaned closer, intently watching Li Changxuan, waiting for him to speak. He thought Li Changxuan seemed carefree and relaxed every day, believing he had no worries at all. Under their attentive gazes, Li Changxuan began to recount his story calmly, using his unknown friend's name as a guise. "My friend happened to meet another person by chance. For certain reasons, he spent some time with that person. Initially, his feelings towards her were not very good, but over time he became accustomed to her and no longer thought poorly of her. Now that they have been apart for a while, it's easy for him to think of her." Li Changxuan did not continue, feeling that the more he spoke, the more it resembled his own experience. Seeing Ji Yuyu's slightly teasing expression, he realized she must have figured out he was talking about himself, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise to his face. Xiong Tai, on the other hand, wore a dazed expression, clearly confused, and turned his gaze back to Ji Yuyu. Ji Yuyu remained calm and first confirmed, "Is the person your friend encountered a woman?" Li Changxuan's face turned slightly red as he nodded. "I suppose so." Ji Yuyu let out a light laugh, realizing her guess was correct. He was indeed speaking about himself. She was not in a hurry and continued, "Then your friend has likely developed feelings for that woman." Emotions. With that, she fanned herself, lightly concealing her amusement. At this moment, Xiong Tai, having understood, somewhat boldly suggested, "Just have your friend express his feelings to that woman directly. A man shouldn't be so timid. If she doesn't agree, he can just find someone else." Ha 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 ha. He laughed boisterously, unaware that his words had drawn the attention of a pair of dangerous snake-like eyes. Xiong Tai was completely oblivious, laughing heartily, until suddenly he slapped his forehead. "Sorry, Brother Li. I completely forgot you were captured by the demon clan and couldn't tell your friend." At this point, Ji Yuyu could no longer restrain herself and pinched his waist hard, saying, "What do you know? Shut your mouth." The sudden attack made Xiong Tai's face contort in pain, and he exclaimed, "Ouch!" while covering his mouth with one hand, too scared to speak again. Upon hearing the words, "developed feelings," Li Changxuan felt an unexpected calmness within. He had already suspected it before, and now consulting Ji Yuyu was merely to confirm his lack of experience. As for what to do next, he recalled Zhao Chen's words, "Let nature take its course." Currently, he felt he was not on the same level as her. A celestial and a mortal, an emperor and a servant, the gap was indeed quite large. However, in a few months, his cultivation would be restored, and by then he would naturally have the confidence to face her. Even if she were strong, she would not be able to resist. Yet Ji Yuyu, who had been lightly laughing at Li Changxuan, seemed to recall something, and a wave of sadness emerged in her heart. In her imagination, Li Changxuan should have been living well among the human race and then encountering the woman he spoke of. But for some reason he was captured by Her Majesty the female emperor and brought to the demon clan. A mortal who might never return to the human realm. No wonder, he said. They have been apart for a while. Being captured by the female emperor meant they were indeed separated. Unfortunately, it might not just be for a while but for a lifetime. The thought that Li Changxuan might not have expressed his feelings to that woman yet filled her with regret. After all, only the infatuated suffer the most. Only the infatuated are the most laughable. Ji Yuyu sighed inwardly. He was captured by Her Majesty, and there was nothing she could do to help him. At this moment, a rather mournful tune played in the room, further stirring Ji Yuyu's sympathy. She did not even consider that the woman could be associated with her own female emperor. After all, such matters were beyond her imagination. Even if she had 10 brains, she wouldn't dare to think of such a thing. After a moment, Ji Yuyu suddenly stood up and said to Xiong Tai, "Come with me." "Huh? What's wrong?" "I said come out, why so many questions?" Oh, Brother Li, you enjoy yourself for a bit. I'm going out for a while." Li Changxuan nodded. The two demons then left the private room, while Li Changxuan continued eating. Having resolved a major concern, his appetite improved greatly. In another room, Ji Yuyu sat down at a table, and soon Xiong Tai hurried over. "Yuyu, is there something urgent?" As Xiong Tai spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Ji Yuyu. Ji Yuyu, her expression serious, asked, "Is your friend really a demon servant captured by Her Majesty the female emperor?" "I didn't expect this. Isn't it common knowledge among the citizens of the city?" "It is indeed true." Ji Yuyu had initially worried this was just a pretense, a lie concocted by Xiong Tai to protect Li Changxuan from harm. But it appeared he was not lying. After a moment, Ji Yuyu asked, "How does he usually behave? Are you close with him?" "Very well. He often shares food with me and the brothers on watch, and he speaks very kindly." "Then how do you consider him?" Xiong Tai pondered for a moment and then said without hesitation, "I say he's a friend, but I think he's worth befriending. He is my brother, old Xiong." "Then I suggest you protect your brother a bit more within the Emperor Demon Palace. He is also a pitiful person." "Why do you say that?" This remark piqued Xiong Tai's curiosity, and he quickly sat down beside her, waiting for Ji Yuyu to explain. Ji Yuyu rolled her eyes at him, feeling somewhat annoyed, and said, "Did you even listen just now? Could you not tell that the friend he spoke of was actually himself?" "Ha! I didn't know." Xiong Tai scratched his head, looking completely enlightened. "I guessed that he liked a girl before, but he didn't know it. Later he was brought here by Her Majesty, and after being apart for a while he realized he had developed feelings. Unfortunately, he can't go back and will never see that girl he cares about again." Ji Yuyu sighed again. The heart of the infatuated is bitter. Today he recognized his feelings through me, and he will likely feel quite down afterwards. Upon realizing he can't return to the human realm, he might take some extreme measures, so keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai understood her meaning and felt a sense of pity for Li Changxuan. I didn't expect Brother Li to be just like me, an infatuated person, but unfortunately his luck is not as good as mine. Ji Yuyu upon hearing this was originally quite saddened, but she couldn't help but chuckle. How shameless who brags about being infatuated with themselves. Li Changxuan, who was still leisurely eating and drinking in the private room, had no idea what kind of role he was playing in their minds at that moment. What kind of story he was experiencing. The Qishao realm. Within the grand hall of the Taishan sect. Lord Shangguan sat silently upon the sect master's throne, eyes closed in deep contemplation. His mind wavered. Should he dispatch forces once more to ambush the purple lotus omen? He was certain the demon sovereign would come. According to intelligence he had gathered, her inability to break through her current bottleneck appeared genuine, confirmed by her solitary incursion into the Yenshu secret realm. Thus she would inevitably appear this time as well. Yet last time's failed ambush had already alerted her. She would undoubtedly arrive prepared. Meanwhile 5 celestial Dao immortal elders from his own sect had already perished. A misstep now would spell annihilation for the Taishan sect. During the previous Qinglian secret realm incident, Jiang Mengli's cultivation had yet to recover, but now she had fully regained her peak strength. Another ambush would carry an unacceptably high risk of failure. Shangguan Yu's temples throbbed with frustration. Such a rare opportunity, squandered by his younger brother's timidity. Rage seethed within him at the man's utter lack of resolve. After prolonged silence, he sent forth a voice transmission into the void. Qingshan, hurry to the grand hall at once. Moments later, Song Qingshan, deputy sect master of the Taishan sect, materialized soundlessly within the chamber. What matter requires your command, sect master? We shall invite the Tai sect to join us in ambushing the demon sovereign. What say you? Upon hearing this, Song Qingshan felt both startled and faintly disappointed, so the sect master still refused to abandon hope, and summoned him solely to deliberate this very plan. Yet at least he had chosen consultation over unilateral decree. A small comfort that eased his mind slightly. Sect master, this plan is unfeasible. After careful reflection, Song Qingshan spoke with quiet certainty. Why unfeasible? 6 years ago they joined our campaign against the demon clans, and were equally covetous of those mountains of violet spirit stones. Let me analyze the gains and perils this presents to the Taishan sect. If successful, the Tai sect will claim primary credit for slaying the demon sovereign. If we fail, they will seize the chance to trample us beneath their heels. Regardless of outcome, victory or defeat, the Taishan sect stands to gain no advantage. Moreover, what justification could possibly persuade them to act? Shangguan Yu fell silent once more, absorbing Song Qingshan's words. Indeed, he was right. Neither success nor failure would serve the Taishan sect well. More crucially, he needed a compelling reason to convince the Tai sect to intervene. Last time he dared strike only upon receiving intelligence suggesting Jiang Mengli might never break through. Though the rumor originated among the demons, its veracity remained unconfirmed. Even then he had acted only on a gamble, sending 5 of the Taishan sect's 12 celestial Dao immortal elders, all of whom perished. Nearly half his elite elders lost. A devastating blow to the sect. Yet the intelligence about Jiang Mengli's stagnation remained known only to him. Not even his own junior brother was privy to it. Thus the secret could not be leveraged as bargaining currency with the Tai sect. It held far greater value elsewhere. With no recourse, Shangguan Yu let out a heavy, weary sigh. Then let this matter rest. A wise decision, sect master. Song Qingshan exhaled in quiet relief. At last he had dissuaded his master, averting the sect's ruin in their generation. Half a month later, Jiang Mengli and Bai Ling emerged from the secret realm where the chaos violet lotus omen had manifested. As expected, they had not even caught a single trace of the violet lotus's aura. Fortunately, no Taishan sect ambush awaited them, so they departed with minimal conflict. Now en route back to the demon sovereign palace, Bai Ling followed quietly behind Jiang Mengli. For 2 days she had subtly probed, yet drawn no meaningful response. She dared not speak too plainly. Would that not betray her true intent? Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli ahead walked, distracted, her thoughts adrift. For earlier that day, upon exiting the realm, Bai Yaoyao of the Demon Sovereign Palace had transmitted urgent news. Peng Kuan of the Great Peng Demon Clan had arrived at the Demon Sovereign City, requesting an audience with the Demon Sovereign on urgent matters. Peng Kuan was the sole heir of Peng Feng, the Great Peng Demon King, and the clans designated next to prevent suspicion among rival demon clans. Jiang Mengli's 2 expeditions in search of the Chaos Violet Lotus had been conducted in absolute secrecy, making it unlikely they would immediately suspect her cultivation bottleneck. Last time, however, an accident occurred. Her attempt to seize the Yunyu Qinglian Lotus had surely spread across the demon realms. If Peng Kuan entered the demon sovereign palace and discovered her absence, that alone would be trivial, but she feared exposure of Li Changxuan. Currently, Bai Yaoyao held him at bay, but she could not delay him indefinitely. Should Jiang Mengli remain absent, Bai Yaoyao and the others might fail to stop him, and if he laid hands on Li Changxuan, at the mere thought, fury surged within her. Though the surge was faint, Bai Ling sensed it instantly, and accelerated to fly abreast of Jiang Mengli. Sovereign, is something amiss? Startled, Jiang Mengli swiftly suppressed her anger and replied coolly, nothing of consequence. In that instant she realized, merely thinking of Li Changxuan now stirred her emotions directly. No wonder these past few days he had surfaced in her thoughts without warning. Bai Ling, seeing the contradiction between her words and expression, smiled gently. Sovereign, you may confide in me. I might just offer some clarity. Hearing this, Jiang Mengli hesitated. She had already intuited the nature of her feelings toward Li Changxuan. She simply lacked certainty. After long contemplation, she murmured softly, this sovereign has a friend who inexplicably thinks of another person, grants him exceptions, lets him sway her emotions. That is love at first stirring. Before Jiang Mengli could finish, Bai Ling interjected decisively. She knew perfectly well the friend was Jiang Mengli herself, yet chose not to name it aloud. After all, how many friends did the demon sovereign truly have? Bai Ling knew each one intimately. Hearing this verdict, Jiang Mengli felt little inner turbulence. She had long suspected as much, yet to deflect suspicion she added carefully, and if the two were of the same gender? Bai Ling froze, her thoughts stuttered. Same gender. Jiang Mengli's deftly thrown smoke screen had indeed taken effect. Bai Ling was utterly unprepared. Still, it missed Jiang Mengli's intended mark. Her aim had been to divert suspicion, but instead Bai Ling had already concluded the other person was Jiang Mengli herself. What stunned her was this revelation: the demon sovereign did not favor men. In that moment, Bai Ling felt the heavens collapse. Had her childhood neglect allowed such an inclination to take root? While Bai Ling reeled in silent panic, golden script shimmered into existence before Jiang Mengli. Peng Kuan has entered the demon palace. These were distance transmission talismans. 2 Jiang Mengli had entrusted to Bai Yaoyao, now both expended. She must return immediately. All she could hope was that Li Changxuan remained indoors, for none dared enter the Qianli palace without her express permission. In an instant, Jiang Mengli shot toward the demon sovereign city, leaving Bai Ling far behind in her wake. Still pondering how to straighten her sovereign, Bai Ling blinked and found her vanished. Sovereign, wait for me. A quarter of an hour ago, at the entrance of the Imperial Demon Palace, Bai Yaoyao and Peng Kuan were confronting each other. Bai Shinsher, why do you repeatedly obstruct my visit to the Empress? What do you mean by this? A figure stood straight in front of Bai Yaoyao, slender and fierce, with a glint of cold light in his eyes and his sharp claws clasped behind his back. This person was none other than Peng Kuan of the Dapeng Demon Clan. Facing Peng Kuan's fierce gaze, which seemed ready to tear flesh from bone, Bai Yaoyao met his eyes fearlessly. I have said the Empress is temporarily unavailable and does not wish to see you. Just wait well outside the palace. Peng Kuan snorted coldly upon hearing this. He then took a few steps back and transmitted his voice into the Imperial Demon Palace. Empress, on behalf of the great Peng Demon King, I come with urgent matters to discuss. Why have you refused me entry? This scene startled Bai Yaoyao, and she shouted loudly, Peng Kuan, how dare you show such disrespect to the Empress? Bai Yaoyao felt a sudden panic in her heart, realizing she might not be able to stop him. As expected, a long time passed without any response from Jiang Mengli. Peng Kuan sneered inwardly, confirming his father's prediction that the Empress was not in the Imperial Demon Palace. Otherwise, if anyone dared to be so disrespectful, Jiang Mengli would never allow them to act so brazenly at the palace entrance. Having confirmed that the Empress was not in the Imperial Demon Palace, Peng Kuan felt no more hesitation in his heart and swaggered directly into the palace. Seeing this, Bai Yaoyao's expression turned cold, and the guarding demon soldiers beside her stepped forward with weapons, forming a line to block his entry. Peng Kuan, however, walked leisurely to Bai Yaoyao's side and spoke in a tone only they could hear. Bai Shinsher, I presume the Empress is not in the Imperial Demon Palace at this moment. According to the rules, I am allowed to enter and wait for the Empress' return. Bai Yaoyao remained steadfast, unwilling to let him in. Seeing this, Peng Kuan chuckled coldly. You have no reason to stop me now. With that, a powerful pressure erupted from him, instantly pushing Bai Yaoyao and the demon soldiers blocking the door aside. Upon seeing this, Bai Yaoyao was taken aback, not expecting him to have reached the late stage of the tribulation transcendence. She was 2 small realms below him, only at the early stage of tribulation transcendence, and he had held back some power, which was why she wasn't injured. But the other demon soldiers were not so fortunate, all bleeding from their mouths, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Fortunately, she had notified the Empress in advance, and now, considering the Empress' speed, she should be returning soon. Seeing that no one was blocking him, Peng Kuan swaggered into the Imperial Demon Palace. However, due to the rules, he could not approach the Empress Main Hall or Qianli Palace, and could only wander in other areas of the palace. At this moment, Li Changxuan was also coming out from a side hall of Qianli Palace. He originally did not intend to go out, but some foolish person had decided to transmit loudly in front of the Imperial Demon Palace. Just as he was about to fall asleep for his afternoon nap, he was abruptly awakened by the transmission noise and had to come out to take a look. However, as soon as he reached the courtyard door, he was stopped by Xiong Tai. "Li brother, you cannot go out now." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan frowned. "The Empress should not have issued a decree prohibiting my steps, so why can't I go out? Someone from the Dapeng demon clan has entered the palace requesting an audience with the Empress. Bai Shenshi should not have been able to stop him from entering, so it's better for you to stay hidden in Qianli Palace. He does not dare to step into this place yet." Xiong Tai did not hide anything and patiently explained the situation to him. Li Changxuan listened, his expression unfazed, and asked calmly, "Is this Dapeng demon clan not the Empress' archenemy?" Li Changxuan clearly remembered that both Jiang Mengli and Xiong Tai had previously mentioned that among the 9 major demon clans, there were a few that did not acknowledge Jiang Mengli's claim to the throne. However, because Jiang Mengli was widely supported, they did not dare to openly oppose her, and could only work against her in secret. Xiong Tai pondered for a moment, then nodded, slightly hesitant. Li Changxuan immediately understood, and walked up to pat him on the shoulder with a smile. "How strong is this bird?" Below me." Xiong Tai replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan felt relieved. He had never been one to retreat, just like when he faced Jiang Mengli, he had not flinched at all. Now that he had Xiong Tai as a brother by his side, he was even less likely to back down. Moreover, even if his cultivation was not high, the essence of the sword remained. Pursuing the ultimate sword path meant being like a sword, unyielding and straight, forging ahead without turning back. If one yielded to avoid harm, they would only fall to a lower position. Since he is an archenemy, then retreating is not an option. That would only allow the opponent to take advantage. "Let's go and confront him." With that, Li Changxuan strode out of the courtyard. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and said with a light laugh, "Remember to ensure my safety." Xiong Tai face-bombed in resignation. However, he felt something was off. You, a demon servant, have no identity or cultivation. What are you going to confront him for?" But since he had already gone out, Xiong Tai could only follow. Soon Peng Kuan, who was still wandering in the Imperial Demon Palace, encountered Li Changxuan hidden. Li Changxuan focused intently on Peng Kuan, noticing his dark and fierce expression with eyes full of arrogance and self-satisfaction. At a glance, he could tell Peng Kuan was no good demon. The moment Peng Kuan saw Li Changxuan, his eyes sparked with murderous intent, for he recognized at once that Li Changxuan was a human. More importantly, he sensed a trace of the demonic emperor's aura he had longed for on Li Changxuan, which made him even angrier. He had heard rumors a few days prior that the Empress had brought back a human male as a demon servant. After all, everyone in the Imperial Demon City knew about this, and it was only a matter of time before it spread throughout the demon clan. "Are you the one barking outside the Imperial Demon Palace earlier?" Li Changxuan faced his sharp eagle eyes without fear and directly asked. This caught Peng Kuan off guard, not expecting him to be so bold. Once he regained his composure, Peng Kuan's anger surged. How dare this insignificant insect speak to him like this? A cold smile appeared on his face. "If you have the courage, say it again." Li Changxuan first turned to Xiong Tai behind him and asked, "Is this guy deaf?" Then he turned back to Peng Kuan and said, "I said, what are you barking about?" Hearing this, Peng Kuan merely chuckled coldly. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me. With that, his expression suddenly turned cold, his hands unfurling from behind his back. One hand reached out, fingers forming into eagle claws, instantly sprouting sharp, chilling talons. If he were to be caught, he would not die but would be torn apart. Just as Peng Kuan's claws were about to grasp him, Li Changxuan shouted, "Old Tai, attack!" Before the words had even finished, Xiong Tai had dashed in front of him to firmly intercept the blow. Seeing who had intervened, Peng Kuan glared furiously, his voice cold and deep. "Xiong Tongling, do you want to protect this human ant?" Peng Kuan, this is the demon clan's imperial palace. It is not your Dapeng demon clan. How dare you act so recklessly here? You know this is the demon clan's imperial palace. Having a human here is a humiliation to the demon clan. While Peng Kuan cursed, his claws simultaneously attacked Li Changxuan, forcing Xiong Tai to hurriedly defend. He is the Empress' personal demon servant. Whether he lives or dies is not for you to interfere. Humph. As long as he is not a demon, it is reasonable for me to kill him. There is no need for humans to exist in the demon clan's imperial palace. Peng Kuan's expression turned cold as he unleashed all his strength, his overwhelming aura, directly pushing Xiong Tai back. Li Changxuan, who had been standing behind Xiong Tai, was also pushed back several steps before he could stabilize his stance. This situation shocked both Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai. Xiong Tai did not expect that he had already surpassed him by a realm, while Li Changxuan was surprised that Xiong Tai was so unreliable at this critical moment. Old Tai, didn't you say he was below you? It seems I can only rely on myself. Peng Kuan's sharp claws were already attacking his heart, seemingly wanting to reach in and tear him apart. Li Changxuan also took out the Thunder Pearl, intending to detonate it with external force which might seriously injure this bird's hand. In an instant, the claws were upon him, and just as Li Changxuan was about to throw the Thunder Pearl into his hand, Peng Kuan suddenly stopped, his expression pained, as if he were suddenly bearing some burden. Then an overwhelming visible pressure descended, forcing him to kneel on the ground, causing the floor tiles. The figure of Jiang Mengli quietly descended before Li Changxuan. Xiong Tai, upon seeing this, hurriedly knelt and saluted. I pay my respects to the Empress. Jiang Mengli ignored him and coldly looked down at the kneeling Peng Kuan, still pressed to the ground by the oppressive force. Peng Kuan, your Dapeng demon clan has become increasingly audacious, daring to act recklessly within my imperial demon palace. Hearing this, Peng Kuan's face was filled with defiance, but under the immense pressure, he couldn't rise even a fraction and could only coldly say, he is of the human race. Killing an ant shouldn't require a report to the Empress. Jiang Mengli's expression remained unchanged, but the aura around her suddenly shifted, and a stronger pressure descended from the sky, forcing him to kneel again, his knees sinking into the stone ground. My demon servants, whether human or demon, when did it become your place to question? When did it become your place to take action? The voice was icy cold, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Peng Kuan keenly sensed this killing intent and instantly shrank back, his face paling. Though his current realm was already quite high, it was still insufficient in her presence. Reluctantly, Peng Kuan had to yield, but forced a calm facade and said, Empress, please forgive me. I have overstepped. I have come this time on my father's orders to discuss an important matter with you, Empress, and I hope you will spare me this once. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli pondered for a moment before coldly replying, if you offend again, I will no longer consider the dignity of your Dapeng demon clan. After speaking, the overwhelming pressure also receded. Peng Kuan slowly rose with a sullen expression, cupping his fists in apology. Thank you, Empress. Speak, Peng Yao Wang, what important matter do you wish to discuss with me? Hearing this, Peng Kuan's expression froze. He hadn't expected her to discuss this matter here, so he only advised, Empress, discussing such matters here with outsiders present might be inappropriate. Why not go to the Imperial Palace Great Hall to discuss? Jiang Mengli simply snorted coldly. Everyone within the Imperial Demon Palace is mine. Who are the outsiders? If you wish to go to the Great Hall, have your demon father come in person. If you refuse to speak, then leave the palace at once. As Jiang Mengli spoke, she gracefully walked to a nearby pavilion and sat down. Li Changxuan hurriedly followed, this time truly acting like a demon servant, standing straight behind Jiang Mengli. He thought that since there were outsiders present, he would give her some face. Moreover, it seemed that Peng Kuan was quite eager to kill him, so staying behind her was safer. At this moment, Bai Yaoyao also arrived late. Seeing their Empress had returned, she and Xiong Tai stood at the entrance of the pavilion, one on the left and one on the right. Speak, what is the important matter? Jiang Mengli sat upright, her aura imposing. Though she wasn't seated on the imperial throne in the main hall, her demonic emperor's presence was as formidable as ever. Reluctantly, Peng Kuan revealed the reason for his visit to the Imperial Demon Palace. Empress, my father has sent me to propose a marriage alliance with the Imperial Demon Palace. Upon hearing this, the four were momentarily stunned. A marriage alliance, but they quickly realized that such things had occurred in the history of the demon clan. Once they regained their composure, the gazes of Li Changxuan, Xiong Tai, and even Jiang Mengli all focused on Bai Yaoyao. After all, only Bai Yaoyao had the status within the Imperial Demon Palace to consider a marriage alliance with the Dapeng demon clan. Feeling so many gazes upon her by Yao Yao immediately panicked and quickly turned to face Jiang Mengli kneeling. Empress, I do not wish for this. I only wish to stay by your side forever. I do not wish to marry into the Dapeng demon clan. Before Jiang Mengli could speak, Peng Kuan, standing outside the pavilion, hurriedly explained. Lady Bai has misunderstood, the one we wish to marry is not you. This statement stunned several people for a moment. If not by Yao Yao, then there were no suitable candidates within the Imperial Demon Palace. Could it be that they had taken a liking to a lowly demon servant? However, if it was just a demon servant, it shouldn't elevate to the level of a marriage alliance. Thus Jiang Mengli questioned, since it is not by Yao Yao, with whom do you wish to form a marriage alliance? Peng Kuan grinned, his face cold yet laced with disdain. Of course it is with you, Empress. Upon hearing this, everyone except Jiang Mengli wore expressions of shock. Silence. A deathly silence. The only sounds in the air were a few weak breaths, and the gentle rustle of the wind, every minute sound ringing clear. Li Changxuan was the first to regain his senses, realizing the situation had turned dire. He hadn't even started yet. Just as he realized his feelings, had they already been intercepted by someone else. Dapeng Demon Clan, you have already chosen the path to death. Bai Yao Yao looked at her in astonishment. Once she regained her composure, she directly scolded, Peng Kuan, you are so bold. Do you know what you are saying? Her voice was gritted through her teeth, her emotions more agitated than when she was asked to marry into the Dapeng Demon Clan. Peng Kuan ignored her, and seeing Jiang Mengli say nothing, thought he had hope, so he continued to persuade. Surely the Empress knows the role our Dapeng Demon Clan plays in the demon army. In the sky, among all the demon clans, our Dapeng clan is the strongest. We can launch strong attacks and hold strong defenses, and our reconnaissance capabilities are unparalleled, with no other demon clan able to replace us. Currently the human cultivators are still restless. I believe that as long as you, Empress, marry into our Dapeng Demon Clan, all aerial demons will serve you, and regardless of whether the human cultivators attack or raid, you will be able to respond calmly. In fact, it is not impossible to eventually annex the human territories. As long as you agree, our Dapeng Demon Clan will lead all avian demons and fully support you, Empress. You should consider this carefully. Jiang Mengli listened, her expression unchanged, revealing no signs of anger or joy, and simply said, Your father is unworthy of me, and you should look at your own age. After finishing, she disdainfully scoffed. Hearing this, Peng Kuan thought she was displeased with his demon father's age, and his heart filled with joy. He quickly explained, Empress, the one who wishes to marry you is indeed the Dapeng Demon King, but it is not my father, it is me. My father has agreed that as long as you consent, he will immediately pass the throne of the Dapeng Demon Clan to me, and then I will be worthy of your status. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli finally could no longer contain herself and slammed her palm down on the stone table in front of her, turning it to dust. Your father is unworthy in my eyes, and I find you even more unworthy. I have no interest in your Dapeng Demon Clan at all. You get out of my sight immediately. I do not look up to your father, and I certainly do not look up to you. You and your Dapeng Demon Clan are beneath my notice. Get lost at once. Jiang Mengli's face appeared calm when she received the first refusal, but she had already suppressed her anger at that moment. The Dapeng Demon Clan is the most arrogant among the 9 great demon clans, and she never expected they would dare to set their sights on her. However, he was not wrong. The Dapeng Demon Clan indeed ranks first in strength among the 9 great demon clans, on par with the Fox Clan. But the Fox Clan gained an advantage only after she became the Demon Empress. They had later caught up to the Dapeng Demon Clan, and upon closer examination their strength was still slightly inferior. Therefore she had just politely refused earlier, not wanting to turn against the Dapeng Demon Clan. Yet she would only grant this opportunity once. She never expected Peng Kuan to be so shameless. Her feelings towards the Dapeng Demon Clan were filled with nothing but disdain, let alone considering a marriage alliance. Normally they would just trip her up, but now they dared to set their sights on her. Jiang Mengli was instantly furious. When Peng Kuan saw his proposal rejected again, and his clan belittled, it was impossible for him not to be angry. However, he currently lacked the ability to directly oppose her. He merely clenched his fists, his voice cold as ice. Your Majesty, I hope you do not regret this. Are you instructing me on how to act? Jiang Mengli shot him a deadly glare, and behind her 9 enormous fox tails suddenly unfurled, overturning the pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the 9 tails, accompanied by a roaring wind, smashed towards Peng Kuan. He had not expected her to strike suddenly. Although he intended to defend, he was still far too weak. He was directly knocked back, flying out of the Imperial Demon Palace and crashing heavily onto the Imperial Demon Square, coughing up a mouthful of blood. After a moment, Peng Kuan staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and coldly muttered, "Humph, just wait. You'll regret this. You won't be able to refuse when the time comes. I will certainly humiliate you daily." He had come to the Imperial Demon Palace under the orders of the Dapeng Demon King Peng Feng to discuss a marriage alliance. If Jiang Mengli agreed, he could stay in the Imperial Demon Palace to cultivate their relationship and also gather intelligence for the Dapeng clan. But Peng Feng also instructed him to probe Jiang Mengli's status in the Imperial Demon Palace, as they had detected something unusual 3 years ago. Jiang Mengli had reached the peak of the celestial realm when she exited her seclusion, indicating she had been stuck at that level for a long time, and even after becoming the Demon Empress, she could not break through. They could only speculate Jiang Mengli was notorious for her strength, and they did not dare to test her. It was only a few months ago, upon hearing that the Demon Empress had ventured alone into the Qinglian secret realm, that they realized she had visited the human realm. Thus, when the Purple Lotus phenomenon emerged, Peng Feng sent Peng Kuan under the pretense of discussing a marriage alliance to gather information. It would be best if she agreed, as that would allow them to gradually erode the Imperial Demon Palace and place the Dapeng Demon clan in the position of Demon Empress. Even if she refused, they could ascertain the fact that she could not break through. With just a bit more time, Peng Feng would reach the peak of the celestial realm, and Peng Kuan could advance to the initial stage. The Dapeng Demon clan was the most valiant and skilled in battle, with a clear advantage in innate talent, making them nearly unstoppable. It would not be an exaggeration to say they could face 10 opponents at once. What would happen then? Peng Kuan desired the position of Demon Empress, but he also coveted Jiang Mengli's beauty. However, Peng Feng would eventually pass the position to him, so his current goal was Jiang Mengli. At present, the likelihood of their clan rebelling seemed greater. Just the thought of being at the top of the demon world and obtaining a peerless beauty like Jiang Mengli sent him into uncontrollable excitement. As he thought about this, Peng Kuan began to laugh maniacally, extending his crimson tongue to lick the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he focused his gaze and realized that many demon folk had gathered around, scrutinizing him. Is this person stunned by the Demon Empress? He was thrown off the island, how could he not be? Oh, how ugly. I wonder if he fell or if he always looked like this. The surrounding whispers reached Peng Kuan's ears, igniting a fierce glare in his eyes. As he shot them a menacing look, the crowd of demons stepped back in fright. Subsequently, Peng Kuan transformed into a giant Dapeng bird demon and leaped into the sky, vanishing from the Imperial Demon City in an instant. Meanwhile, after the crowd dispersed, Yao hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, it is my fault for not stopping him. I fear he already knows. You may rise. This matter is not your fault, and he must have known I was not present, which is why he came. Yao immediately understood Peng Kuan was merely sent to probe the situation, and the one truly concerned was the Dapeng Demon King Peng Feng. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Peng Feng has likely realized that you cannot break through. There is no rush. Even if I cannot break through, I can still suppress him. The Dapeng Demon clan still dares not rebel in the short term. You may leave if there is nothing else. Yes. After that, Xiong Tai and Yao departed, leaving only Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli in the pavilion. You truly are not afraid of death. You dare to speak to others like that in my absence. Only I can tolerate you like this. Jiang Mengli said, lightly adjusting her skirt as she elegantly sat down on the stone bench. Although Jiang Mengli arrived late, she knew without being told that it was Li Changxuan's mouth that had caused the trouble. He should have stayed in Qianli Palace, but instead he ran out, making her worry. But after a moment, Jiang Mengli did not hear Li Changxuan's response. Turning around, she found him staring blankly at the swaying foxtails behind her. For some reason, this action caused her face to flush, and she quickly retracted her foxtails. Li Changxuan, did you hear what I said? I heard. I thought the Dapeng clan was not your mortal enemy, so I helped you scold. The 9 foxtails in Li Changxuan's eyes suddenly vanished, pulling him back to reality. Fortunately, he almost couldn't help but reach out to touch them. He was glad to have been interrupted, otherwise he wouldn't know how the demoness would punish him. Humph. At least you are perceptive. Hearing Li Changxuan's answer, Jiang Mengli lightly snorted and pouted her crimson lips, finding his reasoning somewhat satisfactory. She was already accustomed to his recklessness. Moreover, even if she hadn't arrived in time, Xiong Tai would have been able to save him, so she did not reprimand him for this incident, as he was ultimately acting for her sake. The two fell silent for a moment. After some time, Li Changxuan broke the silence, feigning indifference. You didn't get hurt this time, did you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli suddenly smiled seductively, narrowing her alluring eyes as she scrutinized him. Are you concerned about me? Ahem, just asking casually. Li Changxuan said, feeling slightly guilty, as he rubbed his nose, his gaze darting away, unable to meet her eyes. Jiang Mengli's eyes sparkled. She didn't even need to use the Tianhua Lili eye technique to see that he was lying, and she chuckled lightly. You are lying. We've gone through the Qinglian secret realm together. That counts as a bond of life and death, right? So what's wrong with showing concern? Li Changxuan said directly, without hesitation this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli smiled slightly and pouted her lips. Humph. Only you underestimate me. In this world, there are very few who can injure me. How could I possibly get hurt? What about the purple lotus? Hearing that everything was fine, Li Changxuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Jiang Mengli shook her head, gently, her expression devoid of disappointment. After all, it had been several years, and she had long since become accustomed to it. Moreover, if it weren't for the need to prevent internal strife among the demon race and the intrusion of human cultivators, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to break through. At that moment, a pink figure landed in front of the two. It was the Fox Clan Demon King Bai Ling, who had been chasing after them. She had a charming and alluring appearance with a mature aura. However, in Li Changxuan's eyes, her looks were still somewhat inferior to Jiang Mengli. Though Jiang Mengli often displayed a hint of allure in her demeanor, the two possessed entirely different styles. Bai Ling was fully enchanting, and having already married, lacked the maiden's modesty, which instead accentuated her allure. Jiang Mengli's demeanor, on the other hand, varied in different situations. When angry, she was as cold as ice. Ordinarily, she was clear and aloof. When joyful, her smile brimmed with charm, embodying both cold elegance and seductive beauty. After landing, Bai Ling couldn't help but complain. Why does the Empress move so fast? As she spoke, she panted heavily. She secretly lamented that she was indeed no match for the Empress, as there was a gap in their realms, and with the age difference, she was left breathless trying to catch up. The Dapeng Demon Clan has sent someone, Pang Kuan said. He wants to arrange a marriage with this Empress. Bai Ling, who had been panting, suddenly froze upon hearing this. First she felt extreme anger, followed by disbelief. Did you agree to him? Bai Ling thought she had accepted. Jiang Mengli's face was filled with a smile, with a hint of the unique charm of a fox demon lingering in her brows, which Bai Ling recognized at once. Something felt off. It was overwhelmingly wrong. Jiang Mengli's usual expressions were either cold and indifferent or icy and furious. She had never seen her with such a demeanor. Sometimes she even suspected that the nine-tailed celestial fox was different from ordinary fox demons. Otherwise, how could Jiang Mengli never exhibit the innate charm of a fox demon? Now that Bai Ling had seen it, she thought her Empress must be happy and had agreed. But there was no need to overthink. It shouldn't be the case, right? The Empress and the Dapeng Demon Clan were sworn enemies. If it weren't for her status, it would surely be a life-and-death struggle. How could she be happy about it? Moreover, didn't the Empress prefer women? Not because of the Dapeng Demon Clan's marriage proposal, but simply because of meeting someone, nothing more. Perhaps even Jiang Mengli herself, not because of the Dapeng Demon Clan's marriage proposal, but simply because of meeting someone, nothing more. Perhaps even Jiang Mengli herself was unaware of the expression she wore at that moment. Just as Bai Ling was lost in her thoughts, unable to comprehend, Jiang Mengli interrupted. How is that possible? This Empress has already injured him and thrown him out of the Imperial Demon Palace. The Empress is indeed wise. Bai Ling was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. It was the expected outcome. But it was also good. They were originally secret rivals, so agreeing would be even more unreasonable. However, by doing so, it had already begun to tear apart relations with the Dapeng Demon Clan, and it would inevitably lead to a complete breakdown and a conflict in the future. Though they wouldn't dare to act against the Imperial Demon Palace in the short term, they would surely start to test and provoke. Bai Ling understood that Jiang Mengli was informing her to prepare the Fox Clan early, so she said, Empress, I will return to my clan first. All right. Bai Ling had just turned to leave when she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. She quickly turned around, her gaze fixated on Li Changxuan, who was standing behind Jiang Mengli, then swiftly approached him and circled around him twice. In her haste, she had assumed that Li Changxuan, an ordinary person with a weak aura, was just an ordinary demon attendant. However, she suddenly recalled that there had never been male demon attendants in the Imperial Demon Palace. So she immediately remembered the story the Empress had told her on the road. You are the one who saved our Empress' life a few months ago, aren't you? Li Changxuan awkwardly nodded, wondering why demons liked to scrutinize him so much. After taking a good look, Bai Ling gently pinched her chin, nodding slowly. Your demeanor and appearance are quite good, but what a pity you lack strength. Does Bai Yaowang have any other business? At this moment, Jiang Mengli, who was sitting beside them, suddenly spoke coldly. Bai Ling had been circling around Li Changxuan, and Jiang Mengli noticed that she felt a hint of displeasure which prompted her to speak up. "No, I will leave now, Empress, farewell." After saying this, Bai Ling took off and flew directly out of the Imperial Demon Palace. After they left, Jiang Mengli suddenly turned to ask, "Have you left the Imperial Demon Palace these past few days?" Li Changxuan nodded. "Don't worry, I didn't leave the city and I had my companion. Xiong Ta. The citizens in the city didn't make things difficult for you. No, once they heard I was your demon attendant, they all scattered. Most of them were quite respectful, thanking the Empress for your concern." "Humph. This Empress would care about you. How narcissistic." Jiang Mengli couldn't admit it directly like Li Changxuan after being called out. So she turned her little face away, her ears tinted with a light pink hue barely noticeable unless looked at closely. After a moment, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but feel curious, and wanted to know what he had been up to these past few days. "Where did you go?" Li Changxuan thought for a moment and replied slowly. "We first went to a shop selling jade stones, and then ended up at the Drunken Smoke Pavilion for a meal before coming back." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli suddenly changed her expression and asked seriously, "You didn't go to Wangchun Tower, did you?" Li Changxuan scratched his head, recalling carefully. Where is Wangchun Tower? If he remembered correctly, Ji Yu seemed to have mentioned that it was a brothel. A brothel? Realizing something was off, Li Changxuan hurried to explain, "I didn't go." His gaze was firm and serious, not resembling that of someone lying. Jiang Mengli felt relieved. Although their relationship was still ordinary, since she had recognized her own feelings, she couldn't help but want to ask about such things. At that moment, Li Changxuan also sensed that something was amiss. Why was she suddenly asking if he had gone to a brothel for no reason? Meanwhile, Bai Ling was hurrying back to the Fox clan. However, throughout the journey, she was absent-minded, lost in thoughts about Jiang Mengli. She had initially thought her Empress feelings were normal, but after the Empress had rejected the Dapeng Demon Clan's marriage proposal, this matter had become uncertain again. Bai Ling had briefly considered whether her Empress liked that ordinary person, but quickly dismissed the thought. Most humans detested demons, and demons likewise harbored animosity toward humans, even more so for the Empress. Moreover, there was a distinction between immortals and mortals. An ordinary person's life was merely a fleeting moment for a cultivator, and a closed-door cultivation could pass in the blink of an eye. As for repaying kindness, it seemed that bringing Li Changxuan to the demon clan was in fact saving his life. So they definitely weren't meant to be. But with so few people the Empress interacted with, who could it be? Bai Ling fell into deep thought again, suddenly seeming to realize something, her mind going blank. Nighttime. Li Changxuan still brought things to Jiang Mengli as usual. Jiang Mengli sat cross-legged by the table eating, while Li Changxuan sat quietly across from her watching her. Jiang Mengli naturally sensed his gaze. If it were before, she would have angrily scolded him, but now it was different. She said nothing, her cheeks slightly flushed, which was hardly noticeable under the glow of the firefly stone. Li Changxuan felt as though he was feeding a small fox while watching her eat. If only Jiang Mengli could turn back into a fox, it would be even more fitting. Li Changxuan also noticed that Jiang Mengli rarely revealed her demonic form, usually only showing her 9 tails during battles. For example, during the incident in the Qinglian secret realm, when returning to the demon tribe, and today when she fought against Peng Kuan, she had only fully transformed into her demonic form once in the Yoyu forest. He did not think much of it now, considering that he would have plenty of opportunities to see her later. However, looking at the demoness' delicate face, and her slightly shy expression, Li Changxuan vaguely felt something was off. Why was the demoness' attitude towards him different this time upon her return? In the past, if he stared at her like this, she would have definitely shot him a lethal glance. Yet he did not pay it much mind, thinking that perhaps the demoness had not eaten for a long time and was unaware of his presence. Just as he was about to tidy up and leave after she finished eating, she unexpectedly called out to him. "Wait here for a moment," she said, slowly rising and lifting the gauzy curtain to enter the inner chamber. Before long, Jiang Mengli's faint voice came from inside. "Come in." Upon entering, Li Changxuan was greeted by a familiar scene. It was still the same as the night he saw her in the dark gauzy attire, quietly seated at the table. He immediately understood what he was supposed to do and naturally walked over to stand behind her. "Start by massaging my head," Jiang Mengli said lightly upon seeing him approach, treating him as if he were not an outsider at all. It should be noted that Jiang Mengli's inner chamber had only ever been entered by a few demon attendants for cleaning. Even Bai Yaoyao, when she had business with her, only conversed in the outer chamber, let alone Li Changxuan, a male. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan did not notice anything unusual. He replied lightly with an "oh" and began to gently press on her fair forehead. While Li Changxuan was focused on the massage, Jiang Mengli was lost in her thoughts. Upon returning to the city today, Bai Ling's explanation seemed to be correct. No wonder she was willing to let him massage her last time. Considering her personality, which forbade any males within 3 feet of her, she surprisingly felt no resistance to Li Changxuan's touch. It turned out she had developed unusual feelings for him earlier, so now she was also squinting her eyes enjoying it. Fortunately, she had already brought him into the demon tribe and couldn't escape now. After a moment of massaging, Jiang Mengli suddenly instructed, "Massage my shoulders." "Oh," Li Changxuan replied faintly. However, as he looked down, he noticed her dark garment slipping from both sides, revealing a large expanse of smooth white skin. Li Changxuan suddenly felt a bit flustered. He couldn't just massage that, could he? Touching it might provoke the demoness' anger. In the end, Li Changxuan simply used his fingertips to lift her thin garment back into place. Upon seeing his actions in the mirror, Jiang Mengli raised her brows, slightly a hint of displeasure in her voice, as she reproached, "What? Do you find this Empress distasteful now?" Li Changxuan, upon hearing this, naturally detected her displeasure and quickly waved his hands. "No, it's not that. It's just that I was afraid you would be unhappy because of the gender difference." "Oh, so you do know there is a difference between genders. Last time you entered this Empress bath, why didn't you mention it? You saw this Empress." Jiang Mengli, without knowing why, brought up that incident while speaking without thinking. Originally very angry, the more she scolded, the more shy she became, and she fell silent. In her heart, she scolded Li Changxuan silently. If she truly cared about such matters, how could she have allowed him, who shared a bath with her, to live? How could she allow him into her boudoir? How could she permit such intimate contact as a massage? Usually when he irritated her, his words were quite smooth. Why was he so dense when it came to such matters? Just as Jiang Mengli was sulking in her heart, Li Changxuan asked, somewhat aggrieved, "Then, do you still want me to continue?" "Yes. From now on, come to this Empress every night for a massage," Jiang Mengli said emphatically, as if challenging Li Changxuan. The more she made him do things he was unwilling to do, the happier she felt. Li Changxuan's earlier actions were simply out of fear that she would become angry. After all, he understood to some extent what kind of world he was in. Now he thought, since the demoness did not mind, he had no reservations, as he was the one benefiting from it. Thus Li Changxuan directly began the massage. As his hands made contact, he felt her skin was soft, as if it had no bones, cool and refreshing. Although there was a layer of clothing, the thin fabric felt almost non-existent, its texture akin to that of mutton fat, jade, warm and delicate, tender and cool. Li Changxuan could not distinguish whether it was the fabric of her clothing or the texture of her skin. Li Changxuan's pressure was just right. As soon Jiang Mengli closed her eyes in comfort, a light blush appearing on her fair snow-like face. However, as he continued, Li Changxuan noticed that the collar of her garment kept slipping down with his movements. The demoness skin must be too smooth for the clothes to hold. Li Changxuan had to keep pulling it back up each time, and during the last few times Jiang Mengli did not reprimand. She had already understood the reason. She thought it was good that Li Changxuan could maintain some distance from Fi. In truth, she wanted to gradually close the distance between the two of them, but as the proud demon Empress, she would never allow herself to take the initiative on this matter. Moreover, she was afraid that, if she said it out loud, it would frighten Li Changxuan. Fortunately, now she had the excuse of a demon attendant to use, allowing her to gradually draw closer to him. Li Changxuan was no different. However, he had more concerns than Jiang Mengli, and could only gradually test her feelings for him. He actually knew that he was special to the demoness, otherwise he would not have survived until now in her presence. He could also tell that although Jiang Mengli's tone was still lofty when speaking to him, it was not as cold as when she spoke to others. Now they were in a delicate position, one wanting the other to slowly accept them, the other wanting to understand the other. Is it friendship? Is it truly a bond forged through life and death? Or is it the one she most desires? After this return, both began to test one another. The next day, Li Changxuan lethargically knocked on Jiang Mengli's door. In this era, there were no alarm clocks, and he couldn't possibly bring a sundial back with him. Fortunately, it seemed that there was a rooster demon in the Imperial Demon City that would crow on time every morning, allowing him to arrive just in time. "Come into the inner hall," came Jiang Mengli's calm voice from inside. As Li Changxuan lifted the veil to enter, he found no sign of Jiang Mengli. After a moment, a gentle pat-pat sound came from behind the screen. Li Changxuan knew that the space behind the screen was truly Jiang Mengli's private chamber, with her bed just behind the large screen. With her soft footsteps, Jiang Mengli emerged from behind the screen barefooted, stepping on the glossy gray-black jade tiles. Swaying gracefully, the sheer skirt billowed lightly, with her steps revealing a glimpse of her fair jade-like. Each step she took on the jade tiles felt as if she were walking on clouds, light and elegant, her delicate feet tinged with a faint pink playfully curling her toes as they touched the floor. With her slightly disheveled silver hair cascading down to her waist, it danced gently with her movements, exuding an enchanting aura that captivated all who beheld her. Her waist was slender, almost fragile to the touch, her figure ethereal, the thin inner garment clinging tightly to her skin, outlining her alluring curves. Perfectly proportioned, with the right places slim and the others full, it was a flawless figure. Though it wasn't his first time seeing her, Li Changxuan remained transfixed. All traces of sleep instantly vanished, and he became fully alert. What was worse was that perhaps having just woken up, her collar had slipped down from her fragrant shoulders, just like the night before, revealing 2 white lines drawn from her undergarments, disappearing behind her fair and slender neck. As her collar slipped, the crossed neckline before her also lowered slightly, exposing a small patch of white silk fabric tightly wrapping around her full bosom. Upon seeing this, Li Changxuan's gaze was once again riveted. He inwardly cursed this enchanting woman for being so unreserved with him. She couldn't even take a moment to tidy her attire, yet he was just an upright gentleman. However, he quickly realized why Jiang Mengli hadn't bothered to tidy up. After stepping out from behind the screen, she walked straight to the dressing mirror and sat down, saying calmly, "Come here." Li Changxuan, still perplexed, hurried to her side, placing his hands on her forehead. "Why do you want me to give you a massage so early in the morning?" As he spoke, drowsiness hit him again and he yawned. Jiang Mengli chuckled lightly, raising her hand to pass a jade comb to him. "Who told you that I summoned you here for a massage? I called you here to help me style my hair." "Ha! I can't do that. I don't know how to style women's hair." "I will teach you, just take it." Jiang Mengli shook the jade comb in her hand, and Li Changxuan had no choice but to reach out and take it. It wasn't that he was unwilling. He genuinely didn't know how. Although his hair had grown long like those here over the years, he usually just tied it up simply with a hairpin. He had never had the chance to learn the complexities of women's hairstyles, let alone master them. However, he thought it was also fine, as it would allow him to interact more with the enchanting woman. Yet after taking the jade comb, he appeared hesitant, unsure of how to begin. Seeing his indecisiveness, Jiang Mengli assumed he was unwilling and quickly persuaded him. "As my demon attendant, it is your duty to serve me in such matters. Not just this morning. You will come every morning to help me dress, and every evening to bring me soup and give me massages. Perhaps to show that it isn't just because I want to be closer to you, I should add these are your responsibilities as my demon attendant." However, reiterating this only seemed to heighten her desire to conceal the truth. After all, she had never asked Li Changxuan to do such things before, and none of the female demon attendants had helped her style her hair before he came to the Imperial Demon Palace. These tasks had always been done by her own hands. Yet when Li Changxuan heard her requests, he merely smiled and softly replied, "All right," without any hint of reluctance. How could Li Changxuan feel displeased? He would have been eager for such an opportunity. He just hadn't expected it to come knocking at his door, and that he couldn't refuse. Jiang Mengli felt a bit unaccustomed when she heard his willing agreement. After all, Li Changxuan was usually accustomed to opposing her. Even last time, when she asked him to fetch bathwater, she had to personally go to his room to drag him out. Who would have thought he would gladly accept all her requests this time? However, agreeing was good. Jiang Mengli thought to herself that capturing him as her personal demon attendant was indeed a wise choice. Now finding reasons to interact with him was easy, especially since Li Changxuan couldn't refuse. Looking at the jade comb in his hand, Li Changxuan decided to start with the simplest task, combing her hair. This step he could manage, as his own hair was also quite long, though not as long as Jiang Mengli's. Li Changxuan cradled her flowing silver hair, his touch gentle as a breeze, smooth as silk and cool as the strands were as white as snow, soft and silky, as if they would slip away from his fingers with the slightest misstep. Slowly, he inserted the jade comb into the hair, controlling it to glide down gently as he began to untangle. Li Changxuan's movements were delicate, one hand cradling her hair, while the other combed it, as if he were cherishing a rare treasure, fearing he might accidentally break the enchanting silver strands or cause her discomfort. Jiang Mengli's hair was very long, falling to her waist. Even when styled and now spread out as she sat, it was even longer, and if it grew another foot it would reach the floor. Li Changxuan sighed softly. It truly was hair that reached her waist. As he combed down to the ends, the faint fragrance from Jiang Mengli's hair wafted up, mingled with a subtle hint of orchid. Li Changxuan knew that this was the fragrance of Jiang Mengli's hair and body, and it was not the first time he had noticed it. Though faint, he could always catch a whiff whenever he drew a little closer. It was precisely this delicate orchid scent that made the fragrance even more refreshing and intoxicating, unlike overpowering perfumes that clung too strongly. Jiang Mengli's silver hair was smooth and easy to comb, and Li Changxuan finished the task in no time. Next, Jiang Mengli styled her hair into an ethereal cloud bun, while Li Changxuan watched attentively, learning. After finishing, Jiang Mengli raised her hand to undo the bun and let Li Changxuan try it himself. Li Changxuan had always been quick to learn, and he grasped it in just one attempt. Next, he naturally picked up several silver hairpins from the dressing table and gently inserted them into her hair. Without any excessive embellishments, the look was already stunning. Li Changxuan gazed at Jiang Mengli in the mirror, feeling captivated. Indeed, for a beauty, minimalistic decoration is the best choice. The room fell silent with only the sound of their gentle breaths.